After around 10 minutes, Zhu Xiaofei had been thoroughly beaten by the girls in the English language major. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were a mess, and he looked like a copy of Brother Sharp, the famous Chinese beggar. Seeming as if he were about to cry, he returned to stand in his original position. Xiao Luo redeemed the musical talent ability, and his senses underwent a dramatic change. Ding! Musical talent allows the host to quickly acquire a high standard of musical ability, including but not limited to proficiency playing musical instruments, songwriting, the ability to conduct a band or choir, and so on, sounded the system notification in his mind. Xiao Luo began to regret accepting Chu Yunxiong's assignment. If he'd known that the genius system without equal was so ridiculously powerful, he would not have to come to Huaya to attend boring classes. With his musical talent alone, he could have made a fortune writing songs. However, since he had made an agreement, he would properly carry out his job. Xiao Luo, do you really have a way of improving our singing? Huang Ruoren asked quietly. Ever since Xiao Luo had rescued her from some hooligans, she no longer disliked him. In fact, she felt an inexplicable affection for him. No matter what he did or said, she found it pleasing. I'll try my best. Let's get everyone to take it again from the top, Xiao Luo said, stepping forward. Huang Ruoren nodded, then addressed the class, everyone, in your positions. Let's sing Yellow River one more time. With Xiao Luo at the helm, conducting, everyone was most cooperative. Even though nobody knew on what basis Xiao Luo had the expertise to train them, he seemed to inspire people naturally, giving them great hope. The girls became much more optimistic and confident about the upcoming singing competition. Xiao Luo shut his eyes, focusing his attention on what he heard. When everyone finished singing, he opened his eyes again and began to correct them. Old Zhu, you have a loud, sonorous voice, which is your strong point. Keep working at it. However, you sang one part incorrectly. The verse "The wind is howling" should be sung neatly and sharply, but you were dragging the note at the end. Everybody was stunned. They had all sung together. So, how had Xiao Luo picked out Zhu Xiaofei's voice from the entire group and his mistakes on top of that? Xiao Luo's attention shifted as he continued, Kaizi, there should be a rest between each line during the part where you sing defend 4 times. You're neglecting to rest, which means that you are rushing, which affects the overall unity of the group. For the second time, everyone was shocked. He was also pointing out Ding Kai's errors. Even before the class regained their composure, Xiao Luo turned his focus to Chuyu. He sternly said, Chuyu, for the word roaring in the verse, the Yellow River is roaring, the first and second instances of the word roaring should be sung differently. The pitch should grow higher and higher, as the song needs to have some ups and downs. Having explained Chuyu's singing mistakes, Xiao Luo looked at Bai Ling. Without pausing, he said, Bai Ling, you sang the verse in the mountains incorrectly. Your tone should get more robust here, but now it sounds flat. And Xuanhuan, the song speeds up at the verse raising up the rifles. Since you aren't keeping up with the tempo, it affects the group's overall unity. Wang Lingling, you messed up the line, the hills west of the river are vast. By the time Xiao Luo had finished pointing out the mistakes made by every student in the class, they were all looking at him like he was an alien. To point out 1 or 2 errors from listening to them sing all at once would be relatively normal, but this situation was not that. Xiao Luo had actually managed accurately and precisely to identify every singer's flaws. How was he doing it? The lyrics of Yellow River use the actual Yellow River as a metaphor to praise the fighting spirit of our revolutionary forefathers. The way we sing it together should also capture the feeling of rolling waves through a robust back and forth between the treble and bass singers. Now, the singers with high and low voices are all mixed up, so we need to reorganize the group's formation. Xiao Luo was like a master, carefully offering his guidance. He arranged the treble girls into 2 rows with Chuyu as their lead. Similarly, he formed 2 rows for the bass, with Ding Kai as the lead. Good. Now let's sing it again. This time, as you sing, remember to correct the issues I pointed out earlier. Xiao Luo returned to the front of the formation, and his eyes bright and focused. The group subconsciously nodded in acknowledgement, and with a wave of his hand, they started singing again. The effects were pronounced. When they sang this time, it was the most in sync the group had ever been. One listening could indeed get the feeling of rolling waves. The shift was slight, but it was there. Huang Ruoren was dumbfounded. She could not believe that Xiao Luo had these kinds of skills. If only she'd let Xiao Luo take the reins earlier, then they would not have wasted their time on so many futile rehearsals. Chiyu's mouth fell open slightly, and she looked at Xiao Luo in disbelief. She had come to see another side of Xiao Luo. She had never recognized anyone as being superior to her. Still, Xiao Luo was the first man whom she saw as her better. From the bottom of her heart, she was filled with admiration for him. Brother Luo. Oh my good brother Luo, you are truly a genius. From your instructions alone, our choir standards have been raised to the next level. It seems like that Qiu Liang will really have to go and run around naked. Ha ha ha. Zhu Xiaofei guffawed. Stop licking brother Luo's boots. Ding Kai shot back righteously. Is brother Luo a genius? Of course not. There's no way he is a genius. Just when everyone was wondering why Ding Kai was trying to put down Xiao Luo, he reversed the tide unexpectedly. He spoke with awe. Brother Luo is a god among men, and he can do anything. Only the title of God is appropriate for brother Luo. Title of God, your mom. All the girls' class cursed him silently. Zhu Xiaofei immediately retorted angrily, get out of here. You call me a bootlicker, then turn around and start kissing his A**s. It looks like I should start calling you kiss A***ing instead of Kaizi. Pfft. The girls were amused by this exchange and could not hold back their laughter. Huang Ruoren clapped her hands together to quiet everyone down. Okay, stop messing around and listen to what Xiao Luo has to say. The class monitor's authority quickly silenced the room. Xiao Luo gathered his thoughts, then said, singing in harmony as a group is only the first step. The next step is singing in a round. We will sing the 4 defend together parts in a round with the wind is howling. It's straightforward, and the back row just needs to start singing 1 bar after the front row starts. Let's try it now. My God, how many tricks did Xiao Luo have up his sleeve? The girls looked at Xiao Luo with respect. After they tried singing in a round, Xiao Luo was satisfied. Every choir needs a conductor, but to perform Yellow River, we also need a narrator. Hero Luo, what's a narrator? And Xuanhuan asked, curiously. Before we all start singing, the narrator has a monologue to help the audience to understand the meaning of Yellow River, Xiao Luo explained. How about this? I've decided to make Huang Ruoren the conductor. She has a natural air of authority that can command everybody's attention, so the role is perfect for her. As for the narrator, I think Chiyu should do it. A narrator needs to be passionate and expressive to excite the listeners, and her voice has these qualities. Under Xiao Luo's guidance, the English language majors fully dedicated themselves to singing practice, and they were more enthusiastic than ever before. At the same time, astounded by his talents, they practically began to worship Xiao Luo. Since the competition was only a week away, Xiao Luo made the class go through intensive training. Aside from attending classes and taking their meals, the rest of their time was devoted to rehearsal. Everyone felt a sense of fulfillment during these few days, which brought them pure joy while also deepening their friendships and strengthening the bonds of their class. One afternoon, Xiao Luo received a call from a stranger. It was a man who'd seen his listing for a Swiss Omega watch on the internet and wanted to buy it for his girlfriend. The man even arranged a meeting point along the national highway in the suburbs. Xiao Luo was uneasy about the meeting point that the man had selected. It was far from the city, about an hour away, by taxi. Moreover, the area was deeply forested, and it had a frightening name, Wild Boar Ridge. Meeting in such a place to conduct business made it feel like they were doing something illegal. However, the man has his reasons. He explained that he was a resident in one of the county towns under the jurisdiction of Jiangqing but did not live in the city district. Hence, the proposed location was a compromise so that both parties could meet halfway and show their sincerity in making the deal. "This guy is shrewd," Zhu Xiaofei praised the man after hearing the details. By choosing to meet along the national highway at Wild Boar Ridge, he can save half of his travel expenses. Ding Kai furrowed his brow, then voiced his thoughts out loud. Brother Luo's watch is going for 59,999. If he can afford that much, why can't he afford to travel further? I'm afraid he might have bad intentions and is luring Brother Luo there to rob him. That makes sense. Kaizi has a point, and we can't rule out that possibility, Zhu Xiaofei said as his expression tensed up. Brother Luo, as a precaution, you should ask him to meet at our school. Xiao Luo shook his head as he took out the watch from a drawer. I finally managed to find someone interested in buying this watch. Since he's invited me to meet there, I'll play along. Even if he really does have bad intentions, we'll see if he can snatch the watch from my hands. That's true. Brother Luo is so good at fighting. Anyone who tries anything funny will get beaten up, Zhu Xiaofei agreed. Ding Kai looked at him disdainfully. Do you have your own opinions, or are you just going to keep flip-flopping? Piss off. I'm Brother Luo's die-hard fan. Zhu Xiaofei proudly patted his chest. Xiao Luo shook his head helplessly. Later that afternoon, Xiao Luo flagged a taxi and rushed off to the meeting point. Half an hour later, the taxi arrived. The driver was a young man in his 30s. As he took in their surroundings, Wild Boar Ridge was practically a virgin forest. The driver shuddered and asked, Bro, we are in the middle of nowhere. Why did you want to come here by yourself? The man had heard that there were some people targeting taxi drivers. They killed and robbed them, then dumped their bodies in the wilderness. He was beginning to wonder if he were a mark right now and did not engage his handbrake after stopping. He was ready to drive away at a moment's notice if anything felt off. I'm here to meet someone. Wait here for me, please. I'll need you to take me back later. Xiao Luo opened the car door and got out. Was he waiting for his accomplices? Chills gripped the driver as he was filled with tremendous anxiety. Soon after, 3 luxurious black sedans came speeding up the highway toward them before skidding to a stop not far from Xiao Luo in the middle of the road. The doors opened, and a group of men with a fearsome air dressed in black suits got out of the cars. There was no trace of anything pleasant in their expressions. F***ck. Their arrival greatly startled the taxi driver, who immediately put his pedal to the metal, speeding his green taxi out of sight. For him, this whole situation was beyond the pale. If he did not escape now, he might not get another chance. Xiao Luo did not look back at the taxi driver who had just abandoned him. He remained looking straight forward. The group consisted of 9 people, one of whom was a silver-haired youth dressed like a hipster. At a glance, he could tell that it was the young master who was in charge. The group fanned out in front before him and surround him. Xiao Luo questioned, Are you the one who called me? The silver-haired youth replied cheerily, Yep, the call came from me. Show me the money, and I'll hand over the goods, Xiao Luo replied lightly. Hearing this, a playful expression appeared on the group's faces. It seems like you're a real fool, coming out to a place like this so casually. You know, my little sister really wants you dead, the silver-haired youth cackled wickedly. Your younger sister? Xiao Luo asked, narrowing his eyes. As if right on cue, a girl emerged from the car at the front. She had a devilishly attractive figure, with a head of wavy blonde curls that seemed to sparkle in the light. Her long, slender thighs were wrapped in a light yellow miniskirt, showing off her perfect proportions. Xiao, long time no see. The girl glared viciously at Xiao Luo. It was Xuanhuan, whom he had met before at a party. Seeing her, everything fell into place in Xiao Luo's mind. Xuanhuan must have stumbled upon his watch's listing on the internet and decided to use it to lure him to this remote location and teach him a lesson with her subordinates. Xiao Luo called out to her in a joking tone, "It has been a while, hasn't it? Is Miss Fong planning to give me some spending money again today?" A flash of anger crossed Xuanhuan's face. Just recalling the shame Xiao Luo that put her through that day made her grit her teeth in hatred. She snarled, "You son of a b*tch. Still putting on airs, are you? Today I'm going to pay you back for all the humiliation I suffered, with interest." Xiao Luo let out a soft sigh of contempt. Some people were just like that. They never learned. The silver-haired youth let out a weird giggle and said to Xiao Luo, "I heard you were good in a fight, and that you managed to beat up several of the bodyguards at Fu Jiawei's house. I wonder if you'll fare as well against these men my family hired. Fair warning, they're all ex-military and powerful fighters." "Hee hee. If I were you, I would not have done that," Xiao Luo retorted mildly, the corner of his mouth tilting up in a cruel smirk. "It's just you and me here. Even if I end up killing you, the police will never trace it back to me." At that moment, Xiao Luo's eyes glazed over completely. His gaze was bleak and emotionless, devoid of any color or feeling. His body exuded an aura of bloodlust. It was so intense that it was palpable, as though the air were instantly chilled to the freezing point. He was like a pool of pitch-black ink, and the clouds of darkness around him were like a gigantic black hole, engulfing and swallowing everyone around him whole. Such a strong killing intent. The color drained from the faces of the 8 men in suits. Suddenly, they felt like they were about to suffocate. Xiao Luo was prepared to kill. The constitution of King of Mercenaries' ability had not only improved his physical abilities, but it had also changed his temperament. The silver-haired youth and Xuanhuan both felt that something was amiss. But they did not believe that Xiao Luo had the skills to win, let alone kill them. "You son of a bitch, don't make empty threats. The rubbish bodyguards at Jiawei's villa can't even be compared to the 8 men here," Xuanhuan boasted loudly and with considerable bravado, pumping herself up. "They could kill you easily if they wanted to. For them, it's simple as crushing a bug." "Is that so?" Xiao Luo smiled insidiously. The very next second, he vanished from where he had been standing and reappeared right in front of Xuanhuan like a flash of black lightning. Stretching out his hand, his grip tightened around Xuanhuan's fair neck like a pair of metal pliers. The intense feeling of being suffocated rushed to her brain. Xuanhuan was lifted up, and her feet barely even touched the ground. Severe pain swept across her whole body. Seeing the indifferent expression on Xiao Luo's face up close, she experienced genuine terror. The silver-haired youth was bewildered, and so were the 8 black-suited bodyguards who were with him. Xiao Luo had moved so quickly, snatching Xuanhuan in the blink of an eye. The bodyguards had not even had time to react. "Let go of my little sister," yelled the silver-haired youth anxiously. Xiao Luo did not react. He only lifted his head and stared coldly at Xuanhuan. "If I just exert a little more pressure, I can snap your throat and end your miserable existence. Your life is not even under your control, and you say you want to end mine?" Xuanhuan was seized in Xiao Luo's grasp like a lamb whose neck was caught between the fangs of a starving wolf. She struggled in vain, and her face turned a dark beet red. She was unable to speak, but her eyes communicated the fear welling up inside her. Her silver-haired older brother was flustered. He shouted at the 8 black-suited bodyguards, "Why are you just standing around? Kill that son of a b*tch. Kill him now." The 8 bodyguards regained their composure. As one, they lunged quickly at Xiao Luo. At this moment, just when it seemed like a huge brawl would break out, a red BMW 3 Series came barreling over, forcing its way between the two parties. The car screeched to a halt, leaving dark skid marks on the road as it came to a full stop. The car door swung open, and Chuyu stepped out dressed in an embroidered white shirt and cool emerald tulle skirt. Her dark black hair was pulled back in a playful-looking braid, while a few stray strands of hair swayed gently in front of her white jade-like forehead. She looked beautiful and refined. "Stop. Everybody stop!" Chuyu shouted. "Yo! Mistress Chu has graced us with her appearance," sneered Xiao Luo with an ironic smile. Chuyu stormed toward him, yelling, "Xiao Luo, let go of Xulan now." "Why should I? Just because you look attractive, Mistress Chu?" Xiao Luo asked callously. Fang Xulan was Chuyu's friend, so some of his displeasure at the day's events was naturally directed toward her. This explained his offensive attitude toward her. "You really want her blood on your hands? Xiao Luo, let her go." "I'm begging you," Chuyu said solemnly. At this moment, she was a far cry from her usual image of a carefree young heiress. Another car approached quickly and stopped nearby. 2 strong men climbed out. It was Xiang Gaoyang and Xiang Gaojian. "It sure is getting lively here today." Xiao Luo's eyes narrowed. "Since Mistress Chu has humbled herself to beg me, I'll let you save some face." While saying this, he tossed Fang Xulan onto the ground like a piece of litter. Freed from his grip, Fang Xulan coughed violently. She gasped greedily for air as bruises began to surface on her neck. Chuyu ran over to help her up with eyes full of resentment. "If Ying hadn't told me what was going on, I would have still been in the dark. Why did you ignore my warnings and try to go after Xiao Luo?" Fang Xulan was momentarily speechless as she struggled to swallow her grievances. "I don't want to hear it. Our friendship ends here. Today." Chuyu had said before that she would not acknowledge anyone who picked fights with Xiao Luo as her friend, and she intended to keep her word. She looked up at the silver-haired youth with a sharp accusatory glare. For a moment, he lost his cool, and he was unsure how to react. "Fang Chongqiang, you brought your bodyguards to assault someone just because Xulan asked you to? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a couple of henchmen? Should I get mine to spar with yours?" Chuyu rebuked him. "Yeah, this." "Don't call me yeah," Chuyu interrupted. "I can promise you now that, regardless of how much money your father may be offering, I will not get engaged to you." Fang Chongqiang shut his mouth in embarrassment. Xiao Luo was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected to see this wild, strong side of Chuyu. Then again, she was the daughter of the exceptional Chu Yunxiong. If Chu Yunxiong could be compared to a dragon, did that make his daughter a phoenix? Even if that were an exaggeration, she was not the kind of heiress who got flustered and cried for help at the slightest sign of trouble. That much had been made clear to him from the incident where she and Bai Ling and had been targeted by the hunter, Ma Jingfeng. "HM?" Suddenly, a strong premonition of danger descended upon him. Whiz! Almost simultaneously, 2 shots were fired. The bullets howled as they tore through the air and mercilessly pierced the bodies of Xiang Gaoyang and Xiang Gaojian with a spray of scarlet blood. Thankfully, the 2 men were alert and reacted quickly, dodging with a turn so that the bullets just missed their vital organs. Poof! As the bullets moved through their flesh, the immense impact not only shattered the 2 men's shoulder blades, but also sent them up in the air. They landed heavily on the car behind them. With a loud crack, the windshield glass shattered beneath their weight, and the shrill car alarm screamed out. "Sniper rounds?" Xiao Luo was deeply shaken. What kind of person brought a sniper rifle into Hua Nation? His mind flashed back to what Ma Jingfeng had said about the Blackwater Company. Mercenaries. Mercenaries were targeting Chuyu, and they had severely injured her two elite bodyguards with a single move. Ah! Fang Xulan finally reacted. She shrieked in fear, and the color drained from her face as she looked on in horror at the fresh blood pouring out of Xiang Gaoyang and Xiang Gaojian. The 8 black-suited bodyguards were professionals. They sprung into action to form a human barrier with the silver-haired youth and Fang Xulan in the middle, ensuring their safety. On the other hand, Chuyu was panicking. This was the first time that she'd ever been in the line of fire, and the sound of the bullets tearing through the air made her blood freeze. "Miss, you have to run. Get down and move." Xiang Gaoyang hissed at Chuyu, urging her to leave. Her safety was his top priority right now. The attacker had a sniper rifle, which meant they were not acting alone. They were definitely from an elite secret organization, and he feared they might already be surrounded. Hearing these orders, the 8 black-suited bodyguards also caught on. They quickly escorted the stupefied Fang Chongqiang and Fang Xulan away and back into the cars. "Yeah, come over quickly." Fang Chongqiang still cared deeply for Chuyu and remembered not to leave her behind. As for Fang Xulan, she was frightened to death. Her body trembled terribly, and her entire mind went blank. It was though she had lost all control of herself. Chuyu suppressed the fear gripping her heart and ran in Fang Chongqiang's direction. However, she had not taken more than a few steps when a sniper bullet streaked through the air and struck the road in front of her. There was an ear-splitting bang as a large crater was blown open in the hard road with a spray of concrete chips and dust. Chuyu staggered back in shock, losing her footing and falling into the street. "Yeah." Fang Chongqiang was about to rush out of the car to save Chuyu, but was held back by one of his black-suited bodyguards. "The enemy's target is Miss Chu. It is very dangerous for you to run out there, young Master Fang," the bodyguard warned him sternly. His job was solely to ensure the safety of Fang Chongqiang and Fang Xulan. The security of others was not his concern. But Fang Chongqiang felt trapped between a rock and a hard place. Before he could continue, a pale-faced Fang Xulan shrieked hysterically, "Drive! Go! Get us away from here quickly!" Her only thoughts were of leaving the scene of carnage, and she could not care less about what happened to Chuyu. The order was acknowledged, and the black-suited bodyguard signaled with his hand. The drivers took them away in the 3 black sedans, zooming out of sight in an instant. The hidden mercenaries had not been firing at them, so their target was obviously Chuyu. "Fang Chongqiang, Fang Xulan, you guys." Chuyu could not believe that Fang Chongqiang's group would actually leave her behind and escape. After all, their fathers were very close friends. With her 2 bodyguards out of action, leaving her here was basically a death sentence. As she turned to look, she realized Xiao Luo had also disappeared. Despair filled her thoughts at this moment, and she felt forsaken by the entire world. "Xiao Luo, don't you have some incredible skills? Why did you run away too?" She did not understand why she felt this way, but being abandoned by Xiao Luo hurt her far more than when the Fang siblings deserted her. She cursed him grudgingly, and her beautiful face was slick with falling tears. "You're just going to sit there and wait to get shot?" She heard someone calling out to her. As he spoke stiffly, he was clearly a foreigner whose mother tongue was not Chinese. 3 large Western men stepped out from the dense forest. Each was carrying a rifle and wearing combat gear that she did not recognize. Xiang Gaoyang and Xiang Gaojian drew their sidearms from their waists and prepared to counterattack. Just then, one of the 3 attackers, a black man, rested the muzzle of his gun on Chuyu's head. In an icy deadpan voice, he shouted, "If you want your miss to live, then drop your weapons now." The 3 gunmen gave off the air of trained killers. Xiang Gaoyang and Xiang Gaojian recognized this at once, and they immediately stopped and obediently placed their handguns on the ground. "That's a good boy." One of the other burly men walked over to them with a grin, then smashed their heads with the butt of his rifle. There was a splatter of blood, and the two men sank into the red puddle pooling below them. Their consciousness faded, and their vision blurred. TSK. This chick is much prettier in person." The black man lifted Chuyu's chin in one hand, ignoring her pained expression and clenched teeth. In a low voice, he chuckled, "Especially this cute little mouth. It's a real masterpiece." Saying this, he grabbed a fistful of her hair and started rubbing her pretty face into his crotch. "You bastard." Xiang Gaoyang and Xiang Gaojian howled with rage, like the dying roars of two injured lions. However, before they could get up from the pools of blood in which they were lying, two kicks landed heavily on their stomachs. The tremendous impact made them curl up in pain like prawns. Their faces scrunched up in agony, and they began groaning uncontrollably. If they had not been shot, they could have avoided this shameful situation and put up some resistance. Yet, now that they had fallen into enemy hands, what else could they do but feel remorse for their circumstances? The black man took out a walkie-talkie and radioed to his allies. Scorpion Head, come in. This is Black Tail. We have captured the target. I repeat. We have captured the target. Copy that. Good work. Regroup at the rendezvous point 2, click southwest. Eagle is here for extraction. Get over here ASAP, a raspy voice radioed back. Roger that, the black man replied, then shut off the walkie-talkie. With a playful expression on his face, he joked, "We're just here to catch a little girl. Isn't our boss going a bit overboard? We should still stay on our guard. Don't be careless." Ma Jingfeng made that mistake and failed his mission. "We don't want to follow in his footsteps," warned the third mercenary, who had a slenderer build. "He's right. Chu Yunxiong is a business tycoon who's aware that his daughter is at risk," added the other mercenary. "There's no way he only sent 2 bodyguards to protect her. There should be more men in hiding somewhere." The black man sneered disdainfully, "If there were more, then they would have shown themselves already. You guys don't think that the young kid who fled earlier was her guard, do you?" The slender man looked him in the eyes, with his eyebrows raised. He was clearly thinking the black man was messing around. The black man was, of course, referring to Xiao Luo. Their team snipers could have easily killed everyone at the scene. However, their assignment this time was a kidnapping and not a hit, so they'd elected not to murder everyone. In any event, Xiao Luo looked small and weak. He seemed to pose no threat to them, so they had not even considered the possibility that he could be one of Chuyu's bodyguards. "Let's move out. We're regrouping with Eagle." The black man picked up a despondent Chuyu and headed back into the depths of the forest. As mercenaries, their exfiltration route would not be along the national highway, they were much more at home in the bush. Miss. Xiang Gaoyang and Xiang Gaojian struggled to give chase, but the mercenary nearest to them raised his weapon and gave them 2 more blows to the head with the butt of his rifle, knocking them unconscious. "Let go of me. Let go." Chiyu was screaming in a panic, and her almond-shaped eyes shone with tears. For the first time, she wished she had listened to her father and not stubbornly chased away so many of her bodyguards. "Miss, if you keep struggling, then I don't mind giving you a taste of what I can do. Just as the Great Wall of your Hua nation is long, my member is also very long and very interested in a fine gal like you." Hee hee. The man laughed obscenely, which scared Chuyu into silence. Noting that Chuyu was cooperating, the black man signaled to the snipers hiding in the forest and indicated that they were pulling out. However, one of the snipers stayed frozen in place. His face was full of horror as he stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the blood-stained blade protruding from his mouth. Thick, viscous blood poured out in a torrent. It was his own knife, so how had it gotten stuck in the back of his neck? His eyes were fully open, taking everything in. But his brain quickly lost any ability to process information. Death was not so charitable as to wait for him, and his final dying thoughts were occupied by unanswered questions. He could not understand how he had been killed. He was holding the high ground, so he should have been the first to know if anyone approached from below. How had his assailant snuck up to him without anyone noticing? It was incomprehensible and unbelievable. A Chaitak M200 sniper rifle, with an effective range of 2,500 yards. Yes, this should do just fine. Xiao Luo picked up the weapon from the body of the sniper he had just murdered and smiled slightly. The warmth from the gun made his blood boil, and his whole body felt like it was on fire. Looking through the scope to scan other potential nearby vantage points, he quickly zeroed in on the second sniper. A bullet was fired, and the sheer force of the impact mercilessly blew open the other sniper's head. Then, he turned and pointed the rifle's muzzle at the three mercenaries kidnapping Chuyu and squeezed the trigger. Whiz! A bullet took off. Breaking the sound barrier, it screamed toward one of the men. Poof! The bullet's unstoppable force penetrated the torso of the man at the rear, tearing a bloody hole through his chest with terrifying destructive power. The bullet struck his heart and lungs, which spilled out behind him on the ground in a pulpy mess. The man's eyes widened as he looked down blankly at his own chest. Then, he wordlessly toppled backward onto the ground, another corpse joining the ranks of the restless dead. Ah! Seeing such a grisly scene unfold right before her eyes, Chuyu screamed loudly with her almond-shaped eyes wide open. The black man yelled, "Get to cover!" The slender man reacted immediately and moved to take cover behind a large boulder, but he was too late. Anyone in Xiao Luo's line of sight was an easy target. Another bullet burst out from the sniper rifle and bit into the man's thigh like the sharp fang of a savage tiger. Crack! His whole thigh came off as if torn apart by a great force. Blood gushed out from the wound with a gurgling sound, and a wretched cry erupted from the slender man's mouth. Thin monkey! The black man's face darkened, and he moved closer to the slender man, putting Chuyu between himself and the sniper as a human shield. "Don't come over here." "It's a trap," shouted the slender man. "The enemy deliberately left me wounded but alive to draw you out into his line of fire. If you come over here, you'd be playing right into his hands." The black man stopped where he was. He picked up his intercom to radio his sniper, "Vulture, Vulture. Do you copy? Do you copy? Save your breath." "Vulture and the others are dead," the slender man shot back hoarsely. He was sweating profusely from the intense pain. F*******. The black man swore angrily with a ferocious expression, smashing the intercom to pieces on the ground. This turn of events was an unwelcome surprise. This was supposed to be an easy mission, but an expert was lurking in the shadows. He put his mouth close to Chuyu's ear and shouted roughly in a roaring voice, "Who was the guy that was hiding? Speak up." "I don't know. I don't know." The frightened Chuyu shook her head vigorously. She really had no idea and was too afraid to think. Her mind had gone blank when she'd smelled the freshly spilled blood. Fear, despair, and anxiety all gripped her heart. **T, if you don't talk, then I'll rape you right now." The black man's emotions were in turmoil. The death of his companions had made him extremely dangerous, and he was like a rabid starving wolf. Chiyu pressed her lips together, weeping uncontrollably in a panic. "Black Tail, take the target and get out of here." "Regroup with Eagle," the slender man rasped. He had already lost a lot of blood and seemed exhausted. His face was as pale as a sheet. "Shit. I'm not leaving without you," the black man retorted angrily. The slender man smiled sadly. We've been living dangerously, life on the edge, and we're always gambling with our lives. I've now lost a leg. Even if I get out of this alive, I'll just be a useless cripple. I don't give a damn. The slender man interrupted harshly, Black Tail, you know the rules. Don't do something that will make me lose my respect for you. The black man squeezed his eyes shut. He struggled to push aside his sorrow and hesitation, before clenching his teeth and fleeing with Chiyu in tow. Not long after, Xiao Luo came down from his sniper's nest. It was you? The slender man looked in horror at Xiao Luo. He could not believe that the harmless-looking young man whom they'd spared was capable of causing so much damage. He actually left you behind. Looks like your companion isn't stupid, Xiao Luo remarked lightly. The slender man looked up rebelliously. We members of the Red Scorpion Mercenary Corps are no pushovers. You are going to pay for this. Oh, really? Xiao Luo smiled mockingly. I wonder if you have heard of our old saying. What saying? The slender man asked. Mercenaries are not allowed in Hua Nation. Intruders must die. Xiao Luo spoke softly, but his words dripped with seemingly infinite killing intent. He spun around and clenched his left hand into a claw. With a rush of wind, he brought his fist flashing across the slender man's neck like a bolt of lightning. Poof! With a single, savage sweep, flesh and bone were torn asunder. A bloody gash appeared in the man's neck from which his warm lifeblood sprayed out. Without a backward glance at the slender man, Xiao Luo chased after the black man. Unable to move, the slender man slumped onto the ground with a glassy stare. His blood continued to pour out, staining the ground around him red. He twitched violently, and there was no more hope of survival for him. He could only desperately, painfully wait for the Grim Reaper. Wild Boar Ridge was a dense forest. Canopies of countless tall trees blocked out the sun, while the ground was thickly covered in green moss and shrubs. It was very easy to get lost in this forest. Furthermore, many wild animals were roaming around. The black man who'd kidnapped Chiyu made it about 500 yards before Xiao Luo caught up to them. Xiao Luo exerted his full strength. Accelerating his already rapid pace, he swiftly appeared before the black man. He exhaled coldly and sent a vicious sweeping kick flying toward the man's knee. The man's knee shattered with a loud crack, and his long, straight leg was instantly bent backward. It looked as effortless to Xiao Luo as snapping a bamboo pole. Intense agony surged through the black man's body as he staggered and dropped onto his good knee. Before he could even cry out in pain, Xiao Luo's iron leg was soaring through the air, straight toward the man's chest. The roaring wind from his kick's pressure made the man break out in a cold sweat. Desperately, the black man crossed his arms over his chest to block the blow, so Xiao Luo's kick landed squarely on his arms. Boom! As though he'd been rammed by a train, the black man's bulk was sent flying backward in a straight line. He only came to a stop when he smashed into the trunk of a large tree. The insides of his chest were turning over violently as thick blood gushed from his mouth. The explosive, terrifying power of his opponent made him temporarily forget the pain. Instead, he tried to discern the identity of this man who had kicked him. When he saw that it was Xiao Luo, his face wore the same expression of disbelief as the slender man's. Who would have thought that a young kid they'd overlooked would come back to bite them as such a fearsome enemy? As Xiao Luo readied the killing blow, his heightened senses picked up on a large group of mercenaries a few hundred yards away. They were quickly approaching. He stopped himself short, turning to pick up the terrified Chiyu. Slamming both feet into the ground, he shot off like a bullet and disappeared like a ghost. It did not take long for the strong one-eyed man from the Red Scorpion Mercenary Corps with the codename Eagle to arrive at the scene with 10 other members in full combat gear. Seeing the heavily injured black man, the one-eyed man sprinted over to deliver emergency first aid. Black Tail, what happened here? Where's the target? The strong one-eyed man asked urgently. Gritting his teeth, the black man known as Black Tail answered, the enemy was hiding an ace up their sleeve. Everyone else in our squad was killed in action. *T. How did this happen? Eagle punched himself hard in the thigh in frustration before continuing, which way did they go? Blacktail pointed in the direction where Xiao Luo had gone. East. Eagle waved to the rest of his men. 2 of you stay behind with Blacktail. The rest of you are with me. Yes sir, the group replied in unison. Blacktail, you get some good rest. I'll make him regret ever being born, the strong one-eyed man said, patting the black man's shoulder. Be careful. He's armed with a sniper rifle, and his aim is impeccable. Blacktail warned solemnly. Got it. With a hand signal, the strong one-eyed man gave chase, leading his group of men eastward. At the same time, he took out his walkie, radioing a report to the Red Scorpion Mercenary Corps' leader. Boss, Blacktail was taken down in an ambush. The target is on the move fleeing east. As if gathering his thoughts, the radio stayed silent for a moment. Then, a raspy voice sounded from the speaker, hunt them down. No holds barred. It was a short phrase, but thick with determination and murderous intent. Sir, yes sir, Eagle acknowledged the order with the hardened gaze of a trained killer. Then, the group of mercenaries fanned out in the dense forest like a pack of hungry wolves, following Xiao Luo and Chuyu's trail. Chuyu was a girl who'd born with a silver spoon in her mouth, and this was the first time in her life that she'd ever gone through such a traumatic experience. She did not even realize that she had been rescued by Xiao Luo until she noticed that she could no longer smell the black man's body odor anymore. Looking up, she froze. Xiao, pretentious *CK? Her almond-shaped eyes widened, and her mouth opened, forming a small O. She was shocked by this sudden turn of events, and could have never imagined that Xiao Luo would rescue her. Didn't he leave her behind and flee? Mistress Chu, if you don't want to be sullied by a bunch of burly Westerners, you'd better be quiet. If you don't cooperate, I'll throw you to the wolves. Xiao Luo advised, coldly. If not for his promise to Chu Yunxiong, he would have gladly stayed out of this situation. He did not particularly care for Chu Yu as a girl and had no feelings of affection for her whatsoever. Pretentious *CK, you, I'll bite you to death. Chu Yu was infuriated. She opened her little mouth and bit down hard on Xiao Luo's shoulder. 2 neat rows of silver-white teeth sunk deep into Xiao Luo's flesh. Xiao Luo gritted his teeth, shaking off her bite forcefully with a frigid expression on his face. You don't really believe that I would abandon you? Don't you do it. Chu Yu's frail figure shuddered, and panic flashed in her eyes. Disregarding any cultural taboos between men and women, she clung tightly to Xiao Luo like an octopus. I'll do whatever you say, pretentious *CK. Please don't leave me behind. The memories of the black man and the grisly scenes had deeply traumatized her, and the shock made her feel like the world was ending. Her emotional state was currently close to that of a full meltdown. Xiao Luo's appearance had been like a lifeline from heaven when she'd come close to drowning, so now she held on to him for dear life. She felt like this was the best surprise she had ever received in her life, and being in Xiao Luo's arms brought her an inexplicable sense of security. While sprinting through the forest at an incredible pace, Xiao Luo looked down and remarked, "You should really be grateful that you have such a good father." If Chu Yunxiong had not recognized his worth, he would not have accepted this assignment. Hearing this, Chu Yu was stunned speechless. Xiao Luo had been sent by her father, Chu Yunxiong, to watch over her. So, it was no coincidence that the figure that she and Bai Ling had seen that night so closely resembled Xiao Luo? Was that why Xiao Luo acted so strangely in school? Was he always following her? Everything that had transpired thus far could be explained if Xiao Luo's purpose here was to ensure her safety. Just then, it all clicked. A strange emotion welled up from deep within her, an indescribable mix of feelings. A low shout brought her back to reality. Hang on tight. Xiao Luo jumped up mid-sprint, leaping like a wild tiger, and bounded over a small stream that spanned 3 yards. Qiyu experienced the jumping motion distinctly. It felt like playing on a swing, but far more thrilling and stimulating because she could see a 7 to 8 yard drop downstream. The meandering creek in these lofty mountains flowed into a waterfall, deep in the forest. Ah! She could not hold back her scream and tightened her grip on Xiao Luo, afraid she might fall. Can't you women do anything other than scream? Xiao Luo's expression was unsympathetic as he criticized her. Qiyu was irked to the point of tears. She replied while looking up at him grudgingly, I don't want to, but I can't help myself. It's just too scary. If you're scared, then just close your eyes. Xiao Luo barked haughtily. Biting her lip, Qiyu burrowed her face into Xiao Luo's chest. Target acquired, roughly 500 yards straight ahead. Lock and load. Prepare to engage. Eagle relayed his orders to the squad. He tightened his grip on his firearm and sped up his pursuit. Xiao Luo was well aware of the men pursuing them. The mercenaries of the Blackwater Company were tenacious. If he were by himself, shaking them off would be a piece of cake, but it was much more difficult with Qiyu. Even if he ran at full speed, he could not get away from the lightly equipped members of the Red Scorpion Mercenary Corps. He needed to think of a plan. Xiao Luo looked at his surroundings with a furrowed brow as he brainstormed a way out of this. It would be great if he could deposit Qiyu in a safe location. Alone, he was fully confident of his ability to kill the mercenaries chasing after him. As he ran, he spotted another small river. The banks were muddy due to shrub growth, and anyone walking along it would be quickly covered in dark mud. That's it. Xiao Luo had a flash of inspiration. He looked down at the beauty in his arms. He would let her suffer a little and get his revenge for that time when she'd humiliated him at the party. Do I really have to hide here? It's so cold. Autumn had just passed, and the weather was cool. It was neither cold nor hot, but the water from the river that flowed down from deep in the mountains was icy. Following Xiao Luo's instructions, Qiyu was lying half buried in the mud. She was shivering from the cold, as she pleaded piteously to Xiao Luo. Unless you want to get chewed up and spat out, you need to stay hidden right here. Then, handing her a hollow reed tube, Xiao Luo reassured her sincerely, just give me 40, no, 20 minutes to deal with these mercenaries. Then you can come back out. Qiyu wrestled with her misgivings for a moment, before finally deciding to obey Xiao Luo and hide in the filthy mud. Don't forget about me. I'm afraid that I won't be able to climb out of here by myself. She lowered herself in backward, slowly, and her voice was little as a mosquito, but the words clearly embedded themselves in Xiao Luo's heart. Perhaps it was normal for a man to feel some sympathy for a beauty like her. I won't. Xiao Luo heaped mud on her, concealing her entirely from sight, before wading into the river. The river was neither broad nor deep, and the water only came up to his thigh. Pa. Qiyu heard the sound of footsteps. It sounded as if they were walking right next to her, and she held her breath in fear. The strong one-eyed man codenamed Eagle noticed the muddy footprints near the boulders. There were 2 sets of prints, one small and one large, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He boomed in a frosty tone, they passed through here, after all, the sneaky fellow. If he follows the river, soon we won't be able to track him. Quickly now, spread out downstream, and whistle if you see any trace of mud in the water. He's carrying the girl, so he can't be moving faster than us. The row of men hurried along the river. Experience was a good thing, but sometimes it backfired. At the moment, they were dancing in the palm of Xiao Luo's hand, as he had planned to make them split up. No longer held back by Qiyu, Xiao Luo doubled his speed. Moving like a phantom through the forest, he began his hunt. This is unbelievable. Where the hell did that guy go? We've been following him for so long and haven't found any trace of him yet. To evade us while carrying a girl, this guy must really be something. Two members of the Red Scorpion Mercenary Corps searched their surroundings, feeling despondent. Neither of them noticed a vine silently lowering from the tree branch above and closing in on the head of a burly mercenary with a red face. The vine tightened around his neck, and the burly man instinctively grabbed at it, but a large force pulled him upward. His neck was caught tightly by the noose, and he was unable to breathe, let alone make any sound. He struggled in a silent panic, trying to reach out and tap his partner. But the man was 2 paces ahead of him, and his fingers were just a few inches too short. His face swelled up with blood, becoming beet red, and he watched helplessly as his oblivious partner walked away. Whoosh! The burly man was yanked up into the tree canopy. Through the dappled light filtering in through the leaves, he saw a handsome emotionless face. His eyes widened in shock as he tried to suck in air, but it seemed to solidify around him, and none of it entered his windpipe. With a face full of agony, the burly red-faced man gaped at Xiao Luo. His hand reached for his intercom, but Xiao Luo lightly pressed down on it, so he could no longer move. His struggling became weaker as the noose around his neck tightened as he struggled. He felt death by asphyxiation approaching. His partner, who was ahead of him, finally noticed that something was off and turned around. What? Where did he go? Red Ghost? Red Ghost? He yelled out his partner's code name twice. His voice carried through the forest, but there was no reply. As though his voice was swallowed by a monster lurking in the shadows, he could not hear a sound, not even an echo. He began to feel completely flustered and surveyed his surroundings warily while reporting to Eagle on his walkie. Eagle, come in. Red Ghost is missing. I repeat, Red Ghost is missing. What do you mean missing? He's right behind you. The GPS shows your positions overlapping. Eagle's voice came back through the intercom. As an elite armed mercenary squad, they naturally had access to top-of-the-line GPS technology. The position of each of his men showed as a red dot on his watch. What? Overlapping? The man, whose code name was White Ape, broke out in a cold sweat. His gaze drifted slowly upward only to see a man hanging from the tree above him. It was his burly red-faced partner. Red Ghost's face was drained of blood with a stunned expression. His tongue stuck out of his mouth. Ah! White Ape felt chilled to the bone, and he let out a scream as he took a few steps back. White Ape, report, what is going on over there? Eagle roared, his voice carrying from the intercom. Red Ghost is dead, hanged from a tree. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. White Ape's teeth chattered as he spoke, but before he could finish, a razor-sharp dagger pierced his chest. The blade was slick with blood as it was pulled back out from behind him in a swift and violent motion. The knife had stabbed straight through his torso, accurately puncturing his heart. Poof! Hot fresh blood spurted from his wound. White Ape's expression went stiff, and his eyes opened wide in horror as he collapsed into a pool of his own blood. White Ape, do you copy? Respond. Do you copy? Eagle's urgent shouting echoed from the intercom's earpiece. Xiao Luo displayed no visible emotion. He lifted his right leg and stamped down fiercely, shattering the radio into pieces. Tiny electronic pieces scattered all over the ground. Lifting his gaze, he stared out into the depths of the forest, mumbling to himself, 11 more to go. Then, with the agility of a monkey, he sprang up into the trees, shaking a few branches as he passed by. A few leaves floated down slowly. *T. Eagle swore out loud, then ordered his squad, all men head quickly toward White Ape and Red Ghost's position. Now, immediately, go. A string of replies sounded from his walkie, yes sir. Meanwhile, a large contingent of police was heading to their location, having received the call from Fang Chongqiang. The piercing scream of police sirens rang out as the convoy rushed toward Wild Boar Ridge. Team Leader Gu, the perpetrators are armed with sniper rifles. It looks like they're not your average criminals. I don't care who they are. If they're stirring up trouble in Jiangqing, then they have no respect for our police force. Send word that I want each major branch to send their best men ASAP to Wild Boar Ridge. We will surround the area and form a net that no man, not even a bug, can escape, Gu Qianlin thundered fiercely from inside one of the police cars. Dressed in her police uniform, she had a refreshingly beautiful appearance and cut a lean, handsome figure. Her short hair was neatly tucked behind her ears in a bun, and her elegant, pure eyes flashed with righteous fury. With part of his squad, Eagle made for White Ape and Red Ghost's last known position as unidentifiable sounds were transmitted through his intercom. It sounded like the raspy cry of ducks having their throats cut as, one by one, the red dots on his GPS stopped moving. D***net. What the hell is happening? He knew the situation had taken a bad turn, but the strong one-eyed man still wanted to see it for himself. When they reached the men's last known position, they saw White Ape lying motionless in a pool of blood and Red Ghost hanging from a tree. They went pale from fear, unable to tear their eyes away. When they'd all gathered together, there were only 8 of them left. All of the mercenaries were on edge now, and the forest itself seemed to close in around them threateningly. They felt as though they were surrounded in all directions by enemies lurking in the depths. Panic streaked across Eagle's face. The matter at hand was simply too evil. These people had silently sacrificed 5 people without even seeing their faces. He suspected that his opponent was not even human to begin with, but a bloodthirsty ghost. A large conglomerate, the Crocodile of Hua Nation's business community, had taken over the hunt for Chu Yunxiong's daughter. This time, the bold decision had been made by the Red Scorpion mercenaries. After all, Chu Yunxiong was not just someone influential in Hua Nation. On an international level, he wielded considerable influence. If this operation were completed successfully, the Red Scorpion mercenaries' position within the company would be significantly improved. But nobody could have imagined that Chu Yunxiong had such a crazy guy beside him. More than just playing with them out in the jungle, it was like this guy was the very scythe of the Grim Reaper, relentlessly harvesting lives. I must find him and use the cruelest punishment in the world to torture him to death slowly. Eagle growled with a fierce look. The muscles at the corner of his mouth were twitching, and he was completely deranged. Just at that moment, a sniper bullet blasted through space flew right at him. It tore through the air with the roaring sound of the wind. Pew! The single bullet pierced the necks of the 2 brawlers. A bloody mist exploded, and the 2 men fell into a pool of their own blood without an opportunity to even scream or make a sound. Blood gushed from their necks. Killing 2 with a single shot was a genuinely excellent and terrifying way of shooting. Target acquired. He is at. After a short pause, one of the squad members finally discovered Xiao Luo's hiding place. As he was readying his shot, he quickly reported back to Eagle and the others. However, he'd greatly underestimated Xiao Luo's reactive ability. Just as soon as he'd relayed the message, another sniper bullet came flying accurately toward his head, which exploded like a watermelon. Red and white innards spilled all over the ground. **T. Eagle cursed and stomped around with fury. Raising the weapon in his hands, he fired a blind shot toward Xiao Luo's hiding place. Bang! The bullets that had been fired reverberated violently in the air. It brought with it a high temperature that could burn everything, and the naked eye couldn't see its trajectory. This bullet flew and only marginally missed Xiao Luo's ear, though its whistling sound made his eardrums hum. He had narrowly missed being taken out by the Grim Reaper. No matter how strong one's heart may be, the shock from such a thing could make anyone break out in a cold sweat. He calmed down quickly and was gone by the time Eagle and the others arrived. He just vanished like a ghost. Come out. Come out, D***nit. One-Eyed Eagle roared in anger, then changed up his weapons to a submachine gun. He directed a frantic spray of bullets at the surrounding bushes, which swept across everything. Fire snakes, broken branches, and leaves were sent flying, and there was sawdust everywhere. The commotion alarmed a flock of birds. Until the rounds in the assault weapon were all emptied, Eagle was still depressing the trigger. The submachine made a click sound, signifying an empty chamber, and thick white smoke floated out from the muzzle. At that moment, the remaining 4 people were terrified because they felt a pressure unlike any they'd ever known before. Xiao Luo bit down on his dagger, and like a ravenous wolf, he rushed out from the tall grass toward a man. The man realized he was being attacked and turned around, but it was too late. The powerful dagger had accumulated considerable energy, and it slid across his throat. Pew! It all happened as fast as lightning, and his flesh was easily sliced open. Fresh blood erupted out. Xiao Luo turned around on the spot, twisting backward and suddenly attacking the area in front of him to the left. His movements were like flowing water in clouds. Everything happened simultaneously, as if a turning angle was but a straight line. Clenching his hands into fists, Xiao Luo conjured up a frightening wind. It seemed to tear the air and hit the big man in front of him. Bang! Click! The hard, iron fist was like a steel hammer, and it left an imprint in the big man's chest. It was a force as scary as a tsunami. The man's sternum ruptured, puncturing his heart. Scarlet blood spewed forth, and his body flew backward until it collided heavily with the trunk of a tree. The tree was the size of 2 bodies, and it violently shook as countless green leaves fluttered down. It was as if a beast had clawed out the man's heart, and his life had suddenly evaporated. Fierce, tyrannical, and unrelenting shots. A fatal blow. D***nit. He is here. A bald mercenary reacted, then aimed his submachine gun at Xiao Luo and fired sweeping shots. Xiao Luo surged forward with full force, running as fast as a cheetah. He didn't let a single bullet touch him. He kept his body low and hurried forward with a strange feeling of peace. Xiao Luo let out another cold snort, and his strong legs made a whistling sound before slamming into the bald man's knee. With a click, his straight, long legs instantly bent backward, and he let out a scream. Before he could react, the dagger in Xiao Luo's hands slit his throat in a flash. Pew! The arteries ruptured, and a fountain of blood fiercely spurted. The bald man's eyes widened and filled with fear. He dropped his firearm as he reached with both hands to cover his bleeding throat. But no matter what he did, he could not stop the bleeding and collapsed to the ground as if his bones had lost all their support. His limbs twitched before death finally claimed him. In an instant, 3 men had been killed. And death's sigh did not stop there. The blood-stained dagger carried all the vengeance of its master as it crossed a distance of 3 to 4 yards before plunging with a piu-chu sound into a square-faced man's chest. Although One-Eyed Eagle was the head of this squad, only one of his men was able to accurately lock onto Xiao Luo. But he did not dare to shoot because Xiao Luo and the square-faced man's positions were almost overlapping. Or, put another way, the square-faced man had become Xiao Luo's puppet. His body was being controlled as it shook side to side. Xuanyao! Xuanyao! Eagle yelled twice at the square-faced man and raised his weapon to eye level. He moved to set up the kill even though Xiao Luo was still using the square-faced man as cover. The only problem was that no matter how many times he moved, the square-faced man and Xiao Luo always were in a straight line. Because of the massive size of the square-faced man, Xiao Luo was blocked entirely. If someone were watching this scene without context, they would think that it consisted solely of the one-eyed brawler and the square-faced man, who was in a weird position and behaving like a puppet on a string. The whole situation gave off a strange and eerie feeling. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down Eagle's forehead as he screamed at Xiao Luo, "Let him go! Let him go!" It would be a lie to say he was not panicking. Was his enemy really human? How could one man have killed so many of his companions in so little time? Just then, with the square-faced man's back to Eagle, his feet were lifted in the air. As if possessed by an evil spirit, the square-faced man quickly approached him. "Stop. Stop now." One-eyed Eagle's eyes widened, and his mind seized up. Based on the swinging of his teammates' limbs, and the hoarse voice coming from his throat, he was sure that the square-faced man had not died yet. But it was precisely because his comrade was not dead that he did not shoot. Although they were cold-blooded mercenaries, there was no need for him to kill one of his own companions like this. But as the square-faced man came closer, Eagle felt even more threatened. He could feel every hair on his body standing up, and he was sure that he was as good as waiting for death. After fighting his dark thoughts, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Go to hell, you be *tch mutt." He pulled the trigger of his sniper rifle. At almost the same time, Xiao Luo pulled his dagger out of the square-faced man's chest and rushed at Eagle. The sniper bullet just barely whizzed by the square-faced man, while the sight of Xiao Luo's face narrowly dodged it. Like a fierce tiger, he pounced on Eagle with his dagger. The blade was like a tiger's exposed fangs, exuding a menacing aura. Eagle only saw the knife flash in front of him and felt the powerful impact of his sniper rifle. He staggered backward a few steps before regaining his balance. He couldn't help but stare. The barrel of his gun had been cut clean off. The split was smooth and neat as if it had been formed by a laser. "The gun is broken?" Xiao Luo put away his knife and stood up. His face revealed a playful smile. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill this one-eyed brawler, but so far, he had only allowed his dagger to reach the sniper rifle. Eagle looked at this Xuanhuan national in front of him, who was only about 4 to 5 inches shorter than him, and the Westerner could not believe his eyes. The one who had been leading them by the nose, the ghost that had harvested a dozen lives, was just a thin, meek kid. Eagle felt like he could lift him up with one hand. However, as a member of the team hired to hunt him down, a team that had been fighting for their lives for almost a decade, Eagle quickly calmed down and flung his sniper rifle to the side. He took out the dagger that hung around his waist and adopted a fighting sense. He viciously challenged the boy, "I will make you pay, you Hua pig. So many of you have died by my hand, and so now it's all down to you?" Xiao Luo sneered disdainfully, wiping the blood off his dagger. "There is a price to be paid for your arrogance. Yuga!" Eagle roared loudly as he twirled his feet and slammed into Xiao Luo. There was no fancy technique involved, just one swift motion, wrapped with murderous intent. The dagger stabbed toward Xiao Luo's neck, aiming to end his life with a single stroke. "You're overestimating yourself," Xiao Luo sneered. His eyes narrowed, and just as Eagle's dagger was about to drive into him, his left foot staggered backward, and his body twisted forcibly. When the opponent's blade closed in on his chest, at the same time, his own knife danced fancily before its tip plunged into the one-eyed man's throat. Pew! Blood began to flow, and the body of the one-eyed man stopped. His eyes were full of disbelief. One move. In just one move, he was defeated. How could that be? He was Eagle, leader of the Red Scorpion mercenaries. He was the only one who could kill someone else in a split second. Why was it that now? Fright clouded Eagle's eyes. His expression was puzzled, and he couldn't understand the reason. Xiao Luo threw his shoulder back to the left, then thrust forward with his right hand. His posture was as elegant as a swordsman's, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. This gave him a cold-blooded aura. "Allow me to reunite with your brother." With a faint smile, he withdrew the dagger, and the blood that followed was like a dammed-up reservoir that had finally found a breach in the one-eyed brawler's neck. Eagle shouted hoarsely and fell back to the ground. His blood flowed out quickly, and his physical strength seeped from his body, as did his soul. Xiao Luo tossed aside the bloody dagger and turned away. Back at the shore, Chiyu had dug herself out of the mud like a fish. Her eyes were closed, and her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Her red lips had turned black from the cold, and her teeth chattered constantly. Like greenhouse flowers that had been hit by a storm, people's hearts ached for her. Xiao Luo carried her to the river and washed away the dirt from her body with clean water. Chiyu, who had recovered slightly, opened her big eyes, and there was a pitiful, pitiful light. I thought you had left me." While she talked, tears rolled down her face. Today's experience alone was enough for her to remember him for a lifetime. Xiao Luo did not have much to say to comfort her. He only had one simple command: undress. What? Chiyu thought that she had heard wrong. The wind blew, and her body trembled even more as she clutched her hands tightly in front of her chest. She dared not move. Xiao Luo was too lazy to explain and took off her clothes. "What are you doing? Don't touch me. Don't touch me." Chiyu screamed loudly, hitting Xiao Luo's back fiercely like a cat whose tail has just been stepped on. Xiao Luo ignored her and rudely peeled off her white shirt but did not remove her black lingerie. Her upper body was almost entirely naked, and her jade-like skin gave off a seductive air. There was no trace of impurity in her eyes. Xiao Luo immediately took off his clothes and put them on her. At that moment, Chiyu felt an unprecedented warmth. All the coldness disappeared. Her body was warm. She now knew she had misunderstood this guy. A large pair of watery eyes stared blankly at Xiao Luo, who was now shirtless. She did not know what this feeling was, but it seemed as though a little deer was running around frantically in her heart. "If I were you, I would move around a little to keep my body warm instead of staring at a half-naked man in a daze." Xiao Luo lowered his head and said faintly, "People may not get sick immediately after soaking in cold water for a long time. But if they don't warm up immediately after coming out of the water, then they will get sick within a few minutes." "Oh." Chiyu appeared to be blushing. She slowly stood up and moved carefully. "Pretentious D, Xiao Luo, thank you. You should call me Pretentious D *CK again." "It feels weird for you to call me by my name," Xiao Luo said, frowning. Chiyu laughed and said, "I also feel like it's better to keep calling you Pretentious D *CK. I'm already so used to it." Xiao Luo maintained his distant posture and looked at her with a blank expression on his face. "Don't be all smiley," he said, "danger is still lurking." "Ah? Then should I hide in the mud again?" Chiyu asked, startled. "No, just follow me." Xiao Luo coughed dryly. He just wanted to scare Chiyu a little. Even if there were other mercenaries, they had probably evacuated by now. After all, even if Huan Nation's police were notoriously slow to respond, it was about time for them to arrive. The two marched several hundred yards toward the national highway. Soon, a large number of special police came into view in the dense forest ahead. They were all fanned out, searching the area. "It's the police. The police." Chiyu was very excited. There was no time like now to be excited about seeing the police. "You are safe now. If they ask you what happened, just say that a stranger saved you." "Don't expose me," Xiao Luo said, urging her as his feet slammed to the ground and charged into the jungle. Soon, he disappeared from Chiyu's sight. When Chu Yunxiong found out that his daughter, Chu Yu, had been involved in an accident, he immediately rushed over to Wild Boar Ridge. The cops had just found her when he arrived on the scene. 50 nameless men in suits stood around the perimeter with stern expressions on their faces and their hands behind their backs. Xianxia was standing right at the front of the group. He wasn't a tall man, and he was actually a little bit fat. Despite looking and feeling haggard, he put on a youthful smile when he saw that Qiyu was unscathed. "You old geezer. I thought that I wasn't going to see you again." "Hoo-hoo." Qiyu rushed over to embrace her father and started bawling in his arms. Her slim, fragile body was like that of a deer in shock as she shivered uncontrollably. The events that had taken place that afternoon had severely frightened her and left their imprint in her psyche. She had witnessed death and experienced what it was like to be caught fighting a brutal battle of life and death. She felt like she had returned from a tour of the very depths of hell. "Everything is fine. It's all over now. Everything is fine." Xianxia patted her back lovingly and comforted her. His old, muddy eyes expressed much of the guilt that he was feeling. He was the one who had brought this terrible situation upon his own daughter. If it had been up to him, he would have much preferred that he'd been the one assaulted instead. If something unthinkable happened to Xianxia would never be able to forgive himself. "Team Leader Gu, we found the bodies of 17 foreigners. Judging by their clothes and equipment, they were most likely mercenaries." Meanwhile, Officer Xuanhuan reported the situation to Gu Qianlin. "Our SWAT team is combing the area around Wild Boar Ridge. As soon as there are any updates, they will report back to us at once." "Who killed the 17 mercenaries? Qiyu's bodyguard?" Gu Qianlin asked. Officer Xuanhuan shook his head and said, "No, Miss Qiyu's 2 bodyguards took some bullets and were knocked out cold." "Who else could it have been, then?" "Don't tell me that, besides Qiyu and her bodyguards, there was someone else we missed at the scene?" Gu Qianlin asked. Her face was filled with uncertainty. "I'm not sure, either. Fang Chongqiang called the cops and said that there were a bunch of mercenaries trying to hurt Miss Qiyu. He never mentioned anyone else at the scene. The SWAT team also has yet to find traces of another person." Officer Xuanhuan was quick to respond to his superior. Gu Qianlin knitted her eyebrows and diverted her attention toward Qiyu. In order to find out what had killed the 17 mercenaries, it would be much easier to ask Qiyu what had happened since she was unscathed. Gu Qianlin put her plan into motion immediately and walked past the 50 nameless men in black suits, heading for the area up front, where Qiyu was standing with her father. In a sincere tone, Gu Qianlin addressed the frightened girl, "Miss Qiyu, can you please tell me who saved you?" Qiyu was about to answer automatically, "Xiao Luo," but then abruptly remembered how, before leaving, Xiao Luo had emphatically instructed her not to reveal his identity. Although she didn't know the reason for this, she pulled the brakes just in time. Instead, she shook her head, replying convincingly, "I don't know. I don't know anything. Officer Gu, my daughter is still in shock. If you want to question her, then do so another day." Xianxia lovingly scooped up Qiyu and carried her away on his back. His tone made it clear that there would be repercussions if anyone disobeyed him. Ignoring Gu Qianlin, he said to Qiyu, "Xiaoyu, let's go home." Accompanied by 2 bodyguards, Ling Zhua and Ling Yu, they climbed into the Land Rover. Like trained soldiers, the 50 nameless men entered their cars in an orderly manner and left the scene. "Tsk tisk," said Officer Xuanhuan. "This pattern is clearly unmatched. It really is Boss Chu, huh?" Officer Xuanhuan and the other cops watched this procession with much awe. They would probably never witness something like this again. There were 50 bodyguards in total, all of whom were retired Special Forces soldiers. Additionally, these men had received special permission from the government that allowed them to carry firearms. Forget Jiangqing, just in Hua Nation alone, there were no more than 10 businessmen who received such special treatment. If you're envious, then you can hand me your resignation letter. I'll approve it at once, and you can go work for Xianxia. I'll even offer you my congratulations in advance, Gu Qianlin said with her arms behind her back. Officer Xuanhuan hid his envious face and replied with an awkward smile, Team Leader Gu, I was just joking. Then, with a stern look, his chin up, chest puffed out, and a perfectly straight posture, he proudly exclaimed, I, Wang Hangshuang, vow to fight all sorts of crime. Once a police officer, always a police officer. Gu Qianlin promptly kicked Officer Xuanhuan in the rear end and shot back firmly, anyone can shout out a slogan. It doesn't mean anything on its own. Stop doing such pretentious stuff in front of me, understood? Understood, Wang Hanxian replied vehemently, trying to ignore the pain in his butt. Just then, the voice of the SWAT team leader could be heard through the walkie-talkie. We have located 6 armed men, and they're escaping to the southwest. Gu Qianlin furrowed her brow, snatched the walkie-talkie, and spoke into it firmly, don't lose sight of them, but be careful. Professional mercenaries lay mines while escaping, so don't fall for it. Understood, Team Leader Gu. All small teams listen to my orders. Head southeast and surround the area. Don't let them escape. After relaying her instructions, Gu Qianlin put on her bulletproof vest and led out her team of reinforcements. She was so tough that watching her left Wang Hanxian and the other officers speechless. They thought to themselves, she's like a night blooming Sirius. Pretty and strong at the same time. Xiao Luo was also surrounded by the police, but managed to knock out a SWAT officer and changed into his uniform. Once he put on the bulletproof helmet, it would be hard for the other officers to realize that he was not one of their ranks. While all of the cops headed toward the southwest, Xiao Luo snuck out onto a tiny road and left Wild Boar Ridge. I hope Chiyu doesn't betray me. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. Xiao Luo muttered to himself. He worried that if the cops found out that he had killed 17 mercenaries, then they would put him on a list of wanted fugitives. First and foremost, he was not a retired soldier. Secondly, he was not a member of any government organization. Even so, he had these abilities. This meant that the police wouldn't let him off and might even resort to extorting a confession out of him. Catching the police's attention was one thing. But if the government were to blacklist him, then they would watch his every move from then on. However, if he ever told anyone about the genius system, then they would think he was a raving lunatic. In a small mountain village, he was stealing, no, borrowing, a set of new clothes and changing into them before taking a car back to Huaya. This was the first time he'd killed someone, and though he had not noticed it at first, he now felt a little out of sorts. System, what's wrong with me? Did Constitution, King of Mercenaries, change my nature, or didn't it? Why do I feel this uncomfortable after killing someone? Xiao Luo asked, while in bed. Ding. Constitution, King of Mercenaries changes the nature of the host. However, you are still you, so it doesn't change the fact that this is the first time you have ever killed another human being. Do not worry. It is natural for you to feel like this, the system's clear female voice rang out in his head. I'm still me? Xiao Luo was stunned but let out a sigh of relief. For some time, he'd been worrying that receiving all kinds of abilities could change into a different person. But all these worries now appeared unfounded. He had merely received these abilities without affecting his body, consciousness, or ego. He was still himself. Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai noticed that Xiao Luo headed straight to bed as soon as he came back. Still, neither of them had any idea what had happened. They wondered if something had happened during the watch transaction, but now was not the best time to ask. They thoughtfully turned down the volume of the game and music so as to not disturb Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo slept until 8 o'clock that evening. He was even fast asleep when Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai tried to wake him up for dinner. So, the two of them packed some food for him, but by the time he woke up, it had gone cold. Brother Luo, my good brother Luo, what's wrong? Zhu Xiaofei asked in a hurry. I was too tired. Xiao Luo stretched his back, then added, I feel much better after a good sleep, though. Brother Luo, didn't you just go meet the watch buyer? What made you so tired? Zhu Xiaofei asked, puzzled. Ding Kai was equally suspicious as he looked at Xiao Luo. To be honest, they had both been shocked when Xiao Luo first returned because they could sense an evil aura emanating from his body. That was also why they hadn't grilled him when he'd first come back. Xiao Luo waved his hands and said, let's not talk about this anymore. They stood me up, and I had to wait there all afternoon. So that's what happened. Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai finally understood why Xiao Luo had looked so pissed off when he'd come back. He had been stood up and made to wait an entire afternoon. He was surely fuming with anger. It was fortunate that he hadn't taken it out on them. Speaking of which, do you know the taste of the fried noodles from noodle store outside our school? Xiao Luo asked. He was hungry and needed something to fill up his stomach. The noodles from the first store when you turn right after leaving the school gate are really rich, Zhu Xiaofei replied immediately. Ding Kai glared at him and said, Brother Luo, don't listen to him. He likes the store owner's daughter. That's why he thinks they taste so good. Store owner's daughter? Xiao Luo asked, raising his eyebrows. She's a 15 or 16-year-old Lolita and helps out frequently at the store. She has a sweet, demure appearance and pale skin. Lao Zhu even gave her a nickname, Fried Noodles Girl, Ding Kai said. Shut up, Kaizi. Do you really think that I went to buy fried noodles only because Fried Noodles Girl is pretty? Am I really that sort of guy? Zhu Xiaofei asked anxiously. Well, aren't you? Am I? You are. What the heck? Are you asking for a spanking? You always speak badly about me in front of Brother Luo. You're ruining my heroic image. Big fool. F*ck, I can't stand it anymore. They ended up fighting, and they both tried to distract each other by grabbing each other's balls. The attacker always made some weird noises like he was filled with ecstasy. Xiao Luo was covered with goosebumps. Letting out a sigh, he left the room. Thanks to Zhu Xiaofei's influence, he headed for the fried noodle store. It was just as he'd said, and a pretty girl was helping out at the store. Although she was lovely, she was very young, and he was no longer interested in teenage girls. He walked over, ordered a serving of fried rice cake with meat, and found himself a seat. In Jiangqing, there were countless stores like this. Though they may not look flashy, they could still make several thousand each month. Besides, many great delicacies came from stores like this. Hey, Hero Luo. Just then, he heard a sweet voice call his name. Xiao Luo detected a light fragrance in the air. Soon after, and Xuanhuan was seated directly across from him. Boasting fair and clear skin, exquisite facial features, and black, silky hair, she had an upbeat grin on her face and came off as cute and tiny. White stud earrings adorned her earlobes. Hero Luo, I can't believe you're eating here. And Xuanhuan exclaimed with a smile. Xiao Luo didn't find it humorous in the slightest. He thought to himself, why wouldn't I eat here? But instead, he said, and Xuanhuan, do you need something? Actually, yes. Have you forgotten, Hero Luo? You once promised me something, and Xuanhuan replied, nodding her head. I did? What did I promise you? Xiao Luo said, his eyebrows furrowing. And Xuanhuan pouted her lips in disappointment and responded, didn't you promise to teach me Kung Fu back when we were behind the school mountain? Oh, so that's what she was referring to. Xiao Luo had a vague recollection of this. He had casually mentioned it back then without being serious, so he had eventually forgotten all about it. With an awkward smile, he said, I'm sorry, I've been so busy lately that I completely forgot about it. It's all right. As long as Hero Luo is willing to teach me, then I'm fine. And Xuanhuan put on her most adorable smile. Just like an elf without any worries, she forgot all her troubles in an instant. It's like they say, there's no time like the present. Right, Hero Luo? Why don't you teach me now? Xiao Luo furrowed his brow again and answered, I have yet to eat my dinner. Why don't I teach you after I eat? You can pack the food to go, and teach me while you eat. Hee hee. And Xuanhuan approached the lady boss and packed Xiao Luo's fried rice cake into a white takeout box before paying for the food. Xiao Luo couldn't reject her and stood up from his seat. And Xuanhuan held his hand as if there were no distinction between men and women, and she led him to the school's rubber field. Cough, cough. And Xuanhuan. What's up? Can you let go of my hand? Xiao Luo asked. He wasn't used to having a girl dragging him around. And Xuanhuan giggled playfully and said, Hero Luo, you're so coy. Holding hands won't get me pregnant. Don't let it bother you. Xiao Luo could say nothing in return. When they arrived at the rubber field, and Xuanhuan exclaimed with much excitement, asking, Hero Luo, what should I do? Run 2 laps for a start. Xiao Luo found himself a stone stool, sat down, and began to open his fast food box. Ah? Run 2 laps? Around the field? And Xuanhuan's face turned pale. Yes. You can't master Kung Fu in a day. You first have to build up your stamina before you can start learning. If you've ever watched those special forces shows on TV, you would know that to master a skill, you first have to go through hellish training, Xiao Luo replied as he bit into his piping hot fried rice cake. And Xuanhuan rolled her black pearl-like eyes and asked, Hero Luo, do you have any skills that would allow us to dual cultivate? Shall we dual cultivate? After saying that, her face flushed as red as a completely ripened apple. Dual cultivation? Cough. Cough, cough. Xiao Luo choked on his food and began to cough. It was not like he was a nerd or shut-in who only read the Holy Bible. Even if he didn't know about it firsthand, Zhang Dashan had imparted so much knowledge concerning boy and girl relationships, and he knew what dual cultivation meant. It was not merely sex, but the unification of yin and yang to achieve a perfect sense of harmony. Hero Luo, are you okay? And Xuanhuan saw him coughing really badly and started to pat his back. Xiao Luo raised his hands and tried to stop her. And Xuanhuan, just what are you trying to achieve? Have you watched too many martial art dramas? Didn't I already say that I wanted Hero Luo to be my boyfriend? And Xuanhuan responded innocently. Then I'll say this now, once and for all, we're not suited for each another, Xiao Luo replied in a serious tone as he put his food down. Why? Is it because I talked to Song Jianan, so you? Stop imagining things. To you university students, dating is normal and almost part of the curriculum. I'm not looking down on you, Xiao Luo interrupted. You guys and me, we just come from 2 different worlds. It is unavoidable that we had to cross paths, but I'm just passing through your world and will leave really soon. That's why I don't want you to see me as a potential partner. You still have a long road ahead of you. What, Hero Luo, you are going to leave? And Xuanhuan asked. The smile had left her face, and her body was in shock. Since Xuanhuan was already aware of his real identity, there was no need for Xiao Luo to hide from her any longer. He nodded and replied, of course I will leave. Anyway, I'm not really here at Huaya to study. Everyone treats you like you're a part of our class. If you leave, then we will all be very sad, and Xuanhuan replied, teary-eyed. She had really invested in her feelings for this guy, so when she heard that he was going to leave, her heart began to feel really uncomfortable. Xiao Luo shook his head and said, we all have our own roads to travel. It's not that we can't meet up anymore. If fate wills it, our path will cross again at. No. And Xuanhuan exclaimed. All of a sudden, she jumped up, pounced on him, and hugged him very tightly. She did this so suddenly that no one could have predicted it. Faced with the girl's unexpected embrace, Xiao Luo was confused. He could not help but notice the subtle fragrance in the air as Xuanhuan began sobbing in his arms. Hero Luo, I don't want you to leave. I really like you. And Xuanhuan sobbed as she spoke. She could no longer control her feelings or hold them in. There was no explaining it, she just liked Xiao Luo. It didn't matter if her actions came off as childish or immature. Anyway, wasn't this how people grew? Xiao Luo tried to force a smile. He didn't hug her. Instead, he tapped her on the back and gently consoled her. Young, beautiful, petite, and cute. For most guys, if such a girl took the initiative to hug them, it would hard to imagine that they would not be interested in her too. However, Xiao Luo had not come to Huaya to fall in love with university girls, but to complete the mission at hand. To think of anything else would be a violation of his own principles. 3 days passed, and no police had come looking for Xiao Luo. He felt enormously relieved. It seemed that Chu Yu had kept her word and not betrayed him. Chu Yunxiong called specifically to thank him and, at the same time, pay the 1 million, which remained outstanding of his fee, straight into his bank account. During his conversation with Chu Yunxiong, Xiao Luo realized that the Red Scorpion mercenaries had been annihilated. He found out that Gu Qianlin had brought a few thousand SWAT officers and police to engage with them over 2 days and 2 nights. This had resulted in the deaths of 5 of the SWAT team members, with 26 of them suffering severe injuries. Only then had they been able to kill off the remaining 6 members of the Red Scorpion mercenaries at Wild Boar Ridge. In the end, the leader of the Red Scorpion mercenaries had leaped off a vast cliff. His chances of survival were extremely low. Additionally, Chu Yunxiong's business rival had declared bankruptcy and been sent to jail. This meant Xiao Luo would be able to drop out of Huaiwei earlier than expected, and the mission to protect Chuyu could be considered complete. Or, could it already be considered complete? Xiao Luo didn't feel that this was real, but heaved a sigh of relief anyway, because he would no longer have to attend classes. Xiao Luo, thank you so much. It is thanks to your help that my little girl came back to me safely, Chu Yunxiong said, expressing his gratefulness once again. Calling on Xiao Luo's help had unquestionably helped draw them closer together. Don't mention it, Mr. Chu. It's my job, Xiao Luo answered him politely. Chu Yunxiong admired Xiao Luo even more after this. This young man had not taken advantage of the opportunity to get closer to him, and his attitude was humble, a real rarity among young people. Xiao Luo, my chauffeur will pick you up tomorrow. We will talk again then. I am so sorry, Mr. Chu, but I have some things to attend to tomorrow. I do not have time to meet with you, Xiao Luo declined Chu Yunxiong's invitation for a chat. He could already feel that Chu Yunxiong was hoping to involve him in some ongoing plans. However, Xiao Luo no longer wanted to be governed by anyone else. Now that he had the startup capital of 1 million, he intended to launch his own ventures, even if he had yet to draw up any concrete plans. Xiao Luo, you remind me of myself when I was a young man. I know what you are thinking, so just come along and see what I have to say. I will not disappoint you, Chu Yunxiong pressed with a smile. Chu Yunxiong was implying something, and Xiao Luo could not blatantly decline him, so he replied, fine. I'll think about it. You must come. Trust me. I will provide you with the challenge you want as well as more space for you to express yourself, Chu Yunxiong said. Xiao Luo responded with a non-response and hung up the phone. Challenge. Space. It was obvious that Chu Yunxiong was hinting at something specific, but Xiao Luo could not figure out what it was. It was as if there were a thinly veiled sheet of paper separating him from a room. In the candlelight, only the room's blurry image could be seen. That is to say, Xiao Luo already knew what it was that Chu Yunxiong wanted, but he had yet to understand it completely. The not knowing gave him a real itch, and he knew that he simply had to check it out. Does he really know what I'm thinking? Xiao Luo wondered, mumbling to himself. He wanted nothing more than freedom without governance and a career that would challenge him. Forget it. I will go and check it out tomorrow. After making up his mind, he walked down the stairs. The English department students were waiting for him to guide the choir. The competition was tomorrow. They were still all gathered on the lawn, behind the school, in the pavilion with the strong scent of books. Xiao Luo is here. Everyone, get into your positions. Once Xuanhuan saw Xiao Luo, she shooed the girls chatting on the lawn and prompted them to stand in position at once. The girls got into position quickly and welcomed Xiao Luo with smiles. When Xiao Luo had first said that they were going to defeat the measurement and control department, the girls had seriously doubted him. However, over the past few days, under Xiao Luo's guidance, their singing standards had improved dramatically. Just yesterday, when Qiu Liang from the measurement and control department had heard them singing Yellow River only once, he'd gone into shock. They had completely changed their singing technique. After hearing the girls sing, Qiu Liang had asked the team leader from the measurement and control department, Zhao Shiji, to request a cancellation of the bets that they had placed. Just hearing about this gave the girls a huge confidence boost accompanied by a wave of relief. It could now be said Xiao Luo commanded almost as much respect in their class as Xuanhuan. Brother Luo, my dearest brother Luo, what took you so long? Everyone has been waiting for you for half a day already, Zhu Xiaofei complained. Immediately, the girls in the class began to roast him. Hero Luo can arrive whenever he pleases. It's none of your business, you stupid pig. Exactly, this stupid pig is just here to give Hero Luo attitude. This stupid pig is so rude. So rude. Zhu Xiaofei looked so bad in front of the girls that he may as well have just eaten feces. All he had done was voice a small complaint, so how had he angered this entire group of girls? Ding Kai glanced at him and said, "Don't look at me. Who the F***ck knows what's happening in your brain? Out of everybody here, you choose to whine about Brother Luo. You can't blame anyone for your own stupidity and foolishness. Kaizi, don't you feel like that's a bit unfair? After all, the three of us are considered the class national treasures. So, why is there such a vast difference in the way we are all treated?" Zhu Xiaofei lamented. Ding Kai chuckled proudly and said, "Hee hee. It's all thanks to Brother Luo that I'm also on Huaya's forum's hot searches list. Recently, I managed to win the heart of this junior I've been crushing on. Since last time, the difference between us has grown really huge." What? Zhu Xiaofei opened his eyes in disbelief, and he was unable to believe what he had just heard. He and Ding Kai, as the skinny and fat ones, had been given the joint title of ugly duo in the English faculty. So long as everybody was single together, everything was fine. But what was happening now? Ding Kai had a girlfriend, and yet Zhu Xiaofei didn't. The amount of pain Zhu Xiaofei felt was unbearable. It was really a lot of misery. "Sorry, I'm late. I had to pick up a call." Xiao Luo walked over and apologized to the crowd that had gathered. He was very apologetic because the entire class had been waiting for him for more than 10 minutes. "It's okay, Hero Luo. We don't have anything to do, anyway. Once in a while, it's good to breathe the fresh air here at the back of the mountain. Besides, idle chit-chat isn't a bad way to spend some time either." Exactly. Just ignore what the stupid pig said. He will make trouble with you even if there isn't any, just like those celebrities on the internet with ulterior motives. No matter how late Hero Luo shows up, we're all always willing to wait for him. Hee hee. The girls from the English department had spoken. It was clear they did not care whether or not Xiao Luo wasted their time. Compared to the rest of the girls, and Xuanhuan, who had just learned about Xiao Luo's imminent departure, had fallen quiet. She was not as lively as usual. As for Chuyu, who had only recently returned to class, her attitude toward Xiao Luo had also shifted drastically. Ever since she'd last seen Xiao Luo a few days ago and received that shock, when she saw him now, her uneasy heart felt settled. Xiao Luo provided her with an infinite sense of security. The black outfit on pretentious D*ck makes him look so handsome, whispered Chuyu under her breath as she took out the lollipop from her mouth. She was dressed in a white pleated dress. Her short, jet-black hair rested neatly on her shoulders. Her delicate face was eggshell white, and her eyes bloomed like flowers. With her sharp nose and slightly red-tinted lips, her charm could cause a person's heart to shudder. Ah? When Bai Ling, who was next to Chuyu, heard this, her pretty face suddenly revealed a stunned expression. It was hard for her to accept that she'd just heard Chuyu sing Xiao Luo's praises. She asked, "Young Mistress Chu, did you just say that Xiao Luo is handsome?" "When did I ever say that Xiao Luo is handsome?" "You must be hallucinating." Chuyu did not dare look directly in Bai Ling's eyes, because she had a guilty conscience. To cover up her uneasiness, she deliberately put the lollipop back into her mouth. Hallucinations? Could it be? Bai Ling began to doubt her own ears. After all, to hear something like Xiao Luo is very handsome come out of Chuyu's mouth would be entirely out of the ordinary. Quiet down, everyone. Let's listen to Xiao Luo. Huang Ruoren commanded suddenly, quieting the girls down. Xiao Luo coughed and took one step forward, saying, "Actually, I don't have much to teach you. If everyone just performs as per usual tomorrow, it will be enough." Hero Luo, Qiu Liang, from the Measurement and Control Department will surely have to run around naked. "We definitely sing better than their class now," said one girl confidently. "Confidence is a good thing. Keep it up," Xiao Luo said, chuckling lightly. After that, the choir practiced as usual. They sang the song Yellow River 5 or 6 times. Once they'd done an excellent job every time, Xiao Luo dismissed them. What they'd accomplished was sufficient, and there was no longer a need for practice. All they had to do was wait for tomorrow's competition to start. Pretentious D*ck. Chiyu called out, stopping Xiao Luo just as he was about to leave. "Do you need anything?" Xiao Luo said, stopping and turning to look at her. "This is for you." Chiyu stuffed a box of imported lollipops into Xiao Luo's arms. Then, like a frightened bunny, she panicked and shyly pulled Bai Ling away, blushing. She turned back to glance in Xiao Luo's direction while leaving, and she noticed tension and anxiety that she could not express. Whoa! What's up with that situation? Zhu Xiaofei was stunned and came over, glancing at the lollipops in Xiao Luo's hands. Sweet Caroline vampire-loving lollipop from America. Each box costs 999. The fact that Princess Xu gave you something like that means that she likes you. Brother Luo, my dear brother Luo, you have somehow quietly managed to capture the heart of Huaya's campus belle. If news of this spreads, do you know how many boys at Huaya will be heartbroken? Ding Kai was also shocked and unable to put his reaction into words. There is such a big gap in our popularity now that I don't think I can even see Brother Luo's back from where I stand. He'd initially thought that pairing up with the junior he had admired for a long time was awesome. However, now Xiao Luo was even more impressive. He had decided straight away on the most unattainable activity at Huaya, and that was the pursuit of Chuyu, who had rejected no less than 50 boys. Ding Kai had been completely eclipsed. Xiao Luo was unable to respond. He was also left speechless by Chuyu's actions. If she had wanted to thank him, she could have simply given him some money. Instead, she had given him a box of lollipops. Was a big guy like him expected to eat lollipops like a little kid when he had nothing better to do? At the same time, Bai Ling was shocked and dumbfounded. She couldn't believe that Chuyu had given that box of lollipops to Xiao Luo. Young Mistress Chu, what's wrong with you? She asked, suspecting that Chu Yu had come down with some sort of sickness. Nothing. What could possibly have happened to me? Chu Yu replied. You gave Xiao Luo the lollipops that even you can't bear to eat. What's the matter? It's just a box of lollipops, and they aren't worth that much. I can just buy them again. It's hard for pretentious D*ck to conduct and direct our class choir, and I just wanted to give him a little reward, Chu Yu replied. Her mouth curled up slightly, and it was hard for her to act like she didn't care. A form of reward? Oh my God! What was wrong? What was happening? Bai Ling couldn't figure out what was behind this change in Chu Yu. It was too sudden and completely unexpected. On Saturday evening at 7 o'clock, the choir competition officially kicked off. The competition venue was Huaya's Grand Auditorium. Brilliant spotlights shone on the exquisite stage, making it seem like it was daytime. Beyond the stage, the seats were filled with students. In the first row sat a judging panel comprised of teachers, and the entire auditorium was packed. At least 1,000 people had gathered. One professional after another walked onto the stage and stood in line for their turn in the choral performance. Loud, orderly singing echoing in the magnificent grand hall. Meanwhile, the English department choir was in a hurry. Everyone was there except for the most important person, Xiao Luo. Zhu Xiaofei, where is Xiao Luo? Where did he go? Huang Ruoren asked anxiously. Zhu Xiaofei shook his head and answered, I don't know. I just saw him here. Did he go to the bathroom? Should I go look for him in the bathroom? There's no time left. We are up next, Huang Ruoren said. Zhu Xiaofei said, what should we do? Huang Ruoren's eyebrows were almost entirely knitted together. After thinking for a while, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind. We have to forget about him. But what will we do without pretentious D*ck? Chu Yu said. We have to make it work even if it doesn't, Huang Ruoren replied stalwartly. It was too late for them to mess around or panic. Otherwise, they would definitely sing abnormally on stage. Huang Ruoren told everyone, it doesn't matter if Xiao Luo is here or not. Just sing well, like we've been practicing all this time. The girls nodded. This competition was not just about class honor, but also about the bet between Xiao Luo and Qiu Liang. They had to sing well. English department. Where is the English department? Just then, a teacher approached from backstage and shouted loudly for the English majors. We are here, Huang Ruoren said, raising her hand high. The teacher beckoned, saying, it's your turn. Come in and prepare. All right. Huang Ruoren took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She said, everyone, let's work hard and sing well together. Let's go. In the auditorium, the stage lights were bright. Compared to the stage itself, the light shining on the audience was much dimmer. Xiao Luo sat in an inconspicuous spot in the auditorium. He would leave Huaya tonight, but before he did, he wanted to appreciate the English department choir's performance. After all, he had been the one directing them. A group of girls actually chose to sing Yellow River. In my opinion, they will undoubtedly sing badly. There is no way a group of girls can capture the essence of that song. I think so too. I am afraid that the English department will be taking last place. Two boys seated next to him whispered. They were engaged in a discussion on the English department's upcoming performance. Xiao Luo couldn't hold back and declared, the essence of the song is not merely screaming it out from the throat. Many revolutionary songs were first sung by women. They can still convey the essence and flavor of the music. There is no such thing as a song that is unsuitable for singing. There are only people who do not know the proper singing technique. The two boys looked at him and playfully smirked. Brother, it seems like you know music very well. Are you from the music department? No. In that case, are you an amateur and a member of the Music Hobbyists Association? That's not it, either. I'm just a passerby. Hearing this, the smirks on their faces widened. You are not a student from the music department, nor are you a member of any literature or arts societies. What qualifications do you have to be commenting? You're just an outsider, pretending to be a maestro. Xiao Luo was not annoyed by this. Instead, he kept a faint smile on his face and replied with one sentence, because I am the director of the English department choir. The two boys were shocked by this. But just then, the student announcer appeared on stage from behind the curtains. Smiling and holding a microphone, he announced, "Next up, please enjoy the song Yellow River from the choir of the English department's 16th cohort. They'll be conducted by Xuanhuan with a recitation by Qiyu." The big red curtain slowly drew open and revealed the familiar faces of English majors. Everyone brimmed with energy and smiles. They stood in the formation based on the adjustments that Xiao Luo had made. Wearing a formal suit and high heels, Xuanhuan came out from backstage and bowed deeply to the audience. She then turned to face her classmates. At that moment, the accompaniment for Yellow River flowed gently like a mountain stream. Qiyu was in the middle of the formation. When the accompaniment began, she recited loudly, "Yellow River, a long, endless historical river. Yellow River, the mother river of the descendants of the fiery and yellow emperor. Hua Nation's 1.3 billion sons and daughters are nestled in your heart, and your blood is connected to a land of 6.6 million. From the snowy mountains and grasslands to the Dada River, we look back at history with a solemn song. Beginning with the Japanese invaders and a rain of bullets, we use our voices to fight bravely. We are united as the descendants of the dragon, defending our hometown, the Yellow River, and our great motherland." This simple recitation brought out a burning passion in the audience and aroused emotions, thanks to its tenacity and strong imagery. It was as if the audience could see the revolutionary soldiers fighting. They were witnessing the very rise of Hua Nation. Xiao Luo let out a satisfied smile. Qiyu was indeed a suitable narrator. Xuanhuan started conducting with both hands, and the distinct, tidy voices began to sound. The wind is howling, the horses are shouting, the Yellow River roars. At first, it sounded like a wild horse was galloping across a vast grassland, followed by many horses, and finally a large group. Soon, many as tens of thousands of horses were running alongside the flowing Yellow River. With their voices complemented by the musical accompaniment, the intense collision of treble and bass made the audience feel like they were watching the rolling waves. The two boys who had initially doubted the English department were stunned, along with the whole audience. They had never heard such a powerful chorus. Wave after wave of sound shocked everyone's eardrums. By the middle of the song, the melody suddenly pulled up like a peal of thunder. It was a gorgeous musical banquet that fed everyone's minds. The original accompaniment was like a bay of fine water that had long since become a vast river. It was unstoppable and rapidly rushing forward. The performance was unbelievable and downright incredible. When the song was over, Xuanhuan turned to the audience to bow and thank them. It was so quiet that the sound of a needle falling on the ground could have been heard in the large auditorium. More than 1,000 people simply stared, dumbfounded, at the stage. The surging notes still lingered in their ears, and the aftertones continued to reverberate and inspire their souls. The girls from the English department looked at each other. They were nervous for a minute, as they had no idea what was going on with the audience. Had they sung that badly? Clap, 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 clap. At that moment, the teacher judges sitting in the center of the first row stood up and became the first to applause, breaking the odd silence. Following them, the other judges and students stood up and applauded. The crowd was passionate, and friendly applause swept over the audience like a storm. Everyone expressed their strong recognition of the English department choir with intense applause and cheers. Up until then, the teachers had not judged any class choral performance with high praise. It was not until the English department choir took to the stage and performed their vigorous recitation that everyone was conquered by waves of passionate singing. It is simply incredible that a group of girls can sing Yellow River so well. Yeah, full of essence and emotion. Their singing style made me feel like I was listening to a wave. The two boys who had doubted the girls were amazed. They looked over casually at Xiao Luo's seat only to find that it was now empty. They had no idea when he had left. Of course, with joy also came sorrow. Qiu Liang, a professional musician from the measurement and control department, was ashamed. He was quite sure that they had lost. From the opening recitation to the conducting of the English department's choir, the girl's overall singing ability was much better than his department's. According to the bet they'd struck, he was going to have to strip naked and streak around campus. Just then, Xiao Luo was dragging his suitcase and walking slowly onto the school's main road. He left as quietly as he'd arrived, waving his sleeves and not leaving anything behind. He had no regrets. At least he was leaving with something, for he firmly believed that the English department choir would win first place. But in his heart, he felt a little reluctant about this parting and had mixed feelings. He would be leaving behind the sloppy and miserly Zhu Xiaofei as well as Ding Kai, who was not good at talking and skinny as a monkey. There were also the overpowering Huang Ruren, petite and lovely in Xuanhuan, and unruly Chu Yu. From there, the list went on. The days he'd spent at Huayi had been bittersweet. He couldn't leave without any shred of feeling. However, all this emotion would be diluted in time. He still had things to do, and Zhu Xiaofei and the gang also had their rose-colored student lives to lead. At the school gate, a black Bentley rolled up and idled. "Mr. Xiao?" asked the driver, respectfully. Xiao Luo nodded and replied, "Hello." The driver opened the door and said, "The boss has been waiting for you at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion Hotel for a long time. Please, get in the car. Thank you for your trouble." Xiao Luo looked back at Huaya once more before climbing into the car. Outside the car window lay the familiar scene of Jiangqing at night. Xiao Luo relaxed in the back seat and silently admired the nightscape. His eyes were sullen and filled with sadness. Nevertheless, at the same time, he was looking past the sorrow and boldly getting ready to face new challenges. His journey at Huaya had ended, and a new one was about to begin. Once he checked his longing for Zhu Xiaofei and his other friends, Xiao Luo realized that he was now looking forward to the future. Like a martial arts master returning home from training, he was excited about showing off his skills and building a dynamic career. Meanwhile, back at Huaya, the girls from the English department were all flustered. They were giddy like ants on a hot pot. "I can't get through. Xiao Luo's phone is switched off." Zhu Xiaofei frowned as he took his headphones out of his ears. What was going on? Everyone was puzzled. Why had Xiao Luo decided to go missing for no good reason? Even more strange, he'd vanished during the choir's performance. "Have you tried contacting him on WeChat or QQ?" Chiyu asked in a hurry. With his hands spread wide, Zhu Xiaofei replied, "I tried reaching out, but there was no reply." "Don't tell me that something's happened to him?" Wang Lingling speculated. "Don't jinx him. Hero Luo is so formidable. Nothing bad will happen to him." "That's exactly right. Can't you think more positively, Wang Lingling?" Many of the girls began criticizing Wang Lingling. But after a short bout of critical venting, the inevitable question of where Hero Luo had gone was right back on the table. Huang Ruren said to Zhu Xiaofei, "Why don't you head to our dorm and see if Xiao Luo is there?" Zhu Xiaofei nodded. Just as he was about to head to their dorm, and Xuanhuan, who had stayed silent this entire time, suddenly spoke up with swollen red eyes. "Don't bother," she said. "I'm sure Hero Luo has left already." Left? To everyone else, these words felt like a massive bomb had just exploded. They all turned around and looked at Xuanhuan. And Xuanhuan lifted her head, bit her lip, and explained, "Hero Luo is different from us. He's not a student, and the only reason he came to our school was to protect Princess Xiu." What? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. They were astonished by what Xuanhuan had just said. Not a student? If he was only here to protect Xiu, did that make Xiao Luo a bodyguard? Thinking about how Xiao Luo had single-handedly managed the incident at the club, it seemed as if Xuanhuan had not fabricated this story. It was all true. One girl, who greatly admired Xiao Luo, walked to the front and eagerly questioned Xiu, "Princess Xiu, is it true what Xuanhuan said?" However, Qiu's mind drew a blank. Left? Did he really leave just like that? It felt like her soul had been extracted from her body. She felt empty inside and couldn't explain this mood that had overcome her. She had yet to express her gratitude toward Xiao Luo, so why had he left? And so suddenly, at that? That's impossible, and Xuanhuan. Can't you stop fooling around? Xu Xiaofei said. He couldn't accept the reality that Xiao Luo had already left. I wish I were joking, but it's the truth. Hero Luo told me himself. Tears began streaming down in Xuanhuan's cheeks as she could no longer hold back her feelings. Man, I refuse to believe it. Xu Xiaofei turned around and ran to the bedroom. He refused to believe that Xiao Luo would leave without so much as a word, or that Xiao Luo was just Qiu's bodyguard. Lao Zhu! Ding Kai exclaimed, following him. Huang Ruoren raised her head and looked toward the pitch-black sky. She stretched out her hands, and rainwater dripped on her palms, tickling her like goose feathers. It's raining. The silent drizzle was like a bunch of elves descending lightly and slowly from the sky. At that moment, the English major's hearts were extremely heavy. A teacher walked out of the auditorium with considerable excitement on her face and announced to the English department, "The assessment results are out, and the English department came in first place in the choir competition." First place? Before, this would have been a triumph worth celebrating. After all, everyone had put in a lot of hard work to achieve this victory. However, the glory had since lost its value because of Xiao Luo's departure. Everything would have been perfect if only Xiao Luo had been there to celebrate this achievement with them. Jerk! Qiu said, swearing as she ran past the crowd to leave the school compound. "Young Mistress Qiu, what are you doing?" Bai Ling asked anxiously. "I'm going to get that jerk back." Qiu ran with all her strength. She wanted to get Xiao Luo back, no matter what it took. This glory had to be shared with Xiao Luo, even if it was only for a minute or just a second. How could he leave without saying anything? Why was he so arrogant? That teacher was bewildered and thought to herself, what's wrong with the students in the English department? They won first place, so why do none of them look happy? At that moment, everyone's phones lit up with a notification. Looking at their screens, they all saw a message from Xiao Luo. He had included everyone in the choir. "I think I should congratulate all of you. Your performance on stage was incredible. I believe that you will all achieve a good result. I'm sure Xuanhuan has probably already told you this, but I'm not like you. I'm not a student. I'm just a bodyguard. I've now accomplished my mission, so it is time for me to leave. Life is like a journey, and although we all have our own individual pursuits, distance won't wash away our friendship. Everyone, farewell. Hero Luo." Girls are sensitive creatures. After reading Xiao Luo's scheduled message, many of them began to weep. Huang Ruoren was no exception. Although her eyes were red, she managed to hold back her tears. "What's wrong with all of you? You guys took first place, exclaimed the confused teacher, furrowing her brow. She had 1,000 questions in her head. For the life of her, she couldn't work out why these students were crying. We won first place, so we are happy. So happy that we're crying. Hoo, and Xuanhuan said, giving the first excuse she could think of, before she too started bawling. Following her lead, the other girls couldn't help but sob either. The teacher was astonished and thought, oh, what the heck? Don't tell me it's now a trend for kids to start crying when they're happy? Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion Hotel, in an antique-looking private room, Xiao Luo and Chu Yunxiong sat in front of a big table. The table was covered with various delicacies and wine. Chu Yunxiong's personal bodyguards, Ling Zue and Ling Yu, were also inside the private room. They put on cold expressions, and their bodies emanated swift, fierce auras. Neither of them was happy with Xiao Luo's behavior, because he had sat in the senior seat as soon as he had arrived. Furthermore, he had completely ignored the fact that Boss Chu was present and had started rudely feasting on the food. However, to Chu Yunxiong, Xiao Luo's actions came off as unpretentious. They were admittedly preferable to the impeccable manners of many hypocrites. I'm full. Xiao Luo put down his bowl and chopsticks, took out a napkin, and wiped his mouth. His face was filled with satisfaction. Xiao Luo, do you know what seat you are sitting in right now, according to manner and custom? Chu Yunxiong asked, looking at him with a smile. I don't know. Xiao Luo shook his head, after which he laughed hollowly and said, don't tell me that this is the senior seat? Although Xiao Luo did not know precisely what each seat represented, coming from the countryside, he had some rough general knowledge. He knew that it was permitted to sit in any place except for the senior seat. That exquisite seat was reserved for respectable people or seniors, so it would be rude to occupy it without an express invitation. Chu Yunxiong nodded without saying another word. This was really awkward. Out of all the places where he could have sat, he just had to take the senior seat. No matter how unshakable Xiao Luo's confidence was, now, he couldn't stop fidgeting. Just when he was about to change his position, Chu Yunxiong waved his hands and stopped him. He said, it's just the two of us now, so it doesn't matter who takes which seat. Xiao Luo let out a few dry coughs to calm himself down, then said, what is the reason for our meeting this time, Mr. Chu? He just wanted to be straightforward and not overly polite with Chu Yunxiong. Chu Yunxiong seemed to have anticipated this question. He smiled and answered, well, I recently bought a company. It just so happens that I lack a suitable person in a certain position. Would you be interested? Xiao Luo's eyes brightened up and asked, what company is this? This could be a great opportunity. At the very least, he wouldn't have to start over from scratch or climb his way up from the bottom. Most importantly, although he intended to show off and build a stable career, he had not yet made any concrete plans. Luo's workshop. Luo's workshop? The company that makes bread and pastries in Jiangqing? Xiao Luo was shocked. Having hung around Jiangqing for so many years, it was only natural that he should know of Luo's workshop. The company had more than 70 franchised bakeries that sold bread and pastries all over Jiangqing. His ex-girlfriend, Zhao Mingqi, loved the cakes. As a result, he'd often frequented Luo's workshop. Chu Yunxiong nodded and said, that's right. That's the shop. There's even Luo in the name. It seems fated for you. But I vaguely remember that the family name of Luo's workshop's boss was Fong. Yup, Fong Changmiao. Chu Yunxiong picked up his cup of tea, took a sip, and calmly said, around 6 months ago, Luo's workshop experienced an incident regarding food safety. You know about this, right? I vaguely recall something about an old person who ate a piece of bread and died inside one of the bakeries. The media even did an exposé about it, Xiao Luo replied. Chu Yunxiong reluctantly answered, as a food company, food safety and word of mouth are critical. The old person dying in front of the bakery caused word of mouth to turn negative almost immediately. They lost a large number of customers. In just half a year, Fang Changmiao, a CEO who had been worth 200 million, became an indebted pauper who owed 10 million. Chu Yunxiong sighed, before continuing, the business world is just like a battlefield. Many can become rich and popular, but the next minute, they can face defeats so crushing that they don't even know where their next meal will come from. It's cruel and insulting. Since you've taken over Luo's workshop, why don't you just let Fang Changmiao continue to manage the company? Isn't he a better fit than someone like me who doesn't have much experience? Chu Yunxiong shook his head, stretched out his fingers, and pointed. There are 2 reasons why Fang Changmiao was not chosen. Firstly, from what I understand about him, he is not a reliable person. He's likely to burn bridges and cause a lot of speculation. Naturally, I wouldn't have spent so much money to acquire the company only to give it straight back into his hands. Stretching out his second finger, he continued, the second reason, which is also the most important, is that customers subconsciously blame the boss for Luo Workshop's food safety issues. Only by changing the boss can the customers change their attitude and try to trust Luo's workshop again. Xiao Luo nodded. Chu Yunxiong had unknowingly voiced a point with which he agreed. When the incident at Luo's workshop had occurred, even Xiao Luo had blamed the boss, so it was natural that other people would too. If they changed the CEO, although Luo's workshop would essentially remain the same, to the customers, the company would appear to have changed and evolved. Of course, if the food progressed as well, then customers would certainly give Luo's workshop another chance. Xiao Luo, I've already told you that I trust you. So, the responsibility of Luo's workshop will fall on you. You will take over. Chu Yunxiong said, grinning. Xiao Luo shook his head and refused. Mr. Chu, although this sounds like a pretty good offer, I wish to start my own career. A job and a career were 2 very different concepts. The former was bound by the boss, whereas in the latter scenario, a person was their own boss. Chu Yunxiong laughed and said, outsiders often comment that my eyes are very good at spotting gems, just like Monkey Sun's fiery eyes. Well, they're not wrong. I do agree that I'm a pretty accurate judge of character. Your carefree and confident attitude is not something often seen in regular people. You're young, and you have your own ideas and persistence. I really think quite highly of you. Xiao Luo remained silent. Big bosses had their ways around things. After talking so much, they were able to make people feel like they were in the clouds while still keeping their intentions hidden. As I said earlier, and I'm sure I've told you before, I will give you the challenge and freedom you want. You won't be reporting to me. If you accept this offer for Luo's workshop, you will become the company's official owner, Chu Yunxiong said. Luo's workshop's official owner? Xiao Luo's heart fluttered slightly, and he glanced quickly at Chu Yunxiong, waiting for the businessman's next move. I'm only in charge of salary matters. You'll just need to give me 20% of the total profit every year, and that's enough, Chu Yunxiong said, looking at Xiao Luo and smiling. Mr. Chu, then that would make you no different from a shareholder. You single-handedly took over Luo's workshop, and you, Xiao Luo reminded Chu Yunxiong, although he clearly already knew this. Chu Yunxiong waved and interrupted him, I'm a businessman, but I'm also a father. You did a good job of protecting my daughter. As repayment, as long as it is within my means, I will try my best to support you. Luo's workshop is my way of demonstrating my sincerity. Xiao Luo finally understood what Zhang Dashan had meant. Once you were well acquainted with Chu Yunxiong, your struggles for the next 10 years would be severely lessened. He then said, I need some time to think about this. Of course, he would need to consider the proposition carefully. Chu Yunxiong had just pushed an enormous slice of cake his way, but he would need to consider whether he had the appetite to eat it. It would be very embarrassing if he could not swallow it. All right. You have 3 days to consider my offer. Xuanhuan was very generous and patient with Xiao Luo. Once you agree, I will remit 10 million to Luo's workshop as funds for subsequent operations. As for whether Luo's workshop will be able to expand beyond Jiangqing, that will depend on your ability. Xiao Luo nodded to show that he was clear on the terms proposed. After talking to Xuanhuan, Xiao Luo stood up and took his leave. As a huge player in the shopping mall sector, the fact that Xuanhuan looked so highly at him and had confidence in his abilities made Xiao Luo really grateful. He also sincerely admired Xuanhuan for being a self-made legend. Sitting at the bottom of the steps, Xiao Luo watched the rain and frowned. He disliked rainy days, especially on days like this, which were a little bittersweet. He flagged down a taxi and headed for the house that he had rented for around 550 per month. Just as he was about to step into the taxi, Qiyu emerged from her red BMW 3 Series. Qiyu saw Xiao Luo climbing to the taxi, so she rolled down her car window and shouted to him loudly, "Pretentious D***CK. Why is she here?" Xiao Luo whispered to himself. He pretended that he had not heard anything and shouted at the taxi driver, "Drive." "Brother, that girl seems to be calling to you," said the taxi driver as he turned back and pointed in Qiyu's direction. Xiao Luo shook his head and denied it. "You're mistaken," he said. "I have no idea who she is." "Oh." The taxi driver nodded suspiciously and slowly started the car. Xiao Luo put his elbow on the car door, clenched his fist, and used it to support his cheek. He stared indifferently out the window. The sound of the rain made it easier for him to calm down and think about things like the past, present, and future. This type of atmosphere generally slowed down the very pace of life itself. "Stop. Stop the car now." Qiyu hissed a few times, but the taxi had no intention of stopping. With the taillight on, it slowly drove away. Qiyu stomped her foot angrily, slammed on the accelerator, and chased after the taxi. Although the two cars' performance capabilities did not compare in the slightest, the taxi driver was skilled. Coupled with the fact there were fewer vehicles on the rainy road at night, the taxi moved as very fast. Qiyu had to chase them for a while, before she was finally able to catch up. She blared the horn to signal the driver to stop. "This is..." The taxi driver was very puzzled as he looked at the BMW 3 Series in the rearview mirror. Just when he was about to park to the side, Xiao Luo took out $100 from his pocket and said to the taxi driver, "Lose the car behind us. If you do, then this money will be yours." What the F***CK? What sort of situation was this? Why did it feel like they were filming a movie? The driver couldn't help but mutter to himself underneath his breath. He was a fan of dramas and had watched various types of television series. The current situation seemed to him to be very similar to the plot of romance show that he had seen before. He quickly recovered and, with a sour face, said, "I'm afraid that's not possible. This is an urban area, and the speed limit is 40. I'm already going 70, which is the limit. Any faster, and I'll be fined if they catch me. 500. Xiao Luo was too lazy to talk to the driver and took out an additional $400 bills. "Okay, brother." The driver immediately shifted into high gear and floored the accelerator. The engine roared to life, and the taxi's speedometer jumped from 70 to 100. The fine for speeding was 300, at most, and there was no need for any point deduction when paying via the mobile software. This way, the driver would still be able to earn a profit of 200. And if luck was on his side and he didn't end up photographed, then he would receive the full 500 profit. Driving with these benefits in mind, he had no reason to care about pointless traffic rules. As she watched the distance between her and the taxi grow further and further, Qiyu gritted her teeth and switched her vehicle to sports mode. The red BMW received a sudden injection of energy. Like a phantom, it caught up to the taxi. It took her no more than 2 or 3 seconds to overtake the taxi. Then, gliding beautifully at a distance of 50 to 60 yards ahead of the cab, she suddenly parked her car vertically on the road. Ah! The driver was terrified and pulled the emergency brake. The roads were slippery on rainy days, and even with the anti-locking brake system, the car skidded. The drag of the tires left 2 black marks on the ground. Fortunately, the 2 vehicles did not collide. The taxi stopped at a distance of 5 to 6 yards away from the red BMW. The driver was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Then, Xiao pushed open the door of her BMW and ran to the front of the taxi, shouting, "Come out, pretentious D***CK. Pretentious D***CK? Who was that? The guy in the back seat?" The driver was startled. In the rearview mirror, he observed Xiao Luo sitting in the back seat. At that moment, Xiao Luo was depressed. The taxi driver pulled on his seatbelt. However, the emergency brake had not only affected the driver. Since Xiao Luo had not reacted in time either, he had whacked his forehead on the back of the front seat. Although there was no redness or swelling, his brow still felt hot and painful. "Pretentious D***CK, get out here." Xiao was still shouting in the rain. She was not holding an umbrella, and the rain fell on her, thoroughly soaking her white school uniform. Her black lingerie was showing, and her clothes clung tightly to her white skin, showing off the outline of her perfect body. Her black hair streaked across her face, which was soaked with raindrops. Anyone who saw her like this would feel heartache. The door opened, and Xiao Luo expressionlessly got out of the car with an umbrella. With the umbrella in one hand and his other hand in his pocket, he walked over to Xiao as elegantly as any proper gentleman. However, in his all-black outfit, a black shirt paired with black slacks, he gave off an evil aura. "Pretentious D***CK. Seeing Xiao Luo, Xiao's face lit up with a smile. Ignoring the fact that she was drenched, she walked up to Xiao Luo and took him by the hands. "Let's go," she entreated him. "Come back with me. Everyone is waiting for you." She felt like she had just recovered a precious object. Her panicked heart had settled down slightly after seeing Xiao Luo. However, Xiao Luo stood motionless, rooted to the spot. No matter how she pulled, he just didn't move his golden feet. "Go back? Go back where?" "Huaye?" Xiao Luo asked. A mocking smile crossed his face. "Didn't my dad send you to protect me?" Xiao looked at him, wide-eyed and startled. Her heart felt like it had been pierced with a knife. "You are safe and no longer need my protection," Xiao Luo replied softly. Xiao was utterly stunned. It was as if her soul had been snatched from her body in an instant. Her mind drew a blank. She didn't know what to say to get Xiao Luo to stay. She didn't even know why she had dropped everything to come here so desperately. Was it because this man had saved her from those demons? No, that wasn't it. This was the first time that she'd fallen for a boy. But this boy was looking at her with an icy expression and talking to her coldly. "I think you should go back." "Go back to school," Xiao Luo said, persuading her. In order to completely erase the ripples in her heart, he kept his face cold as ice. "I have my own things to do. And you, as a student, have your own things to do too. Don't waste your time on an outsider like me." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left without showing her any sign of affection. Even if he felt a bit reluctant, he had to cut her off and start a new life. However, Xiao reached out and grabbed his arm. Sobbing and choking, she said, "Let's go back, together. I beg you, pretentious D***CK. I was at fault in the past, and I should never have treated you the way I did. I know I'm in the wrong now. I apologize to you, so please don't leave. Don't leave us. Zhu Xiaofei, Ding Kai, and Huang Ruoren, they are all waiting for you." Xiao did not know what was wrong with her. She was usually so proud, So where was this unspeakable sadness and desperation coming from? This was not like her at all. She was crying in front of a boy. Was her delicate makeup already ruined? It was, and without it, her pale and powerless face was revealed. Xiao Luo turned his head and looked at her wet clothes and messy hair, but there was no way to comfort her. Xiao Luo thought that he despised Qiyu. But when it finally came time for him to leave, compared to the mixed emotions he felt around his departure in general, he realized that the little bit of hatred he harbored against her was actually insignificant. Qiyu was drenched by rain. When a gust of wind blew, her body shivered uncontrollably. She was like a flower amid a violent storm, pathetic, helpless, and pitiful. She, who should have been like the moon surrounded by a myriad of stars, was now a miserable worm begging for Xiao Luo to come back. She couldn't forget the warmth and sense of security that the events at Wild Boar Ridge had caused her to experience. She wanted to grasp him tightly with all her might. Xiao Luo, however, wasn't feeling great on the inside. It wasn't because of Qiyu. Even if it had been Huang Ruoren and Xuanhuan, or any of the others who had shown up, he would have felt the same. However, he couldn't look back. He and the girls were not from the same world. He was merely a passerby who'd just happened to stroll into their world. How could a passerby be so nostalgic for scenery encountered along the journey? With a chilling expression, Xiao Luo toughened up his heart and chastised her. "Young Mistress Chu, you're really childish. Do you know that? I hate you. You're an arrogant, stupid girl. You're like a kid who never grows up. No girl your age eats lollipops every day, aside from you. Do you think that you will have good teeth forever? Or do you think that munching on a lollipop makes you cute? Let me tell you, you're just weird. And do you know what the funniest thing of all is? You gave me those lollipops as a present. Are you sure that you are Huaya's prettiest girl and not its biggest joke?" Each and every word was like a dagger stabbing deep into Qiyu's heart. She widened her big eyes and gaped in amazement at Xiao Luo. Tears woven with rain rolled down her cheeks. Why was this happening? Had she been in a one-sided relationship all along? Was she really so tiny and insignificant to him? Go back and be the young mistress you were meant to be. Don't come to me ever again. The person whom I want to see least in all the world is you. Afraid that he would soften, he shook her hands off and walked back to the cab without looking back. Poser, Xiao Luo. Qiyu pursued him with a few tottering steps. At last, she stopped, gazing helplessly at Xiao Luo's back as it moved further and further. Xiao Luo went back to the cab and told the driver to leave. He grabbed his phone and called Chu Yunxiong, informing him of Qiyu's location. As he turned around, through the cab's rear windshield, the driver could see Qiyu standing in the rain, shivering and bellowing. Sigh. Why did she have to come and find me? Xiao Luo sighed deeply. He had accomplished his duty to protect her, so now she should simply continue being the big missy she was. They should simply go about living their mutually exclusive lives. Wouldn't it be great if they could just part ways and treat each other as total strangers? Young man, that lady looks pretty great, I must say. Coming after you in her car on a rainy day, I can see that she really likes you, the cab driver remarked while peering at Xiao Luo in the rearview mirror. Xiao Luo smiled, discontinuing the thread of conversation. Did Qiyu like him? He didn't know. Did he like Qiyu? No, at least not yet. He only didn't hate her like he had that time after the dance party. The pattering rain seemed unceasing. The moment he returned to his rented apartment, Xiao Luo began cleaning up. Having been gone for almost a month, the surfaces and furniture were covered in a thick layer of dust. After bathing, Xiao Luo sat on the bed, took out his phone, and called Zhang Dashan. Hello, who's calling? Zhang Dashan often received calls from anonymous customers. Hence, when he received a call from an unknown number, he greeted the other party courteously. "It is me, Xiao Luo," said Xiao Luo. "Xiao Luo? What the hell? Why did you change numbers?" His voice immediately became rough and loud. Xiao Luo replied, "I'm not using my old number anymore. I also opened a new WeChat account. Hurry up and add me on my new account." The purpose of changing contact information was to sever every connection he had made back at Huaya. "What's going on with you, bro? Something got ya? Stop the gibberish. Just add me, alright?" Xiao Luo's head was a mess, because of Chuyu. "Da heck? You eat grenades for dinner or something?" Zhang Dashan asked him, "Where are you now?" "I'll come find you. I'm in the city. I completed Chu Yunxiong's assignment in advance. I'm at home now." "Alright. See you soon. Oh yeah, prepare some clothes for me. I'm gonna spend the night at your place." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Dashan hung up before Xiao Luo could reply. Xiao Luo was speechless. Subsequently, he sent his new contact information to every contact saved on his phone via mass messaging. But his fingers were too fast, and he accidentally sent the message to the person whom he least wanted to receive the text, Zhao Mingqi. This idiotic move left him speechless. He immediately deleted her contact information, lest something else awkward happened again in the future. What he hadn't expected was an instant reply from Zhao Mingqi, who texted back, "How are you doing these days?" Xiao Luo face-bombed, recalling the familiar old pain in his neck. He really was making trouble for himself. As for her text message, he didn't feel obliged to reply. An hour later, Zhang Dashan arrived along with a case of beer and a ridiculous amount of junk food. Xiao Luo's apartment was on the top floor and consisted of a living room and a bedroom. It accounted for only half of the rooftop area. The other half was a massive open-air balcony with a floor covered in red tiles. He didn't really need to clean it, as the rain basically tidied the area for him. On sunny days, he could even walk around barefoot. Since today it was raining, they had no choice but to place the table under the roof, which was made of aluminum sheets. After they turned on the lights, the atmosphere felt like that of a super cool spot. "Are you planning to drink until you puke tonight?" Xiao Luo looked at the case of beer on the floor. "Puke my *s. I never vomit. These beers will quickly become the piss that I'll piss out." Zhang Dashan was munching on a chicken drumstick that smudged oil all over his mouth. His attire today was very casual, tank tops, shorts, and slippers. He looked so impressive that it couldn't be described in words. He passed his phone to Xiao Luo, encouraging him to take a look at what was on the screen, then asked, "What do you think of this girl?" The girl's picture was obviously edited. Xiao Luo glanced at the photo and shook his head. Her mouth was too big, and her facial features were mediocre. She gave off a bitter, stinging aura. However, he couldn't just judge her blindly. If she was going to be Zhang Dashan's new girlfriend, it would hurt his dignity if he said that she was not pretty. "What do you think about her?" "I'm the one asking you, so why are you asking me back?" Zhang Dashan gabbed loudly with his mouth full of meat. "Who is she to you?" Xiao Luo decided that he'd better be more cautious. Zhang Dashan answered, "My superior." "Superior?" After some thought, Xiao Luo decided not to tell his friend the truth. Judging from his face, Zhang Dashan seemed to be interested in his superior. Xiao Luo nodded and said instead, "Well, I think she's not bad. She has a nose, a face, 2 eyes, and well, you know, she has the temperament of a regular woman at work." Contrary to his expectations, Zhang Dashan immediately heated up after hearing Xiao Luo's remarks. He slammed the table and shouted, "Temperament your foot. You're saying that this WH*re has a temperament? Are you blind, Xiao Luo? Can't you see her big *s mouth? I think she can take 2D*CKs at the same time, and you're telling me that she has a temperament? Holy F***head. What's the matter with you? Why did you start complaining about your superior right after you got here? Xiao Luo was confused. Zhang Dashan finished 5 to 6 bottles of beer and was slightly drunk. At this point, whenever he went to speak, he only knew how to yell. That stupid B*TCH is making problems for me every day. If I don't give her dirt, then who am I supposed to give dirt to? You know, my basic salary is just slightly above 3,000, and I rely on performance bonuses for most of my money. Now that she's deducting my performance pay, I will be F***king eating air. Last month, she said that I didn't complete the task index, so I just let her dock my pay. She also said the bank lost a customer because of me, so she deducted more all over again. I surrendered to that, too. But, this month, not only have I completed all the allotted tasks, but I even brought the bank an additional 5 to 6 million in deposits. But, at the end of the month, that stupid B*TCH forgot to report it for me, and now my performance will be docked until the end of the year. I will F***ck up her entire family. Zhang Dashan unleashed all the bitterness that was in his heart on Xiao Luo. Just because he pretended to be thoughtless and looked unrestrained and carefree day after day, it did not mean that he was not also facing difficulties at work and very depressed. If I had known this was the situation, I would have told you the truth just now. Your superior is really and truly incomparably hideous, Xiao Luo said as he took a sip of beer. D*Nit, are you trying to dupe me again? If I said that she was my girlfriend, would you lie and say that she looked pretty even though deep down you thought she was ugly? Can't you just not play along? Next time, when I give you a photo of a girl, can you tell me the truth and not just say empty words? Zhang Dashan said. He was speechless. Xiao Luo didn't know what to say and drank quietly. By the way, today in front of my colleagues, I greeted the family of the stupid B*TCH and 18 generations of her ancestors, as they say. It felt so good, Zhang Dashan said. Pooey. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo immediately spat out his beer. He opened his eyes in shock, and said, "What are you thinking? Do you no longer intend to work at the bank?" "Why would I continue? I've already stored all my luggage in the car downstairs," Zhang Dashan replied. He opened a pack of seeds and relishing in eating them as he went on, "As of now, I'm an unemployed wanderer. If you hadn't called me today, I would still have come to you. Obviously, during this period, when I'm looking for a job, I plan to stay with you." Xiao Luo shook his head helplessly. Seeing that his close brother had lost his job at the bank made him feel uneasy. He knew how hard Zhang Dashan had fought for the role. He had arduously prepared for half a year before finally passing the bank's recruitment tests, and had worked hard continuously for a year before being converted to full-time staff. Zhang Dashan had no connections, and everything he achieved was based on his own efforts. On the other hand, newcomers who arrived after him converted in just 2 months, thanks to their connections. One could say that everything Zhang Dashan had achieved was a result of his taking one step at a time. But in the end, it had all been for nothing. It was impossible to say that Zhang Dashan was not feeling dejected. Otherwise, he would not have brought so much booze. Zhang Dashan was drunk as a red-faced General Guan Yu and complaining non-stop. This F***king generation. That stupid B*TCH's dad is the local governor. If not for that, with her intelligence, do you think that she would be able to sit where she does now? Dream on. At the end of his rant, he spat on the ground. In his heart, he really wanted to cast this woman aside. Xiao Luo sighed and said, "I have something to tell you. I need your opinion." Then, he told Zhang Dashan all about Chu Yunxiong's plan to hand over control of Luo's workshop to him. Zhang Dashan immediately slammed the table and stood up. His face brimmed with excitement as he said, "Whoa, damn. Good news. This is great news. Just like a pie that's dropped from the sky. Old Xiao, I knew it. I knew you would build a relationship with Xianxia. Now there are a few decades of struggling that you won't need to endure. Look at this. Look at this. In less than a month, you've jumped from being a small-time engineer at the Huahai Group to an executive position. You're a successful man. Do you think I should accept the offer?" Xiao Luo asked, looking up. Zhang Dashan waved his hands wildly and firmly said, "If you don't, then you must have a broken brain." Xiao Luo's face darkened. He really wanted to refuse, because he didn't want to owe anything to Chu Yunxiong. "I know you don't like to be controlled by others, but didn't Boss Chu say that he would only act as a retired shareholder? All you have to do is give him 20% of your profits at the end of the year. This means that Luo's workshop's profits will go directly to you and that you will be the real boss. The CEO. Brother, do you still need to think about it? Or should I just accept that the wires in your brain are crossed? Don't you think there's something suspicious about a pie that simply drops from the sky? Chu Yunxiong is a businessman, and what a businessman pursues is the maximization of profit. Do you think that he will really only take 20% of the profits while handing over the rest of Luo's workshop to an outsider?" Xiao Luo asked, maintaining a rational mindset. "Brother, a businessman's career can generally be divided into 3 stages. The first is the original accumulation. This is an unscrupulous way of earning money where violating their morals is fine as long as they are not breaking any laws. The second stage is guiding the unsuccessful merchants and maintaining a sense of integrity while not violating basic business rules. Finally, in the last stage, they repay debts to society, engage in charity and donations, etc. This is to make up for the damage they caused at the start of the careers and to assuage their consciences. These 3 stages must be experienced by any successful businessman and correspond to the 3 states of being unsuccessful, finding career success, and overall life success," Zhang Dashan explained. Then, he went on patiently persuading Xiao Luo, "Chu Yunxiong is active in all major media outlets. There is one reason for this, he is paying back his debt to society because he has already achieved success. We are all in the Big Hua nation, but there are probably fewer than 10 individuals who are more successful than him. Right now, he no longer has to pursue the maximization of profits. He just wants to see the young people he believes in achieving success. This brings him a sense of achievement." "You mean he wants to see me succeed and will get a sense of achievement through me?" Xiao Luo echoed doubtfully. Zhang Dashan snapped his fingers and said, "That's exactly what I mean." He sat down again and with a pleading look, added, "I don't care why he's doing it, but I will follow you in the future. If you are the CEO, then let me be the deputy. Let me enjoy the thrill of giving instructions too. Don't expect too much from me." "I haven't decided whether to agree to Chu Yunxiong's proposal," Xiao Luo replied, pouring a pot of cold water. F***CK. What are you still considering? Does this even need to be considered? What is going on in your brain? I want to do something by myself and become the type of man who doesn't have to rely on anyone else. Brother, the law of survival in this society dictates that you take advantage of me, and I will exploit you in return. It is an honor to want to be taken advantage of. It means that you have value enough to be used. Even if you take 10,000 steps back and say you want to do something by yourself, have you actually thought about what it is you do instead?" Zhang Dashan pressed. He wanted to knock hard on Xiao Luo's head to wake his wooden brain up. Xiao Luo shook his head. He had not really thought about it and had no plans. "Then, isn't that your answer? Take care of Luo's workshop first and think the rest through slowly. If you still have plans afterward, it won't be too late to go and make them happen. I will follow you for now, and if you ever leave Luo's workshop, I will still help you take care of it." this way, both of us will find fulfillment. It's the best of both worlds, so why not? Zhang Dashan said. He was so excited that he had even sobered up. That night, Xiao Luo couldn't fall asleep. He lay awake in bed listening to Zhang Dashan's thunderous snoring. The opportunity Chu Yunxiong was offering him made him feel uncertain. He didn't know whether he should seize it or not. No matter how hard he thought about it, he was unable to come to a decision. Forget it, don't think about it for now. Anyway, there are still 3 days left to think about it. He sighed, opened the Genius system, and began to browse. The value of his points was not quite 46,000, which allowed him to exchange for most of the abilities in the mall. He adhered to his previous principle of not making exchanges at random. The more points accumulated, the better. The next day, after buying groceries to prepare a table's worth of tasty dishes for Zhang Dashan, his younger sister, Xiao Rui, called. The first sentence out of her mouth was, "Brother, you changed your number?" Xiao Rui, your reaction is way too slow. I sent you a message last night and you only replied this afternoon, Xiao Luo said, slightly exasperated. I've been working the night shift lately. By the way, come over to my place for dinner. Tangren and I'd both miss you, Xiao Rui said coquettishly. Xiao Luo was doubtful and said, are you sure that you miss me and are not trying to set me up with someone? Hee. It seems that I can't hide anything from my brother, Xiao Rui replied, grinning. You can introduce her to someone else. I don't need it. Brother, I swear to the heavens, this she a great girl. She's 22 this year and 5'3" tall. Her looks, well, needless to say, if I've approved her, then it means she's a beautiful woman. She's a good match for you. Big brother, you're not allowed to say no. Besides, introducing you to someone is not my main goal. I haven't seen you in a long time, and I miss you, Xiao Rui purred, cajoling as she pushed and pulled. If you don't come, then I will call Mom and Dad and tell them that after I got married, my big brother drifted apart from me and doesn't acknowledge me as his sister anymore. Xiao Luo smiled helplessly and submitted to her, all right. I'll come over, okay? Hee. That's my good big brother. Xiao Rui chuckled, pleased with her success. What time should we meet? 8 o'clock tonight. I'll meet you outside the hospital's front gate. Big brother, you should sort your hair out. It would be best if you wore a black shirt. You look really handsome in a black shirt. Xiao Luo was speechless. After hanging up the phone, he walked into the hall, where Zhang Dashan was lying on the sofa playing Honor of Kings, and kicked him in the butt. Zhang Dashan turned and loudly shouted, what are you doing? Do you think my butt is sexy or what? Why are you so annoying? I can't even play a game in peace. The last sentence reminded Xiao Luo of When Song Dandan played by Yun. Rui called and told me to go over to her place, would you like to come? Xiao Luo asked him while sitting on a stool and putting on his socks. Zhang Dashan sat up and replied, wait, why are you going over to Sister Luo's? I haven't seen her for a long time, so I'm going over to see her, Xiao Luo answered calmly. Impossible. Based on my understanding of your sister, she must be introducing a girl to you, Zhang Dashan said, raising his voice. Xiao Luo looked at him indifferently and remarked, not bad. Even you could guess that. Well, what type of girl have I not seen before? I know how girls think. Zhang Dashan patted his chest confidently. But I thought you were disgusted by blind dates, so why did you agree? As I've already said, it's mainly to see Rui. I haven't seen her in a long time, Xiao Luo replied feeling anxious. Ah, that makes sense. Are you coming or not? Can you please just give me a straightforward answer? Sure, why not? I'll get a free meal out of it, in any case. Zhang Dashan jumped up, took off the shirt which Xiao Luo had given him, and put on one that was more formal. Since Sister Luo is introducing someone to you, you should pay more attention. What if it's a pretty girl that you are attracted to, then you can, you know. His smile was frivolous, his expression lewd, and his voice lecherous. His eyebrows were jumping up and down as he giggled. He was really the best of the best. To hell with your understanding. Xiao Luo really wanted to kick him in the butt again. Jiangqing was divided into 4 districts, the Southeast District, the Northwest District, the Guangming District, and the Taihe District. Huaya was in the northwest. Xiao Luo lived in the southeast area, less than 1 kilometer from the border of the Guangming area, where Xiao Rui worked at a government hospital. The drive from Xiao Luo's residence to Xiao Rui's workplace would take about an hour and a half without traffic, so he set off with Zhang Dashan at 6 o'clock that evening. Old Xiao, you take the wheel. I didn't sleep well last night, so let me close my eyes for a bit on the way there, Zhang Dashan said, throwing his car keys over to Xiao Luo. With a yawn, he walked toward the front passenger seat. You're not afraid that I'll end up crashing your car? Xiao Luo said jokingly. If you damage it, then you will buy me a new one. Anyway, you're rich now, and have assets worth more than 1 million. You are going to be a CEO soon. I'm afraid that, out of our university classmates, you will be the one who turned out the best. If Zhao Mingqi knew about this, she would definitely cry over the fact she missed out on a huge mountain like you. Hold up, I still haven't figured out if I should take over Luo's workshop or not. Let me consider it over the next few days, Xiao Luo said. Zhang Dashan really couldn't figure out what was going through his old friend's mind. What was there to think about? This opportunity was obviously a pie in the sky landing on top of his head. If he didn't take over the business, was he waiting till someone else did? With a sigh, Zhang Dashan conceded, fine, I won't talk about it anymore. Anyway, I have already decided that no matter what you are doing, I will follow you. Oh ho! With the 2 of us working together, imagine that. We will make it in Jiangqing, no, nationwide. Suddenly he thought of something else and added, if we can achieve recognition from the country's leaders, that would make us the pride of our ancestors. That would be enough for me to boast about for the rest of my life. Look at you. Xiao Luo said as he started the car, slowly. He really despised him. Guangming District People's Hospital. 1 man and 2 women were waiting at the door of the hospital. The man's skin was fair and clean. He had a scholarly vibe about him with a baby face that made him look like a 17 or 18-year-old teenager. But his actual age was 24, and he was Xiao Luo's brother-in-law, Tangren. The girl standing next to Tangren was Xiao Rui. She had short, clean hair and wore an oversized long-sleeved t-shirt with slim black trousers underneath. She had distinctive features and exuded the aura of a pretty girl who'd come from a humble family. Xiao Rui was talking to a girl wearing a white long-sleeved hood. Yu, let me tell you this, my brother is much more handsome in real life than in photos. His personality is particularly great. When you see him, you will definitely fall in love. The girl lowered her head and smiled shyly, then in a humble way, she said, your brother has a degree, so I'm scared that he'll look down on me. Education is nothing so long as you feel something for each other. Am I right, Tangren? Xiao Rui asked, glancing at Tangren. Tangren immediately smiled and chimed in his agreement, yes, that's right. The way he pronounced the word right was somehow off. Xiao Rui kicked him and said, right your head. You must have watched too many sitcoms. Not only do you not learn anything, but you learn to speak like an old lady. Wifey, it's okay if you beat me at home, but when we're in the outside world, can you leave some pride for me, please? Tangren said, whispering in her ear. Face? You're talking to me about face? The fact that you were able to make me your wife should be enough face for you. Rumors of your reputation, you're a legendary figure, have long spread around the hospital. Namely, how you came to our hospital and, in less than a year, successfully chased me into the palm of your hand, Xiao Rui teased as she pinched Tang Ren's ears like a willful girlfriend. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wifey, hurry up and let's go. If you continue to pinch my ears, then they will fall off, Tang Ren said, pretending to be in unbearable pain. Xiao Rui's lips curled as she spoke, this is pain. I'm not even putting in any strength. Tang Ren smiled awkwardly and said, Wifey, if you don't think it's painful now, then you will definitely pinch me even harder. Aren't you glad to be pinched by me? Glad, yes, I'm glad. However, if Wifey wants to pinch me, then she should just go ahead. He, Tang Ren unwillingly laughed. The girl standing next to them was wearing a white long-sleeved hoodie. Smiling, she breathed enviously, you guys have such a great relationship. If you can get together with my brother, then your relationship will definitely be better than ours. My brother is totally a family-oriented guy. He's graceful in the hall and great in the kitchen. Most importantly, he is very dedicated. As long as he falls in love with a girl, he never strays and treats her right forever. He's totally devoted, Xiao Luo said, loosening her grip on Tang Ren's ears. She related good things about her brother. Although, of course, everything was slightly exaggerated. The girl chuckled softly and didn't say another word. In her heart, she had built up a certain expectation of Xiao Luo. Just then, a white Corolla stopped in front of them and the door opened. Xiao Luo got out from the driver's side. He was dressed in a black track jacket with a slightly open neckline that revealed a white crewneck undershirt. Two long red stripes on the sleeves gave the jacket a cool look. His distinctive facial features were sculpted, resulting in an abnormally handsome face with a strong jawline framed by his thick, jet-black hair. Under his eyebrows were a pair of deep-set eyes, a tall nose, and perfectly sized lips with a dazzling smile. Brother! Xiao Rui ran to him like a gust of wind and threw herself into Xiao Luo's arms. She was like a kitten lying coquettishly in the arms of her master. Tang Ren stepped forward and shouted to Xiao Luo with a smile, Brother! Don't hug people randomly. Aren't you afraid that Tang Ren will get jealous? Xiao Luo said flatly. I don't care. I don't care about that. I haven't seen you in such a long time, and I just want to hug you, Xiao Rui replied, hugging Xiao Luo even tighter. In an instant, she had become a docile little lamb, totally unlike the strong, unruly young woman who had just bullied Tang Ren. Xiao Luo shook his head helplessly. The car door opened, and Zhang Dashan climbed out of the passenger seat, greeting Xiao Rui, Hi, pretty girl. Long time no see. Big-faced Zhang, why did you come too? Xiao Rui said as she released Xiao Luo. This was a surprise. Big-faced, Zhang? Xiao Luo was stunned. He didn't know that his sister called Zhang Dashan by that nickname. A smirk crossed his face. He realized that his sister had used these 3 words brilliantly, they were perfect for describing Zhang Dashan's looks. Zhang Dashan's face turned green at once, as though he had been petrified in place. Sister Luo, he said, can't you be nice? No matter what, I'm still your brother's bro, so there must be better ways to address me than that, right? For example, Brother Zhang, Brother Shan, etc. If none of those work, then you can just call me by my actual name. Sorry. As soon as I saw you, I just blurted out what I was thinking. But your face really is too big. Xiao Rui said apologetically. Zhang Dashan felt like his heart had been stabbed twice. It was painful. He wondered in his heart, is this an apology? If so, then what type of apology is this? Xiao Rui continued to say, I think you should consider getting a facelift. Look at all that meat on your face, fat as pork belly. It's hideous. Pooh. Every sentence and word was like a knife thrust firmly into Zhang Dashan's heart. Now, he finally understood what was meant by the expression tons of injuries. Sister Luo, are you sure that you're here to introduce your brother to someone and not deliberately targeting me? Zhang Dashan asked. He was about to vomit blood. All this talk about plastic surgery and his face being as fat as pork belly. F***ck. She had no need to go at him like that. This time, Xiao Rui changed the subject and brought the girl in the hoodie to the front. Smiling, she introduced her, brother, this is Sun Yu, a belle from our department. She then proceeded to introduce Xiao Luo to Sun Yu, this is my brother, Xiao Luo. Next to him is his good friend, Zhang Dashan. Hello. Sun Yu said. She was a little shy, so her voice was very soft. Zhang Dashan looked the girl up and down. Her long dark hair draped over her shoulders, and her skin was as white as a freshly peeled egg. Her big eyes twinkled as she talked, and her small red lips were unmistakable. She had a graceful figure with a small waist. Her entire appearance gave off the impression of a quick-witted beauty. Pretty girl. He lightly nudged Xiao Luo with his shoulders and gave him a look, hinting that this girl was not bad, and he should grab on to this opportunity. Xiao Luo rolled his eyes at him, then nodded politely. He responded to Sun Yu, hello. Just like that, the two of them politely greeted one another. Then, they had nothing else to say. Xiao Rui broke the awkward atmosphere with a smile and said, so, now that you're all acquainted, let's go. It's time for some food. I'm starving. What are you waiting for? Get in the car, quickly. Zhang Dashan echoed Xiao Rui's words, then sat himself down in the passenger seat. He'd thought about this before he came. Tonight, his car belonged to Xiao Luo. Since his friend was on a blind date, having a car would make him seem well-mannered, inspire confidence, and leave a better impression on the girl. I'm driving again? Xiao Luo didn't have any interest in this blind date at all. He had come here to see Xiao Rui and Tang Ren, so he didn't have many thoughts about Sun Yu. D***nit, this car is yours, so if you don't drive, then who will? Zhang Dashan asked, reprimanding Xiao Luo loudly while continually dropping hints. Xiao Luo was speechless, but his mind was clear. Xiao Rui and Tang Ren knew full well that the car was Zhang Dashan's, but they didn't intend to expose him. In their materialistic society, a man with a vehicle significantly improved his success rates on blind dates. 5 people got into the car. Xiao Rui had already thought about what he wanted to eat and acted as a live GPS, showing Xiao Luo the way. Sun Yu glanced at the car's interior, curiously, then asked, did it cost a lot to buy this car? Although Zhang Dashan had said the car belonged to him, Xiao Luo didn't have much to add. So when Sun Yu asked that question, he was focused on driving and subconsciously thought that her question was directed at Zhang Dashan. Zhang Dashan hated Xiao Luo for being unable to meet his expectations and pushed him to reply, insisting, brother, she's asking you a question. What did she ask? She asked you how much this car cost, Zhang Dashan said, anxious for Xiao Luo to get with the program. To be honest, Xiao Luo didn't want to lie. If he had a car, then he had one, and if he didn't, then he didn't. However, since Zhang Dashan was insistent that this was his vehicle, Xiao Luo found it hard to reveal the truth in case it made things awkward. I was just asking randomly, so if it's not convenient for you to give me an answer, then that's fine. Sun Yu realized that her question had been a little forward. But this was her first time on a blind date, and she did not know what to ask. She was curious, so she had asked the question without giving it much thought. Now, she found it a little embarrassing. Around 120,000. Xiao Luo replied. Since he had gone with Zhang Dashan to collect the car, naturally, he knew how much it cost. Wow, that's expensive. I wonder if nurses like us will ever be able to afford a car like this, Xuanhuan answered, lowering her head a little. I heard that nurses receive considerable welfare and benefits, and your pay can easily go up to about 5,000 a month. If you save up, it shouldn't be too long before you can purchase a car like this, Xiao Luo said. As he chatted with her, he formed a good impression of her overall and didn't dislike her. Xuanhuan said with a bitter smile, Sister Rui can earn that much. But as a newcomer, I only earn enough now to feed myself. It's all right. Just take things slowly, Xiao Luo said, comforting her. Xuanhuan said, nodding her head. Watching the two protagonists chatting away, Zhang Dashan, Xiao Rui, and Tang Ren deliberately kept quiet. This was precisely the result that they had been hoping for. 10 minutes later, they arrived at their destination, a barbecue buffet restaurant. Each person only had to pay $65, and then they could eat as much as they wanted without any time limit. The restaurant served all sorts of meats, seafood, pastry, drinks, and fruits. The decor was grand and impressive. Many people were willing to pay $65 just for this barbecue experience, so the restaurant was already packed when Xiao Luo and the rest arrived. However, they were fortunate as there happened to be an empty table. A group of customers who had just finished their meal was about to leave. Tang Ren, go reserve that table for us. If that other group gets it, then you will sleep on the sofa tonight. Xiao Rui hurriedly ordered Tang Ren to take care of it as she realized that another group of people was eyeing the table as well. Sleep on the sofa? No way that was happening. Like a motor traveling at full speed, Tang Ren rushed to the table. Moving as fast as a gust of wind, he risked his life and reached the table before the other group. As he placed his butt on the seat, he lifted his head and giggled, "Excuse me, but this table is occupied." Wow! Look at Tang Ren's speed. What a light-footed runner, Zhang Dashan remarked, praising him with admiration. That's a given. He is the champion of our hospital's 100-meter sprint tournament, Xiao Rui said with pride. Xiao Luo laughed without saying anything. All he could remember was his mother's evaluation of Tang Ren. He doesn't look like a 24-year-old man, but a high school student. Objectively speaking, Tang Ren did have a small and youthful appearance. He looked more like a growing teenager. Based on his face alone, it was hard to tell that he was already 24 years old. Since it was a buffet, diners were supposed to pick the food they wanted for themselves. Zhang Dashan made a beeline for the seafood. He scooped up the hairy crabs, squid, oysters, and much more, filling their entire table with food. Big-faced Zhang, are you sure you can finish all this food? Xiao Rui asked. She had her doubts. Obviously, I can't finish this all by myself, but that's why we have your brother here, Zhang Dashan said while patting Xiao Luo on the back. Xiao Luo glanced at him and remarked, "You took way too much food. Even with my help, I'm afraid there is no way we can finish all of it." That's all right. You still have me. I really enjoy seafood, Xuanhuan said, chuckling. How much can you eat? Zhang Dashan asked jokingly. Xuanhuan thought about it for a bit, then pointed at the whole pile of seafood on the table and said, "Out of all this food here, I can finish at least half." Her reply shocked Xiao Luo. Most girls in this day and age wouldn't boast about having such a huge appetite, but Xuanhuan was different. She was direct and straightforward. She was increasingly making a favorable impression on him. "Brother, let's take a picture." Xiao Rui took out her phone and walked toward Xiao Luo. She pouted, puffed up her cheeks like a pufferfish, and took a selfie with Xiao Luo. Then, she sent the image to her friends, captioning it "My handsome brother and me." "Sister Luo, you're biased here. Why are you always taking photos with Xiao Luo and not with me?" Zhang Dashan asked with grief. While also responding simultaneously to her friend's chat, Xiao Rui replied to Zhang Dashan, I won't be able to fit your face on my phone screen. Zhang Dashan's face went black in an instant. He felt as if there was nothing left to live for. Was she trying to say that his face was too big? Just as she'd said, Xuanhuan had an excellent appetite for seafood. In just a short while, all the bits and pieces of seafood, including shells and bones, had piled up into a small mountain. Just then, an unknown voice shouted out, "The prawns are here." Every customer in the barbecue restaurant, who had been focused on grilling their meat, now rushed to the buffet counter. Xiao Luo observed carefully and saw one of the staff bring out a trolley full of river prawns. "Tangren, hurry and go grab them," Xiao Rui commanded. At his wife's orders, Tangren put down all his food, took an empty plate, and transformed into a light-footed runner once again. However, someone else was even faster, and that was Xuanhuan. As soon as she heard the prawns being announced, she immediately leaped up, dashed over, and started vying for the prawns with the rest of the diners. She completely disregarded her image and did not put on airs. Xiao Luo was surprised. Although they had barely interacted, Xuanhuan seemed like a pretty good person to him. "Big brother, what do you think of Yu?" Xiao Rui asked, taking this opportunity to grill Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo replied approvingly, unpretentious and genuine. "I agree with that. If this were any other girl, no matter how much she liked seafood, there is no way that she would eat this much in front of two guys she did not know," Zhang Dashan replied while chewing on his seafood. "That's right. I'm introducing Yu to my brother, precisely, because she's genuine," Xiao Rui said with a sweet smile. "Yu just entered the workforce. So, the way she deals with things shows how young and youthful she still is. In many ways, she's still a small girl in the process of growing up. Big brother, you're mature and stable. You two would be perfect for one another. You can guide her, and this way, she'll take one less detour. Don't be like me. I paid a painful price and took the long road to find out what a perfect guy is actually like." At the end of her little speech, the sparkle in her eyes seemed to fade away. Xiao Luo knew exactly what his sister was referring to. A few years earlier, Xiao Rui had been young and rebellious. She'd felt like she was old enough and didn't need to listen to her family's teachings. She especially did not need someone telling her what she could or could not do. Therefore, she often hung out with a bunch of guys until late at night. Her taste in guys was different from that of the other girls. She thought that tattoos, punks, smoking, and guys who casually fooled around all the time were cooler and much more handsome. At long last, after having an abortion, she'd finally gotten her wake-up call. Then, she had been fortunate enough to meet Tangren. He was ready to accept her for who she was and continuously adored her, loved her. Like a fool, he'd always treated her like a princess. Let bygones be bygones. "You and Tangren are fine now," Xiao Luo said as he sipped his tea. He could see that Tangren treated his sister well. Not every guy could put up with his sister's princess attitude. To tell you the truth, Tangren is definitely much better than big-faced me. After all, he's a doctor. Even if he's not treated well at the moment, once his qualifications improve, he can easily earn tens of thousands every month. Even his chances for promotion are considerably better, Zhang Dashan said, reluctantly admitting the truth that was right before him. It was undeniable that Tangren was a better fit as Xiao Rui's partner. The dim light in Xiao Rui's eyes dissipated. Smacking her lips, she said, "Big-faced Zhang, I'm surprised by what you just said." "What's there to be surprised about? Everything I said is the truth. I wasn't exaggerating." Big-faced Zhang took the tongs, clipped a squid, and grilled it on the iron plate. "Oh, by the way, are there any single girls left at your hospital? At least introduce one of them to me. After all, I am your brother's brother. You have a part to play in my future lifelong happiness as well. Don't worry, if I see anyone that suits you, then I will definitely introduce you, Xiao Rui said, smiling with a squint. At that moment, Tang Ren and Sun Yu returned from grabbing the prawns. Sun Yu had snatched 2 whole, big plates of prawns, while Tang Ren had gone up with an empty plate and returned with an empty plate. Wifey, those people are way too fierce. I didn't manage to snatch anything. Tang Ren looked like a defeated rooster with his head down. After a while, he held his head up, stood up tall, and with determination, said, "The next time they bring out the prawns, I will be sure to snatch up at least 5 to 6 plates worth." That should be enough. Sun Yu was in a good mood as she looked happily at the 2 plates of prawns she had harvested. Xiao Rui did not blame Tanren. Instead, she signaled for him to sit down, laughed, and said, "Yu is so amazing. Even those big men couldn't faze you. In the past, I was unable to snatch any either, but I'm experienced now," Sun Yu said, smiling heartily. You could see that she was thrilled, and her satisfaction was derived from having snatched the prawns. "Come, everybody, let's all enjoy Yu's victory prawns," Zhang Dashan said, laughing loudly. He helped himself and placed all the prawns on the grilling iron and began to cook them. "You guys eat heartily. If there isn't enough, I will go and snatch more later," Sun Yu said happily, biting her lip. She was smiling through her eyes, and they turned into crescents. "If we let the girls do everything, then what's the point of having us men around? If there aren't enough prawns again later, then make Xiao Luo go," Zhang Dashan said. Sun Yu looked toward Xiao Luo only to realize that he was looking back at her. She looked away quickly and blushed. It seemed like something was going on. Xiao Rui was very happy. She was confident in her brother, Xiao Luo. As long as Xiao Luo decided to pursue a girl, he would definitely be able to win her heart. She was already wondering if it was time to call home and inform her mom and dad that she had introduced a beautiful girl to her brother. As for Xiao Luo, his impression of Sun Yu was still so-so. At the very least, he was able to understand her better now. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, Zhang Dashan, Xiao Rui, and Tang Ren went straight home after making up excuses. This gave Xiao Luo and Sun Yu a chance to be alone together. Clutching her handbag, Sun Yu broke the silence and said, "It was a delightful meal. Thank you for your hospitality." "You're welcome." Just then, Xiao Luo realized that this was the perfect moment to correct the misunderstanding that had occurred previously. "Oh, right," he said. "That wasn't actually my car. It was my friend Zhang Dashan's car." He was not used to lying, and it made him feel guilty. Sun Yu smiled flirtatiously and said, "Actually, I knew from the start that it was not your car." "You knew from the start?" "Yeah, I saw a crystal ball in the car carved with the name Zhang Dashan. I doubt you would have done that if it was your car." Xiao Luo laughed and replied, "You're pretty detail-oriented. I guess. Maybe it's an occupational hazard from being a nurse. I was very careless in the past and often forgot my keys. I was always getting locked out of my house." "Such embarrassing incidents have occurred more than once," Sun Yu said, chuckling. Her laughter was as beautiful as a silver bell. "Is that so?" Xiao Luo was surprised. He couldn't imagine what it would look like for a girl to be locked out of her house. "Yeah, I don't know how to explain this. Basically, it was just extremely embarrassing. I would squat by the stairs for the whole night, then go to work the next day with panda eyes. Thankfully, I didn't make any mistakes," Sun Yu said. She talked about her embarrassing past lightheartedly. "Do you enjoy your job as a nurse?" "Well, how should I put this? It doesn't matter whether or not I like it. I don't actually know what I like to do, so I thought, heck, why not just be a good nurse? What about you? I heard from Sister Rui that you are an engineer at the Huahai Manufacturing Corporation?" "That was true, yes. But I've since resigned, and I'm currently unemployed." Did you quit to pursue something you actually want to do? I guess that's about the sum of it. Except that I don't actually know what I want to do, either. They talked while heading toward the place where Sun Yu was staying. Jiangqin was a coastal city. It was the only city legally allowed by the state to open casinos. The gambling industry profited well, and each district had various large casinos. Of course, these casinos were backed by influential organizations or individuals. Guangming district was no different. Just as Xiao Luo and Sun Yu were happily chatting away, a fight broke out in front of the casino, not too far away. A soulless middle-aged man with a chin full of stubble was curled up on the ground and being beaten by 6 to 7 men. Sun Yu's expression changed. Disregarding everything, she ran toward the fight. In an attempt to stop it, she shouted, "Stop! Stop now! Why are you beating up my uncle?" "That's your uncle?" A man dressed in a suit waved his hand to stop, staring coldly at Sun Yu. Sun Yu lifted the battered middle-aged man, nodded, and replied, "Yes." "Well, that's just dandy. Your uncle owes the casino 2 million in gambling debts. Since you're his niece, then you can repay this amount on his behalf," replied the man in the suit. Sun Yu turned her head and looked at her uncle with a trembling gaze. She could not believe that her uncle would rack up such a huge debt. Sun Jiannan sighed regretfully and confirmed that the man in the suit was speaking the truth. He pleaded, "Manager Gung, can you be generous and give me a few days more? Just a few days, and I promise that I will definitely return the money to you. I've already given you a 7-day grace period. If you still don't pay, then I have no choice but to throw you into the sea as food for the fishes," Manager Gung sneered. "But perhaps I can offer you a way out. If your niece is in good spirits, then she can pay the debt for you." "No. Do whatever you want to me, but don't hurt her at any cost," Sun Jiannan replied, shaking his head vigorously. He endured the pain in his body and shielded Sun Yu. "Oh wow, that's pretty brave of you. Well, let's continue to beat him up and see how long he lasts," Manager Gung said, waving his finger. His expression became fierce. Several men saw the signal and continued to beat up the middle-aged man. "Stop it. Stop hurting him. Stop it right now," Sun Yu shouted. She was panicked and whirling with tears. At that moment, Xiao Luo walked over and calmly said, "None of you have the right to beat this man up. Whether or not he owes you money, even if you consider this debt collection, you should not be resorting to such extremes to solve a simple problem. It can be considered illegal." Manager Gung was stunned for a moment. Then he sneered and said, "Where did this rash youth come from? Before you meddle in anything, boy, at least know where you're getting in the middle of. I really want to know where this is. Oh, by the way, just a reminder, I recorded a video of you beating him up. If you don't stop, then I will have to call the police," Xiao Luo said, taking out his phone and smiling. "Call the police? How refreshing." Just the thought of it made Manager Gung laugh. This was the first time in more than a decade that someone had dared to challenge the casino. "Boy, I was praising you when I called you a rash youth earlier. Now you're simply courting death. I'll give you 3 seconds to delete the video. Otherwise, don't blame us for what will happen next." It had been a very long time since there had been such a thing as a kind casino boss. Manager Gung couldn't figure out where this fellow had found the courage to record a video. He'd even dared to boast of teaching others a lesson. The group of men who were assaulting Sun Jiannan now surrounded Xiao Luo with unkind expressions on their faces. Manager Gung only had to give the word, and they would provide Xiao Luo with a taste of their punches. Sun Yu wiped the tears from her eyes, glancing at Xiao Luo in a daze. She felt as though a bottle of 5 flavors had spilled in her heart. Her emotions were a mix of sourness, bitterness, spiciness, and saltiness. Only a trace of sweetness was missing. She had just met Xiao Luo today, and to have something like this happen before they'd gotten to know each other better made her feel extremely embarrassed. She was at a loss for what to do. The gambling debt of 2 million that her uncle owed was far too massive a sum, and she did not have the kind of money needed to pay it off. However, she also could not sit by and watch as her uncle was beaten to death, much less drag Xiao Luo into this whole mess. Sun Jiannan's face was bruised and swollen. A trace of blood stained the corner of his mouth. Seeing a young stranger standing up for him, he said, "Young man, I appreciate your help, but this is my problem. Please stay out of it." As a regular at the casino, he knew what these men were capable of. They were like devils who devoured people whole, and he did not want Xiao Luo to come to any harm for his sake. Manager Gung sneered, "You hear that? The man doesn't want your help. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. So how about you delete that video now and get out of here as far as you can?" These people were hardened thugs, and threatening to call the police did not faze them. Realizing that he was getting nowhere, Xiao Luo changed tacks and asked, "How much does he owe you?" 2 million. Manager Gun replied, holding up 2 fingers. His eyes narrowed in a mischievous smirk. "Why? You want to pay up for him? I don't even know this man, so why would I pay his debts? Even if I wanted to, I don't have that much money," Xiao Luo reasoned, before offering his counterpoint. "I do, however, know this man's niece. Now that I have gotten involved, I can't just walk away from this." Manager Gung and his 7 underlings looked at Xiao Luo like he was an idiot, thinking to themselves, "Look at this big shot talk. Who does he think he is? I can't just walk away? This is just a poor kid talking out of his ass. Debts must be repaid. We have every right to claim what is owed to us. What do you think you can do about it?" Manager Gung laughed coldly. "Give me half an hour. I'll get you 2 million in chips and settle his debt," Xiao Luo replied. He could have used violence to rescue Sun Yu's uncle. However, the people running the casinos were part of the local underground and would not give up so easily. He might be able to stop them once, but he would not be around all the time. The simplest way to resolve this issue was to clear the debt between the 2 parties, once and for all. Manager Gung was a sharp man, and he regained his composure quickly. "You mean you want to come to our casino to play a few hands and win 2 million in chips? What, am I not qualified to enter?" Xiao Luo retorted. "Hee. Of course, you are. As long as you're not a minor, it's no problem. However, do you have money to play?" Manager Gung's smile widened. At high-end casinos like theirs, every dealer was a specially trained professional gambler. To even consider winning 2 million from gambling was a nonsensical idea. It was a ridiculous pipe dream. The other 7 men smiled in amusement. This was the funniest joke they had heard since they'd started working at the casino. Xiao Luo pulled out a card from his pocket and said, "There's 100,000 on this card. Is that enough to play at your casino?" 100,000? Manager Gung was slightly taken aback, before grinning in glee. "Our minimum bet is 10,000, so 100,000 is more than enough. Please, follow me." He made a welcoming gesture. If someone with money appeared on their doorstep, they had no reason to turn him away. "Brother Xiao Luo, don't go." Sun Yu pulled at the end of Xiao Luo's jacket, and her delicate face wore a worried and troubled expression. "These men are professional casino operators, so you can't beat them at gambling. That 100,000 is something you've saved up for yourself. The odds are stacked against you. At a casino, the house always wins, so you're going to lose it all. I'll ask my family for help in settling my uncle's debts. We only just met today and barely know each other, brother Xiao Luo, so you really don't have to do this." She could not, in good conscience, let a man she had just met put himself on the line for her. Xiao Luo smiled. He had stepped up to help mostly because of his masculine pride, but now he was fully committed to helping Sun Yu. This girl was sincere, which had helped her find favor in his eyes. It's all right. I don't commit to things I'm not sure about. As he was saying this, the genius system sounded in his head, ding. Congratulations. You've received the gambling ability and used up 500 points. Haha. Oh, so young and heroic. This young man has certainly got guts. This way, please. Manager Gung was all smiles. Now that Xiao Luo was a customer, his attitude had taken a complete 180-degree turn. He quietly ordered his men, keep watch on Sun Jiannan. Don't let him get away. To turn 100,000 into 2 million was an increase of 20-fold. Was such a thing even possible? Of course, it was absolutely impossible. Otherwise, he might as well just shut down his casino business. In his mind, he had already labeled Xiao Luo a fool. Only a fool would dream of making 2 million from 100,000 at a casino. For this reason, it was all the more important to keep an eye on Sun Jiannan. Let go of me. I'm going with him, Sun Jiannan yelled as he struggled. Manager Gung waved at his men, signaling them to release Sun Jiannan. If all three of them came along, that was just what he wanted, killing two birds with one stone. On the one hand, he could keep an eye on Sun Jiannan. And on the other, he could watch firsthand as this young man lost 100,000 bucks. When he lost all his hard-earned money in the span of a few minutes, the expression on his face would be priceless. The casino's interior was decorated to look like a palace, and it was no exaggeration to say that it was magnificent. The floor was so utterly spotless that you could see your own reflection in it. Xiao Luo was actually holding on to slightly over 1 million. However, he knew not to put all his eggs in one basket, so the rest of the money was not on the card that he took out. Entering his PIN number, he withdrew the sum of 100,000 and exchanged it for chips. Brother Xiao Luo, I'll be too ashamed to face you if you do this. Sun Yu was full of anxiety. She was very moved, but her sense of unease was overpowering. How could she drag Xiao Luo into the mess her uncle's debt had created? She was nobody to Xiao Luo, so what right did she have? Young man, it's not too late to turn back. $100,000 is a huge sum for normal people like us. Please don't be hasty. These are my just desserts, and I alone should bear this burden, Sun Jiannan said dejectedly. Xiao Luo simply smiled wordlessly. Then, he made a beeline for a table where the dice game Big and Small was being played. As he went over, he saw the dice showing 1, 3, and 5. The dealer covered the dice in a box, and they rattled around inside as the box was shaken. Closing his eyes, Xiao Luo's ears honed in on the frequency of the shaking sound to get a precise sense of how the dice were tumbling inside. Having redeemed a gambling ability, with his eyes closed and ears focused, it seemed to him that the box was transparent. He could clearly see every motion of the dice as well as the numbers they were going to land on. After a while, the dealer put down the box and shouted, "Place your bets. Big or small?" The gamblers around the table started placing down their chips. Without stopping to think, Xiao Luo wagered all of his chips worth 100,000 on Big. Hiss. Sun Jiannan sucked in a breath of cold air. As the strength went out of his legs, he almost collapsed to the floor. This was 100,000 bucks, and this kid just put it all down. If the dice turned up small, he'd lose it all, just like that. My God, where did this young man get his confidence from? He looked fearfully at Xiao Luo, who was calm and collected, and he broke out into a cold sweat. Sun Yu was so nervous that she did not dare to watch and turned away. She held on to Xiao Luo's clothes with a deadly grip, feeling as though she and not Xiao Luo was the one betting at the table. When she saw Xiao Luo going all in with chips worth 100,000, all the blood instantly drained from her face. 345, Big. The dealer's loud voice boomed as he uncovered the dice. The 3 dice revealed showed the numbers 3, 4, and 5. Just like that, Xiao Luo had won 200,000, doubling his chips. Unbelievable. Sun Jiannan's eyes opened wide, gawking in disbelief. Sun Yu also turned to look at Xiao Luo in surprise. Brother Xiao Luo, you won? Xiao Luo simply nodded without any further explanation. Manager Geng had been keeping tabs on Xiao Luo from the second floor. At this turn of events, his brow furrowed deeply, and he muttered to himself, this kid has some luck. Who wins on the first round with an all-in bet and so easily squeezes 200,000 from 100,000? The man beside him remarked, it's got to be a fluke. If he tries it again in the next round, I'm sure he's going to lose everything. Manager Geng nodded ambiguously. Lady Luck would not side with anyone forever. The second round began. Xiao Luo closed his eyes yet again, focusing his hearing on the movement of the die. As he had won a significant amount in the first round, the dealer had taken notice of him. Seeing him with his eyes closed, acting like an expert, he could not help but softly scoff, what are you playing at? Are you pretending to be a gambling god? Xiao Luo acted he had not heard the dealer. With a small smile, he bet all of his chips once again. This time, he bet all 200,000 on big. Behind him, Sun Jiannan and Sun Yu's hearts skipped a beat each as they were unable to maintain their composure. This all-or-nothing style of gambling was not for the faint of heart, and they could not help but feel nervous. If Xiao Luo was right, he would double his winnings, but if he made a mistake, he would end up worse than he started, and all would be lost. The dealer uncovered the box and reluctantly announced, 456, big. The casino staff handed Xiao Luo $400,000 worth of chips. You actually guessed right again. Sun Jiannan swallowed hard. In less than 5 minutes, the 100,000 Xiao Luo had come into the casino with had become 400,000. Sun Yu was dumbfounded. She stared wide-eyed with her charming eyes at Xiao Luo, suddenly feeling like this man was a real enigma. Some of the color drained from Manager Geng's face as he continued watching from the second floor. He marveled at how fortunate Xiao Luo was to have guessed correctly twice in a row. When Xiao Luo placed $400,000 worth of chips back on big and won again, Manager Geng lost his cool. The gamblers and dealer at the table felt even more shook up. 3 rounds. He won 3 rounds in a row. He was too damn lucky. **T. What the hell is that dice handler doing? Manager Geng grumbled testily. Meanwhile, on the betting floor, seeing that Xiao Luo was on a roll, the other gamblers held back their wagers. They were waiting to see what Xiao Luo would bet on this time. The dealer refused to believe that Xiao Luo's good fortune would continue, so he poured his all into shaking the dice and rattling them fiercely in the box. Place your bets, big or small. Setting the box down, he almost seemed to be yelling directly at Xiao Luo. Once again, without a shred of hesitation, Xiao Luo placed his chips worth a total of 800,000 on big. Many of the other gamblers followed his lead, but some of them felt that the result had been big 3 times in a row already, so chances were that it would be small this time. After some second guessing, they placed their bets on small. Xiao Luo calmly addressed the dealer, open it. Seeing how confident he was despite the high stakes, the dealer's palm was slick with a layer of cold sweat. If the dice showed big again, he feared that he would not be able to work in these parts again. He could even lose his livelihood. Nevertheless, gritting his teeth, he uncovered the box. Seeing the results, he felt like his soul had been plucked out of his body, and his legs buckled without warning. If he had not been using both hands to support himself on the table, he would have crumpled to the floor in a heap. The dice showed 356, and it was big again. From the very beginning, Sun Yu's emotional state had gone through stages of worry, fear, shock, and now incredulity. This man whom she had known for barely 3 hours was most impressive. In her mind's eye, Xiao Luo's image had grown incomparably enormous and magnificent. She was in a daze as she stared at Xiao Luo's profile. Her uncle Sun Jiannan also felt like he was dreaming. 10 minutes ago, Xiao Luo had come in with 100,000, and now he had 1.6 million. In this short time, he had performed a miracle at this casino. What the hell? It turned out big for 4 consecutive rounds. The gamblers, who had bet on small, protested in annoyance. On the other hand, the gamblers who had decided to follow Xiao Luo were overjoyed. A few of them even told him, "Bro, your luck is amazing, we'll just copy your bets." Hee hee. At this point, the dealer excused himself, saying he did not feel well, and a new dealer took over for him. As he took his seat, he looked at Xiao Luo and asked with a dry smile, "Sir, are you feeling lucky tonight?" "Pretty average." Xiao Luo replied impassively. "You've already won 4 rounds in a row. You call that average, huh?" As the new dealer spoke, he switched out the dice with a sleight of hand. Nobody else saw it, but the move did not escape Xiao Luo's eyes. He did not react or show any sign of having seen what the dealer had done. Now, he finally understood why the house always won. Thinking that one could make a profit at a casino while gambling was delusional. The new dealer began to shake the dice, and Xiao Luo shut his eyes to focus his hearing. His ears picked up the faint sound of a die rolling after the dealer had stopped shaking. This meant that the die was loaded, and the dealer would be able to change the results as he saw fit. "Bro, are you betting on big or small? Hurry up and decide." The other gamblers saw that Xiao Luo had not placed his bets and were beginning to get flustered. "Brother Xiao Luo, if you don't feel confident, let's just wait and see for this round," Sun Yu said tenderly. Xiao Luo nodded. There was no obligation to bet, and no matter what he bet on, the dealer could change the results to force him into a loss. Seeing Xiao Luo abstaining from betting, the new dealer felt that he was probably an experienced gambler. The kid must have heard something strange that tipped him off. The dealer tried to agitate Xiao Luo, taunting him, "Sir, you were really manly earlier, going all in without a second thought. What's happened now? Are you scared? I think you know what I'm afraid of, don't you?" Xiao Luo chuckled and shot the dealer a pointed look. It was a loaded statement, and hearing this, the dice handler's expression darkened. He was thinking to himself, "Has this kid discovered the trap I set?" Xiao Luo refused to elaborate further and left it at that. The new dice handler stayed on as the dealer, but Xiao Luo had not placed a single bet since his arrival. The other gamblers were getting anxious, and those who had started to lose money began laying into Xiao Luo. "Bro, are you going to play or what? You've already sat out 5 rounds. Maybe he feels like his luck has changed for the worse and doesn't want to continue betting recklessly. Ugh. And here I thought I'd found my lucky star for today. So much for tagging along and making a killing, this is all he's got. What a waste." Xiao Luo turned a deaf ear to the other gamblers' griping and whispered something into Sun Jiannan's ear. "Are you sure about this?" Sun Jiannan's expression was troubled. "I'm sure. Just do exactly as I say," Xiao Luo replied. The new dice handler laughed contemptuously. He had full control of how the dice would land. No matter how Xiao Luo placed his bets, he was not winning a single cent from this table. Rattle rattle. The dice clattered vigorously in the box as he shook them, and after several seconds he firmly slammed the box back on the table. "Big!" Xiao Luo yelled out in a sonorous and forceful voice. The other gamblers, who had been observing Xiao Luo, were delighted. They gleefully wagered their chips on big without any hesitation. On the other hand, Xiao Luo made no move to bet after his outburst. Surprisingly, it was Sun Jiannan who moved, grabbing 1 million in chips and rushing to the neighboring dice table. He squeezed in and placed all his chips on big. 456, big. The dealer at the neighboring table announced, his voice carrying. It was big. The new dice handler's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Xiao Luo like he was some kind of freak. He never would have imagined that Xiao Luo was capable of listening to the dice game at the neighboring table and accurately guessing the outcome. You guys have fun. Flashing a cheeky smile at the dealer, Xiao Luo left. Xiao Luo put down 2 million in chips on Manager Gung's table. He stared viciously through heavily lidded eyes at Xiao Luo, unable to express the mix of emotions he was feeling. In a way, he was at a loss for words. It was as though the universe had conspired to kick him in the balls. He could not believe that Xiao Luo had actually made 2 million from his initial 100,000, and with a bonus 600,000 to boot. How could he accept something so outrageous? The debt he owes you should be cleared now, right? Xiao Luo asked, raising his eyebrows. Manager Gung's mouth twitched, and he slapped his hand on his desk violently. Kid, were you cheating? To come in so casually and take 2 million off them, did he think their casino was some kind of charity? Xiao Luo smiled almost imperceptibly. The dealer works for you. I'm just guessing the results. If you want to accuse me of cheating, please, enlighten me, how could I have cheated? At this, Manager Gung's face flushed red. He did not really believe that Xiao Luo had used any underhanded tricks. The casino monitored all their customers with surveillance cameras. The staff would have immediately noticed if Xiao Luo had made any overt moves to cheat. Yet, if he was playing by the rules, how did he win 5 rounds in a row without losing? Was his luck that good? The notion was absolutely preposterous. How did you do it? Manager Gung asked with a death stare. He looked like he wanted to take a bite out of Xiao Luo. I'm just born lucky. See you. After tossing out this casual answer, Xiao Luo picked up the remaining 600,000 in chips and departed. Manager Gung sank into his sofa, gritting his teeth. His hands were tied. He could not dispatch his goons to deal with Xiao Luo here and now. There were guests downstairs, and a brawl would ruin his casino's reputation and force them out of business. Young man, thank you. Thank you so much. Leaving the casino, Sun Jiannan tearfully knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Xiao Luo in appreciation of his help. Xiao Luo helped him back to his feet. You don't look like a gambling man, so how did you end up 2 million in debt? Ugh, Sun Jiannan sighed bitterly. I was a manager at one of the Luo's workshop bakeries. When business was good, I had a monthly income of around 20,000. But after Luo's workshop's food safety scandal, the flow of revenue from customers visiting our store has dropped to an all-time low. There are some days where we get no customers at all. My salary has also gone from 20,000 to a mere 5 or 6,000 a month. Luo's workshop? Xiao Luo was somewhat surprised to discover that Sun Jiannan was a manager at a Luo's workshop stall. Digging deeper, he asked, your pay cut does not directly explain how you ended up with gambling debts, does it? Sun Jiannan felt like the words were stuck in his throat, and he struggled to share his misery. Young man, you wouldn't know this, but I recently bought a house in Jiangqing. In addition to my car loan, I have to pay 15,000 a month. My wife's salary is currently being used to fund our 2 sons' university education. When things were normal, we managed to get by just fine, and we made enough to cover our expenses. However, now that my salary has dropped to 5 or 6,000, we are really feeling the pinch. Uncle, if you're facing financial difficulties, then why didn't you tell us? My parents could have helped you out, Sun Yu said. Sun Jiannan smiled bitterly and replied, my niece, every family has their own problems to deal with. I could borrow from them once, but if I have to rely on your father every month, I could not bear to bring it up. So, you decided to gamble? Sun Yu was somewhat triggered. Even she knew that gambling ruined lives, so why had her uncle not understood this simple fact? Gaming did not improve one's fate. It only dragged one deeper into a bottomless abyss. I managed to win 100,000 at the start, but then, Sun Jiannan's voice grew weaker and weaker as he spoke until he finally shut his eyes in remorse. Xiao Luo explained, the dice are rigged. There are microchips and electrodes embedded inside. This allows dealers to fix the games and show the results they choose. Basically, you're guaranteed to lose if you gamble at the casino. Sun Jiannan nodded solemnly. I've learned my lesson now. I will never step back into that kind of place for as long as I live. I hope you keep that promise, Xiao Luo advised. Saying his goodbyes, Sun Jiannan climbed into a taxi and left. Xiao Luo and Sun Yu were left alone at last, walking side by side. Xiao Luo was thinking about what he'd just heard about Luo's workshop. If a manager was only earning 5 or 6,000, how little were the other staff getting? Just then, Sun Yu ran to a small roadside shop. She bought a pen and paper, then scribbled down something quickly. Xiao Luo was puzzled by her actions. But before he could ask, she passed the slip of paper with her writing to Xiao Luo. He looked down at the piece of paper, which was clearly titled with the header IOU. Written below that was, today, Sun Yu owes Xiao Luo the sum of $2 million. Her handwriting was neat and beautiful, just like her. Brother Xiao Luo, I will return the 2 million to you, Sun Yu said, through pursed red lips. Return it? Xiao Luo shook his head and laughed, don't worry about it. I didn't lose any money. In fact, I ended up 500 grand richer. 1 inch no, I must pay you back. Otherwise, I won't be able to live with myself, Sun Yu insisted stubbornly. She did not enjoy taking advantage of others, even less so when it was a man she had just met. You really don't have to do this. Even if I wanted to be repaid, that should be your uncle's obligation, not yours. My uncle is family, and his debt is my debt, Sun Yu said, her pretty eyes aflame with determination. Brother Xiao, I can't pay you all at once, but I can spare 2,000 every month. I'll be able to pay you more when my salary increases. My uncle's business is also sure to improve. One day, we'll clear this debt. Xiao Luo did not expect Sun Yu to be so bull-headed. Unable to convince her otherwise, he decided to accept the IOU slip for the moment and placed it in his wallet. He surreptitiously sized up the girl beside him. She had some gentle curves, and she gave off a youthful, lively vibe. The handbag hooked on her shoulder was not branded, but it suited her style. Overall, he felt pretty good about this girl. Sun Yu was also secretly observing him. For a man, he had an attractive profile, handsome and charismatic. His eyes were worthy of special mention, as they were deep and dark as the night sky. One could easily get lost in them. At the same time, she was genuinely intrigued by Xiao Luo. To think he could turn $100,000 into more than 2 million. She was unable to grasp the full depths of his ability and felt like he was shrouded in mystery. Brother Xiao Luo, at the casino, how did you know what numbers the dice would land on? She asked curiously. Xiao Luo brushed off the question, remarking, I just got lucky. So, if I stick with Brother Xiao Luo long enough, will your luck rub off on me too? Sun Yu laughed as her eyes sparkled. I guess so, Xiao Luo replied. The pair looked at each other, breaking into laughter. Half an hour later, they had arrived at a residential area dedicated to providing rental housing to workers. Most of the apartments had been built by individual private developers, and the overall layout of the buildings was not great and gave off the impression of being messy. The structures were packed tightly together, and various types of telephone and internet cables crisscrossed the area. It was not a pleasant environment to live in. This is my place. Sun Yu turned to face Xiao Luo, feeling warmth in her heart. You should go up. It's getting late. I should be heading back, too, Xiao Luo said. Stretching out her hand, Sun Yu said, Brother Xiao Luo, give me your phone. Xiao Luo had a favorable opinion of her, so he took out his phone and placed it in her hand. Sun Yu lowered her head, using Xiao Luo's phone to call her own number. Then she hung up, passed the phone back to Xiao Luo, and saved Xiao Luo's contact in her own phone. Smiling sweetly, she said, Okay, now we have a way to contact each other. Then, I'll see you again, Xiao Luo said with a light smile. Sun Yu nodded, then nagged him, Be careful on the road. Drive slowly. Xiao Luo replied with a soft, almost imperceptible sound, then turned to depart. Sun Yu waited where they'd parted and only entered her apartment building when Xiao Luo was out of sight. She was brimming with happiness and joy like she had just returned from a date with her boyfriend. While making her way back to her apartment, she paused to think. Then, she took out her phone and saved Xiao Luo's number under the name Big Creditor. Having left Sun Yu's neighborhood, Xiao Luo called Zhang Dashan and asked him to drive over and pick him up. Just then, a group of 7 to 8 men approached, looking like trouble. They were holding sticks and clubs while wearing vicious expressions, and they moved to surround Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo recognized them as the men from before, the ones who worked for the casino and had beaten up Sun Yu's uncle. Do you need anything? Xiao Luo asked quietly. Kid, you're quite something to win more than 10 times your initial bet in less than half an hour, growled a man sporting an undercut hairstyle with a scar on his forehead. Our manager is not happy, and he asked us boys to make you bleed a little. The lesson to be learned here is to mind your own damn business, or there is a price to be paid. Xiao Luo's eyes narrowed as he replied with a small sigh, I'm in a good mood right now, and I don't want to fight. If you guys leave now, I won't cause you any trouble. Hearing these threats, the men were shocked into stillness for a split second before bursting out laughing. Brother Bao, it looks like this guy has some screws loose. He's a nutcase, saying that he won't cause us trouble, said another man to the first one with the undercut. Ha ha ha, the rest of the guys bellowed in laughter. The man with the undercut also laughed along with them before his face suddenly darkened. He threw the cigarette he was smoking down to the ground and ordered fiercely, Get him. The other men steeled their expressions as they raised up metal pipes and wooden sticks, preparing to advance on Xiao Luo. Goddamn. I can't stand watching you city folk. You guys have no balls, ganging up on someone like this. A rugged voice boomed suddenly, stopping the men in their tracks. Xiao Luo looked toward the source of the voice and saw 5 savage-looking men sauntering over leisurely. They were all over 5'9" and only the man at the front was slightly shorter, around 5'7". The man's build did not look particularly strong. He was kind of like the character Lu Xiaobu from the TV show Apartment. Even so, he seemed to be the leader of the other 4. He was wearing a large gold chain that was just visible under his open shirt collar. The man with the undercut saw the imposing mannerisms of the 5 newcomers, and decided to act cautiously, asking, Brother, what group are you with? This is Dragon Gang business, so don't come looking for trouble. Dragon Gang? Xiao Luo knit his eyebrows, feeling like he had heard this name before. Thinking for a while, the memories came to him. If he was not mistaken, the crime syndicate that had been trafficking child beggars before had also identified themselves as members of the Dragon Gang. Pa! The man wearing the heavy gold chain raised his hand and delivered a tight slap to the face of the man with the undercut. It was a solid slap, not watered down in the slightest, and the sound it made was crisp. The blow stunned the man with the undercut, as it had come so suddenly, without forewarning, and he'd been completely unprepared. Nobody could have expected the man with the heavy gold chain to suddenly resort to violence. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows with a slight grin and thought to himself, this should be interesting. Then, the man with the heavy gold chain yelled out loudly, I don't care what gang you are from. Dragon Gang, Horse Gang, I've never even heard of it. And what do you mean, don't look for trouble? We may be from the countryside, but that doesn't mean you can scare us away with your bullshit tea. The man with the undercut shook his head, regaining his senses. His face burned hotly with pain, and he was practically shooting fire from his eyes. You dare hit me, shoal? Heh. So what if I hit you? I hit you because I acknowledge you. I hit you because you deserve to be hit. I hit you because you spied on the widow Wang from the neighboring village while she was taking a bath. The man with the gold chain began to explain straightforwardly, but his voice trailed off as he went on. He realized that something was wrong. He had gone off topic and started talking about his own village affairs. He scratched his head, then spat angrily, "Goddamn. Why did I start talking about the widow Wang? Brother Feng, you were the one peeking at the widow Wang while she was bathing." "That's right, Brother Feng, so why are you exposing your own shameful behavior? It's a good thing that these people don't know us, or that would have been so embarrassing." Four of his companions laughed as they made fun of him. The man with the heavy gold chain went red in the face. Clearing his throat, he announced loudly, "Bullshit. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. So what if I spied on widow Wang in the bath? When I was young, I bathed together in the nude with Hong Hong and even touched her privates. And you know me. When have I ever lied to you guys? Brother Feng, you're too awesome. I admire you. No wonder Hong Hong was looking at you differently when we left the village to start our new lives. You two have had a special relationship ever since you were young. I can only describe my brother Feng with one word, awesome." Ha ha ha. The four men looked at the man with the heavy gold chain with unending adoration. They gave him 2 thumbs up as they praised him. Xiao Luo was amused by the provocation. In his heart, he thought the gold-chained big man was somewhat awesome. He had actually been playing rogue since he was young. He watched the gold-chained big man and his companions nonchalantly laughing and talking together, bragging about their childhood history. The bullet-headed man could only feel a burst of anger rising within him like an arcade jackpot. He was like an angry bull, and his eyes saw crimson red, his nostrils flared, and the veins on his forehead nearly exploded. Finally, he roared and shouted, "Damn it! Kill those country bumpkins!" 7 to 8 men loudly shouted all at once at the gold-chained big man, then jumped on him. The smiles on the faces of the 5 men instantly turned into cold stares. Just like 5 tigers, they faced the bullet-headed man and his friends, who were turning their necks left and right. There was no fear in their eyes. Instead, in their excitement, they looked like bloodthirsty beasts who had just spotted their prey. Ck his mother. It just so happens, my hands have been itching for a fight, so let's use you guys as a warm-up, the gold-chained man said coldly. Dodging the steel pipe in front of him, his right foot swung in a large arc like a spring compressed to its limits. Then, his foot heavily landed on the chest of the man in front of him. Ah! With a shrill shriek, the poor guy seemed to have been hit by a bull. He stopped rushing forward and stumbled backward 2 to 3 yards. He was not even able to hold on to the steel pipe in his hands and dropped it on the ground. Whoa, you're competent and strong. Xiao Luo was a bit surprised. He had not expected this gold-chained big man, who looked meek, to have such explosive power. It was amazing. Besides the gold-chained big man, the other 4 were also extremely fierce. If the bullet-headed man's group could be compared to wolves, then the gold-chained big man's group was like lions. They were simply not in the same weight class. Even though the bullet-headed man's team also had men, they were utterly incapable of going head-to-head against the whirring limbs of the gold-chained big man's team. Less than 5 minutes later, all 7 men from the bullet-headed man's group were lying on the ground howling in pain. You people from the city are in inferior physical shape and are not able to fight. My brothers and I were just getting started with our warm-up, but all of you are already down for the count. What d*ck's, the gold-chained big man said, grabbing the collar of the bullet-headed man and shaking him unceasingly. The bullet-headed man viciously stared at him and answered, "You dare to offend our dragon gang? I promise you will die a miserable death." Pooey. The gold-chained big man slapped the other man and snarled, "Speak human words." The smell of blood was in his mouth, as the inside of his cheek was now bleeding. The bullet-headed man was startled and angry. He had never expected to meet anyone so ruthless. "The five of you shouldn't even think about leaving Jiangqing, or else our dragon gang." "Pa!" The gold-chained big man slammed down on him again with another slap, instantly causing one of the bullet-headed man's teeth to fly out of his mouth. His gums were bleeding, and his mouth was full of blood. "I told you to speak plainly. Don't you understand?" the gold-chained big man growled like a tiger. The bullet-headed man was shaking uncontrollably. This time, he was petrified. It was too painful. Uncontrolled tears began to flow out. He could feel his face quickly swelling up. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows. His interest had been seriously piqued, and he was looking for a place to sit down. The gold-chained big man was fascinating. "If you don't give in, my brother Feng will beat you till you die," joked a companion of the gold-chained big man, ridiculing the bullet-headed man. The bullet-headed man couldn't speak due to the pain he was feeling. He was succumbing to the agony. He had already been beaten so severely, but he still had to beg for mercy when all he wanted to do was cry. Looking at the gold-chained big man raising his large fan-like hands, he was so scared that his complexion drained completely. Closing his eyes, he begged, I give up, stop, just stop hitting." The gold-chained big man's anger turned into a smile. The harsh hand that had been primed for slapping turned into a soft, gentle touch as he patted the bullet-headed man's face, smiled, and said, "You're finally speaking human words. Okay, on account of you speaking human words like I asked, I won't hit you anymore. Get out." He let go and dropped the bullet-headed man to the ground. The bullet-headed man didn't dare utter another word as he struggled to get up. He waved a hand at his underlings, and they all raced away from there. "Hey, don't you want these things?" the gold-chained big man shouted at the bullet-head man, pointing at the steel pipes and wooden clubs scattered all over the ground. When he shouted, the bullet-headed man and his gang were scared like rabbits and ran even faster. In the blink of an eye, even their shadows were out of sight. The f*ck? They're even timider than rats, the gold-chain big man exclaimed and touched the back of his head. His expression showed his hatred for the bullet-headed man. "Wow, Brother Feng, you actually used an idiom." "That's because I am a cultured person. I must be different from the rest of you uncouth goons. Otherwise, how could I be your boss, right?" boasted the gold-chained big man proudly. The four of them nodded like chickens pecking at rice. "My brother Feng is awesome." "Alright, stop with the flattery," said the gold-chained big man, waving his hand. Then, turning around, he walked up to Xiao Luo and said, "Brother, you are really rude. I saved you just now, and you don't even say thank you? You're just sitting here like Buddha watching the drama unfold. Brother, even Chairman Mao can't match up to you. Respect." Xiao Luo smiled, got up, and said, "It's not too late to say it now, right? Thank you. It's nothing worth mentioning. It was just a minor scuffle. Helping someone in need along the road is exactly what a man should do." The gold-chained big man patted his chest, smiled, and said in a friendly tone, "My name is Feng Wuhan, but you can just call me Brother Feng." Xiao Luo reached out to shake his hand and introduced himself warmly, "Xiao Luo." "Eh? Xiao Luo?" Hearing the name, Feng Wuhan and his four friends' faces changed. "What did you say your name was?" Feng Wuhan asked, his eyes widening in disbelief. Xiao Luo didn't understand what was wrong with these people. Why had they had such a weird reaction when they heard his name? He repeated it once more, Xiao Luo. A man with slightly tanned skin, leopard eyes, and a mustache pulled out an old-fashioned cell phone from his pocket. He carefully looked at Xiao Luo as though he were verifying his identity. After confirmation, he said to no one in particular, Brother Feng, he is indeed the Xiao Luo we have been looking for. Feng Wuhan was overjoyed, and said, the F***CK? We've been traveling far and wide trying to find him, and he's been right under our noses this whole time. It's almost been a month, and we've finally found him. The others were equally overjoyed. Like a beast who has finally spotted food, their eyes burned with passion. Who are you guys? Xiao Luo asked, instantly feeling like something was amiss. Big brother, you must have offended the rich. If not, who would spend 20,000 to cripple your hand? Feng Wuhan said. His mouth revealed a playful smile. 20,000 yuan? It was still so high. Xiao Luo froze for a moment. If these guys had really come from the countryside, then 20,000 was a lot of money. Other than that, he was more concerned that someone was out to cripple his hand and that they had been looking for him for a month. Big brother, on account of our friendship, I will be as gentle as I can. I will be as clean and tidy as possible. There's a hospital nearby, so if I injure one of your hands, it won't endanger your life, Feng Wuhan said, giggling. Who is your employer? Xiao Luo asked. He was speechless. When one group of thugs left, another group, causing trouble, came along. For those of us who mix on the fringe of society, we can speak only of credibility. Do you really think I would tell you? Feng Wuhan answered. Brother Feng, don't waste time on him. That bounty is still waiting for us. The cost of living in this city is so high. Without any income, we will have to sleep under the bridges soon, shouted a ferocious-looking man with clenched fists. The five of them stared at Xiao Luo like they were staring at prey caught in a trap. There was a faint trace of bloodlust in the atmosphere. At that moment, Xiao Luo thought of someone. With a smile, he asked, Did Hua Haifeng send you guys after me? A month ago, he'd had some friction with a rich man by the name of Hua Haifeng. What Haifeng? I don't know who that is. Feng Wuhan and his lackeys did react much, making it obvious that they did not know who Hua Haifeng was. He stared at Xiao Luo. Revealing a hint of excitement at the corner of his lips, he said, Big brother, you are the first assignment that we've undertaken since leaving home. You can chalk it up to bad luck that we bumped into you today. Are we really going to fight? Xiao Luo sighed. To be honest, he did not know if he should consider his luck good or bad. Feng Wuhan's eyes turned icy. Turning away, he took a few steps and said, Little Wu, do it. Brother Feng, why don't you do it? Asked the fierce-looking man, puzzled. Feng Wuhan was suddenly furious. Smacking the back of the man's head, he shouted, I am the boss. How can the boss do it? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and go fight. Oh. The four men roared and waved their fists at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo remained calm. His face maintained a constant smile from the start to end. The very next second, his body abruptly moved, and his toes silently brushed the ground. Accompanied by a quick rush of air, his body shot off the ground. With an elegant 180-degree twist that spanned a distance of 2 yards, his slender right foot swept out in a trick angle. Pung, pung. With two muffled noises, 2 men were immediately sent flying. Eh? Feng Wuhan and the remaining 2 men were startled. They'd never expected a weak-looking kid to actually have such scarily explosive power. The corners of Xiao Luo's lips turned up. Without a pause, he flashed toward the other 2 men like a bolt of black lightning and shot up again. Spinning like a windmill, he flicked his feet with a whistling sound and landed a hard kick in the 2 men's faces. The men didn't react slowly, and they chose to immediately adopt defensive postures by crossing their arms to protect their faces. But as Xiao Luo's feet swept toward them, they felt an earth-shattering force. They were utterly incapable of resisting it and retreated. They quickly took 4 to 5 steps back, but were eventually unable to avoid falling to the ground. Their arms felt like limp noodles, and they were effectively crippled. What the F***ck? How are you so powerful? Feng Wuhan was shocked that he had managed to knock out 4 of his brothers from the group. That was way too much power for a kid. It is important to know that the 5 of them had once visited a mountain to deal with a blind black man with their bare hands. The blind man had weighed 200 or 300 pounds, but they had only needed 2 people to dispatch him. When they'd recently come to the big city, they'd thought that they were invincible and on top of the world. Who could have guessed that the first assignment they'd receive would consist of taking on someone so good at fighting? Nah, it's not much. Just slightly better than you. Xiao Luo remarked, smiling modestly. Hey, didn't you say that bullying people with numbers isn't good? Then, why are you doing it too? Feng Wuhan's face reddened, and he was forced to defend himself. We are accepting other people's money to do a job. Our purpose isn't to bully you. We are different from the group you encountered earlier. Oh, in that case, don't just stand there and do nothing. Come at me. Xiao Luo challenged, raising his eyebrow. Although these 5 men were fascinating, they still had to be convinced with his fists. Fine. I'll show you just how good I am. Ho! The smile on Feng Wuhan's face disappeared in an instant, and a ferocious bear-like roar exploded out of his mouth. The world was silent, and the wind sweeping along the street became thick, desolate, and majestic thanks to his roar. Feng Wuhan possessed the aura of a wild beast. Advancing madly, he sent a punch flying at Xiao Luo. His simple, wild fist caused the wind to howl. There were no fancy tricks. Wow, that's a bit scary. Xiao Luo remarked, snorting lightly. But he did not retreat. Instead, with his right foot forward, he aimed at Feng Wuhan's abdomen like a wild whip. He didn't stop and gave Feng Wuhan no time to react. The crisp yet dull sound caused Feng Wuhan's body to leave the ground. One move. With just one move, the violent, windless attack that had rolled out like a wave was immediately contained. Feng Wuhan's body flew backward like a bomb. He forcibly reversed his center of gravity midair to avoid falling on his back and managed to land in a semi-kneeling position. Still, he slid backward about a meter before coming to a halt. Gulp. The other men breathed in deeply. Looking at Xiao Luo in his black shirt giving off a wicked aura, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Xiao Luo, at that moment, appeared insurmountable to them. He was an outstanding fighter. Are you still going to fight me? Xiao Luo demanded sarcastically as he looked at Feng Wuhan. He hadn't gone all out. Otherwise, his foot would have injured Feng Wuhan even more. Of course I'll fight. Feng Wuhan roared and rushed at him. He leaped at Xiao Luo like a cheetah from 3 to 4 yards away. His whole body suddenly turned into an artillery shell with a thunderous powerful force directed at Xiao Luo. He clenched fists while moving at high speed, and they became his only weapon. Z. An ear-piercing whistling sound tore through the air as he came closer and closer to Xiao Luo. All 4 of his companions straightened up in excitement and almost shouted out. They expected Xiao Luo to be overwhelmed and knocked down by their leader, Feng Wuhan. But the reality was cruel and not at all what they'd expected. Bang! The dull sound fizzled out, and Feng Wuhan's cannon-like fists fell straight into Xiao Luo's right palm. Feng Wuhan's pupils dilated, and his mouth was slightly agape. He felt like his iron fists were bound by some other power. It felt like he had punched into cotton and was now being gripped by a pair of steel pliers. The force was strong, and the momentum was firm. You should have trained by taking on wild beasts in the forests. The problem is that your move was too dead. It was not flexible enough. Against someone who doesn't know how to fight, it's okay. But against someone who knows how to fight force with force, you lose its destructive ability, Xiao Luo explained as he loosened his grip on the man. His body bounced back at once. Bullsh *T. Feng Wuhan was an irritated beast. He retreated only to get ready to rush forward again. Quickly, he broke into another dash. He jumped up high, and his waist was parallel with Xiao Luo's head. His body flew through the air, and he used the force of the rotation to kick out his foot. This foot was aimed directly at Xiao Luo's head. If the blow had landed, the impact would have been so intense that even a wild bull would have been flipped over. Okay. All right. Xiao Luo laughed. He took one step and dodged Feng Wuhan's fierce foot. Then, his right hand turned into claws. He grabbed Feng Wuhan's ankle like an eagle, and his shoulders jutted forward. He spun around 360 degrees, then hurled Feng Wuhan. Feng Wuhan's two companions had no time to dodge their boss, whose body was like an artillery shell rushing their way, causing them to shriek in pain. The remaining men regrouped in utter embarrassment. Two guys struggled to get up and rushed forward to help Feng Wuhan while shouting, "Brother Feng! Don't come any closer!" Feng Wuhan growled as he tried to stand up. His feet were firmly planted to the ground, and he sprung up like a tiger. As the strongest guy in the village, he was a scourge used to being known as the best at fighting. He had his pride, but it had been shattered by Xiao Luo in an instant. He felt humiliated and burned with anger. A sharp hiss filled the sky. It was the sound of someone who had been oppressed to the breaking point. He tightened his body and rushed forward like a flying arrow or a caged eagle. He took 5 steps and pulled himself up. Compared to before, he was now 50 to 60% faster and even more determined as he pushed his body to the limit. Stomping with both feet, he soared and quickly covered a distance of 3 to 4 yards. He flicked his right leg and aimed it directly at Xiao Luo's neck. Xiao Luo squinted slightly and moved his legs to the side. Feng Wuhan, hurling with all his full strength, missed his target by a hair. His body broke out in a cold sweat because, for some reason, Xiao Luo suddenly appeared behind him. His facial expression changed, but he managed to react quickly and turned around while launching a spin kick. As swift as a typhoon, the kick whizzed by Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo retreated 3 steps and waited for the right opportunity. He stretched out his hands and pushed him forward in a simple manner. Feng Wuhan felt like he was being ridiculed. It felt like he was dancing in the palm of Xiao Luo's hand. As the corners of his mouth began to twitch, he turned on feet and faced Xiao Luo once again. "Die," he roared. With both fists out, he struck at Xiao Luo like a rainstorm. His footwork was rather fast. Xiao Luo, on the other hand, was backing off. Faced with this dazzling display of straight punches, uppercuts, flat boxing, and countless swings, Xiao Luo maintained a smile on his face. Taking his own time, he kept moving back. Feng Wuhan threw dozens of punches, and each one was filled with immense power. However, throughout this flurry of attacks, Xiao Luo remained entirely unharmed. He stood right in front of Feng Wuhan and was easily able to avoid all these punches. "Time to end this," Xiao Luo said, smiling. He made his move in a flash. His right palm was like a poisonous snake about to seize its prey as he sturdily stamped it on Feng Wuhan's chest. The violent surge of power came in contact with Feng Wuhan's body and spread wildly across it. Like a kite without strings, he lost control and flew backward. He fell on the ground, hard, and his blood circulation was disrupted. He tasted sweetness gushing in his throat. As he opened his mouth, blood trickled out the corners of his mouth, and his 2 rows of teeth were dyed entirely red. Besides that, the gold chain he was wearing on his neck was broken, flung alongside him. "Brother Feng!" The 4 men shouted and rushed to his rescue. After helping up Feng Wuhan, they rushed at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo knocked them out with a couple of punches and kicks. All of the men were left grabbing their hands and legs and crying in pain. Things were looking bad. Things were really looking bad. Feng Wuhan was dejected. They had left Big Mountain looking to make a name for themselves in this noisy and bustling city. However, without any qualifications or education, it was hard for any of them to get proper jobs. They had almost used up the couple $1,000s that they had come with, and they still couldn't find any work. When they were at their wits' end, a stranger had found them and promised to give them $20,000 if they could break some guy's arm. However, little had they expected things to go as they had. What should have been an easy 20 grand had become such a difficult task. Xiao Luo was a monster, and he had beaten all 5 brothers to a pulp. Xiao Luo stooped over them and picked up the big gold chain. With a playful smile, he said, "Why did this gold chain break?" Feng Wuhan got up. Although he was afraid of Xiao Luo, he quickly replied, "It's a counterfeit chain to make me look good. After a blow like that, how could it not break?" "I see. It was only plated with a layer of gold. Still, the plating is rather exquisite. If I hadn't looked at it closely, I wouldn't have been able to tell that it is fake gold." Xiao Luo fiddled with the chain and put it in his pocket, saying, "I'll be taking this. Consider it compensation for failing to deal with me." After finishing his sentence, he turned around and left. Feng Wuhan let out a sigh of relief, lifted his hands, and wiped the blood from his mouth. "Oh, by the way." Xiao Luo stopped and turned around. Feng Wuhan and his 4 companions were frightened. Their expressions became unnatural. Xiao Luo smiled and said, "Don't worry. I won't put you guys on the spot. I'm giving you a piece of advice. You can be shameless, arrogant, selfish, but it is important to walk on the right path. Nothing in this world is unachievable. There are only people who aren't willing to work hard and put in the effort. Everything lies within your grasp. The world is your oyster." As soon as he stopped, a white Corolla pulled up right in front of him. It was Zhang Dashan. Tang Ren and Xiao Rui were in the car as well. What happened?" Zhang Dashan glanced at them and asked. "Nothing much." Xiao Luo opened the door and got into the car. Zhang Dashan's face was filled with suspicion as he slowly started up the engine. The guy with round eyes and a well-formed forehead that resembled a leopard's asked, "Brother Feng, what should we do?" They had received $10,000 from the client as a deposit, but they hadn't been able to get the job done in the end. Moreover, they had almost used up all of the $10,000. There was no way that they could come up with that much money if they decided to return it now. "What else can we do?" "We'll fight him even if it means dying," said a guy while gritting his teeth. "Shut up," Feng Wuhan said, exhaling, "Not even 10 of you can match him." I used up all my strength, but he was calm and didn't feel any pressure at all. There's no doubt about it, he could kill a black bear with 1 punch if he wanted to. His eyes were filled with fear. Xiao Luo had left indelible terror in his heart. In fact, he was glad. Glad that Xiao Luo hadn't been too ruthless. Otherwise, he could have ended up crippling him and his brothers. "Brother Feng, we're going to use up the rest of the money in a few more days. Don't even mention accommodation. By then, even food is going to be a problem for us. When we left the village, everyone came and saw us off. We promised them that we were going to succeed, but now everyone said that it was easy to earn money in the big city. Everywhere is filled with money, they said. So why is it that, ever since we came here, besides densely packed skyscrapers, we've seen nothing else?" The 4 of them were dejected. They had come to the big with tremendous confidence, but now they were just clueless and helpless. All of this had happened within a mere month. Feng Wuhan waved his hands and stopped them, saying, "Stop it. I refuse to believe that there aren't any suitable jobs for us in this big city." The four of them nodded. As long as Feng Wuhan didn't collapse, they wouldn't lose hope for their future. "Brother, how did things go between you and Yu? Did anything romantic happen after we left?" Xiao Rui asked in the car with much expectation. Her pretty pupils beamed with excitement. Xiao Luo glanced at his sister and peevishly replied, "What's going in that head of yours all day long? Is Zhang Dashan a bad influence? How have you become so corrupted?" As soon as he heard that, Zhang Dashan replied angrily, "Damn you. I'm getting shot at even when I'm lying down. What do you mean by a bad influence? If anyone's a bad influence, then it's Tangren, your brother-in-law, who's the bad influence." "Hey, this has nothing to do with me," Tangren said, throwing up his hands and making an innocent face. "You brat. Stop trying to act righteously in all of this. I'm sick and tired of seeing you and Sister Luo's affectionate way of hugging and kissing while shopping. It's completely inconsiderate. Have you ever thought about how this 300-watt light bulb feels?" Zhang Dashan shouted while looking at Tang Ren's reflection in his rearview mirror. "What are you saying, big-faced Zhang? How about I shut your mouth with a pack of extra?" Xiao Rui said as he pushed Zhang Dashan's head. "Extra?" Xiao Luo stifled a laugh. To think that his sister was trying to bribe someone with chewing gum even though she barely had any left on her. Zhang Dashan rolled his eyes and said, "Don't think I'm unaware of what you're trying to do here. You're only giving it to me because you think I have bad breath. If you don't want it, then give it back," Xiao Rui said, stretching her hands in an attempt to get the pack of gum back. Zhang Dashan immediately swallowed his pride and said, "I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Besides, you should not take back something you've already given." "Heh." Xiao Rui grunted and ignored him. Then she took out a paper bag from underneath her seat. She gave it to Xiao Luo and, with a grin on her face, said, "Brother, I bought this for you." "What did you buy?" Xiao Luo said, accepting the bag. "A wool sweater. The weather is turning cooler, and I don't want my brother to catch a cold," Xiao Rui said. Xiao Luo took it out and saw that it was a style that suited him. The sweater was loose, and the chest area was printed with an image of a landscape. The texture was good, and it was soft to the touch. He asked, "You must have spent quite a bit on this?" "It didn't cost that much. No matter how expensive it may have been, guys' clothes will always be cheaper than women's." Xiao Rui said with a relaxed smile, "You can layer this sweater or wear it on its own, and it goes well with anything. However, it's better not to wash it. If it's dirty, then just take it to a laundry shop. That way, you won't damage the material, and you'll be able to wear it for a long time. In the future, don't spend money on me. I can get things for myself. You and Tangren just started a family, so you should save up your money. If a family doesn't have any savings, it'll be tough no matter where you go," Xiao Luo said sincerely. All right. I get it. Since when did you become such a nagger just like mom and dad?" Xiao Rui pouted. Xiao Luo kept a straight face as he replied, "I'm nagging you for your sake and Tang Ren's. Since you're already married, it's time for you to stop being willful. To get along with each other, there should be a sense of mutual understanding, tolerance, and understanding. So stop being childish all the time. Brother, we'll listen to your advice and live our lives well." Tang Ren interlocked fingers with Xiao Rui. He looked at his wife lovingly and said, "I'm fortunate enough to have been able to marry Rui, so I'll be sure to take good care of her. I won't ever make her suffer." Xiao Luo nodded and fell silent. Though he still thought that his sister was immature, she had to live her life with Tangren. That was her journey, and there was nothing more he could say. After a short while, they arrived at Tangren and Xiao Rui's residence. "Brother, if you have a good impression of you, then you've got to make your best effort and go for it. Many single male doctors at our hospital are secretly after her. If you don't hold on to her tightly, then someone else will get her," Xiao Rui mindfully warned Xiao Luo once she'd gotten out of the car. "Don't worry. I'll seize the opportunity," Xiao Luo replied. Xiao Rui clenched her fist and cheered Xiao Luo on. "All the best, brother." When it was just the two of them in the car, Zhang Dashan was proactive and started digging right away. "Be honest with your brother now. How do you feel about little sister Sunyu? Are there any sparks?" Xiao Luo looked at the night view and said, "It's all right. I think I can get to know her better. Little sister Sunyu is not bad at all. She looks fresh and neat and has pale skin. I think she's an ideal partner for you," Zhang Dashan said, nodding in agreement. Xiao Luo laughed and tried to change the subject. "By the way, how much did my sister spend on this wool sweater?" 1,999, Zhang Dashan replied immediately. "What? 1,999? Xiao Luo's eyes widened. He'd known that the sweater wasn't cheap, but he hadn't expected it to cost almost $2,000. It was not like he was unwilling to spend money, but he felt like it was too luxurious and wasteful at the same time. What wool sweater cost $1,999? Zhang Dashan finally realized something at that moment. Feeling distressed, he remarked, "I'm done for. Sister Luo asked me not to reveal the actual price. She told me to tell you that it cost a few $100s if you asked." Ugh, this mouth of mine. Why can't I control it? He wasn't distressed because he'd revealed the actual price of the sweater, but because he'd vowed in front of Xiao Rui, and it had really been an intense oath. If he revealed the sweater's real price, then the appendage that was supposed to help him carry on his family name would shorten by half an inch every day, until there was nothing left. The tag's still on here, so why didn't that cross her mind? Even if it wasn't, I'd only have to go online to find out how much it cost. She can't hide that sort of thing from me. Silly fool. Since you and Tangren were there, why didn't you stop her? Xiao Luo lamented. He had gone through a lot of adversity while growing up and found it hard to enjoy such luxurious goods now. How could we stop her? Tangren obeys her obediently. As for me, my words are like farts to her, so why would she listen to me? Zhang Dashan grumbled, then comforted his friend immediately afterward. Don't get angry, though, she's only doing it because she cares about you as her brother. She said that your closet is filled with a bunch of simple clothes that cost $100 or $200 each. None of them are of good quality, so she bought you this. You'll look much better if you wear it. There's a saying that goes, clothes make the man. No matter how good-looking you are, you've still got to put on a set of stylish clothes. Xiao Luo exhaled and calmed himself down. It was too late to say anything now. Since she had already bought the sweater, getting a refund wouldn't do. Still, he felt bad for his sister. Her salary wasn't enormous. On the other hand, Tangren was still finishing his internship and currently earning even less than his wife. The two of them still had bills to pay. Now that they had spent $2,000 on this wool sweater, they would barely have enough money left to spend on themselves for the rest of the month. That silly girl. Xiao Luo felt a sense of unexplainable warmth. What he wanted most in the world was not for Xiao Rui to buy him things or give him anything, but for her to spend her days happily with Tangren. This was Xiao Luo's wish for Xiao Rui. Jiangqing International Hotel. A loud piercing ringtone sounded. Old housekeeper, you better have something proper to report. Otherwise, you'll get it from me, Hua Haifeng said, furious that he had been interrupted. A somewhat old-sounding voice replied on the other end, "Master, that Xiao Luo has appeared." "Xiao Luo? That's great. I've been trying to find him for almost a month." "It's about time he showed up," said Hua Haifeng, suddenly on alert. Anxiously, he added, "I asked you to find someone to cripple one of his arms. Has the matter been attended to?" "Well, about that, not yet." "Not yet? What does that mean?" Hua Haifeng demanded. The housekeeper answered, "So as not to cause any trouble for master, I intentionally found 5 strangers. They are very skillful, and 20 of our company's bodyguards couldn't match their abilities." "It's just that." "Just what?" Hua Haifeng demanded coldly. "It's just that Xiao Luo is even more skillful. Those 5 guys couldn't hold a candle to him." "Trash." Hua Haifeng felt like his lungs were about to explode. "If King gave you 200,000, and yet you found me such trash? Are you King stupid?" The old housekeeper was flustered and was ashamed after the scolding. Actually, there hadn't been 200,000. He had only received 20,000 from his boss, and the remaining 180,000 had been taken from his benefits. "Since the job isn't done, give me back the 200,000. Not a single cent less. If even 1 cent is missing, I will skin you alive." Hua Haifeng roared. He hung up the phone, gasping for air. 3 days flew by, and Xiao Luo made his decision. "Wait for me here," Xiao Luo instructed Zhang Dashan when they reached Chongshan House. "Have you made up your mind yet about whether or not you are accepting the offer?" Zhang Dashan pressed. He was even more anxious than Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows and answered, "Partially yes. But partially no as well." "What the heck? I don't understand what you're saying at all. Can you not speak in riddles?" Zhang Dashan replied, visibly dazed. "Don't worry about it. Just wait here for me to come out." Then, Xiao Luo turned and walked into the tall building in front of him. Chu Yunxiong was already in the office waiting for Xiao Luo's arrival. He had on a suit and leather shoes. His hairline was receding slightly, and he had dark, thick eyebrows above his bright eyes. His chest was broad and gave off a stern demeanor. Looking at Xiao Luo, who was sitting opposite him, he chuckled and said, "Well, Xiao Luo, have you decided?" "I have." Xiao Luo took out a piece of paper from his folder. There were a few sentences printed on it, and he passed it to Chu Yunxiong. Chu Yunxiong looked at it and frowned. "IOU?" The paper clearly stated that Xiao Luo had borrowed 600 million from Chu Yunxiong, the owner of Chongshan House. The names of the borrower and lender, as well as the date, had all been clearly written out. The term was 1 year, and the monthly interest rate was also included. Xiao Luo had signed it and provided his thumbprint in bright red ink. This was a very detailed IOU. "What are you doing?" Chu Yunxiong was puzzled. Xiao Luo laughed and said, "Mr. Chu, you bought Luo's workshop for 550 million. I now wish to buy it from you for 600 million. Chu Yunxiong was wide awake now. "You wish to talk to me about business?" Xiao Luo had aroused the businessman within him. Xiao Luo nodded and said, "According to my calculations, Luo's workshop is currently losing $300,000 every day. It is a difficult matter to settle, and everyone is uncomfortable with it." While he was speaking, he delivered Luo's workshop's financial loss report to Chu Yunxiong. Chu Yunxiong glanced at it briefly, then covered it and said, "Luo's workshop is experiencing financial hardship, so why do you want to buy it?" "Because I am confident that it will make a comeback," Xiao Luo answered calmly and with determination. Chu Yunxiong's eyes narrowed. He had bought Luo's workshop merely out of convenience to help the poor man, Feng Changmiao. Even he wasn't confident that Luo's workshop could make a recovery. Additionally, he wanted to use Luo's workshop to retain Xiao Luo's talent and to make use of him as a personal assistant. Whether or not Luo's workshop could make a comeback was beyond his consideration. However, the fact that Xiao Luo believed in the business even though Qu Yunxiong wasn't optimistic inspired his pride as a businessman. The problem with Luo's workshop doesn't just lie in its reputation. There are many major issues with the factory and the company's management. Aside from that, they have a huge competitor in taste buds. Are you really confident that you can restore Luo's workshop to its former glory? Qu Yunxiong questioned as he stared at Xiao Luo. I shouldn't have to answer that now. All I want to know right now is whether you, Mr. Chu, are willing to sell Luo's workshop to me, Xiao Luo stated. This kid was very ambitious. Since he wanted Luo's workshop, then let him have all of it. Qu Yunxiong smiled and said, I spent 550 million to acquire Luo's workshop. Now, you want to spend 600 million to buy it from me, which means I will have already earned 50 million from it. On paper, it seems like I should agree. Especially given the current state of the business, there's no reason I shouldn't. Except that what you're giving me isn't 600 million. It's merely a piece of paper, an IOU. It looks like you're trying to gain something valuable with something worthless. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows slightly. Before coming here, he had already mentally prepared himself for things to go either way. If Qu Yunxiong agreed, he would accept Luo's workshop and take it on as a challenge to stoke his passions. If Qu Yunxiong disagreed, then that was fine too. However, just then, he had yet to think of how to respond. One day, he would realize what it was he was meant to do. I'm going to add another criterion. If you agree to it, then I will transfer Luo's workshop to your name. Hereafter, it will become your personal company that belongs solely to you. How about that? Qu Yunxiong said with a smile. However, he was hiding too many things behind that smirk, so Xiao Luo couldn't distinguish his genuine thoughts. Tell me about it, said Xiao Luo. Qu Yunxiong picked up the IOU in front of him. Vibrant lights danced in his turbid, older eyes as he said, Didn't you already promise me $600 million in profits 1 year from now? Now, let's add another term. If you fail to pay back the 600 million after a year, you will come to work at the Chongshan house. Qu Yunxiong's motive was apparent. He wanted Xiao Luo to remain under his control and work for him. The last thing that Xiao Luo wanted was to be restricted. Otherwise, when Qu Yunxiong had said 3 days ago that he was going to let him manage Luo's workshop, he wouldn't have given it any consideration. Nonetheless, Qu Yunxiong's words had undoubtedly incited Xiao Luo's will to fight and his desire for challenge. Deal. That convincing one-word reply echoed in the vast office hall. Qu Yunxiong froze for a moment then asked, Are you not going to give it any more consideration? No. If you fail, then you will need to work for me for life. I will not fail, Xiao Luo interrupted with a smile. Deep within his eyes, there was calmness and absolute composure. Qu Yunxiong nodded and said, Luo, I admire this part of you. He clapped his hands. Leng Zuo pushed open the door and walked in with a stack of documents. Gu Zhongtian, a lawyer from the Jiangqing law firm, came in with him. To be legitimate, the transfer of corporate shares had to be conducted by a lawyer. Xiao Luo signed his name and stamped his thumbprint in the bottom corner of each document. Although taking over Luo's workshop had been a short-term plan, after he signed the papers to transfer the shares, Xiao Luo felt a little bit of pressure in his heart. After all, right now, Luo's workshop was like a camel that was starving to death. Everything rested on Xiao Luo's ability to save this camel from the brink of destruction. Luo's workshop was going to be his first stepping stone in the business world. Mr. Chu, if there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving. Xiao Luo filed away the signed documents in his briefcase. From this moment on, he was now the master of Luo's workshop. The business day-to-day operations would no longer have any ties to Xianxia. Gain or loss, Xiao Luo would be the one to bear them all. Chuyu is always asking me about your whereabouts. See? I don't want anything to do with anyone at Huaya. They have their lives, and I have mine. If we insist on barging into each other's worlds, then somebody will inevitably get hurt, Xiao Luo said faintly. Chu Yunxiong nodded and said, all right. I know what to do. It's done? Yeah, Xiao Luo nodded. Zhang Dashan glanced at the stack of documents finalizing the share transfer inside Xiao Luo's briefcase. He couldn't contain the excitement on his face. Xiao Luo was about to soar high up into the sky. As his good old brother, Zhang Dashan certainly had to follow him. Just the thought itself sent him into a tizzy. Ha ha ha, he couldn't help but crack up. Luo's workshop has nothing to do with you, so why are you so hyped up? Xiao Luo rolled his eyes at his friend. Zhang Dashan abruptly bottled up his laughter and shot back, what the heck? What do you mean, big boss? Want to burn the bridge after crossing it? Or do you want to kill the donkey the moment it leaves the millstone? Xiao Luo sneered at him, and what exactly would you do were I to give you an in? Hey, you little chicken *T. I said I'd be the assistant GM. I didn't work at the bank for 3 years for fun, you know? At least my network is wider than yours, and I know a few of the bosses from various sectors, Zhang Dashan said. Fine, fine. Go get your car. Let's find someplace to fill our bellies, Xiao Luo shifted the conversation topic. Xiao Luo would definitely not turn his back on Zhang Dashan. Although he was now the boss of Luo's workshop, aside from the shop manager, Sun Jiannan, he didn't know any of his staff. Zhang Dashan would have had to be involved in Luo's workshop even if he hadn't wanted to be. With his good old brother there with him, they could keep an eye on a lot of things while taking care of each other. Alrighty, boss. Zhang Dashan took the lead and dove into his role as assistant general manager. He chuckled and revved up the engine. In a while, they came to a stop in front of a casserole porridge shop. After locking the car, the two friends casually strolled inside. They ordered servings of beef, vegetables, and a large dish of casserole porridge and swiftly began eating. When they were halfway through their meal, 5 men walked in and sat down at a big table nearby. Xiao Luo glanced at them and was slightly startled. He couldn't help but feel that this was a tiny world, for the 5 men were none other than Feng Wuhan and his gang. At this moment, they were nothing like their former selves. They looked defeated, especially Feng Wuhan, who seemed as desolate as a tiger who has left his hills and descended to the plains. As there were many other customers in the shop, Feng Wuhan and his gang didn't notice Xiao Luo. Brother Feng, the windmill factory called. They said that we aren't suited to work as their security because we don't even know how to use a computer. The Longfa supermarket also said that they no longer lack manpower. They told us to find work somewhere else. The Tianyang light bulb factory is hiring, but the wages they are offering are too low. They will only be giving us 1.4K, excluding meals and accommodation. If we work there, after deducting our expenditures, by the end of the month, we won't even be left with a single cent. Their words in their entirety fell into Xiao Luo's ears. Xiao Luo couldn't help but sigh and say, there's a saying that goes, don't bend your back for 5 dough of rice. But reality is cruel. Humans need to survive and live. Without 5 dough of rice, people starve to death. Even 5 competent men are unable to escape this fate. Brother Feng, I think we should just go back to the Guanming district. Being a gangster is better than living like this, Xiaowu, who had big round eyes, suggested. And how would we do that? We've offended the Dragon Gang. We should be thanking the heavens that we escaped with our lives and go back, you say? They have thousands of people, and there are only 5 of us. You want to go back to suicide, said Feng Wuhan. He finally understood how formidable the Dragon Gang really was. They were Jiangqing City's most prominent underground organization. With some 3,000 to 4,000 members, one could say that their influence encompassed the entire Guanming district. If the 5 of them hadn't fled, they would have been dead already. Feng Wuhan guzzled down his tea and spoke again, undiscouraged. Let's hold out a while longer and find ourselves legit jobs. As long as the pay is decent, it's fine if we need to suffer a little bit more. Alright, let's drop the topic and eat. Order whatever you like. I still have some cash to spare. The other 4 men nodded and began browsing the menu. What are you looking at? Asked Zhang Dashan when he noticed Xiao Luo's strange expression. Is there a pretty lady? Out of curiosity, he turned and looked in the direction where Xiao Luo was staring. He was immediately disappointed. What the F***ck, bro? What's so nice about 5 grown men? Don't tell me you're gay now. Shut up. Xiao Luo glared at him. Zhang Dashan truly exemplified the saying a filthy mouth cannot utter decent language. In a short while, Xiao Luo and Zhang Dashan left the restaurant after finishing their meal. Once Feng Wuhan and the rest of his gang had wolfed down their food, they too stood up and went to pay their bill. However, the shop owner told them, your bill has already been paid. Paid? Feng Wuhan was shocked. He looked at the rest of them and asked, who paid for us? Your friend. Oh yeah, he left you a note. The shop owner took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Feng Wuhan. When Feng Wuhan looked at the note, and his eyes instantly widened in shock. Xiao Luo? Written on the paper was Xiao Luo's contact information. The other 4 were equally startled. They had not expected to meet Xiao Luo here. Nor could they ever have imagined that Xiao Luo would pay for their meal. He said that if you really have nowhere else to go, you can seek him out. He will give you all the help he can, the shop owner conveyed Xiao Luo's message. Feng Wuhan felt warmth in his heart. Although it was only a meal, it truly meant a lot to them. On the day of share transfer, Chu Yunxiong and Ge Zhongtian were both present. Additionally, all the middle and upper management personnel, such as the store managers and main store department heads, all attended. I initially thought that Luo's workshop would go on forever with Chongshan House's backing. I never expected someone to take the wheel so quickly. I couldn't agree more. I heard that our new boss is a young kid in his 20s. Yup, the workshop is done for. Without the Chongshan House shielding us, taste buds will gnaw us down until even our bones are gone. A few store managers gossiped together. Currently, Luo's workshop had absolutely no capital for contending with taste buds. Their arms were not even the same size. Now that they'd lost the Chongshan House's protection, their business would soon completely crumble. Nevertheless, at the same time, they were very curious about this new chairman. How had he acquired the whole of Luo's workshop shares? Although Luo's workshop was now like a dying camel, purchasing it still called for some $500 to $600 million. For a kid to have so much cash at such a young age, he must be 2G rich. 1. Sun Jiannan was silent as he stared at the company's front gates, without blinking. He'd already heard that their new chairman went by the name of Xiao Luo. Was the name of his new boss just a coincidence, or was he the very same young lad who had saved his life before? At that particular moment, Sun Jiannan was more anxious than anyone else, because he was eager to discover the new boss identity. Not long after, a white Corolla slowly drove through the front gates. The door opened, and Xiao Luo, dressed in a black tuxedo, was the first to exit the car. Zhang Dashan, on the contrary, was relatively casual in his attire. After all, today was Xiao Luo's debut. He mustn't overshadow his friend. Xiao Luo had smiling eyes, which were narrow and long like a celebrity's, a pointy and suave nose, a mouth with the corners slightly lifted, and unruly black hair. At the sight of Xiao Luo's appearance, all of Luo's workshop's employees who'd come to welcome him dropped their jaws. Subsequently, uncontrolled exclamations and whispers were stirred up among the crowd and then exploded with furor into a full-blown discussion. The employees buzzed like a swarm of bees. "Is that Mr. Xiao? He's so hot. What's wrong with his face? Why do I feel like he looks better than the celebrities on TV? His temperament is extraordinary. He must come from some noble family." The girls' cheeks especially felt a little warm as they gazed on Xiao Luo's cold, handsome face. "What the f***ck? While I do acknowledge that your handsomeness surged after you put on this tux, these people are over-exaggerating. Look at them. They are drooling all over you like wolves. Bro, you better be mindful of your **shoal. Zhang Dashan was jealous. In terms of looks, he'd never felt that he was any more attractive than Xiao Luo. But today, as he stood beside Xiao Luo with everyone's eyes glued to him, Zhang Dashan felt somewhat imbalanced on the inside. "Don't talk if you can't talk properly. Nobody will think of you as a mute." Xiao Luo glared at him, then walked toward Chu Yunxiong, and the two shook hands ceremoniously. "Mr. Luo, Luo's workshop is yours from now on. Just come and speak to me if you ever need anything," Chu Yunxiong said. He valued Xiao Luo a great deal. "That's for certain," Xiao Luo casually replied out of courtesy. Just then, a middle-aged man with unusual temperament came forward and extended his hands to Xiao Luo with a smile. He said, "Greetings, Mr. Xiao. My name is Su Guansong. I have been the one in charge of everything at Luo's workshop while Mr. Feng has been away." "Hello, Mr. Su." Xiao Luo shook hands with Mr. Su with a courteous smile. Before coming to Luo's workshop, Xiao Luo had browsed the list of senior management. He knew that this man with the big belly and golden-framed glasses was the company's deputy manager. "Mr. Xiao, let me introduce you to the others." Su Guansong didn't pass up the chance to take the lead. He pointed to the girl next to him, who was about 25 or 26 years old, and said, "Her name is Li Ziming. She's the head of our sales department, and she's really comprehensive in her conduct." "Hello, Mr. Xiao." Li Ziming quickly extended her hand with a smile and shook hands with Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo nodded and said, "Hello." Su Guansong then introduced the next person. "This is the head of the Human Resource Department, Lin Chongdong. As his name suggests, his temper is really impulsive." "Hello, Mr. Xiao." Lin Chongdong's tone was a little blunt, and he didn't look like he wanted to shake hands with Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo stayed calm and collected. He replied courteously, "Hello." Then, Su Guansong proceeded to the next person. "This is the—" "I'll do it myself," blurted out a girl about 20 years of age. She had big eyes, a little mouth, delicate cheeks, and was giving off an adorable and lively vibe with her entire body. "I'm the head of the R&D department. My name is Luo Qi. Greetings, big boss." As soon as she finished, she saluted Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo replied, "Just call me Mr. Xiao." "Received, big boss," Luo Qi said with a beaming countenance. Xiao Luo could neither cry nor laugh. However, Luo Qi, who was so vivacious in her presentation, had made a deep impression in his heart. "Ahem. Please be more serious." Su Guansong coughed, then smiled as he introduced to Xiao Luo to a large man. "Mr. Xiao, please meet the head of our bread processing factory, Zhang Donghai. He's honest and really ambitious." "Hello, Mr. Xiao. I have long since heard your name mentioned. Now that I finally get to meet you today, I see that you're truly a talented person with extraordinary vigor." Zhang Donghai held Xiao Luo's hand tightly with both hands, showing great excitement and enthusiasm. Xiao Luo lifted his eyebrows, thinking that no business ever had a shortage of flatterers. Had he ever so popular that this man would have had occasion to hear his name long before now? These statements were too exaggerated. Nevertheless, Xiao Luo still replied, "Hello." With Su Guanzong in charge of introductions, Xiao Luo greeted Luo's workshop's senior management team one by one. Soon afterward, everyone proceeded to the conference hall, where the official share transfer ceremony would be held. Holy sh*t. It's really him. Sun Jiannan's mind went blank. He was so shocked that he couldn't even say a single word. How could he have ever anticipated that the young lad who'd saved him that day was the same guy who'd gone on a blind date with his niece? And now, by some sudden metamorphosis, this same guy was also their company's new chairman? This was way too dramatic. It was unbelievable. Sun Jiannan thought that he was dreaming. The transfer of share ceremony is complete. Now, let us welcome Mr. Xiao, who is going to share a few words with us, the hostess said with a broad smile while holding the microphone. Xiao Luo took the microphone, stood up, and said with a smile, "I only have one thing to say to all of you: do your work with your minds at peace. Be down to earth. Do not forget the heart, for you and I shall strive together." When he finished, he sat down. He was totally different from their other bosses. Anybody else would have gone on for at least half an hour in such a scenario, but Xiao Luo had only delivered a brief statement. This brevity caught those who were prepared to listen to a long speech entirely off guard. His speech was already over before the hostess could even finish drinking her water. Although she was taken by surprise, her response was nevertheless impeccable. She moved forward to mediate the scene with a smile on her face, saying, "Mr. Xiao really does treasure his words like gold. Nevertheless, the aphorism he has given us is worthy. Let all of us ponder it and learn from it." Just then, someone ran into the room in a panic. He whispered in Su Guanzong's ear for a moment. Then, Su Guanzong went over to Xiao Luo and murmured to him, "Mr. Xiao, all of the factory's employees have gone on strike. 2G rich equals the second generation rich, referring to the kids of the wealthy." A collective strike? Xiao Luo knitted his eyebrows slightly. This wasn't good news. Striking as soon as he took office implied that the workers were already against him. "I'll go and take a look." He stood up and walked toward the factory, following Su Guanzong's lead. Soon after, everyone in the conference hall was informed of the strike. "Let's go and see." Chu Yunxiong was intrigued. Luo's workshop was presenting Xiao Luo with a tough task as soon as he took office. He wanted to see how Xiao Luo would handle the issue, so he tagged along with Ge Zhongtian. At the same time, the various department heads as well, the store managers swarmed the factory. When Xiao Luo reached the shipping terminal, there were more than 500 protesters gathered. These were all frontline workers, and their protests echoed throughout the colossal plant. The security personnel maintaining order let out a sigh of relief and shouted to the crowd, "Mr. Xiao is here. Tell him whatever you have to say." Xiao Luo moved forward with both hands behind his back and looked down at the protesting crowd with his slender, piercing eyes. An unseen pressure slammed down on the hearts of everyone present like a mountain, and voices of the heated protest came to an abrupt halt. Su Guanzong and the senior personnel were in shock. Even without needing to contend with the strikers below, they were already feeling a considerable amount of pressure. Such invisible stress may be difficult to explain, but it does exist. Xiao Luo's eyes swept over everyone, left to right. Then he asked, "Why are you protesting?" His tone was ambivalent. Nobody could tell whether he was happy or angry. The workers looked at each other. At last, an unsightly man with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks who was standing at the forefront took a step forward. He said through gritted teeth, "I heard that Luo's workshop has a new chairman, so we came here to have a look." "Have a look? Fine then. I'm standing here right now. All of you see me, right? Then you are dismissed and may return to your posts. Do not disrupt the company's normal operations, Xiao Luo said with an amused smile. The man with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks sneered. His expression changed as he said, "Tsk. You're going to dismiss us just like that? Mr. Xiao, each of us has gathered here today because we feel that our efforts are not matched by our benefits. It shouldn't be too much for us to demand a raise. Am I right, everybody?" "Yes," roared 500 people together with great strength and determination. "We make hundreds of millions in revenue for the company every year, so why are we given so little? The amount we get is barely enough to satisfy a beggar." The voices of disharmony sounded once again, and many raised their hands in support. Chu Yunxiong raised his eyebrows and murmured, "This truly is a tough challenge for our company. Luo's workshop's financial budget is already about to bottom out. Now, with this strike, I feel like we will have even more of a headache." Gu Zhongtian echoed, "That's for sure. These workers are obviously taking advantage of the fire. Why can't they think about how, if Luo's workshop collapses, they will become jobless? This can't be that straightforward." Chu Yunxiong smiled without clarifying his assumption. He had already reminded Xiao Luo a long time ago that still waters ran deep with Luo's workshop's management team. The reasons for the strike could hardly be as simple as what they appeared on the surface. Avarice's wage is death. Under someone's instigation, these well-paid employees with massive bonuses were suddenly flummoxed by a craving for money. "Shut up!" Lin Chongdong, head of the Human Resource Department, exclaimed in anger. "Are you people even underpaid? Including OTs and performance bonuses, more than half of you earn over $5,000 per month. Even the least among you earns about $3,500. The company is now going through a difficult period. Many of our store managers are only receiving a $5,000 to $6,000 in salary, and you're actually telling me that you're underpaid? Do you still have any conscience left whatsoever? Why don't you talk about those times when they were receiving some 20 to 30 grand? You know, when the company was in a good spot. They are the ones who landed the company in this state, so what does it have to do with us bottom-level workers? Yeah, we've been on pins and needles for the company. We work overtime every single day. Why don't you mention that? Luo's workshop is almost empty. We don't even know if the company will collapse tomorrow. If we don't ask for more now, then should we only ask for what we deserve when the company is no more?" The crowd's anger wasn't quickly dispelled. They raised their fists in opposition and shouted vehemently. Unable to best the crowd with his words, Lin Chongdong's face swelled and red, and his body trembled with rage. Xiao Luo felt a little pissed off and a little amused. These people were probably slaves who rode on their masters' heads during ancient times. He waved his hands and said faintly, "Since you've already said that, may I ask all of you a few questions?" Upon witnessing their new young chairman's politeness, many of them instantly felt a surge of courage. They felt that they didn't have to fear this newcomer to the business world even though he had only just entered society and had little experience. "Since Mr. Xiao is so nice to us, let's not be too harsh on him, okay?" The man with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks shouted to the crowd. Evidently, he was the leader of the strike. "Yeah," the crowd echoed. Xiao Luo looked at the man and asked, "What is your role? How much are your base salary and monthly bonus?" Under these circumstances, the man didn't lie. He answered truthfully, "I'm the leader of a small team. I earn a 3,500 base salary with a 2,000 monthly bonus. With OTs, I earn an average of 6,500 per month. It's money that I earn with my blood and sweat. Do you have any problems with that, Mr. Xiao?" "Nothing. I'm just curious." Then, Xiao Luo crossed his arms and said in a light tone, "Next, can you tell me what salary and bonuses other people in the same position as you at other factories receive?" The man's face turned red instantly. He had worked at other factories before. Even including overtime fees and bonuses, the salary was still far from $6,500. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed at Luo's workshop and worked so hard to become a team leader. He spoke again after quite some time. I don't know about other factories, but I know about taste buds. People in the same position are earning some $500 to $600 more than what we are receiving at Luo's workshop. Although the man was properly addressing Xiao Luo, he was also utterly disregarding him. Oh, so that's the issue. Xiao Luo's response was flat. He turned his eyes to a small employee in the crowd. He pointed at him with his finger and said, "Tell me your position, base salary, and bonus." Seeing that everyone had turned to look at him, the man felt nervous all of a sudden. He stammered, I am a regular employee. My base salary is $2,600. The money I can earn per month comes out to about $4,500. Then, do you know how much other workers in the same position as you at other factories are earning? Xiao Luo's eyes were chilling, like a beast staring at its prey. The man shivered. He dared not look directly into Xiao Luo's eyes as he replied, The base salary in other factories is about $2,200 to $2,300. They may or may not have bonuses. What they receive per month should amount to a little bit over $3,500. So, does this mean that Luo's workshop isn't actually treating you any worse than employees are treated at any other factory? On the contrary, we are actually paying you much more than the others. Am I correct? Xiao Luo pressed on. The man blushed and replied after a long time, Why, yes. Hoo-ha, Xiao Luo sneered and slammed his hands on the stainless steel guardrail of the shipping terminal. The massive force left the rail vibrating. He stared at the employee below, who was still shocked, and questioned him further, Are the benefits we're giving you worth less than your efforts? Then, he pointed at the crowd in rage and said, Luo's workshop is now in a time of crisis. It's fine if you don't want to go through this with us, but why are you adding insult to injury? You claim that Luo's workshop is going to close down soon. In which case, I would like to ask you all, since you feel like the company is about to collapse, why aren't you guys leaving? Why are all of you still here? As humans, learn to be content and grateful. His words reverberated in the hearts of many of the employees, making them feel ashamed and embarrassed. In fact, many of their hearts were still with Luo's workshop. They'd only come to make a scene because someone had instigated them into doing so. T. The man with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks refuted Xiao Luo's statement, Commodities and housing prices are so high nowadays. Besides, we all have our families to think of. Who's willing to squeeze into public housing with strangers? Who doesn't wish to have their own home? The company earns hundreds of millions every year, so how does that justify the little we're being paid? Most of the employees with wavering hearts were affirmed of their beliefs and supported the statement by cheering out loud. Yeah, housing prices are so high, and yet our salaries are so low. We've had to tighten our belts, for decades, just to buy a house. Who can live like that? Can't we frontline workers demand anything? Do you think that we, the workers, deserve to be squeezed into public housing? We are firmly against this. The crowd was indignant. They felt like they were at a protest rally, continually shouting and raising their fists. Hell. I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen such brazenness. Zhang Dashan couldn't bear to watch any longer. He rolled up his sleeves and wanted to go after the man with the pointy mouth and monkey cheeks. With his temper, he was incapable of tolerating any of this. Xiao Luo reached out to stop him. If he couldn't handle a spat like this, as the company's boss, he wouldn't be left with any dignity whatsoever. With stern eyes, he looked at the crowd and sneered, What does real estate have to do with me? Am I a real estate agent or the director of the National Land Resources Administration? Are you really blaming the company because you can't afford a house? So, if you wish to buy anything in the future, let's say a car or a villa, is the company supposed to pay those bills for you as well? This chain of rhetorical questions silenced the protesters. They were unable to think of anything to say that would refute these claims. You are dismissed now. Return to your posts, and I'll let this go. Otherwise, be prepared to bear the consequences. 2 rays of frost jetted out from Xiao Luo's eyes. When his temper flared, he wasn't a nice person to negotiate with. Lub-dub. Many hearts thumped intensely, and the workers' resolve flagged. After all, the employees at Luo's workshop weren't treated all that badly. If they pulled out, they would have to start afresh, and their salaries would again return to the lowest tier. The man with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks shouted hurriedly, "Don't be scared. We are many in number." He wouldn't dare fire so many people. Otherwise, Luo's workshop will shut down tomorrow. His words enlightened the crowd. Yeah, what were they afraid of? Luo's workshop was nothing like its former self, and it was struggling at the brink of extinction. If the factory halted production for a day, then it would surely be a fatal blow to the business. Xiao Luo would never dare to do anything like that to them. A boisterous voice sounded, "He's right. There are so many of us here, so why are we afraid of one man? We will strike unless he raises our salaries and bonuses. We are against the company stealing our hard-earned money." The man with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks raised his fist and shouted. The others yelled in unison, "We are against the company stealing our hard-earned money." The scene abruptly plunged into chaos. All of the store managers and department heads were looking at Xiao Luo. The faces of some were eager to watch the show, while others had their eyebrows knitted or were expressionless. The people present displayed various reactions. Sun Jiannan was worried about Xiao Luo. He hoped that Xiao Luo could handle this crisis smoothly and calm the workers down. But judging from the situation, the outcome wasn't looking optimistic at all. Xiao Luo snorted and said regretfully, "I've given you all an opportunity to do the right thing, but you don't know how to cherish it. Do you think that I'm not bold enough to act against you? Fine then. Lin Chongdong." Xiao Luo raised his voice suddenly. His tone carried the solemnity of a soldier. "Yes, Mr. Xiao," said Lin Chongdong. Xiao Luo pointed to the crowd below and said, "Dismiss all of these people and never hire them again." Each and every word knocked on the workers' souls like a giant bell. What? The department heads and store managers were all startled. They'd never expected Xiao Luo to adopt such an extreme stance. Although the workers were at fault, many leaders would focus on consoling them and tempting them with benefits. Never would they do what Xiao Luo was doing. Namely, dismissing everyone to solve the problem. Su Guansong was anxious as he hurriedly advised, "Mr. Xiao, this action isn't appropriate. A mass dismissal will upset the balance of the company's workforce." Li Ziming, who had an hourglass figure, also strode forward and said, "We just received a big order from an old client a few days ago. If we dismiss all of these workers, we'll never be able to deliver the order on time. Aside from having to pay a hefty compensation, we will also lose an old and loyal customer forever." Xiao Luo ignored her and stared at Lin Chongdong chillingly. "Didn't you hear me?" Under his gaze, Lin Chongdong shivered instinctively. "Yes. I will tell my colleagues in the HR department to dismiss all of them at once. Go. I want to see their dismissal reports within half a day," Xiao Luo deadpanned, denying the strikers any sympathy. Sure enough, those people had crossed a line with him. Lin Chongdong felt as awful as he possibly could. Although a chore like this had no technical requirements and was easy, he had to prepare more than 500 copies. Having to settle and write the reports in half a day was indeed stressful. However, he also felt immense satisfaction. Xiao Luo's vigorous and stern conduct had incited some excitement and enthusiasm in his dull eyes. "Mr. Xiao, You can't do this to us. I don't want a raise. I don't want a raise anymore. Seeing that Xiao Luo truly meant what he said, the workers were flustered. They'd never expected their new chairman, who looked so kind and friendly, to bully them and be so ruthless in his conduct. He was actually bold enough to fire them all. The workers were now all scared. Where else would they find such a great job? If they couldn't work here, then the houses they'd be planning to buy a few years down the line would probably have to wait for another decade. Did they still want to establish families or not? Don't be afraid, he's just trying to scare us. Without us, how can he keep Luo's workshop going? Besides, Luo's workshop is already at the edge of collapse. It is only a matter of time before Taste Buds devours the company. We won't have our jobs much longer even if we stay, the man with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks said raucously to appease the crowd. Xiao Luo looked at the man with a smile. If there weren't so many people here, he would have stepped on that man like an ant. He ordered with composure, "Security, expel the fired workers at once." Ruthless and decisive. Yes, sir. The security personnel who had been maintaining order earlier on was infuriated. No matter how he thought about things, he felt that these workers were deliberately provocative. After receiving Xiao Luo's instructions, the guards unlaced the black iron rods at their waists and reformed into a human wall. Then, they pushed the protesters out of the factory, through the main entrance. Those who refused to cooperate were instantly greeted with rods. The 500 workers were flustered, utterly flustered. This wasn't a threat, it was a genuine dismissal and eviction. Various balls pleading to the heavens rang out, "I'm not leaving. I'm not on strike anymore. This is all my fault. I want my job back." Even though they all felt that the Luo's factory wasn't in as good of straits as before, the frontline workers' treatment was hardly abysmal. Subconsciously, they still had faith in Luo's workshop. They did not believe that the company would crumble. Boss. Luo Qi, the head of R&D, wanted to plead for the workers, but was blocked by a wave of Xiao Luo's hand. In my estimation, there are only good employees and bad employees. Evidently, these are not good employees. People say that a new broom sweeps clean. Although I'm not getting rid of everyone, some trash still has to go. These words undoubtedly pushed the employees into utter despair. He must be trying to scare us. He wouldn't dare fire us all. He can't handle the consequences. The one who shouted this was again the man with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks. However, now he sounded much less firm. Not long after, all 500 or so workers who'd been on strike were chased away, but they did not leave. The gaunt, ugly man was still loudly proclaiming his views, arguing, "Don't worry. This Xiao fellow will come back crying and begging for us to return to work soon. Without us, Luo's workshop cannot produce any goods. We are the ones with the fate of the company in our hands. We need to stay confident and have the guts to go up against these capitalists, to the very end." Although the man was speaking spiritedly and loudly, the rest of the workers were shrouded in a general air of dejection. They had sat down, and their heads dipped solemnly. Now that they had calmed down, they felt like something was amiss. They had good jobs, so why had they gone on strike? If they were honest with themselves, their pay and benefits were undoubtedly better than what they'd get at other factories. However, in the end, their deep-rooted greed had won out, and they'd chosen to join the strike. Many of them were now regretting their decisions. If they were really all fired, their families would lose an income source. Some of them had to provide for nursing babies, children attending school, and older parents with no ability to work. With so many mouths to feed depending on their earnings, what were they supposed to do? As they contemplated this, some of the workers were smoking, and the hands gripping the cigarettes trembled uncontrollably. In contrast, Xiao Luo had ordered someone to bring over a table and 4 stools. He was sitting with Qu Yunxiong, Zhang Dashan, and Gu Zhongtian, leisurely enjoying freshly boiled hot tea. Not a single shred of nervousness could be detected about him. Of course, Zhang Dashan was not entirely at ease. He had never dreamed that one day he would be sitting at the same table as Huan Nation's legendary entrepreneur, Qu Yunxiong. Compared to them, the various department heads of Luo's workshop were extremely anxious. They all felt the pressure mounting and could not help but worry. If the bread processing factory lost all its workers, then the machinery would be left unmanned and useless. Not only would they be unable to produce anything of value, but the company would continue to suffer losses, which would only balloon as time went on. President Xiao, we cannot keep waiting like this. Let's at least try to satisfy some of their requests and get them back in position to work. Su Guansong tried to persuade Xiao with his eyebrows knitted together. Xiao Luo made no move to acknowledge him. He only turned to look at Zhang Dashan and demanded, "Are they coming?" Zhang Dashan checked the time and replied, "They should be on their way." "How many?" "Around 320 people. All workers from the bread factory. They can start working as soon as they arrive." Xiao Luo nodded and continued sipping his tea slowly. As they heard this brief exchange, a wave of surprise swept over Su Guansong and the other department heads. 320 people? He had actually managed to rustle up 320 people with experience working at a bread processing factory? That was impossible. Qu Yunxiong harbored similar doubts. Now was not the prime season for hiring, and being to be able to hire 320 workers at once was bizarre and difficult to comprehend. However, he refused to make his concerns known. Besides, Zhang Dashan was Xiao Luo's trusted friend, so it was definitely possible that he had some unforeseen gifts. Just then, Xiao Luo waved to the head of the factory, Zhang Donghai, beckoning for him to come over. "President Xiao, what can I do for you?" Zhang Donghai asked enthusiastically with a radiant smile. Xiao Luo pointed to the main gate, where the gaunt and ugly man was still on his feet, trying to instill courage and confidence in his fellow workers. "What's that man's name?" "Oh, him. His name is Wang Tiechue," Zhang Donghai hurriedly answered. "Lin Chongdong, get me his personnel file." "Yes, President Xiao." Lin Chongdong had already come to admire Xiao Luo, whose earlier actions had left him feeling overjoyed. Therefore, he followed Xiao Luo's orders unconditionally. Xiao Luo was not a pushover, and anyone who tried to take advantage of him had better be prepared to face retribution. Also, he had thought from the start that this conflict did not stem simply from the workers wanting a pay raise. Someone was fanning the flames behind the scenes, and their one lead to find this mastermind was undoubtedly Wang Tiechue. An hour later, 5 large buses pulled up in front of the main gate of Luo's workshop, then parked in a row. "Hey, they're here." Zhang Dashan jumped to his feet excitedly and walked at a brisk pace to the main gate. Seeing the manpower alighting from the buses, Qu Yunxiong was astounded. He commented to Xiao Luo, "Luo, your friend over there is not to be sniffed at." Xiao Luo chuckled back, he just so happens to know the boss of a bread factory. Taste Buds is currently undergoing expansion, and their boss was forced out of business. He had to declare bankruptcy and lay off all his workers. Coincidentally, since we need workers here, Zhang Dashan asked around in his circle of friends. They came to an agreement, and the boss quickly sent his men over to us. "It looks like I shouldn't underestimate any of you," Gu Zhongtian laughed, hearing this explanation. Xiao Luo had nothing more to add. He had not expected Zhang Dashan's connections to be so widespread. It was indeed proof of what Zhang Dashan said before, his 3 years working at the bank were not for naught, and many of his work contacts were leaders of their own businesses. In terms of networking, he completely bested Xiao Luo. When they saw more than 300 people streaming out of the 5 buses, Luo's workshop's original workers all went pale in the face. Even Wang Tiechui, who had been keeping morale up and loudly advocating for the strike, went utterly ashen. How did this happen? How did they find so many workers to replace them at their jobs so quickly? No, this could not be happening. This could not be happening. This was their livelihood. President Xiao, we know that we were in the wrong and admit our mistakes. Please, don't fire us. We won't protest. We won't ever protest again. As long as you don't fire us, we will agree to anything. President Xiao, please forgive us. The cries and wails of their pleading resounded from the main gate. If not for the security personnel, then the massive steel gates would have collapsed under the weight of 500 workers desperately begging. You have balls to beg now, Zhang Dashan cursed at them harshly. I understand my brother's temperament, and if he said he was going to fire you, then he meant every word. You all screwed yourselves. You gave up perfectly good jobs to run out here and go on strike. Get out of here, and don't try to stick around. Big brother, please help me. Plead my case to President Xiao. My family has 6 people in it, and they are all living off what I earn. I can't afford to lose this job. Please, I'm begging you, a man pleaded tearfully. He grabbed onto Zhang Dashan's leg like a child as he wept. Zhang Dashan let out a long sigh. Bro, I'm sorry to hear that, but there's nothing I can do for you. My brother has made his decision, and nobody can change his mind now. You had better start looking for a new job. Pushing the man away, he made the security personnel open a small side entrance and let in the new workers. People, you don't have to bargain with them. Wang Tiechui shouted in a timely fashion. There are other opportunities elsewhere. Luo's workshop is facing imminent collapse, and there's nothing great about working here. If they want to fire us, so be it. We can just find work elsewhere. It would have been better if he'd stayed silent. With these words, the workers were reminded that they were in this situation now because of Wang Tiechui's instigation. Wang Tiechui, go f*ck yourself. The man who had been weeping at Zhang Dashan's feet just a moment ago wiped the tears from his face. He rushed straight at Wang Tiechui with a piece of broken brick, which he picked up off the ground. He raised the brick up high, then smashed it down viciously on Wang Tiechui's head. It's all because of this son of AB*TCH and his nonsense that we lost our jobs. Get him. The anger of the mob was aroused, and they rumbled toward Wang Tiechui like a raging tide. President Xiao, please get security to save him at once. We don't want anyone dying at our company's front door, Li Ziming advised, her delicate features clouded with worry. Su Guansong, Luo Qi, and Zhang Donghai also came forward to side with her. After all, this was happening in their company's compound. If someone died, it would be a devastating blow to their reputation. More importantly, the people involved were former employees who had been fired from Luo's workshop. If the media caught wind of this, the news reports would not be pretty. Even though Xiao Luo had half a mind to stamp out Wang Tiechui's life, he could see the logic behind their arguments. Waving them in, he allowed the head of security to rush into the fray with his men. They managed to rescue Wang Tiechui, but he had taken a severe beating. His face was bruised, swollen, and drenched in blood. He was on the verge of death as an ambulance came to take him away. The mob of more than 500 workers calmed down and gradually regained their composure. When they saw blood splattered on the ground, they quickly dispersed, afraid of getting into more trouble if they lingered. Just like that, the workers' strike was settled. The various department heads and managers of various outlets had come to understand Xiao Luo better through this event. While Xiao Luo looked mild-mannered and peaceable, he was ruthlessly decisive, and this left a powerful impression in their hearts. Some of the store managers with lazy attitudes now had to clean up their act. They did not dare show any signs of disrespect in front of Xiao Luo. Before leaving, Chu Yunxiong reminded Xiao Luo in front of everyone, Luo, my offer still stands. If you need anything, come look for me. This statement helped reassure everyone that the legendary entrepreneur Chu Yunxiong still vouched for Xiao Luo. At the same time, they also began to wonder who this Xiao Luo was to have gained his trust. In addition to the 1 million that President Xiao has invested, the company account has 5 million in liquid assets. Guofu, head of Luo's workshop's finance department, was sharing the company's financial report with Xiao Luo in his office. Xiao Luo's brow furrowed as he listened. 5 million may be a large sum to an individual, but to a company, it was a paltry amount. To put things into context, Luo's workshop paid out nearly $3 million each month to their employees. Now they were in the red every day. If they did not quickly turn the situation around, Luo's workshop would be finished by the end of next month. I get the picture. Please return to your work. Oh yes, and ask store manager Sun Jiannan to come to see me. Yes, President Xiao. Guofu bowed slightly and left the room. Zhang Dashan got up from the sofa, walked over to Xiao Luo, and said, "This workers' strike came at a perfect time, huh? It's allowed you to flex your authority as the boss in front of the whole company." "It's all thanks to you," Xiao Luo replied with a slight smile. "You can save your breath when it comes to words of gratitude. I want something tangible." "What are we talking about here?" Xiao Luo asked, puzzled, raising his eyebrows. Zhang Dashan brought his teacup down onto the desk, hard, and scolded, "B****, stop acting stupid in front of me. I want the position of vice president, old pal." He made his way to the balcony in the office, looked down at the view below, and stretched his arms out wide. He took a deep breath and said, "I never dreamed that one day I would be a big boss, gazing down on all my employees from my ivory tower." He had obviously already embraced his self-ordained role as vice president. "Okay, quit your daydreaming. You can be my assistant for now, and when Luo's workshop is back on its feet, I'll let you have my position," Xiao Luo said in annoyance. "What the F***ck? Bro, are you for real? You're not messing with me?" Zhang Dashan exclaimed excitedly. Xiao Luo rolled his eyes at him. "When have I ever messed with you? Ha ha ha. My good brother, Lao Xiao, you really are my good brother." An elated Zhang Dashan was cracking up, but he quickly realized that something was amiss. Frowning, he said, "No, something's not right." "What's not right?" "If you give me your position as president, then what are you going to do?" Zhang Dashan asked. Xiao Luo brushed him off, saying, "I'll move on and develop some other business." "It's not a problem." Zhang Dashan was taken aback. If he could successfully helm Luo's workshop, he would be satisfied. He'd never thought beyond that, yet his brother fully intended to move on to other businesses. While Xiao Luo spoke flippantly about it, Zhang Dashan knew that he was not kidding. "I feel like you're going to become the next Xu Yunxiong. Well, I hope to surpass him." As he said this, Xiao Luo stood up and patted Zhang Dashan on the shoulder. His body was integrated with a high-tech system. If he only managed to match the standards which Xu Yunxiong had set, he would never be satisfied. Gulp. Zhang Dashan swallowed down a mouthful of saliva. This was the first time he discovered that lofty goals and ambition had been lurking in the depths of his brother's heart all this while. Dong, dong, dong. At that moment, someone knocked lightly on the door to the office. "Come in." Xiao Luo sat back in his seat. The door was pushed open. Sun Jiannan shuffled in obediently, looking presentable in a suit. He was walking rather stiffly, on account of his nerves, as he made his way in front of Xiao Luo's desk. Raising his head to look at Xiao Luo, he inquired, "Pre-President Xiao, you asked for me?" From the young man he'd first encountered a few days ago to the President Xiao of today, Xiao Luo's identity was changing too rapidly for him to keep up. He was feeling a bit dazed, as though caught in a dream. "Take a seat," Xiao Luo said, gesturing politely for him to sit down. Sun Jiannan nodded, taking a deep breath to stabilize his emotions before sitting upright opposite Xiao Luo. Store manager Sun, I have been told that the Luo's workshop food safety violation transpired inside your store? Yes, that's correct. Do you believe that there is an issue with the products we are selling? No, there is definitely nothing wrong with our pastries, Sun Jiannan replied, adamantly shaking his head. I had my eye on that old man the instant he stepped into our store. Why is that? Xiao Luo asked. Sun Jiannan began to recount from memory. It was because his face looked abnormally discolored. It was pale like he was suffering from an illness. His breathing was also labored, as though his windpipe was clogged. I even remember specially pouring him a cup of hot tea. Xiao Luo nodded, urging him, tell me your theory. I believe the old man did not die from eating our bread, but suddenly passed away from a pre-existing condition. Sun Jiannan laid bare his innermost thoughts as he continued. However, the medical professionals and the old man's relatives all insist that he suffocated when our bread got stuck in his windpipe. If that is true, then doesn't it mean that Luo's workshop has been unjustly framed? Zhang Dashan could not hold back his objections. I can't be completely certain, but my gut tells me that Luo's workshop is not responsible for the old man's death, Sun Jiannan conjectured. Xiao Luo waved him out, saying, I understand. Go back to what you were doing. Sun Jiannan got up and bowed, turning to leave. Hold on. What else do you need, President Xiao? Don't tell Sun Yu about me, Xiao Luo ordered. Sun Jiannan was slightly surprised by this request, but he nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. Then, he pushed open the door and exited the office. Lao Xiao, it seems like you have a thing for the beauty Sun, Zhang Dashan teased. He knew perfectly well why Xiao Luo wanted to hide his identity. It was not because he wanted Sun Yu to let down her guard so that he could take advantage of her. Rather, Xiao Luo wished to meet and understand her on equal footing as ordinary guy and girl. There were too many examples of rich men courting great beauties these days. A simple, pure romance untainted by the stench of money was a rare occurrence. Meanwhile, at the hospital, almost every inch of Wang Tichui's body was wrapped in white bandages. He lay on the hospital bed like an Egyptian mummy. He had taken a beating from more than 500 angry workers and was riddled with broken bones and open wounds. His most grievous injury had been dealt by the man who'd pleaded with Zhang Dashan. He'd smashed open Wang Tichui's head with a brick. When he awoke from his coma, he saw Xiao Luo standing at the foot of his bed with his arms behind his back. He shivered in fear, withering before Xiao Luo's frigid stare, which made him feel like he had fallen into an icy crevasse. He asked in a panic, You? What are you doing here? He had never seen anyone with such a fearsome look in all his life. Xiao Luo peered down at him with a domineering gaze, then said nonchalantly, I am only going to ask you this once. Answer me honestly, or you die. Wang Tichue could really feel the killing intent behind Xiao Luo's expression, and it scared him so much that he almost fainted. I will answer honestly. I will definitely answer honestly, he managed to force out a reply, despite choking with fright. Who ordered you to organize the strike? Xiao Luo's voice lacked any shred of emotion and seemed to come from the depths of hell itself. I don't know his name. He gave me $20,000 to organize a strike. Then he told me that, when it was finished, he would get me a job at Taste Buds, Wang Tichue confessed. Xiao Luo's expression hardened. You don't know his name? I really don't know. It was my first time seeing him, President Xiao. I'm not lying to you, Wang Tichue insisted fearfully. The mouth may tell lies, but the eyes speak the truth. Xiao Luo was slightly disappointed. He thought that questioning Wang Tichue would produce a lead for them to follow, but now that seemed impossible. Chu Yunxiong had once reminded him that Luo's workshop senior management was full of schemers. That is to say, there could be a spy among them working for Taste Buds. Taste Buds had already demonstrated that they had no qualms about doing something so treacherous as inciting the workers of Luo's workshop to strike. Arranging for someone to infiltrate Luo's workshop or buying off one of the management team executives would be a simple matter for them. Lao Xiao, this is the data on Taste Buds that you wanted. Zhang Dashan approached him with a printout as he exited the hospital. The top dog at Taste Buds is a man called Fang Changlei. He is the stepbrother of Luo's workshop's previous president, Fang Changmiao. They have the same father, but different mothers. The two of them started their careers in the bread industry together. However, after their father passed away, they split up due to a dispute, and each started their own company. Namely, Luo's workshop and Taste Buds. Xiao Luo skimmed the document, then commented light-heartedly, "What an interesting pair of brothers." Zhang Dashan nodded in agreement, then continued where he'd left off. While Taste Buds is his main business, Fang Changlei also owns other side ventures, such as the Prosperity Grand Hotel, Phoenix Entertainment City, plus others in approximately 10 different industries. He has a son and a daughter. The son's name is Fang Chongqiang, and the daughter's name is Fang Shulan. Fang Shulan? Xiao Luo wore a look of surprise. What's up? Do you know her? Zhang Dashan blinked, asking him. Xiao Luo explained, I had an altercation with her during my time as a bodyguard at Huaya. Since you've had a conflict with her before, that means that you two are enemies. Now, you have the perfect opportunity to crush her dad's business, Taste Buds, and vent your frustrations, Zhang Dashan snickered. You think it'll be that easy? Now that Luo's workshop is under your control, Lao Xiao, crushing him is only a matter of time. Ahem. Please leave me out of your boasting next time. You be ****. They climbed into the car, and Zhang Dashan asked Xiao Luo in a joking tone, Boss, where are we headed today? I need to find someone. Who? The reporter who wrote the article that pushed Luo's workshop into the abyss. Xiao Luo leaned back in his seat with his eyes staring straight ahead. The footage from our surveillance camera shows that the old man did indeed look to be in poor physical condition when he entered the shop. And the hospital files clearly show he had been diagnosed with chronic rheumatic heart disease. The evidence points to a heart attack as the cause of death rather than anything to do with eating bread. The medical practitioner who performed the autopsy has left the country to study abroad. The old man's family insists that the bread from Luo's workshop caused his death and claimed 470 grand in compensation. All these facts add up to one thing, conspiracy. Did Taste Buds orchestrate this? Zhang Dashan asked. Xiao Luo rolled his eyes at him. Could there be another company behind it? F***ck him. That old son of AB***tch, Fang Changlei, has no business ethics at all. When I have time, I'm going to find out where he parks his car. What are you thinking of doing to his car? What else? I'm going to piss all over the front, Zhang Dashan declared loudly. Xiao Luo did not deign to give him a reply. Bang! As the car approached a crossroads, there was a burst of fierce but concentrated gunfire from somewhere ahead. Bang, bang. Another 2 gunshots sounded. Pedestrians and drivers in the area became flustered and tried to flee. Lest they get shot by accident, they ignored all the traffic lights in the process. This resulted in a series of serious traffic accidents, and the shrill sound of police sirens rang out. F***ck, this is some luck. Zhang Dashan shuddered and slammed down on the brakes, hard. He had only seen gunfights in the movies, and now that he was in the midst of one, there was no way he could maintain his composure. Xiao Luo's eyes narrowed. His gaze grew more focused, and he stared straight ahead like a hawk. A man dressed in black rode out from a side street on a motorcycle. His head was covered by a helmet, and his hand grasped a short firearm. He rode valiantly, firing as he rode, while 2 police cars gave chase close on his tail. An older policeman, who was extremely bold, stuck half of his body out of the window to take aim at the man. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots seemed never-ending as bullets whizzed through the air at high speeds. The bullets tore open holes in the police vehicles, and 2 shots narrowly missed the man in black. Finally, with a loud impact sound, a 3rd shot buried itself deep inside the back of the man's shoulder. The man in black was knocked off his balance by the shot and tumbled off his motorcycle. The motorcycle skidded more than 10 yards away before coming to a stop under the wheels of a truck. The man immediately picked himself up off the ground, tore off his helmet, and revealed his blood-stained face. He looked like a foreigner. "Don't move. Get down with your hands behind your head." Taking advantage of this moment of opportunity, 3 policemen rushed forward nimbly with their guns up. They pushed through the crowd to try to arrest the man in black. The man in black grinned ferociously. He flexed all his muscles, which expanded explosively. Leaning forward readily, his coat rolled off his body. As if a black curtain had been draped before them, his coat blocked the 3 policemen's view. At the same time, the man in black slid backward, and his strong, sturdy body lithely slipped out of the black trench coat in one clean motion. He took 2 steps back, then pushed forward with his right leg, on which his body's center of gravity rested. He probably weighed over 200 pounds yet moved with the dexterity of a cheetah chasing its prey. The instant the black trench coat obscured the policeman's sight, he charged at them recklessly. Bam, bam. 2 of the policemen were hurled backward, colliding squarely with the multi-purpose vehicles parked at the roadside. Rebounding from the impact, they collapsed unconscious on the ground. The man dressed in black's explosive force was immensely powerful. The other policeman had a quicker reaction time. He retreated as soon as he saw the opponent charge at him, preparing to fire from a distance. The man in black did not give the officer a chance to take the shot. He pounced on him like a tiger, then he swept his leg out and kicked with unstoppable force. The color drained slightly from the policeman's face as he hastily reached up to parry the blow. Bam! Arm and leg collided with a dull thud. The policeman felt the full violent force of the kick surging through his body. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and tumbled to the ground with his gun. The man in black snickered, then rolled forward on the ground toward the cop, grabbing him to use as a human shield. Several more policemen stormed onto the scene with their guns pointed at the man in black. They yelled angrily, "Put down the gun. Shoot me. If you have the balls, then fire." He, laughed the man in black cruelly. Bloodlust permeated his stiff-sounding Chinese, and his face contorted into a demented grin. He obviously believed that they would not dare fire on him with their fellow policemen in the way. The situation proceeded according to his predictions. The 7 or 8 policemen who arrived as reinforcements wanted to save their ally and kill their enemy. They were conflicted and unable to take action. They only continued nervously, taking aim at the man in black while maintaining their positions. A layer of cold sweat covered their palms. Seizing the opportunity, the man in black pulled a policeman's sidearm on the ground toward him with his heel. He flamboyantly spun the gun in his hand. It made 2 full revolutions before it stopped with its pitch-black muzzle pointed directly at the policeman. Die. With a hideous sneer, the man in black mercilessly squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A stream of flame shot out from the muzzle. The policemen sensed the danger but were too slow to return fire. They only managed to get down on the ground or take cover behind the vehicles closest to them. Even then, they were still too late. Bullets tore through the air toward them. In the blink of an eye, 5 men were brought down, and 3 vehicles were blown to pieces. Shards of glass and other debris went flying, and clouds of dust billowed. It was a powerful attack. Having shot down almost half of the policemen, the man in black kicked away his human shield and made a dash for Zhang Dashan's white Corolla. Zhang Dashan swore under his breath and moved his foot to the accelerator, ready to make a getaway. However, the silhouette of a small child flashed in front of the car, and he had no choice but to take his foot off the gas. In that brief period, the man in black caught up. He opened the door and slid into the back seat. Pressing his gun to Zhang Dashan's head, he shouted harshly in stiff Chinese, "Drive, or I will shoot you." Xiao Luo thought of making a move. However, he noticed that, aside from the gun, which the man wielded in his right hand, he was armed with a hand grenade in his left, so he abandoned the idea. Zhang Dashan, in all his many years of life, had never had a gun to his head before, and he nearly wet himself in fear. His voice quivered as he asked, "BB big brother, where to?" "Go straight. Go straight quickly." The man in black kept close tabs on the police's movements, looking to the left and right. He barked a warning, "If I get caught by the police, then I'll kill the two of you first." With his left hand firmly gripping the grenade, he fired 2 shots from the gun in his right. A policeman, giving chase at a distance, flipped over. The man's aim was impeccable. The shots fired caused the rest of the policemen instinctively to get down on the ground, slowing down their advance. The man in black turned back to Zhang Dashan and shouted, "Why aren't you driving? Do you want to die? Big brother, don't be hasty." "I'm driving. I'm driving." Zhang Dashan started up the car in a hurry, stepped on the pedal, and the vehicle sped off. "Faster. You need to go faster." With the gun to Zhang Dashan's head, the man in black continued to roar at him, "Go as fast as you possibly can. You absolutely cannot let the police catch me, or you will be the first one I kill." "I understand. I understand." Terrified, Zhang Dashan was pale as a ghost, but he hurriedly followed the man's orders, driving faster and faster. He sensed an intense bloodlust emanating from the man. Since he didn't seem to think twice about killing policemen, the man would have no qualms about killing a small fry like Zhang Dashan. At that moment, Zhang Dashan's mind was racing as he considered whether he was really going to lose his life here. There would be consequences if he did, as he was the only remaining son of the Zhang family's long line. If he expired, there would be no one left to pass down the family name. However, Xiao Luo was next to him in the front passenger seat, so his nervousness began to subside slightly. "My friend here just got his driving license," Xiao Luo suddenly spoke up. "He is a newbie, and not psychologically prepared to drive. With you pointing a gun at his head, he'll be even more afraid, and it's highly likely we will end up in an accident. How about this, let me take the wheel. I'm a race car driver, and I guarantee that we will shake off the police with my driving." The man in black squinted at Xiao Luo. "You guarantee it?" Xiao Luo replied confidently, "Of course. If I can't, you can kill me first." "Okay, I will believe you this once. You two change seats now, quickly." The man in black did not want any careless slip-ups, and he had indeed noticed that Zhang Dashan's driving skills were not up to par. The car was unstable, and it felt like they might flip over at any moment. Xiao Luo steadied the steering wheel. He snuck a look at Zhang Dashan, who vacated the driver's seat. "Ding, congratulations. You've received crazy driving skills and used up 500 points. In his head, the sound of the system notification sounded, but Xiao Luo was not bothered by it. When Xiao Luo put the pedal to the metal, Zhang Dashan had just sat down in the front passenger seat. The white Corolla roared like a wild beast, speeding down the congested road with small sharp turns left and right like a white phantom. Zhang Dashan was on the verge of throwing up. He was trying to buckle his seatbelt and feeling sorry for what his car was being put through. In the back seat, the man in black was gleeful. "Not bad. This is how you do it, ha ha ha. After a couple of miles, police sirens sounded behind them. The reinforcements had caught up. 3 police cars with their ear-piercing sirens were gaining on them at an insane speed. The man in black turned around to see what was happening, and a murderous look filled his eyes. *T. They're still chasing us. Leaning out of the window, he fired a shot and burst one of the van's tires. With a loud bang, the entire vehicle flipped over sideways, blocking the path of one of the police cars. Then, he pointed his gun at a tank truck carrying oil and sneered ferociously, "You can all go to hell." If his shot landed, it would cause a massive explosion and probably destroy more than half of the road. Xiao Luo realized what he was trying to do, and abruptly accelerated. They raced forward more than 10 yards. The man's aim, which had previously tracked the oil tank, was thrown off in an instant. He lost sight of the target and hit something else. Looking again at the police cars chasing behind them, the man in black was enraged. "What the F***ck are you driving so fast for? Didn't you ask me to drive fast?" Xiao Luo frowned with his eyebrows in a knot. He asked, deliberately provoking, "So, do you want me to drive faster or slower?" The man in black was despondent, shouting, "Of course I want you to drive faster." Xiao Luo nodded. He unleashed his driving skills and immediately pulled almost 50 yards ahead of the trailing police cars. "Hey, kid, your driving skills are not too bad. Do you want to come to work for me?" Seeing that there was some distance between them and the police, the man in black let out a sigh of relief. "No, thank you, I have a job." "A job?" The man in black laughed mockingly, then said, "How can a man live like cows and sheep? A man should go to battle and discover the joy of conquering the world, walking the thin line between life and death. Go wherever you want to go, and do whatever you want to do." "Big brother, what kind of work do you do?" Zhang Dashan asked, curiously. "For a fee, I can either kill someone or save someone. I have no religion, no nationality." "You're a mercenary?" Xiao Luo's eyes narrowed as he cut short the man's speech. "You know about mercenaries?" The man dressed in black gave Xiao Luo a shocked look. Xiao Luo answered, "I learned a little about them from a TV show. The stuff on television is nonsense. They just make *T up," the man in black said with a trace of smugness. "I can tell you anything you want to know. I'm a bona fide mercenary with more than 10 men under me, each of whom is a seasoned gunfighter. Big brother, are you still hiring newcomers? I would like to learn how to be a gangster like you." Although Zhang Dashan had never encountered a situation like this before, he understood what to do to increase his probability of survival. The first step was to keep the gangster appeased, so he started to kiss *S. Unfortunately, he was barking up the wrong tree. The man in black used the handgun to slap him hard across the face. He used so much force that Zhang Dashan's teeth bled. The man in black came down on him, hard, and snapped, "I already said that I'm a mercenary, and you still call me a gangster. *King gangster." A cold expression settled on Xiao Luo's face, and there was a flicker of killing intent deep in his eyes. If it had just been the man in black and himself in the car, he would not have been so forgiving. But Zhang Dashan was here, so he had to account for his friend's safety. The slap aroused Zhang Dashan's hot temper, which suddenly started to prevail over his fear. Keeping a strong hold over his emotions, he began to speak again, preparing to contend with the man in black using words. He pointed at the knife hanging at the man's waist and asked, "Big brother, is that a knife?" "Yes, of course. It's called a cold steel Gorkha kukri, and it's part of the standard equipment of the Nation SEALs." "Big brother, is that a grenade you're holding in your left hand? You didn't get it from a toy store, did you?" "It's not a F***king toy. It's a real hand grenade that I designed and built myself, and it's extremely powerful. If I'm backed into a corner with no way out, I just have to pull lightly here, and everything within 20 yards of me will die. Big brother. The man in black's patience had run dry, so he smacked Zhang Dashan in the face again with the gun. Stop *king chirping with your endless annoying questions, or I'll shoot you dead. Zhang Dashan, shut up. Dee-woo dee-woo dee-woo. The sound of sirens reached them from behind, and the man in black put on a severe face. He pressed the gun back to Xiao Luo's head and ordered, shake them off, quickly. Okay. The corner of Xiao Luo's mouth lifted in a sly smile. Seeing this, Zhang Dashan subconsciously grabbed onto the car because he knew that Xiao Luo was going to make his move. Cat hunk. As they rounded a sharp turn, Xiao Luo's left hand twitched, and the car's tires drifted to the side, rolling onto a protruding roadblock. The Corolla, which was moving at high speed, suddenly tilted, and the front of the car shifted toward a 2-yard-tall stone slab on the side of the road. Inside the car, Zhang Dashan was relatively unaffected by the loss of control. His seatbelt was on, but the man in black had no way of keeping his balance. In that same instant, Xiao Luo slipped into the back seat from the driver's seat like a ghost, while Zhang Dashan grabbed hold of the wheel, bringing the car back under control on the main road. Flash. There was a flash of steel, and the man in black registered pain in his body. Looking down to see what had happened, he saw that the cold steel Gorkha kukri, which used to hang at his waist, was now sticking out of his abdomen. He flared up in anger, preparing to counterattack, before realizing that, during the brief confusion, the handgun and grenade had slipped from his hands. On closer inspection, they were now in the hands of the harmless-looking young man in front of him. Gulp. He gulped, hard, swallowing a mouthful of saliva and breaking out in a cold sweat all over. He had just realized that he had stumbled upon an incredibly fearsome reality. You have a scorpion tattoo on your neck, and you're a mercenary, so tell me how you are related to the Red Scorpion Mercenary Corps? Xiao Luo asked with a smile. He sat in the seat beside the man, calmly fidgeting with the police handgun and grenade. The man in black's eyes widened. You. How do you know about our mercenary group? Who the hell are you? Looks like I wasn't mistaken. You are the leader of the group that escaped off a cliff and is still at large. You're Red Scorpion, Xiao Luo snorted softly. Red Scorpion felt a chill from the cold sweat that covered his body. He asked again in a loud voice, who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? With a playful smile, Xiao Luo replied, about 10 of your comrades have already died at my hands, so who would you say I am? What the? It was as though a bomb had exploded inside Red Scorpion's brain. He would have never imagined that the enemy they had been bitterly searching for was the young kid now before him. His eyes widened like saucers as he stared in disbelief at Xiao Luo. It's not possible. How can it be you? It's not possible. Xiao Luo brushed aside his stunned expression and continued talking unhurriedly, you're lucky to have survived the jump off the cliff. However, you should have put down everything and fled Hua Nation instead of sticking around and doing whatever you liked. As he spoke, he pressed the gun in his hand squarely against Red Scorpion's head. Red Scorpion had a savage expression on his face, and his eyes refused to leave Xiao Luo. I'll admit that you have me, but I have one request, before I die. Tell me, who are you? He could not accept the fact that his mercenary group had been destroyed by an enemy whose identity they could not even grasp. It was too much for him to take. Even if I told you, you wouldn't have heard of me. Bang! Xiao Luo squeezed the trigger, and the bullet left the chamber, piercing the space between Red Scorpion's eyebrows. The bullet tore out the back of his head and flew straight through the car's glass windows with a high-pitched smash. Zhang Dashan, who was in the front passenger seat, struggling to control the vehicle, jumped in fright. He turned off the ignition, bringing the car to a stop. Turning around, he looked at the dead body in the back seat of his car in horror. You really killed him? His voice quivered, and his eyes filled with fear. He could not believe and dared not even imagine that Xiao Luo had it in him to kill a man. He deserved to die. Xiao Luo replied impassively, then opened the car door and got out. It was time for Zhang Dashan to witness the sight of him and come to terms with it. Just then, a large police contingent caught up to them and surrounded Zhang Dashan's Corolla. Their leader was a woman with a refreshingly beautiful face, short hair, and eyes as elegant and pure as water. It was Gu Qianlin. "Officer Gu, it's been a while." Xiao Luo placed the gun and hand grenade he was holding onto the trunk of the car. "Xiao Luo?" Gu Qianlin's painted eyebrows knitted together as she walked up briskly. When she saw Red Scorpion's dead body lying in the back of the car, she looked at Xiao Luo in surprise and asked, "You killed him?" "To be exact, I accidentally killed him. He put a gun to my head and ordered me to drive. So, I carelessly snatched his gun, and carelessly ended up killing him," Xiao Luo shrugged as he explained innocently. "Accidentally killed him? What the f***ck? This was Red Scorpion of the Blackwater Company, an infamous mercenary with an international reputation. He was ridiculously skillful, and more than 20 of her colleagues had been wounded or killed in pursuit of him. Yet, this kid was saying that he had accidentally killed him? The faces of the police officers around them changed. They were utterly shocked by Xiao Luo's understated account of events. Xiao Luo followed Gu Qianlin back to the police station. After they finished with the Inquisition and making a record, Xiao Luo stood up and bid her farewell. "Xiao Luo, who are you exactly?" Gu Qianlin stared at Xiao Luo with her big eyes as she asked him the same question as Red Scorpion had. Xiao Luo smiled, then replied, "I'm a law-abiding citizen." "You know that's not that I'm asking." With pursed lips, Gu Qianlin said solemnly, "According to the records of Fang Chongqiang and others, you were also present that day when Chuyu was assaulted and the 17 Red Scorpion Mercenary Corps were killed. You did that, right?" As soon as she said that, the cops nearby gaped at them with shocked faces. Did the 17 Red Scorpion Mercenary Corps really perish at this kid's hands? How was such a thing possible? He looked ordinary, and his body was not even sculpted. How could he have possibly killed 17 monsters with specialized training? Nope. Xiao Luo made sure that his answer was clear-cut. He wasn't obligated to confess everything. But you're the prime suspect. You know Chu Yunxiong, Chongshan House's boss. And, coincidentally, you were there that day. I have my reasons to suspect that you're the bodyguard whom Chu Yunxiong hired to protect Chu Yu and ensure her safety, said Gu Qianlin. Xiao Luo replied with a playful smile, "That's all just speculation. You don't have any actual proof. Besides, Mississippi Gu, why must you find out who did it? Knowing that those mercenaries are dead should be enough, shouldn't it? It is my responsibility and obligation as a police officer. I have to get to the bottom of this." "So what if you get to the bottom of things and find out who did it? Do you intend to put him behind bars?" Xiao Luo asked, his tone tinged with coldness. Gu Qianlin was slightly startled. Then, she replied loudly, "I would not send him to jail. The truth is all I seek. The truth is that this suspect guy helped you clean up a group of mercenaries who came into our country illegally," Xiao Luo said faintly, then changed the topic. "Oh yeah, your convicts almost got my friend and me killed. My friend's car is also trashed. Maybe you should be figuring out how much compensation we will receive. I think that's all from me. I still have things to do, so I'll be going now." When he finished his sentence, he waved and left. Gu Qianlin shouted to his back, "Xiao Luo. One day, I will find out who you really are." Xiao Luo didn't look back. As far as he was concerned, everything would be fine so long as the things he did lived up to his conscience. Why should he care what others thought of him, even if that person was a cop? Outside the police station, Zhang Dashan was sitting in his car with his solo miss. He had not recovered from the incident where Xiao Luo had shot Red Scorpion. Although his behavior was ruthless and aggressive, he had never killed anyone. His best pal had, however, pulled the trigger, killing someone who had been very much alive, right before his very own eyes. The scene of the bullet-piercing Red Scorpion's skull looped in his mind like a movie. The car door opened. Xiao Luo snuck in and sat down in the front passenger seat. Zhang Dashan looked at him without saying a single word. He had the sincere, honest look of a child. "I'm giving you a few days off. Get that brain of yours moving," Xiao Luo said. He knew how Zhang Dashan was feeling right now, just like how he felt after he'd killed someone for the first time. It would take some time to process. "Are you really, Xiao Luo?" Zhang Dashan stuttered while looking his friend up and down. "Absolutely. But I suddenly find you very unfamiliar." Hearing him, Xiao Luo shook his head and laughed bitterly. He sighed and said, "I'm still me, your good old brother. Same as always." Once, Xiao Luo suspected that the system had altered him. But ultimately, he discovered that the system had left his personality intact. The truth was, he'd already had all of these traits concealed deep within him. The system had merely given him strength, which, in return, had given him the power to decide his enemies' fates. Zhang Dashan needed time to process, so Xiao Luo would give him ample time to do so. However, he would still be better off with a partner to help him find the reporter sabotaging Luo's workshop's reputation. After giving it much thought, he decided that Li Ziming, head of the sales and marketing department, was more fitting. Li Ziming was familiar with the various storefronts. Most importantly, after the news had first broken, she had followed the thread for some time and was aware of the reporter's identity. "Mr. Xiao, this is the reporter's information." Li Ziming came into Xiao Luo's office and placed a dossier on the desk. She was wearing a black suit and a white shirt with a lace collar. The cuffs were rolled up, revealing her arms and a fair complexion. On her left wrist, she wore a delicate white watch. Her hair was shoulder-length with slightly curled ends. She had an hourglass figure and facial features with photogenic dignity, and generally gave off the air of a capable and experienced professional young woman. Xiao Luo didn't know the identity of the taste bud spy implanted at his company. For the time being, he did not fix his suspicions on anyone. Xiao Luo went through the document under his eyes. There was a picture of a man with tiny eyes and little flesh on his face. He looked somewhat scrawny. The black wool hat he was wearing, however, was rather fashionable. "Miss Li, you've been in contact with Qin Jianbai. What do you think of him?" Xiao Luo inquired. Li Ziming thought about it seriously and replied, "He's an unreasonable man. When he heard that I was from Luo's workshop, he immediately issued an order to lock me out." "Is that so? I'd like to meet him right now." Xiao Luo grinned. He really wanted to know how unreasonable Qin Jianbai was. A Tango red Audi zoomed out of the parking garage. Li Ziming was driving with Xiao Luo in the back seat. In all honesty, chauffeuring her boss stressed Li Ziming out. Most importantly, Xiao Luo had not uttered a single word since getting into the car, which made the atmosphere during their journey very awkward. She felt like she was sitting on pins and needles as she drove. At last, she attempted to break the silence. "Mr. Xiao, how do you intend to deal with Qin Jianbai?" Xiao Luo answered her directly, "I'm going to ask him why he is slandering Luo's workshop. He will never admit to that. He'll only say that something is wrong with our product and that it caused someone's death. He'll insist that he was only reporting the truth. Besides, I heard that he considers himself to be brothers with some ruffians. I'm afraid that if we go to him just like that, it'll be fine. I'm just going to chat with him." Xiao Luo smiled and redirected the conversation. "This car of yours cost at least 300 to 400,000, am I right? It's really comfy and quiet. Li Ziming laughed a little unnaturally. It was a little strange that her boss was praising her car. Mr. Xiao, I bet your car cost somewhere in the millions? My car? I don't have a car, replied Xiao Luo. No car? Li Ziming looked surprised. Don't doubt what I say. I don't have a car. Xiao Luo knew what she was thinking. He mocked himself, I have no car, no chauffeur, not even a bicycle. Mr. Xiao, why don't you get one? Given the straits that Luo's workshop is in now, do you think I'm in a position to buy a vehicle? Xiao Luo's line of questioning rendered Li Ziming speechless. She didn't know what to say, and thought to herself, this can't be right, can it? He's the boss of a company, and he can't even afford a car? Ugh, this is so awkward. She stole a covert glance at Xiao Luo in the rearview mirror. Out of the blue, she thought that he was kind of cute. Yes, cute. At that hour, the night sky was empty, and the neon lights turned Jiangqing into a sleepless city. Li Ziming parked the car at the corner of the park, looked toward the basketball court, and exclaimed, Mr. Xiao, Qin Jianbai is right over there playing hoops. Looking in the direction where she indicated, Xiao Luo saw Qin Jianbai. He had small eyes, wasn't too tall, and wore a jersey over a black singlet. He was very agile on the court. Although he was moderately short, his jumping ability was astonishing. He managed to accomplish several offensive rebounds against his bigger and taller opponents. Li Ziming said, all of the guys on the court are his friends. They are all shady characters. For someone like him, who is in that field of work, they need these kinds of people to help keep an eye on movements in Jiangqing at all times. That way, once something that may intrigue the public happens, he is notified at once. He's pretty smart. Xiao Luo smiled as he commented. Then, he got out of the car and moved straight toward the basketball court. Li Ziming quickly got out of the car and followed him. Her heels went clickety-clack, but she still kept up with Xiao Luo's pace. Lights glistened around the basketball court, and a few large floodlights shone on the venue, making it seem like daylight. Iron nets enclosed the court's periphery, which was painted green. The flooring was made of out rubber, and the surrounding environment was pretty good. For basketball enthusiasts, this was a sacred land where sporting dreams came true. When they were almost at the entrance, Li Ziming reminded him in a quiet voice, Mr. Xiao, Qin Jianbai is with his gang now. Let's speak in a nicer tone when we are asking him questions later. I am afraid that they will beat us up? The corner of Xiao Luo's mouth lifted into a playful crescent as he finished her sentence, speaking her thoughts aloud. Why yes. Li Ziming nodded. She did have some concerns in this regard. Those people were big and bulky, and some even had tattoos. They looked like rascals. At first glance, one knew that they were up to no good. If friction were to escalate, she and Xiao Luo would not end up on the safer side of things. I got it. Xiao Luo lifted his eyebrows to signify that he understood. Then, he raised his feet and stepped inside the court. Mr. Xiao is still quite approachable. Li Ziming pouted as she considered the situation. Her boss wasn't as cold-hearted as that time when he'd first come and fired more than 500 employees. He was charming and easy to get along with. At least, to her, he didn't seem to possess the demeanor of a typical boss. However, she changed her mind the very next second, and her expression quickly morphed into one of panic. Xiao Luo had walked onto the court and snatched the gang's ball while they were indulging themselves in their game. He cradled the ball in his arms, halting the match in this simple, most straightforward manner. Oh my gosh! What is he trying to do? Li Ziming was shocked. She'd never expected Xiao Luo to do something so rash. Why wasn't he afraid of being beaten up by these people? Sure enough, as Xiao Luo held the ball in his arms, the 8 men who had been playing immediately gathered around him. Another 5 at the edge of the court also came over. Evidently, they were all part of the same group. Qin Jianbai stared furiously at Xiao Luo as he questioned him loudly, "What are you doing? Do you have a problem?" The others also glared at Xiao Luo. They were not happy about being interrupted by him. Xiao Luo chucked the ball at someone else and said to Qin Jianbai with a smile, "I'm Luo's workshop's boss. I'd like to talk to you." "You're Luo's workshop's boss?" Qin Jianbai adopted a playful expression. With a tinge of disdain in his eyes, he sneered, "You wish to talk to me? About what? About your bread poisoning people to death? I'm unaware of any evidence you may have that claims our bread has killed someone. That being said, this information in my hands proves that you're tipping off the press with fake news, negatively impacting Luo's workshop's reputation. The reason I came to you today is that I hope that you will stand up and clarify this matter," Xiao Luo said seriously. Qin Jianbai stared at him up and down. He retorted mockingly, "If I clarify as you ask, what benefits will you give me?" "Absolutely none," Xiao Luo answered faintly. "You are in the wrong, by default. Correcting your mistakes is your responsibility. I'm already behaving sincerely by not suing you for slandering our reputation." Hearing this, Qin Jianbai couldn't help but laugh loudly and say, "That was a serious face you had there when you said this was my responsibility. What an interesting man you are. I suggest you get your brain checked at the hospital. The human brain is a nice thing to have. If it's broken, you'll seem like a fool." Then, he shouted to the crowd, "Ignore him. Let's continue." The group dispersed and went to continue their match. However, Li Ziming quickly pulled Xiao Luo back toward him from underneath the basketball hoop and said sheepishly, "Mr. Xiao, let's wait until they finish playing. These aren't nice people to be messed around with." Seemingly agreeing with her, Xiao Luo silently turned around and walked off. Li Ziming quietly let out a sigh of relief. She thought, "Thank goodness, nothing awful happened." But before she could even finish sighing, Xiao Luo bent down and picked up a basketball, which was beside the iron net. He then wordlessly hurled the ball at Qin Jianbai, who was in midair with a ball in his hands, performing a jump shot. "PSSS." Li Ziming gasped. She was startled. Time slowed down for her as she watched the ball in Xiao Luo's hand smash right into Qin Jianbai's head. The force of the impact was undoubtedly colossal. Qin Jianbai, who had been doing a jump shot, slammed onto the ground with a horrible shriek. Oh no! This was the only thought left in her mind. She couldn't believe that Xiao Luo would do such a thing. Why did he do it? Didn't he know that they had a whole bunch of people on their side? What, exactly, was he trying to accomplish by smashing one of them viciously in the head with a ball? Qin Jianbai picked himself up from the ground and shook his head, which was spinning. He looked around for the person who had hit him and ultimately confirmed that it was Xiao Luo, because he was waving at him. He dashed at Xiao Luo, taking 3 steps in one, and roared at him with a stern face, "You bastard! What the F***ck do you want? I already told you." "I want to talk," Xiao Luo said unhurriedly. "Talk? Haha." Qin Jianbai was so irked that he began laughing. The very next second, his eyes became vicious. "Talk your ****. He clenched his right fist and greeted Xiao Luo's face with a punch. Seeing this, Li Ziming couldn't help but scream in terror. She covered her eyes with her hands as she was afraid of seeing the picture of Xiao Luo being beaten to a pulp. However, even after a very long time, she didn't hear Xiao Luo hit the ground. Bewildered, she moved her hands away and slowly opened her eyes. Upon getting a more precise look, she was instantly dumbfounded. Her boss had managed to block Qin Jianbai's blow. His left hand was behind his back, and his right was stretched out, holding Qin Jianbai's fist. Xiao Luo's movements were elegant, and his posture was relaxed. He had done everything with ease. Qin Jianbai's expression changed slightly. He failed to free his fist from Xiao Luo's palm even after expending a considerable amount of effort. Xiao Luo stared at him indifferently and asked, "Can we talk now?" "Talk your sorry s, you bastard. Do you believe that I'm going to utterly destroy Luo's workshop's reputation and deny you even a single customer?" Qin Jianbai was infuriated. Xiao Luo released him. He slid his hand into his pocket and secretly clicked on his recording pen. Then, he asked, "Do you mean that you've deliberately reported false news to deceive everyone in Jiangqing into thinking that our bread poisons people to death?" Qin Jianbai thought that Xiao Luo was scared. He sneered in disdain while exercising his wrist, saying, "I write whatever I want. When I say that your bread kills people, your bread kills people. If I say the opposite, that will also become the truth. One single news story from us has the power to decide the fates of companies like yours. When you're standing in front of me, you have to respect me like you're my grandson. Got it? If you make me unhappy, then I'll publish a story tomorrow saying that one of your employees has an infectious virus and purposely mixed his blood with the flour that you use to make your bread. We'll see who does business with you after that. This is slander. Defamation. You will have to accept legal responsibility for this." When the panicked Li Ziming heard Qin Jianbai's words, his eyebrows suddenly pressed together. They pointed directly at Qin Jianbai in accusation. "Accept legal responsibility? I'll just laugh then." Qin Jianbai sneered, "Even a well-known celebrity doesn't dare talk back to our reporters, let alone you guys. We're the winding vine of public opinion, and it's extremely easy for us to ruin your reputation. What's so great about Luo's workshop? What's so great about you guys?" However, a pair of small eyes indecently scanned Li Ziming's tall, slim body up and down. Then, with an equally inappropriate chuckle, Qin Jianbai said, "If the beautiful Miss Li agrees to spend a night with me, perhaps I will let Luo's workshop off the hook." Ha ha ha. Everyone else laughed. Mocking a woman brought them great joy. You be **starred. Li Ziming ground her teeth in anger and glared at Qin Jianbai in frustration and embarrassment. Qin Jianbai paid her no mind and continued to tease her, "If I can conquer a bright and intelligent woman like Miss Li, then that would most definitely be a great event in life." Hee hee. Li Ziming's body trembled with rage. This scum, Qin Jianbai, was unfit to be a reporter. That's right. Just then, Xiao Luo suddenly clapped in agreement. He then slowly pulled out a voice recorder from his pocket and pressed play. The recorder immediately replayed Qin Jianbai's words, "I write whatever I want. If I say your bread is poisonous and kills people, then your poisonous bread kills people." The quality of the sound was crystal clear. Qin Jianbai's expression immediately changed as he turned to Xiao Luo with hostility and charged, "You dare to threaten me?" Xiao Luo didn't even respond and handed the voice recorder to Li Ziming, saying, "Sue him for slandering Luo's workshop's reputation. I'll let you handle this situation. I just have one small request, that all of Jiangqing and even Huan Nation must know about this." This task was intended as a challenge for Li Ziming to see whether she worked for taste buds or not. Of course, the main goal was to rehabilitate Luo's workshop's reputation. This was the most urgent task because only a repaired reputation could bring in customers again. Otherwise, the business would forever be damaged. Sure. Li Ziming was overwhelmed by this honor and nodded as she praised Xiao Luo's meticulous methods. This voice recording pen, which had captured Qin Jianbai's threats, would be an essential piece of evidence in court. Even Qin Jianbai would not be able to deny its validity. However, would Qin Jianbai really let them leave here with this pen? As expected, dozens of Qin Jianbai's friends surrounded them with hostile expressions on their faces. They formed a human wall that blocked off all escape routes. Qin Jianba looked at Xiao Luo grimly and said, "You be ****starred. You sure have some guts. I just don't know if you can handle a beating." He waved at his friends and said, "Go ahead, my brothers, beat him until he's groveling on the ground." Before he could finish, Xiao Luo suddenly got up and stepped forward. With the force of a fierce wind, he crashed his shoulder into Qin Jianba's chest. A loud thump sounded. As if he had been hit by a moving car, Qin Jianba flew back as directly as a bullet. He took 3 men down with him and finally landed on the ground about 3 to 4 yards away. This violent attack without any warning stunned everyone. Li Ziming stared, wide-eyed, at the scene in disbelief. The few dozen young men who had thrown their fists at Xiao Luo completely froze on the spot. They watched as Qin Jianba whimpered in pain on the ground and turned their heads back with horror to Xiao Luo. Immediately, they felt cold sweat rolling down their skin. They thought, "This guy can throw a man a few yards with just one push. Is he a monster? Do you fellows want to help him?" Xiao Luo grinned as he asked the few dozen young men. Those on whom his gaze fell all shook their heads and backed down in fear. Xiao Luo then commanded in a cold voice, "Make way." The group of young men shivered slightly, and they all moved out of the way because Xiao Luo had utterly overwhelmed them. It wasn't until Xiao Luo had already walked some distance away that Li Ziming finally dragged herself back to reality. She looked around the field at the young men, who were utterly dumbfounded, and quickly followed Xiao Luo. Because she was running fast in heels, she almost tripped and fell. As for that poor guy, Qin Jianba, he still couldn't get up from the ground. The pain in his chest was sharp and severe as if all his organs had moved around inside him. Muffled sounds of pain came out of his throat while his entire body remained in a state of spasm. Li Ziming followed behind Xiao Luo's right side like a secretary. She studied him, this boss who was around the same age as her. The man was calm and easygoing, and a natural aura of confidence surrounded him. Recalling the situation earlier, she felt like she was dreaming. If he could knock Qin Jianba down with just one violent push and stun a group of a few dozen young men, how strong must he be? Xiao Luo suddenly stopped and turned around. Li Ziming almost ran into him, but stopped herself just in time. She quickly took a few steps back to maintain her distance from Xiao Luo. "Miss Li, you can go back first. I still have some business to take care of," Xiao Luo said. "Okay." Li Ziming nodded. Xiao Luo added, "Start preparing the court files to sue Qin Jianba tomorrow. We have the tape from the recording pen, which I'm sure will land Qin Jianba in prison for a few years." Li Ziming nodded slowly and said, "I'm sure he will. This is him digging his own grave." "That's it, then. I'll see you tomorrow." Xiao Luo turned around and left with a smile on his face. He didn't really have any business. He just didn't want to bother Li Ziming. Additionally, he didn't want her to find out that he lived in an industrial area. As for this last point, that was just his own chauvinist pride acting up again. Li Ziming stood there and watched him leave. It wasn't until his silhouette completely disappeared that she walked back to her own car. Strong, smart, courteous, but also merciless when necessary. These were the impressions that Xiao Luo had made on her. These impressions gave him a special kind of charm that made someone like her, who had various experiences working with different types of people, feel a sort of attraction toward him. Xiao Luo wanted to call a cab to take him back when his cell phone suddenly rang. The call was from an unknown number. "Hi. Who is this?" A desperate and anxious voice came from the other side of the phone. "Are you brother Xiao Luo?" "I am Feng Wuhan, brother Feng's young brother, Xiao Wu. The Dragon Gang has ordered around 200 men to kill us, and you're the only person we know in Jiangqing. Can you help us?" "Feng Wuhan?" Xiao Luo frowned and took a minute to recollect who Feng Wuhan was. Then, an image of 5 large silhouettes appeared in his head. "Why don't you guys call the cops?" We did, but the JC still isn't here yet. We'll probably all be dead by the time they get here. Xiao Luo asked in a deep voice, where are you right now? Near Jiangqing Pier. Sit tight. I'll be there in a moment. Xiao Luo hung up the phone, quickly called a cab, and made his way to Jiangqing Pier. He felt an inexplicable familiarity with Feng Wuhan and his brothers. Perhaps it was because they were all from rural areas. Or, maybe it was because Feng Wuhan was not good at backing down, and the brothers' burning desire to start a big business touched Xiao Luo's heart. This was precisely why he'd left his contact information for them at the restaurant, in the hopes that he could help them out in the future. He just hadn't expected them to run into trouble so fast. Big trouble, at that. Jiangqing Pier. Feng Wuhan hadn't realized that the Dragon Gang still wasn't finished with them yet. Even after they'd escaped to the southeastern district, the gang had sent over more than 100 men to kill them. Currently, they were hiding in a warehouse beside the pier. If he and his 4 brothers were trapped into fighting, they would be no match for 100 men with knives, no matter how strong they were. The first floor of the warehouse had already fallen into their enemies' hands. The group had been forced up to the second-floor rooftop and was protecting the only staircase with their lives. Feng Wuhan couldn't remember how much blood had stained his hands, but he knew that he had killed at least a few dozen gang members along the way. He gripped the bloodied knife in his hand. Who did you call? He yelled at the leopard-head man, Xiao Wu, with a sharp gaze. Xiao Wu answered, Xiao Luo. *T. Why did you call him? To ask for his help. Feng Wuhan kicked Xiao Wu to the ground and shouted, how shameless are you to ask for his help? The group had been paid to take down Xiao Luo, but now they were asking for their mark's help instead. He felt as if his face were on fire with anger and shame. But we can only rely on him now. Xiao Wu whined with a guilty expression. You dumba *SS. That isn't asking for help. You're asking him to come here to die. Feng Wuhan was enraged. There were about 100 goons with knives, so what could Xiao Luo do? Even if he did show up, could he beat up all 100 enemies? What kind of joke was this? Of course, a single person couldn't win a fight against 100. Xiao Wu didn't speak up anymore, but still felt that they only had Xiao Luo to depend on right now. Xiao Luo was really strong. Perhaps he did have a way to save them. Just then, the crowd of goons barged into the storage area, knives in hand. They split up into 2 teams like a well-trained army and surrounded the second floor, which was smaller than 500 square feet. Feng Wuhan immediately rooted to the spot, guarding the staircase. Despite being drenched in blood, he stood his ground like a nail, pinned down to the ground. One man, one blade. He would stand his ground with an immovable spirit. Among the crowd of goons was a half-bald man. Dressed in a black outfit, he looked like a fiery god of evil. The others brought over a chair for him to sit on. He took his seat, picked his nose, and said, "Is there even any need to fight back?" After digging around inside his nose, he flicked his finger like he was flicking a cigarette, tossing aside the dirty thing on his finger. "Give up, and I'll save a clean corpse for you all." The man with the bullet head from earlier stood beside him and stared at Feng Wuhan with great hostility. "Stupid uncultured swine. I've already told you that none of you all can escape from Jiangqing. Now, you know how powerful the Dragon Gang is. If I'd known that this was going to happen, I would have killed you back then." Feng Wuhan looked at him with hatred and gave him a cold sneer. The bullet-head man shot back, eerily, "Is that so? It's too bad you lost your chance, then. It won't be long before you and your 4 brothers turn into food for the fishes in the ocean." "That's hard to say." Feng Wuhan grinned back. "Huh. Your tongue is still sharp, even on the brink of death. Hey kid, do you know who I am?" The half-bald man stood up and took a popsicle from one of his men beside him. He bit off a large chunk with his big mouth and strong teeth, and the sound of crunching ice could be heard coming from his mouth. I don't give a damn who you are, but if you take one more step forward, I'll end you with a single blow. Feng Wuhan held up the long knife in his hand and pointed the tip at the half-bald man. You have some guts and are quite bold. You're like a real man. The half-bald man swallowed the popsicle in his mouth and pointed at himself with his thumb, then laughed out loud. Remember this, my name is Guojianghu. I am the head of the Dragon Gang's law enforcement. If you want vengeance after your death, then you can come to find me. Go, send them on their way. Kill them. After receiving Guojianghu's order, a crowd of about 30 men rushed at Feng Wuhan like a pack of wild dogs. Ack! Feng Wuhan let out a howl as he leaned to the side and violently kicked out a leg with the force of an entire army. The 5 men swinging on metal poles pressed ahead. They slid forward with their lower bodies, but their upper bodies seemed to hit an invisible wall that sent them ricocheting backward. The metal poles flew out of their hands as the 5 men's spines slammed onto the ground, knocking them out almost immediately. Feng Wuhan took the opportunity to follow up with another round of attacks and pushed forward mercilessly, hitting someone's chest. That man's ribcage was crushed from the impact, and he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. You want my life? Then prepare to come down to hell with me. Feng Wuhan wiped the fresh blood from his face and charged right into the crowd like a mad bull. The other 4 men also guarded the staircase fervently. They refused to let any of the Dragon Gang members crawl up the fence toward the rooftop. All 4 of them had sustained a lot of injuries, and their clothing was completely battle-worn and blood-stained. Just then, someone slowly crept up along the fence toward Feng Wuhan. Xiao Luo immediately warned him, "Be careful, brother Feng." He rushed over, shouting, and pushed down the stealth attacker. At the same time, he took a fresh injury to his back and was gruesomely wounded from his shoulders down to his waist. Feng Wuhan went berserk. He picked up the knife and cut down 4 people to save Xiao Luo from the brink of death. He howled, "Damn it. You go back up and wait. You all can die after I do." Xiao Luo clenched his teeth in pain as he scolded himself for being useless. Still, he listened to Feng Wuhan and returned to the second-floor rooftop. Feng Wuhan growled as he charged forward a few yards. The glow of his blade flashed as countless screams ripped through the sky. Ah! The weakest part of the Dragon Gang's formation fell with a great many cries. With a rush of adrenaline like when a tiger runs into a crow of sheep, Feng Wuhan twisted and flexed his wrist as the 2 knives blended seamlessly into a single screen of light. Blood splattered, covering a distance of a few meters, as the gang members continued to fall and get back up to fight. A man wielding a massive blade blocked the way. He roared with rage as he thought that he could stop Feng Wuhan. Feng Wuhan jeered while turning his hand to stab directly into the man's throat. He pulled his blade out. Cough. Fresh, boiling blood spilled out along with the blade. The 400-pound man's body rotated a full circle before falling to the ground. His lifeblood gushed from his neck like a fountain. Guojianghu watched as the fierce warriors, Feng Wuhan and his men, neared their end and sneered, "You're quite strong, kid. I'll give you a chance since you're such a man. How about this, you kill all 4 of your brothers over there, then turn yourself over to us. I'll let you go, and even let you live and work under me. How's that? Dream on." Feng Wuhan spat on the ground and hissed, "The 5 of us are brothers. We've been through life and death together, so do you really think you can make us turn on each other just like that? Hey, Baldy, stop sending your men to their deaths. Don't you have the guts to fight me yourself? Your physical strength is quite impressive, but you're still not good enough to be my opponent." Guojianghu picked his nose and looked at Feng Wuhan with unspeakable scorn. "You can tell me whether I'm good enough or not after we fight. Feng Wuhan howled like a leopard and rushed violently forward at Guo Jianghu. He slashed through 4 or 5 of Guo Jianghu's men, who tried to stop him along the way. A loud roar pierced the air while the long knives in his hands traced out intimidating, barbarous curves mid-air before slashing down toward Guo Jianghu's head. Feng Wuhan was like a wild beast, and Guo Jianghu dared not underestimate him. He grabbed a non-opal cycloblade from one of the dragon gang's members beside him and charged at Feng Wuhan. 9 iron rings were looped at the back of the blade. They gave off the crisp sound of crackling metal whenever the weapon swayed, while a tremor-inducing light shone out from its frosty tip. Clang! The weapons collided mid-air, emitting the deafening screech of metal on metal. The colossal force surged along with their blades toward their wrists, propelling them both 4 or 5 steps apart. Guo Jianghu's non-opal cycloblade was an armament made of stainless steel, with extremely high tenacity. The blade in Feng Wuhan's hands was a regular one, and he had snatched it from a member of the dragon gang. After it collided with the non-opal cycloblade, a distinct fissure appeared on the edge of the sword. "You got me enraged, you know?" Guo Jianghu's slightly squinted eyes flickered. His countenance intensified as he charged at Feng Wuhan. The tip of his feet tapped the ground, launching his body with a swirling motion. He exerted his right arm, and the non-opal cycloblade shrieked forward. It rode a boisterous wind, zooming straight toward Feng Wuhan's neck at a fearsome speed. Clang! There was a thunderous roar as the 2 blades once again collided, accompanied by a violent outpour of fiery sparks. With his first attack parried, Guo Jianghu proceeded with his second and third strikes. The speed at which he waved his knife was unparalleled, and the afterimage of the blade's motions formed an eerie, razor-sharp curtain before his very eyes. Feng Wuhan was stronger than Guo Jianghu but was not so deft with a blade. This forced him to adopt a passive defensive state. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks continued to fly from the blade's point of contact. Within the span of a few breaths, the 2 exchanged more than 20 blows. Speed is strength, so Feng Wuhan was forced to take on Guo Jianghu's attacks. The skin between his thumb and forefinger was torn, and blood oozed out. His arms were paralyzed, and he staggered backward more than 5 steps. "Now, you know you're unqualified to face me." Guo Jianghu approached his victim with a sinister grin, further escalating the interval of his attacks. Feng Wuhan was unable to block all of them. The attacks that he failed to counter left wounds on his body. In a fraction of a second, Feng Wuhan became a bloody man whose entire body was covered with horrific injuries. Subsequently, he landed a kick on Feng Wuhan's chest. Bam! Feng Wuhan was thrown backward like a broken kite and slammed heavily to the ground some 3 to 4 yards away. "Brother Feng!" Xiao Luo and rest dashed over. They helped up Feng Wuhan, who was drenched in blood, with worry written all over their faces. Although supported, Feng Wuhan could barely maintain his balance, and he even had one knee on the ground. He was in excruciating pain. Blood and saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth. "Well, I thought that you could slaughter another 20 to 30 people. Who'd have guessed that you'd be all crying and little doing? Fight with me? You are way too tender," Guo Jianghu snorted with his head lifted in pride. The non-opal cycloblade rested on his shoulder. Feng Wuhan wanted to respond. However, when he opened his mouth, blood surged uncontrollably from his throat, and he ended up spitting out a mouthful on the ground. The dragon gang's regular members had exhausted much of his energy, and he was already wounded in the first place. Otherwise, Feng Wuhan was confident that he could have taken on Guo Jianghu. No matter how fast Guo Jianghu swung his blade, no matter how dazzling his battle experience, Feng Wuhan was absolutely sure that if he'd been given a fair shot, he could have taken this man down. "Charge!" Xiao Luo and the other 3 roared and charged at Guo Jianghu. They would not allow anyone else to humiliate Feng Wuhan. But they were little more than arrows at the end of their flight. Their stamina was now expended to the extreme. After they charged forward, they received severe injuries and were thrown back by Guo. Incompetent trash. I don't even want to waste my saliva on you. Guo tossed the non-upal cycloblade to his underling, turned over, and returned to his seat. He once again took a popsicle from the ice bucket and tasted it. He waved his hand and ordered casually, "Go. Chop off their limbs, toss them into the sea, and let them die alone." Dozens of Dragon Gang members closed in around them like wolves and tigers. Xuanhuan and the other four quivered. Everyone was gritting their teeth as they used the last of their strength, gasping on their blades on the floor. Once, they'd aspired to make a name for themselves in this very place. Who could have known that things would end this way? Pathetic, miserable, hateful. Why had this happened? Why hadn't they been able to find decent jobs? They'd been in the city for more than a month, and they'd lived in the streets the whole time, tasting the bitterness of the world. Despite everything, they'd still nurtured hope in their hearts and looked forward to a brighter future. But, in the end, the future they were yearning for had never arrived. Only death awaited them now. At that moment, they suddenly remembered their prey, who was at the brink of death having been hunted down. Now, their roles had reversed. There were no longer the hunters, but the hunted with no way out. F***ck. It shouldn't end like this. Xuanhuan flashed a sad smile. One of them gritted his teeth and growled, "Why aren't the cops here yet?" Xuanhuan rebuked him, "Have all those dramas you watched gone to waste? The cops always arrive after the bloodbath has ended." After hearing him, everyone lowered their heads wistfully. There was no way someone would save them now. "You cursed hillbillies. I'll send you to the afterlife myself." He. The man with the bullet-shaped head was in front of them. He flashed a sinister grin as he came forward with a blade. He wanted to exorcise all the humiliation he had suffered in one go. Every time he remembered that day when Xuanhuan had slapped him in the face, he was overwhelmed by feelings of hatred that itched him to his gums. Just then, a silhouette descended from the sky. Or, more precisely, jumped down from the second floor of the warehouse. The figure entered with a blast and landed silently in the middle of the 5 besieged men and the dozens of aggressors from the Dragon Gang. The Dragon Gang's 100 members and Guo were all startled. They thought, where the F***ck did this guy come from? Xuanhuan and the rest, likewise, were stunned. Although the man's back was facing them, they quickly recognized who he was. It was Xiao Luo. Why is he here? Why has he come? Why did he dare to come? Mixed emotions surged in Xuanhuan's heart. After the feeling of shock receded, his eyes went red. They'd caused Xiao Luo trouble, and not only had this boy not sought revenge, but he'd returned good for evil. He'd paid for their meal before. Now, he was rushing to their aid, about to take on more than 100 members of the Dragon Gang. And it was all thanks to a mere phone call. Touched beyond words, Xuanhuan felt unspeakable shame and unparalleled warmth. This was the first time that a man who stood 7 feet tall felt the urge to cry. Xiao Luo stood still as a pine tree. His bangs gently swayed on his forehead in the breeze. His face was fair and clean, and his eyebrows were raised rebelliously. His eyes were deep and chilling, and his entire person exuded an evil yet charming quality. In front of him stood the Dragon Gang. After they regained their senses, they glared at him menacingly. "It's him. The cops found us because he rescued a girl from us. Then he got Brother Baldy and the rest of them arrested, too," piped up a terrified man with chubby cheeks. If Xiao Luo still remembered the past, he would surely recognize this man as one of the gang members who had overseen the begging children. "So, it is you. I already thought as much. Since you've come, we will settle our new affairs together with the old ones. You didn't need to die, actually. but now, you have to, together with your 5 hillbilly friends. Hee hee, the man with a bullet-shaped head grinned and stared at Xiao Luo. Guo who was sitting on his throne, raised his voice and demanded, "Bao, who's that?" "Brother Hu, it's that lucky bastard manager Gung told us about. The one who won more than 2 million at our casino," the man with a bullet-shaped head turned and replied. Guo Jianghui took a forceful bite of his popsicle and spoke while chewing, "Ah. It looks like they're all gathered here." Xiao Luo gazed at Guo Jianghui indifferently and shouted, "These 5 men belong to me now. All of you, scram as fast as you can." "Scram? As fast as you can?" Hearing this, the Dragon Gang's 100+ members were astonished. A man armed only with his bare fists was telling hundreds of them to scram. Was he dumb or what? Guo Jianghui couldn't help but laugh so hard that he started coughing. "Are you dreaming, kid? You are telling us to scram all by yourself? Who do you think you are?" At this, every member of the Dragon Gang laughed playfully. Feng Wuhan and the other 4 looked awkward. For them, it was oblivious where Xiao Luo's courage had come from. It was not surprising that he'd thrown down this threat to more than 100 bulky men, all with weapons in their hands. Xiao Luo stared at the gang members expressionlessly, and his black hair fluttered even without the presence of wind. All of a sudden, Xiao Luo's eyes were engulfed by the cold. His body morphed into a black flash of lightning, and he dashed toward the man with a bullet-shaped head. At the same time, he used his heels to kick up a machete from the ground. It flew in the air and landed accurately into his hands. Shurring. The machete carved out an imposing trajectory. Its edge sliced through the air, emitting a murderous buzz. The entire process took place in the same amount of time as a cycle of breath, as smooth as running water. Pfft! The man with the bullet-shaped head laughed hysterically, but the heads of the other 6 men, who were standing in line with him, suddenly bounced off their bodies. Like 7 rubber balls, they tumbled to the ground. The headless bodies twitched and collapsed. Scalding blood poured from their necks as if they were cracked water pipes. The intense smell of blood abruptly pervaded the colossal warehouse. The brutality of this single stroke instantly deterred the crowd. The Dragon Gang members who had been laughing were now completely petrified. Terror surged on their faces. They'd never once thought of Xiao Luo as such a fearsome character. Just a moment ago, he'd looked like a harmless lamb. But, the very next second, he'd morphed into a bloodthirsty butcher. Feng Wuhan and the other 4 men's pupils dilated as their emotions were thrown into a state of indescribable shock. Who among them could have imagined that Xiao Luo would be so brutal? He had hacked down 7 men just because he disagreed with them. This was literally a straight-up declaration of war on the Dragon Gang. Xiao Luo ignored the 6 other men who had slumped horrifically to the ground. He lifted his head and looked at Guo Jianghui with provocation. "How about now?" His fair, clean face was covered with blood. Blood rolled down along the edge of the machete in his hands. When the last drop fell from the tip of the blade, his body emanated an immense, murderous aura, and the temperature inside the warehouse plummeted. Guo Jianghui abruptly scrambled to his feet without even a tinge of a smile. There was only solemnness on his face. He waved his fingers at his underlings with his eyes still fixed on Xiao Luo. He ordered then, 20 of you men, go and kill him. Guo Jianghui wasn't trying to test Xiao Luo, and he truly believed that 20 men were enough to kill Xiao Luo without too much trouble. Charge! 20 Dragon Gang members roared and charged at Xiao Luo with their machetes. These weren't student members of Huaya's mixed martial arts club. They were real gangsters who were brave enough to mow down people and kill without mercy. Their combat ability was on an entirely different level. Big brother, be careful. Feng Wuhan broke into a cold sweat watching Xiao Luo. At first, he wanted to shout his name, but feeling that this was inappropriate, he changed to Big Brother at the last moment. Xiao Luo's eyes remained indifferent as he stared at the 20 men charging at him. His expression was chilling, like that of a dangerous lone wolf. The next second, he stormed toward them with his machete and raised his arm. The first gangster to lead the charge only felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder. When he turned around, he saw that his left arm was entirely severed from his torso. Blood gushed out of the wound. Before he could even scream, he received a massive kick to the chest. The terrifying force spread vigorously outward from the point of contact at the center. Crack! His ribs broke, and his body was thrown backward with the force of a speeding bullet. 3 more of his fellow gangsters, who were behind him, unfortunately, received the full force of the impact. They stumbled and rolled on the ground amid a series of bone-breaking clicks, all the while spurting blood. The man whose arm had been chopped off was dead before he hit the floor. His eyes were wide open, and he lay in a pool of blood with everlasting regret. The vicious men's countenance changed at once, and the intensity of their advance was immediately weakened. Still, Xiao Luo did not hesitate. He rushed forward like a mountain tiger flying downhill, with an intent to kill. As if infected by his aura, the machete in his hands buzzed its declaration of war. A piercing light reflected from the blade and dazzled like never before. In a blink of an eye, all 20 men fell. The ground was littered with broken limbs and painted with blood. The scene was as gruesome can be imagined. With his body drenched in blood, Xiao Luo stood motionless with the machete in his hands. His long, slender eyes still peered at Guojianghu chillingly. His gaze was arrogant and filled with contempt for everything in this world. Demon, an absolute demon. The dragon gang could feel chills originating from their souls. All over their bodies, their hair stood on end. They couldn't fathom what kind of a person Xiao Luo must be to have killed 20 of their fellow members within 5 minutes. Adding up the victims from earlier, that brought Xiao Luo's kill count to 27. Gulp. Feng Wuhan and the other 4 were startled, and they gulped down their saliva. They knew that Xiao Luo was strong, but they hadn't expected him to be this powerful. He was literally the god of war descended to earth. His explosive vigor was straight-up grisly. More. Xiao Luo demanded solemnly of Guojianghu with the tip of his blood-coated machete pointed at the ground. Killing made his blood boil, and he finally realized that a devil dwelled within him. This was his natural, bloodthirsty instinct. The constitution of the king of mercenaries had awakened this nature in him. In the face of Xiao Luo's taunts, the corner of Guojianghu's mouth twitched badly. I will fight you myself. Following a bellowing roar, he grabbed the non-opal cycloblade. He charged at Xiao Luo, vowing to cut apart his skull and offer it to his deceased brethren. When he was some 3 to 4 meters away from Xiao Luo, Guojianghu accelerated forward. Without any fancy moves, the massive non-opal cycloblade slashed swiftly through the air with a violent intent to kill. He arrived in front of his target in a fraction of a second, prepared to end Xiao Luo's life with a single blow. From beginning to end, Xiao Luo was expressionless, but his murderous aura gradually intensified. His bangs swayed in the wind, stirred up by the moving blade. The moment before Guojianghu's non-opal cycloblade came down on his skull, Xiao Luo parried it with his machete. Clang! The crisp sound of steel on steel rang like a giant bell, and a ghastly force swept across the 2 colliding blades. Crack! Xiao Luo's machete broke into 2 pieces. He took 2 steps backward to stabilize himself. Guojianghu rapidly staggered backward as if he'd been struck by a violent cyclone. He kept going until he was stopped by the other Dragon Gang members. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Luo in awe. Then, he lost his senses, as the arm wielding the blade couldn't withstand the intense vibration. After this single confrontation with Xiao Luo's blade, Guojianghu became intensely aware of his opponent's prowess. He hadn't fathomed that such terrifying explosive power was hidden within this scrawny body. However, what gave him slight relief was the fact that Xiao Luo's machete was broken. Faced with a bladeless Xiao Luo, he was confident that he could hack him to pieces. Xiao Luo frowned as he looked at the severed blade in his hands. The broken machete was like a person who had lost his life, deprived of its former glory and capacity for terror. It was nowhere near as good as a dagger of the same length. It had to be thrown away. "You little brat. I will take your life now." Guo Jianghu approached Xiao Luo with a sinister grin, imposingly juggling the non-opal cycloblade. As its 9 rings jingled, the blade's sharp edge seemed like it could slice apart air. Xiao Luo was forced to evade the attacks. The intervals between Guo Jianghu's offensives were too tight, leaving him no chance to pick up a weapon from the ground. The blade's chilling edge swung a mere spitting distance from Xiao Luo's throat several times. It was only an inch or two away from coming into contact with his windpipe. Just looking at him, Xuanhuan and the other 4 were sweating bullets. They didn't even dare gasp for breath. Swash, swash, swash. Guo Jianghu's attacks became even faster. He, who was famous for his rapid blade swings, was exerting his strength to the fullest. Ultimately, Xiao Luo couldn't evade him and took a blow to the arm. As if he'd been bitten by the fangs of a ferocious beast, the non-opal cycloblade tore open a bloody wound in Xiao Luo's flesh. "Nice one, brother Hu. Now finish him." The morale of the Dragon Gang's 70 or so remaining members was boosted as they cheered on Guo Jianghu. Guo Jianghu savagely licked Xiao Luo's blood, which stained the non-opal cycloblade. Staring at Xiao Luo, he said coldly, "How does that feel? Isn't my non-opal cycloblade powerful?" Xiao Luo examined the wound on his arm, then turned his head to gaze at his opponent chillingly, but did not scowl in the slightest. He uttered not one word and only stared at his enemy, indifferent as a silent and deadly beast relishing its prey. Being stared at like that by Xiao Luo really felt awful. Following a mighty roar, Guo Jianghu's footsteps thundered wildly. The blood vessels in his forehead bulged as he once again charged at Xiao Luo like a mad bull. The non-opal cycloblade, which he was holding above his head, slashed down toward Xiao Luo with enormous momentum. The blade was imbued with unparalleled devastation, and it was even capable of inciting a hissing cyclone. "Die!" Guo Jianghu let out another thundering roar. He was eager for Xiao Luo to die this very instant. Xiao Luo turned up the corners of his mouth in a gruesome grin, focused his vision, and clapped his hands upward. Clang! A dull impact sound could be heard throughout the vicinity. Guo Jianghu's eyeballs bulged as he gaped at the scene before him in disbelief. A voice abruptly sounded from deep inside him. He held the blade with his bare hands. It was unbelievable and implausible. How was such a thing even possible? Likewise, everyone else watching widened their eyes in shock and shook with tremors. Whether they belonged to the Dragon Gang or Xuanhuan and his group, all jaws in the room dropped. Taking on a blade with bare hands? Was this guy even human? "Your knife is impressive. I would like to have it." Xiao Luo sneered. "Have it your foot." Guo Jianghu roared as he exerted even more strength with his hands, forcing the edge of the blade closer to Xiao Luo's skull. Following a cold snort, Xiao Luo abruptly loosened the blade from his palm. At the same time, he rolled over, promptly reappearing on Guo Jianghu's left side. Then, using his left leg as the axis, he whirled his right leg and wailed on Guo Jianghu's abdomen like an iron whip. The surging force swept out like a tsunami. Ah! Guo Jianghu's body trembled. His face turned pale, and his body was swept away, shrieking. The non-opal cycloblade detached from his hands. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Luo snatched it and waved it a few times in the air. Whether due to its weight or grip, the blade felt just right. Xiao Luo couldn't resist shouting, it's a good weapon indeed. Guojianghu's abdomen was in agonizing pain. He felt as if a power drill were digging into his stomach. He was in so much pain that his expression was as distorted as can be. He yelled to his underlings, who were startled, "Mother ****, are you guys daydreaming, or what? Go chop him apart." He was well aware of the fact that he wasn't a match for Xiao Luo. It was like sorcery that Xiao Luo was able to defeat him with his bare hands. Now, even his non-opal cycloblade was in his enemy's hands. If this didn't constitute off-the-charts combat power, what did? If he were to charge at him alone again, he would definitely be suicidal. The Dragon Gang's remaining 70 members fell into a brief silence, exchanging glances. Then, they charged Xiao Luo like a tidal surge, shouting. But no matter how many lambs there were, how could they possibly rival a vicious wolf with a mouth full of sharp teeth? Xiao Luo cracked his neck and leaped at them with a cold-blooded smile. He waved his blade at the sight of anyone, combining both extreme speed and strength. Nobody could even come close to him. Blood splattered everywhere. Severed limbs were flying all around. This was a one-sided massacre. Feng Wuhan and the faces of his 4 companions were full of shock and horror. They had never seen anyone with such formidable moves. For one to go against 100, what kind of vigor, might, and bravery must one possess? So, such bullshit actually exists in this world. Hoo-ha, hoo-hoo-ha. Guojianghu revealed a maniacal smile. Amidst his hysterical display, there was also immense terror and a tremendous sense of disbelief. He grabbed a pistol from one of the gangsters beside him. This pistol was meant for emergencies. He'd never intended to use it except as a last resort, because gun possession in China carries very serious consequences. But now. He loaded the chamber, switched off the safety, lifted the pistol, and aimed. Xiao Luo was maniacally slaughtering his Dragon Gang members, and Guojianghu pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bam! The unloaded bullet whistled toward Xiao Luo in the hopes of putting an end to this terror. It moved so fast that no one could see its trajectory. Seemingly aware of it, Xiao Luo lifted the blade without even turning his body. Clang! The bullet collided with the non-opal cycloblade, blocking Xiao Luo's chest. The powerful impact made Xiao Luo's arm go numb. No longer able to grip its handle, the non-opal cycloblade whirled out at high speed. It sliced open one of the Dragon Gang members' throats with a splurt, then cut into one of the warehouse's wooden pillars. Part of the blade, which was exposed to air, vibrated intensely and gave off a buzzing noise. When the gunshot rang out, the gangsters who were pouncing on Xiao Luo like hyenas were scared witless. Realizing that it was their boss, Guojianghu, shooting at Xiao Luo, they all took cover to avoid taking a hit from accidental friendly fire. When one of them was preparing to retreat, a giant hand silently approached him. All 5 fingers spread before grabbing the man's neck and lifting him into the air. Bam! The bullet originally destined for Xiao Luo struck this man in his back. The pistol's penetrative power was clearly not strong enough to clear a human body, so Xiao Luo was safe and sound. F***ck. Guojianghu cursed loudly. Both shots had failed to destroy Xiao Luo. Instead, he had murdered his own men, which made him feel both aggrieved and infuriated. So, you have a gun. Aren't you afraid that the cops will invite you over for some tea? Xiao Luo asked chillingly while positioning the Dragon Gang member's corpse to use as a human shield. At the same time, without blinking, he gestured with his eyes to Feng Wuhan. The Dragon Gang is never afraid of the cops. You scum, if I don't kill you today, I'll call myself a worm instead of a tiger. Guojianghu roared with swollen red eyes. 1. A worm, you say? Twice, Xiao Luo sneered, Interesting. At that very moment, Feng Wuhan expended all his remaining strength to hurl the machete in his hands at Xiao Luo. He shouted, "Big brother!" Xiao Luo's benevolence, might, and imposing disposition had caused him to yield willingly. The cry, "Big brother," came from the bottom of his heart. The machete twirled in the air, toward Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo, who was twiddling around with Guo Jianghu, steadied his face as he channeled all his might into his right leg. He had already acquired the football ability, so he acted at the precise moment when the tip of the machete pointed toward Guo Jianghu to punt the blade's handle with his right foot. Forceful energy surged outward. Swoosh! The machete instantly morphed into one of those flying swords seen in fantasy worlds. It sliced its way through space like a gleaming lightning bolt, advancing toward Guo Jianghu with intent to kill. It moved too fast, so fast there was no reaction time. Guo Jianghu subconsciously dodged it to the side. At the same time, Xiao Luo flung away the corpse of the gangster in his hands and dashed toward Guo Jianghu like a gust of wild wind. Then, he backflipped into the air and used his foot to deliver terrifying tsunami-like power. This was a sure kill. Guo Jianghu's expression changed immediately. At this critical moment of life and death, he promptly dragged the confidant beside him in front of his body to absorb the blow from Xiao Luo's feet in his place. Bam! The strike came from the tip of Xiao Luo's feet. His murderous impulse, in addition to his body weight, caused the gangster's chest cavity to collapse inwards. Syrupy blood flowed from the dent as the man's body flew outwards like a cannonball and smashed relentlessly into Guo Jianghu. Guo Jianghu shrieked as he was sent flying. His blood splattered, and he whammed heavily onto the ground some 4 or 5 yards away. Bee, boo, bee, boo, bee, boo. Here and now, the piercing sirens of police vehicles screamed outside the warehouse. The cops had finally arrived. A dignified voice rang out from a loudspeaker, "Everyone inside, listen up. Stop fighting, lay down your weapons, and surrender. Come out with both hands in the air." Gu Qianlin? Xiao Luo frowned. He really bumped into her whenever he went. Someone ran to the door and glanced outside only to see some 20 police cars blocking all the entrances. The Dragon Gang members who were out on patrol were arrested by the cops for the first time. Many of them were pressed to the ground like they were being preyed on by starving tigers. They were handcuffed before they could even react. Subsequently, 3 explosion-proof police cars with pulsating lights rammed into the warehouse. Additionally, 3 special police task forces with approximately 24 fully armed members also majestically appeared. Snipers conquered the commanding high ground. All of them were poised with ammunition loaded. They were prepared to rush in and wipe out everything. "Brother Hu, the cops have surrounded us," someone reported while helping up Guo Jianghu, the corner of whose mouth was bleeding, and his face was pale. As if to instantly affirm his words, outside the warehouse, Gu Qianlin once again shouted through the loudspeaker, "You are already surrounded. Do not attempt any futile resistance. I'm giving you 3 minutes to decide. If you still refuse to get out and surrender after 3 minutes, believe me, you don't want to know what happens next." Hearing her, the eyelids of the Dragon Gang members twitched. Anyone could discern the killing intent in her words. The cops must have heard the gunshots just now and speculated that the people inside weren't just fighting with blades, but also with guns. Otherwise, this certainly would not have happened. "Brother Hu, what should we do now?" "Should we fight our way out?" gasped one of the Dragon Gang members in terror. Guo Jianghu used his palm to fan his face, then roasted the guy, saying, "What the F***ck is wrong with your brain? They have guns, you know, guns. If you show your head, they'll go pew-pew on you, so how are we supposed to fight our way out?" After some thought, he finally made a decision. "Let's put down our weapons." Hearing this, the 70+ remaining Dragon Gang members looked at each other, then placed down their weapons. "Didn't you say that you would never be afraid of the cops?" So, you're going to surrender now, huh? Xiao Luo smiled playfully. The corners of Guo Jianghu's mouth twitched. The remark was a slap in his face indeed. He glared at Xiao Luo and said viciously, "Don't be too full of yourself, little brat. Just wait. I'll dig up every bit of information about you. All the women you know, I'll rape them, then kill them. And your guy friends, I'll cripple them all. As for you, kid, I will toss you into living hell." His abhorrence for Xiao Luo was unequaled. Initially, Xiao Luo had wanted to let him live, but now, sparing him meant sowing seeds of future trouble for himself. At that instant, he remembered his own sister, Xiao Rui, her husband, Tang Ren, and, of course, Zhang Dashan. If these three were to get hurt because of him, he would never forgive himself. His only choice was to eradicate the problem at its root. "You won't have the chance to do that," Xiao Luo answered faintly. "No chance? What a joke. Do you think I'll be locked up for a long time? Let me tell you, I'll be out in less than half a month. And when that day arrives, it will become the death anniversary of each and every one of your acquaintances. Let's go, my brothers." Guo Jianghu chuckled. He waved his hands, let out his fellow gang members, and strolled out of the warehouse. They were like a team that had won a triumphant victory, bolstered by an unparalleled sense of pride. They walked to the outside with their hands in the air. Guo Jianghu put on an innocent look and shouted to the cops opposite him, "Sirs, I surrender. I didn't kill anyone. I'm only passing by, and I don't know anyone here." In front of the cops, he was rather well behaved and toned down much of his usual arrogance. Xiao Luo's expression was as cold as frost. This game wasn't over. The life-harvesting sickle was being slowly lifted. He turned his head and asked Feng Wuhan, "Do you guys know how to swim?" "Yeah, we often played in the river when we were young. Water doesn't scare us, no matter how deep or fast. If we dive in, then we can let them think that we've drowned," Xiao Wu replied. "Now, that'll make things a lot easier." Xiao Luo nodded, saying, "I don't feel like sparing any of these people from the Dragon Gang. So as not to land yourselves behind bars, go now. Jump into the sea from the window on the second floor. Wait for me on the rooftop of block number 96 at Gong Village." What? Did he want to kill all of them? In front of the cops? Feng Wuhan felt that Xiao Luo was crazy, so he immediately raised an objection. "Brother Xiao, let's go together. Don't get your head blown off at the spur of the moment. Stop talking and just do as I say." Xiao Luo rebuked. The five of them zipped their lips immediately. Without another word, they ran up to the second floor and leaped into the sea. They dropped from the window like dumplings being thrown into a pot. Sure enough, they were really good at swimming, and their movements were surprisingly unnoticeable as they moved away in the water. "Brother Xiao, come back alive." Feng Wuhan turned around and exhorted before leaving. His eyes were red. Xiao Luo could be considered the father of their second lives. He would never forget the great kindness that he had shown him tonight. "All right," Xiao Luo replied in a seemingly absent-minded voice. It was so soft that it was literally insignificant. Feng Wuhan took a deep breath and leaped out from the window. At the same time, he happened to see Xiao Luo picking up Guo Jianghu's pistol from the ground. His heart quivered. What was he trying to do? After jumping into the icy seawater, Feng Wuhan's worry for Xiao Luo reached its zenith. Guo Jianghu led out the 70 or so surviving members of the Dragon Gang with their hands raised to surrender to the police. A pitch-black muzzle peeked out sneakily from an inconspicuous window. It rapidly fired 3 shots at the police outside. Bang! 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 Piercing gunshots broke the night's silence. The fired bullets soared through the air and tore apart space, hitting 3 police officers wearing body armor. They let out deep groans and dropped on the spot. This unexpected development occurred too suddenly and without any warning. It not only stunned the police, but also left Guo Jianghu and his men entirely at a loss. However, Guo Jianghu was smart as a whip and immediately understood that Xiao Luo was intentionally provoking the police. This way, Xiao Luo did not have to do anything directly, and the heavily armed SWAT team outside would take all of his enemies out. He broke out in a cold sweat as he figured all this out. Then, a sense of speechless fear welled up from the bottom of his heart. Never had Guo Jianghu thought that Xiao Luo would be bold enough to do something like this. This made him wonder who was the F***king gangster here. Xiao Luo could even murder with a borrowed knife. And the most unbelievable thing of all was that Xiao Luo was borrowing a knife from the police? He immediately swung his arms and shouted with all his might, "Officer! We did not shoot, we did not shoot." This was his vain attempt to calm the police, as the provoked officers could easily open fire and clear the area in one clean sweep. Gu Qianlin also felt that something was odd. As she was about to order the police to hold fire, another bullet soared by. It penetrated the windshield of the police vehicle beside her with a loud bang. The windshield shattered into countless pieces of broken glass scattered on the ground. She automatically dove to the ground. Fire! The SWAT team's nervous captain finally gave the order to fire with a roaring voice. Pow, pow, pow. The rain of bullets formed an enormous net of light in the air, shrouding Guo Jianghu and his people. The bullets' trails resembled flaming snakes with long tails. Pow, pow, pow. Guo Jianghu and a dozen of the Dragon Gang members momentarily collapsed, with numerous bloody gunshot wounds appearing on their bodies. He lay in the pool of blood with his body twitching violently. It was the last struggle before death. His eyes were wide open, and blood oozed from his mouth and nose. He stared into the warehouse with panic in an offensive manner, as if Xiao Luo's cold and cruel face had appeared to mock him from the dark warehouse. If he could have stared over again, he would not have belittled Xiao Luo. There would have been none of this snide nonsense. Even if he'd wanted to take revenge, he should have kept it in his mind. However, it was pointless to say anything now. He certainly had run out of chances and felt extreme hatred. As Gu Qianlin recovered on the ground, she was confident that Guo Jianghu and his people had not fired. The person who had fired secretly had not aimed at the officers' vital organs, but at their body armor. Besides sustaining some external wounds and a bit of shock, their injuries were not life-threatening. Hence, she concluded that the attack had been planned to force the police to fire at Guo Jianghu and his men and decimate them on the shooter's behalf. "Stop shooting! Stop shooting immediately!" she commanded loudly with her hands up. The sounds of gunshots ceased gradually, but it was too late. Everyone, including Guo Jianghu, collapsed on the ground. None of them survived. Their corpses were littered all over, they were all dead and gone. At the same time, Xiao Luo immediately rushed up to the second floor and jumped into the sea through the open window. His constitution of king of mercenaries already included the ability to swim. Still, to ensure a fast and efficient escape, he spent another 500 points to redeem another swimming ability. As Feng Wuhan had done earlier, he dove in with such force that created the impression that he was drowning. When Gu Qianlin finally led a squad of police into the warehouse, there was no one left inside. The invisible gunman had vanished into thin air. "Gu squad, the window on the second floor is open." "The gunman must have jumped into the sea to escape," reported Officer Wang Hanqian. "First squad, second squad, and third squad, you guys search along the coastline at once. Do not let any suspicious persons go," Gu Qianlin ordered. "Roger that." The squads had received their orders and started searching both ends of the coastline. "Bastard!" Gu Qianlin stomped on the ground, and her delicate face was filled with anger. Tricking the police as if they were monkeys was an insult beyond the mark. On the other hand, she was exceedingly terrified by the gunman's courage and accurate marksmanship. This was definitely a calm, wise killing machine. To think that such a person was hiding in Jiangqing was indeed a piece of extremely frightening news. She swore to find out this person's identity. 1 asterisk 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 asterisk. Although Gu Qianlin had ordered a large number of cops to search the coastline, their search was futile. Xiao Luo and Feng Wuhan had left already. Meanwhile, later that night at Block 96 in Gong Village. After Zhang Dashan had personally witnessed Xiao Luo murdering people, he needed some time to unwind. He was watching a violent and gory movie on the sofa to stimulate himself. He was a little worried because it was late, and Xiao Luo had not yet returned. Just as he picked up the phone to call Xiao Luo, there was a knock on the door. Damn it. Who forgot their keys again, he swore as he walked to open the door. The moment he opened the door, he was greeted by a few bloody faces. The sight made him scream like a pig being slaughtered. It was Feng Wuhan and his 4 goons, all severely injured. They had reached their limits to get here, and they all collapsed on the ground. Who are you guys? Zhang Dashan questioned in a raised voice, but not before swiftly grabbing the broom by the wall. It was almost 11 o'clock, and he thought that he was seeing things. Feng Wuhan lifted his head to speak with much difficulty. Brother Xiao told us to come here, then, like the other 4, he blacked out. Brother Xiao? Old Xiao? Zhang Dashan wondered softly. Just then, his phone rang. He picked it up. It was Xiao Luo. What the F asterisk CK, old Xiao? What's the deal with these 5 slabs of dead meat here? While he often had nightmares of the Red Scorpion mercenary corps dying, in those dreams, he wasn't afraid for his best friend's life. They're my friends. I am just calling to ask you to help me look after them for a while. I'll be back very soon. What the F asterisk CK? What's this all about? How am I supposed to look after them? Hello? Hello? Old Xiao? Hello? F asterisk CK, he actually hung up on me. Zhang Dashan unhappily tucked his phone back into his pocket. Before his eyes, Feng Wuhan and his cronies were lying drenched on the ground. They were maimed with knife wounds all over their bodies. He frowned so much at the sight that his eyebrows tangled. Admittedly, looking after pretty girls was his element. As for looking after 5 grown men each 7 feet tall, he was stumped. He had no idea where to start. *T. I am not a nurse, how the F***ck do I look after them? He rolled up his sleeves as he was cursing, then dragged the men to the sofa. As the couch could not fit all of them, they ended up on the floor in the hall. Zhang Dashan wiped the sweat from his forehead as he looked at the corpse-like Feng Wuhan and his men lying neatly on the ground. He shivered and cursed again, F***ck, this feels like a scene from a movie. It was almost midnight when Xiao Luo finally returned. However, he did not come back alone. He was with a girl. Pretty lady son? Zhang Dashan opened his eyes wide in surprise. The girl who'd come home with Xiao Luo was indeed Sun Yu. She wore an exquisite casual outfit in black and white with a crewneck cut that revealed her beautiful collarbone clearly. The combination of her short gray skirt and leggings showed off her stunning, slender legs. Her black hair was tied up simply in a ponytail. She had a small oval-shaped face, a delicate nose, and a cute mouth. One could tell she had dressed up in a hurry. Even so, she was gorgeous. Hello, Brother Sean. Sun Yu greeted politely. Then, she walked quickly toward the 5 men lying on the ground, including Feng Wuhan, who had fainted. She opened the first aid kit that she'd brought with her and started treating all of their wounds. As there were so many wounds on their bodies, Xiao Luo came to help to remove their clothes. He could not possibly let Sun Yu, a girl, strip these men naked. What the f***ck? What's going on? This relationship is moving way too quickly. Zhang Dashan muttered to himself. It was almost 2 o'clock in the morning by the time they finished treating Feng Wuhan's and the others' injuries. At some point, Xiao Luo changed into a clean set of dry clothes. Fortunately, he had covered his phone with some waterproof tin foil from the warehouse before jumping into the water. Otherwise, his phone would be ruined by now. Have you two done it yet? Zhang Dashan pulled Xiao Luo into a corner of the empty field outside. Using sign language to ask if his friend and Sun Yu had hooked up, he raised both of his thumbs and made them smooch. You are thinking about it the wrong way, Xiao Luo replied and rolled his eyes. Then why did you ask her to come along? I couldn't think of anyone else, Xiao Luo answered honestly. 1. He could not possibly ask Xiao Rui, his sister. She would surely be worried about him if she saw 5 men with stab wounds. She would undoubtedly want to clarify everything. So after careful consideration, Sun Yu was the only choice. As it happened, she was working night shift anyway. After explaining the situation to her, she'd agreed to come at once. Just then, Sun Yu walked out of the hall. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said to Xiao Luo, I'm done dressing their wounds. Thank you. Xiao Luo thanked her sincerely. You're welcome. Sun Yu smiled shyly. She was thrilled to be able to do something for Xiao Luo. Then, she said thoughtfully, Brother Xiao Luo, let me take a look at your arm. When you came to see me, I immediately thought it looked weird. Are you hurt? It's okay, it's just a small wound that doesn't matter. Small wound, my guess. Since Pretty Lady Sun is here, you should let her check it out. A small wound is still a wound. Besides, if it swells up and starts to pus, won't it just develop into a big wound? Zhang Dashan cut in. Shut your mouth and keep it shut. Xiao Luo frowned and glared at Zhang Dashan as if the latter were putting a hex on him. He was only using unlucky words like swells up and pus. Never mind. I'd be better off tending to those 5 dead pigs inside than third-wheeling you two, Zhang Dashan said. He rolled his eyes and walked into the hall, shutting the door behind him tightly. Xiao Luo and Sun Yu were left alone outside. Sun Yu's cheeks turned pink as she blushed. Zhang Dashan was very straightforward. He already saw himself as the third wheel. However, she was far more concerned with Xiao Luo's arm. Brother Xiao Luo, let me have a look, she said. It's really not a big deal. It's just a small wound that will heal naturally in a few days, Xiao Luo answered with a smile. He did not wish to show Sun Yu the gash on his arm. Guo Jianghu's non-opal cycloblade had been very sharp, and the resulting cut was very deep. If he had not stitched it up with thread and bandaged it crudely himself, he would have bled enough to fill up a pot. 1 inch all right, then. Sun Yin gave up. He was too stubborn to be convinced even by her. Xiao Luo could not think of anything else to say, and it crossed his mind that Sun Yu still needed to work. I'm so sorry for bothering you for such a long time. I'll take you back to the hospital right now. Oh, okay. Sun Yu answered delicately and nodded. Xiao Luo knocked on the door and took the car key from Zhang Dashan, ready to drive Sun Yu back. It was late at night and tranquil when a white Corolla drove down the street. Are you not going to ask me who those men were? Xiao Luo asked as he drove, breaking the silence in the car. They are your friends. So, I'm sure they are good people, Sun Yu answered and shook her head. Good people? Yeah, Brother Xiao Luo is a good man. So your friends ought to be good people too, Sun Yu answered with a nod. On her delicate face beamed a pure smile. Xiao Luo's smirk, however, was a little unnatural. If Sun Yu knew that he had just murdered more than 20 people, she would not think the same way about him as before. In fact, she should be afraid of him and shun him at all costs. Brother Xiao Luo, the Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching. Do you have any plans? Sun Yu asked. I shouldn't have any plans. Sun Yu broke into a smile, and her eyes filled with hopes. She said with a pleasant laugh, then come to our hospital to watch the performances. Our hospital hosts a specially prepared Mid-Autumn Festival party. Will you perform on stage? Xiao Luo asked. Yep. I have been preparing a dance routine with my sisters from the hospital. Sister Rui seems to be working an act, but I forgot what she is going for. Xiao Luo smiled and agreed, all right, I'll come. It'll be amazing. You definitely won't be disappointed, Sun Yu chirped gleefully. Xiao Luo smiled. He had a particular affinity for this girl and felt very relaxed around her. Her company was not stressful at all. Brother Xiao Luo, can you pull over? Sun Yu's eyes brightened up as she suddenly noticed a food stall by the road. Xiao Luo pulled over slowly. Do you like to eat roasted sweet potatoes? Sun Yu asked. Yeah. Xiao Luo nodded. Then let's get some. Look, there's a stall by the road selling them. Before Xiao Luo could agree, Sun Yu opened the car door and ran off excitedly. It was apparent that she was very fond of roasted sweet potatoes. Xiao Luo could only get out of the car and follow her. From afar, he smelled an incredibly delicious fragrance, which instantly reminded him of many childhood memories. Boss, I'd like 2, please. It's $10 for 2. The boss took out 2 round sweet potatoes from the oil tank beside him, which served as an oven. He wrapped them in oil papers and passed them to Sun Yu. Sun Yu was about to pay, but Xiao Luo had already handed $20 to the boss and said, I'd like 2 more. He was a little hungry. Since he was eating roasted sweet potatoes, he should obviously eat enough to feel fully satisfied. Sun Yu raised her head to look at him, then smiled joyfully. Xiao Luo drove to a park in the Guangming district, then sat down before a stone table with a Go board engraved on it. The 2 of them were the only people in the vast park. The lights were slightly dim, and if they looked up, they could see stars. Unknown insects came out from the corners of shrubs, buzzing so loudly that it was as if they were flying right beside their ears. Although the park was deserted, it was the perfect place for Xiao Luo and Sun Yu to eat roasted sweet potatoes. The potatoes were crusty on the outside and tender on the inside. They tasted quite delicious. In front of Xiao Luo, Sun Yu was usually more mindful of her appearance, for instance, her posture and smile. However, she didn't dare exaggerate her behavior too much. So when she couldn't resist the temptation of the roasted sweet potato any longer, she ripped off the skin and gobbled up the entire thing. Meanwhile, the one in Xiao Luo's hand wasn't even half eaten. She smiled at Xiao Luo embarrassedly and asked, Do I look really awful? Xiao Luo shook his head. In fact, Sun Yu's directness was what he found most attractive about her. He said, well, in the first place, you don't have to worry so much about your looks when you're eating roasted sweet potatoes. Just like when I was a kid, and I used to wolf them down. Sun Yu's eyes lit up. You ate roasted sweet potatoes when you were a kid too? Everybody who comes from a village should, Xiao Luo replied with a light smile. Sun Yu nodded and asked curiously, Xiao Luo, how did you roast the sweet potatoes when you were young? Did you build a stove with stones and bake them like we just did now? Nope. I usually just placed the sweet potatoes underneath the stove when I was helping the adults in the kitchen. Without them knowing, of course. Why couldn't you let them know? My family thinks that sweet potatoes are no good after they've been roasted. They think that they become more heaty, so to speak, and harmful to our bodies. So, the adults banned us from eating them. There were many times when my sweet potatoes just straight up burned inside the fire. I couldn't get them out in time with the adults watching, so all the trouble I'd gone through would be for nothing, Xiao Luo recalled when he was little and found it really amusing. Xuanhuan smiled crisply and said, "It looks like you wasted quite a few sweet potatoes when you were young." Xiao Luo shook his head and said, "I didn't waste them, actually. I was young and dumb, but I washed those burned sweet potatoes and gobbled them up with their smoky taste." Huh? Didn't your mouth turn black after that? I didn't care much at the time. Well, that's true. Everybody thinks that roasting sweet potatoes is tasty and fun when they are young. Nobody ever cares about whether it will make them heaty. The two exchanged amusing stories from their childhood while they savored the hot, scrumptious sweet potatoes. Unknown to them, a lot of time went by. When he dropped Xuanhuan back at the hospital entrance, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. Just as they were about to part, a touch of lingering attachment was noticeable in Xuanhuan's eyes. It was only when Xiao Luo's car disappeared from her field of view that she turned around and went back into the hospital. Xiao Luo's second encounter with Xuanhuan deepened his fondness for her a great deal. Sure enough, he didn't know whether Xuanhuan was the one for him, but he certainly hoped so. Such a straightforward girl was scarce nowadays. She'd definitely be easy to get along with, and she seemed a rather suitable candidate to spend the rest of his days with. Fresh air came in through the window, accompanied by a ray of golden light. Dawn had arrived. Feng Wuhan and the rest were awake, but their bodies were still awfully frail. When they saw Xiao Luo coming out from the room, the 5 men wanted to stand up and bow in gratitude. "Lie down. Don't move. Or else, your wounds might reopen," Xiao Luo said while buttoning his sleeves. "Brother Xiao, thank you. From now on, you'll be my boss." Feng Wuhan's heart was full of admiration for Xiao Luo. He shouted to Xiaowu and the rest, "Call him boss." "Boss," the 4 men shouted together. Xiao Luo was speechless. Boss? Did they think of him as a gangster or something? Just then, Zhang Dashan, who had just unloaded a biological bomb in the toilet, pushed open the bathroom door. He said while zipping his pants, "What boss, you F***kids? Xiao Luo is the boss of a company, not a gang. Don't you feel awkward calling him boss? Besides, it's also really old-fashioned." Feng Wuhan awkwardly knitted his eyebrows and responded, "Fine. Then, I think we'll stick with Brother Xiao. It sounds more intimate that way." "Brother Xiao or Mr. Xiao will do," Zhang Dashan replied, patting Feng Wuhan's shoulders. "Dashan, since you're on break these next few days, I'll leave them with you." "I'm going to the office," Xiao Luo ordered, then turned to leave. At the door, his footsteps halted, and he turned back around. "Oh yeah," he added, "they've lost a lot of blood. Go and buy them some healthy food. Maybe get some for yourself, too. I mean, what would be so bad about having a chubby face, but a body that's thin as F***ck? People looking at you from afar will think that your head is photoshopped onto your body." Hearing Xiao Luo, Zhang Dashan felt like 1,000 alpacas were galloping through his brain. Xiao Luo could have stopped it, "Go buy them some healthy food." Why did he have to joke about his face? What a mother***cur. Nevertheless, Xiao Luo was already gone. Even if he wanted to, he didn't have anyone he could blow up at. "Brother Zhang, we haven't eaten any good food in days. Please, buy us some meat," said Feng Wuhan, drooling. "What the F***ck? Is this how you talk to someone you barely know?" Zhang Dashan didn't even want to mention how badly was he feeling. Being a nanny for 5 grown A**s men was going to literally send him over the edge. He asked chillingly, "Want some pig whips and bull wax?" Sure. My dad says that the groin is the most nutritious part of the animal. Yeah, people's noses even bleed after eating them. How nutritious must they be? If you could get us some elephant schlongs, that would be the best. We'll definitely become tigers after eating them. Xiao Luo and the others were very excited. They'd heard that animal penises were rich in nutrition but hadn't tasted any before because of their notoriously strong flavor. They were literally inedible. But, given their current exceptional circumstances, they would eat whatever was nutritious without giving a rat's guess about how it tasted. Feng Wuhan was even more delighted when he heard this. He said to Zhang Dashan with a smile, "Then, we'll be counting on you, brother Zhang." What in heaven's name? Zhang Dashan felt the urge to go berserk. He thought, can't you guys tell that I'm being sarcastic? Elephant schlongs? Why don't I buy an actual human P*SY for you dummies to make some soup? Holy sh** cakes. Seriously, you guys are even more shameless than me. He dropped that harsh sentence, put on his clothes, and went out to buy ingredients. Since Xiao Luo wanted him to take good care of these men, naturally, he would not treat them apathetically. Mr. Xiao, I heard that you've asked Mr. Li to sue Qin Jianbai, the reporter who published the news about Luo's workshop. Is that true? Su Guanzong dove straight into the topic as soon as he entered Xiao Luo's office. He looked slightly flustered. Yes. Xiao Luo put down the task in his hands and looked up at him, asking, do you have a problem with that? Of course not. If we win the lawsuit, then Luo's workshop's reputation will be restored, and our previous customers will come back, Su Guanzong said earnestly. But if we lose, our reputation will plummet. I heard that Qin Jianbai has mobilized all the reporters, and they are prepared to make a fuss if we lose the case. Xiao Luo smiled and said, he is very confident. Of course, he is. He's got taste buds to back him up. Mr. Xiao, I think we should just let this go. Luo's workshop can't bear another blow. Although we are still losing money, new customers are pouring in every single day. Many of our old customers have also ordered our mooncakes for their employees. As long as we persist, the bad days will definitely be behind us. Persist? How? Xiao Luo couldn't agree with Su Guanzong's point of view. He said coldly, there are more than 500 workers at Luo's workshop whose livelihoods depend on us. The finance department has reported a debt of 4 million. If this goes on, we will have to close down in 2 months. There are now only 2 paths before us. Live or die. Xiao Luo's attitude was firm. Su Guanzong would never convince him to drop his lawsuit against Qin Jianbai. Last time, the two had parted at the office on bad terms. This had prompted Xiao Luo to turn his attention to Su Guanzong for the very first time. Could Su Guanzong with the beer belly really be taste bud spy? Indeed, without any proof, doubt still remained. After 2 days, they received a piece of unsettling news. One of their loyal customer, a company that ordered mooncakes for their staff during the Mid-Autumn Festival every year, abruptly announced that they would no longer buy from Luo's workshop. The news was like a bolt of thunder in a clear sky and a fatal blow to the Luo's factory. The Fuchs Group was one of the top 500 process manufacturing enterprises globally. Their factory in Jiangqing alone had 230,000 workers. Including all domestic and foreign branches, they employed a total of 1 million people. Although Luo's workshop had only received the accounts for their plants in Jiangqing and 2 other cities, the Fuchs Group's order was at a staggering $8 million. The Fuchs Group was unquestionably Luo's workshop's biggest customer. When they heard this terrible news, Luo's factory's department heads suffered like ants in a hot pan. They swarmed into Xiao Luo's office, and the rather spacious room was instantly jam-packed. Mr. Xiao, please hurry up and think of something. If we lose the Fuchs Group, then Luo's workshop will be, sigh. Why did they suddenly turn down our mooncakes? What should we do now? Is Luo's workshop done for? The distressed department heads discussed the matter anxiously in Xiao Luo's office. They were not baseline employees. They, who had chosen to stay at the company during these uncertain times, were emotionally attached to Luo's factory. They really wanted to work through the organization's difficulties. These voices, however, were too noisy for Xiao Luo's tastes. "Quiet, please. Stop babbling. Let the boss talk, all right," shouted Luo Qi from the Research and Development Department. She was the only department head who didn't wear formal clothes to work. She believed that people who worked in research and development needed creativity and inspiration, and wearing uniforms considerably reduced their sources of inspiration. She was dressed in a vibrant yellow t-shirt, decadent ripped jeans, and sneakers with light green lines. Her shiny black hair reached her shoulders and was fastened with an adorably shaped blue starfish hairpin. She had a pure and youthful countenance and wore makeup, not even powder. Still, between her eyebrows, there was a hint of flirtatiousness. After Luo Qi's outburst, the entire office swiftly plunged into silence. They turned their eyes to Xiao Luo. The boss sat at his desk, holding his chin with his left hand like he was pondering something. Silence at last. Xiao Luo stood up and said after letting out a long exhale. "Since you're finally quiet, it's my turn to speak. Luo's workshop and the Fuchs Group have a contract signed. How much is the penalty for breach of contract?" "The penalty for a breach of contract is $10 million, Mr. Xiao." Li Ziming stepped forward. She was the one who had been personally involved in the signing of the Fuchs Group's contract. She was well aware of Xiao Luo's intentions. She knitted her eyebrows and continued awkwardly, "But our contract will expire precisely on the date of this year's Mid-Autumn Festival." "The contract is going to expire, you say?" Xiao Luo knitted his eyebrows. Li Ziming quietly lowered her head and replied, "Yes, and I am responsible. I'd originally planned to renew the contract after we delivered the stock. Still, I never expected that the Fuchs Group would." "Miss Li, I only want to know why, for such a huge client like the Fuchs Group, a new contract wasn't drafted in advance before the old one expired." Xiao Luo's tone was somewhat cold, stiff, and critical. Li Ziming lowered her head even further and muttered, "My mistake." Her voice was as soft as a fly. She honestly hadn't expected things to turn out this way. A mere few days before, she'd verbally confirmed everything with Mr. Zhang Hongda. He ran the Fuchs Group's Jiangqing plant. He had assured her personally that the contract would be renewed on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Who could have known that things would change so much in such a short time? "Mr. Xiao, I think there's no use blaming Miss Li right now. Our top priority now is to pull back the Fuchs Group," Su Guansong said in awe. Luo Qi echoed, "He's right, Mr. Xiao. Miss Ziming will never expect the Fuchs Group to add insult to injury at this moment. They're really just bad." Xiao Luo regained his composure soon after. This was the first time that he'd felt like, as the boss of Luo's workshop, he still had a long way to go in shouldering this heavy responsibility. "Get in contact with the Fuchs Group's boss. I want to meet him in person. Also, get me a list of Taste Buds customers. I want the list on my desk by this afternoon." It was almost inevitable that Taste Buds had snatched their client again. Just the thought of it whipped up Xiao Luo's anger. He wanted to mount a powerful comeback and not only acquire the Fuchs Group but also seize all the clients that belonged to Taste Buds. As he thought of all this, greed flashed in Xiao Luo's eyes together with rage and danger. They were just like the eyes of a wolf. The department heads hovered about the office in fear. They'd never seen such aggressive eyes before. Furthermore, this aggressiveness seemed to be contagious, transmitting from Xiao Luo onto their own bodies. They clenched their fists in a fragmented silence as determination emerged in their eyes. After 10 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Luo, Luo Qi, and Su Guansong arrived by car at the Mingtai golf course to meet the Fuchs Group's boss, Zhang Hongda. As one of the golf course's investors, Mr. Zhang comes here for a few swings almost every day, Su Guansong explained. Luo Qi pouted and said, "Why did you invite him to a meeting at this place? You want Mr. Xiao to entertain him with golf?" Xiao Luo smiled and said, "By promising to see me, he is already showing his sincerity. Bring the contract and come with me to meet him." By now, Xiao Luo had completely calmed down. He couldn't always talk business while being infuriated and drenched in a murderous aura, right? Aye. Luo Qi smiled playfully. "Don't act like that. Be more serious." Su Guansong immediately rebuked her with a stern look on his face. Luo Qi stuck out her little tongue at him. When they reached the golf course, a staff member led them to the driving range. From far away, they could see a middle-aged man in a white shirt and black sunglasses with shiny combed hair. He was sitting underneath an umbrella, leisurely sipping his tea and gazing ahead. Beside him stood 2 bodyguards in black tuxedos and an assistant. There were also 2 ladies with model-like hourglass figures, attentively massaging his shoulders and legs. "Is that Mr. Zhang? He really does know how to enjoy life?" Luo Qi asked, curiously. "Oh, sweet lord. Can you just zip your mouth? Don't screw things up before we even get a chance to talk about business," Su Guansong shot back agitatedly. This was impolite and very rash behavior. If Zhang Hongda were to hear her, his impression of the 3 of them would definitely crumble. If that happened, then how could they talk about business? There would be nothing left to talk about. Who could have guessed that, after he finished criticizing Luo Qi, Xiao Luo asked again, "Is that Zhang Hongda?" "PSSSS." Su Guansong gasped. Calling him by his name? What the hell was he thinking? Did he still want to talk about business or not? "Mr. Xiao, you're such an interesting man." Luo Qi laughed as she looked at Xiao Luo with adoration. Xiao Luo didn't respond to her. He lifted his eyebrows and walked towards Zhang Hongda. "Good afternoon, Mr. Zhang." Su Guansong displayed an enthusiastic smile as he greeted Zhang Hongda. "My apologies for the long wait, Mr. Zhang. We are caught in traffic just now." Despite Zhang Hongda was in his middle age, he had this prestigious temperament engraved amid his eyebrows, although he was not showing any anger. He didn't take off his sunglasses, hence no one could tell whether within his eyes was delight or irritation. But anyway, he wasn't smiling, thus perhaps he was just being indifferent. He turned his head to look at Su Guansong and faintly responded, "You've come." Yes, Mr. Zhang. We have come especially for our appointment with you." The smile on Su Guansong's face became even more fervent. He introduced Xiao Luo to Zhang Hongda. "This is Mr. Xiao Luo, the current boss of the Luo's workshop." "Hello, Mr. Zhang." Xiao Luo smiled as he reached out his hands to Zhang Hongda. Zhang Hongda didn't shake his hands, nor did he even have the intention to shake hands with him in the first place. He glanced at him and turned away to look at the wide-ranging court ahead of him, leaving Xiao Luo unattended as he stood at the same place. He said, "I've long heard that the Luo's factory has welcomed yourselves a new boss, but I never expect him to be so young. Given the little amount of experience he has, it is no wonder that the Luo's factory is constantly going backward." Upon hearing him, Luo Qi immediately became unhappy. "Our boss wants to shake hands with you, but you didn't even bother to raise your hands, and even went on to belittle him with your speech. Don't you think that you're being very discourteous?" "Luo Qi, the bosses are talking now, do not interrupt," Su Guansong rebuked. "But he's being discourteous," Luo Qi rebutted with her hands placed at her waist. Su Guansong scolded, "We are talking about business now. Mr. Zhang's order alone will decide the fate of Luo's workshop. We are in need of their help, so just lay down that attitude of yours." Before they came, he already advised Xiao Luo to not bring along Luo Qi. Although she was a department head, her behavior was still like a little girl. She doesn't know how to restrain herself nor observe somebody's speech and expression. If she were to provoke Xuanhuan, it would screw things up. Luoqi looked at Xiao Luo. After receiving Xiao Luo's eye gesture, she kept quiet ever since. Little girl, Mr. Su knows about things much better than you do. You should learn from him in this aspect, otherwise, you'll easily land yourself in unfavorable situations. Zhang Hongda extended one finger as he laughingly lectured her with the tone of an elder. Even though he was smiling, it still felt creepy. No unfavorable situations can come to her with me as her boss. Xiao Luo retracted his hands. He spoke softly, but with powerful retaliation and directness. He was not at all polite towards Zhang Hongda as he shifted the conversation topic. Let's talk about business. Mr. Zhang, you've always ordered your mooncakes from us. It has been so for 3 years. Why have you suddenly decided to not order your mooncakes from us this year? Could you give me a reason? A reason? Zhang Hongda laughed coldly. Our contract has already expired. Why can't I pick a new supplier? Are you telling me that I need your consent to do this? Of course you don't need our consent. But since both sides have already worked together for 3 years, I would assume that we already have some emotional attachment. When you suddenly said that you won't be ordering your mooncakes from us, Mr. Zhang, it is only fair for us to feel that you're kicking us when we're already down. Although the field of business is like a field of war, and no friendship, but everlasting benefit lasts forever, aren't you afraid that you'll tarnish your reputation by abandoning your original business partner just like that? Won't the other companies need to consider a lot of things before cooperating with the Fuchs Group in the future? Said Xiao Luo. Zhang Hongda glanced at him and said playfully, it is indeed that I've worked with Luo's workshop for 3 years. But I know Mr. Fang Changmiao. As for you, I've never heard your name before, nor am I aware of the extent of your capabilities. For me, you're just a stranger. Do you think that I'll hand over an $8 million order to a stranger? Just ask anybody, and they'll tell you that there's no reason to do that. The reason I've come today is for you, Mr. Zhang, to get to know me. I hope you could reconsider and re-opt for our supplies. There's no need for reconsideration. I've already talked to Mr. Fang of Taste Buds. From today onwards, the Fuchs Group will only cooperate with Taste Buds, Zhang Hongda made a clear cut. As soon as the words fell, a burst of hearty laughter came from the entrance. As they turned towards the sound, there was a middle-aged man in a tuxedo and wearing gold-tinted glasses walking towards them with a cigarette in his hand and accompanied by several men who seemed like his bodyguards. His hairline was really high, thus exposing his entire forehead. His hair had evidently been dyed. It was so black that it shined. He had a very blessed face, because it was very fleshy, of course. Upon seeing the man, Zhang Hongda stood up immediately, took off his sunglasses, and went towards him enthusiastically. You are finally here, Brother Fang. I've been waiting for you for a long time. They shook hands. Brother Zhang, I'm really sorry. Our country has become prosperous now, and everyone owns a car. The roads are really congested. I apologize to have arrived late. It's fine. Come, have a seat and drink some tea. This is high-quality Longjing tea. Zhang Hongda poured tea with a smile. Compared to his attitude towards Xiao Luo, it was literally the difference between the sky and the ground. He is Taste Bud's boss, Su Guansong whispered by Xiao Luo's ears. Xiao Luo already knew him even without his introduction. Besides, Zhang Dashan had already arranged Fang Changlei's information for him, alongside his photo. Oh? Isn't this Luo's workshop's deputy manager, Mr. Su? Why are you here? In fact, Fang Changmiao had spotted Xiao Luo, Su Guansong, and the rest for a long time. He was lifting his head and feigning to be surprised at this moment. They want me back. Zhang Hongda was pouring tea with a disgusted face, but I'll never work with a trash company that has food safety problems. It is worthless that they've come. Trash company? Luoqi couldn't tolerate any longer. Zhang Hongda was a jerk from inside out. Putting his insulting speech aside, his attitude towards them was straight up horrible. Seeing that Feng Changlei could sit down and have tea with him, her contained rage erupted. She shouted at Zhang Hongda, "You are the trash. Your whole family is trash." The air in the vicinity dropped to freezing point. Su Guanzong's face turned green as a voice sounded in his heart, "We're screwed." Feng Changlei snorted, "What a poorly educated young lady. Give her a slap." When a bulky man in a tuxedo heard him, he stepped forward with a solemn face, raised his fan-like palm, and violently waved it towards Luo Qi's face. Luo Qi was terrified that her face turned pale. She never expected that these people would resort to slapping when they weren't on the same page with somebody. At this time, a giant hand with fair skin came from a side, stretched apart all 5 of its thin and long fingers, and grabbed the bulky man in black's wrist. His fan-like hand halted mid-air and was hindered of motion. Luo Qi took a closer look and couldn't help being surprised and deeply moved. He gently called out with her lips, "Boss." Xiao Luo grabbed the bulky man in black's wrist as he stared at Feng Changlei chillingly. "I think I shall be the one to educate my people, Mr. Feng." "Oh?" Feng Changmiao looked at Xiao Luo profoundly. He waved his hands, signaling the bulky man in black to step down. Then, he said with a face full of disdain, "I presume you're Xiao Luo that took over Luo's workshop from Mr. Chu. I heard that 2 months ago, you were still a regular staff at Huahai Corporation. How lucky you must have been to have gained Mr. Chu's favor and become Luo's factory's boss." The phrase "reach the sky in a single bound" refers exactly to people like you. Following a change of tone into that with deep contempt, however, reaching the sky in a single bound isn't a good thing at all. Conversely, one would fall badly, very badly. "We have you on the ground, Mr. Feng. If I dropped from the sky, then you would definitely be my meat cushion. By then, both our bones would be shattered. Am I right?" Xiao Luo glanced at Feng Changlei with a false smile. The grin on Feng Changlei's face dimmed in an instant. As he removed the cigarette from his lips, smoke billowed over his face. He said, "It isn't good for a young man to be so arrogant. I suggest you check that temper of yours. Otherwise, you won't even know what kills you in the future." Xiao Luo sneered back, "Well, everybody has to die sooner or later. But I certainly believe that you're going to die before I do, Mr. Feng. After all, you are a geezer capitalizing on advanced age. For your information, that is a sickness. You could easily, kick the bucket at any time. You." Feng Changlei widened his eyes in anger as he stared at Xiao Luo furiously. Bam! Zhang Hongda slammed the table and stood up. He glared at Xiao Luo with maddened eyes, shouting, "Get out of here, kid. You are not welcome in this place." It was only now that Su Guanzong regained his senses. He put on an awkward smile and stepped forward to serve as a mediator. "Calm down, Mr. Zhang. You too, Mr. Feng. Mr. Xiao is at fault here, so I'll ask him to apologize. Please don't let this get to you." Zhang Hongda and Feng Changlei's complexions softened slightly. They obviously cared about getting an apology from Xiao Luo. "Mr. Xiao, what are you doing? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Zhang and Mr. Feng." Su Guanzong had utterly surrendered. They had come here to talk about business, and they were in need of Zhang Hongda's help, so why did Xiao Luo have to pick a fight? It was beyond ridiculous. "Mr. Su, are you still oblivious as to what's going on here? Mr. Zhang has agreed to see us, because he wants to make us look bad in front of Mr. Feng. I will not apologize. Even if I did, he would never renew his contract with Luo's workshop anyway," Xiao Luo replied coldly. With his temper up, anyone who tried to intervene, no matter who he may be, he was merely a flea in his eyes. "Yeah, I support Mr. Xiao." Luo Qi expressed his support for Xiao Luo. This wasn't how people ought to talk about business. Since the very beginning, Zhang Hongda's attitude toward them had been indifferent. When Fang Changlei had arrived, he'd even gone on to say that Luo's workshop was trash. This was a bald-faced insult. No matter how terrible Luo's workshop may, it should still be allowed to preserve its dignity and pride. Keep quiet, Luo Qi. Stop fanning the flames. Mr. Xiao isn't sensible, but must you follow his example as well? Su Guanzong thundered at her, though it mostly felt like he was abusing one over the shoulder of another. Mr. Su, you are talented. Why have you allowed yourself to be treated so shabbily at Luo's workshop? Look at your company now. It is full of newbies who can hardly maintain their composure. Your future will be dim if you stay at Luo's workshop. I think you should come to Taste Buds. With your experience and capabilities, I believe that Brother Fang will be very willing to take you in, Zhang Hongda stated hurriedly. Persuading Xiao Luo's people to join another company right in front of their boss was humiliation at the highest level. Fang Changlei lifted his eyebrows and seconded, that is a great suggestion. I treasure talent most of all. If you're willing to join us, Mr. Su, I will make you Taste Bud's deputy manager. That way, I can fully retreat behind the scenes and take a long vacation. Although you'd only be a deputy manager, you would still be paid considerably more than what you earn now at Luo's workshop. Su Guanzong was extremely flattered. He answered promptly, thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Fang, but I am deeply attached to Luo's workshop. This company is like a family to me. No matter rich or poor, a family remains as it is. I have no intention of abandoning my family. Is that so? How very unfortunate. Fang Changlei lifted his teacup and took a sip. Xiao Luo began clapping his hands with a faint smile. Mr. Fang, Mr. Zhang, persuading my men to join your ranks right in front of me, I see you're gleefully gloating. Why are you not scramming yet? Should I ask my men to force you out? Zhang Hongda wasn't polite to Xiao Luo. In his eyes, this kid was not at all qualified to talk business with him. Using his words, he was a boss who didn't even have fully grown pubic hair. He was literally an incompetent child in a tuxedo with an inflated sense of self. That won't be necessary, Mr. Zhang. I'll leave when I have concluded my business. Xiao Luo always had an enigmatic smile on his face that was impossible to see through. Your business? Zhang Hongda sneered, I suggest you give up. Don't even think about recouping the Fook Group's order. We will not give you a single penny. Trash companies like the Luo's workshop should hurry up and close down, lest you disgrace yourselves in Jiangqing. Not only Xiao Luo, but Su Guanzong also heated up hearing that. Brother Zhang, you will hurt their self-esteem that way. Look at Mr. Su and that little girl. You've made them so angry. Let them save at least a little bit of face, alright? After all, they are still executive members of a company, Fang Changlei said, throwing oil on the fire. Not even a tinge of anger showed on Xiao Luo's face. He sat down by himself, picked up the teapot, and drank directly from it right in front of Zhang Hongda and Fang Changlei. When he was finished, he said to Zhang Hongda with a hippie-esque grin, I think I understand. Mr. Zhang, you're saying that you'd rather give the Fook Group's order to a dog than Luo's factory, right? Zhang Hongda, who was already fuming, responded without thinking, of course. I will not give you any orders, even if it's only a single penny's worth. Oh? So, in your eyes, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Fang is a dog, Xiao Luo spoke in a tone as if he was enlightened. You scoundrel, what nonsense are you saying? Do you really believe that I'd let you walk out of here with your back on the ground? Fang Changlei got caught up in anger. Similarly, Zhang Hongda was also glaring at Xiao Luo. His face flushed and paled alternately. He had never encountered someone as insidious as Xiao Luo before. Mr. Fang, it wasn't me who called you a dog, so why are you barking at me? Chillax, all right? Come, sit down. Let us have a nice chat. Amiability attracts riches, right? Peace breeds wealth. Xiao Luo smiled as he poured tea for Fang Changlei and Zhang Hongda. Then, he raised his teacup and said, "Cheers, Mr. Fang, Mr. Zhang. Please accept this cup of tea as my apology." The two men stared at him with their faces twitching. They were thinking, you friggin' drank directly from the teapot, so who wants to drink tea from it now? What is the meaning of this? Zhang Hongda asked with a solemn face. Nothing, to be exact. But, you know, I'm rather unhappy that you repeatedly called my company trash earlier. Based on my usual disposition, you should be on the way to the emergency room by now. Huh? You think you could send me there by yourself? Zhang Hongda replied mockingly with eyes filled with disdain. Yes. Xiao Luo nodded carefully. As soon as his voice dropped, the teacup in his hand could not bear the colossal force of his 5 fingers. Following a loud crack, it shattered in an instant, scattering debris across the table. The tea, which was no longer hot, dripped down through Xiao Luo's fingertips, drop by drop. This little display profoundly startled Zhang Hongda and Fang Changlei, and they both sat up straight in response to the threat. There was a slight change in the expressions of their bodyguards in black. Just how strong were Xiao Luo's fingers to have crushed a calcined porcelain teacup with his bare hands? Luo Qi looked at Xiao Luo with overwhelming adoration. She felt like her boss was a true hero. Are you trying to scare me? Zhang Hongda forced himself to calm down. My apologies. I'm not scaring you. I'm threatening you. Do not touch my bottom line. You may refuse to sign a contract with us, but do not insult us. The warm smile on Xiao Luo's face vanished and was replaced by freezing cold, sending chills through their bones. The corners of Zhang Hongda's mouth twitched. This was the first time that he had been threatened by someone younger than him, which was incredibly infuriating. However, he did not dare make any disrespectful remarks, and only glared unwaveringly at Xiao Luo. As if he were the host, Xiao Luo took another cup and poured himself some tea. He gazed leisurely at Zhang Hongda and asked, "Mr. Zhang, I heard that you visit the golf course often, so I assume that your game is okay-ish. Are you interested in playing one round with me?" Zhang Hongda couldn't contain his laughter and cackled as if he'd just heard the greatest joke in the world. He pointed at Xiao Luo as he said to Fang Changlei, "Brother Fang, did you hear him? This kid said that he wants to play golf with me. Brother Zhang, since he wants to be tortured, just let him." Fang Changlei looked at Xiao Luo like he was looking at some idiot. Among Jiangqing's League of Bosses, no one was ignorant of Zhang Hongda's proficiency in golf. He had once achieved a miraculous hole-in-2 at the Masters tournament held in the United States. Competing with Zhang Hongda in golf was a perfect realization of the phrase "newborn calves are not afraid of tigers." Xiao Luo ignored their melodramatic chatter. He extended his hands, took the contract from Luo Qi, and placed it on the table. He looked at Zhang Hongda with a smile and then said, "Mr. Zhang, if I win, you will sign this contract. And if I lose, I'll mortgage Luo's factory to you." Are you serious? Zhang Hongda's eyes bulged in his eye socket. Although Luo's factory was way past its glory days, there was an old phrase that goes, "A starved camel is still bigger than a horse." If he could acquire Luo's factory, it would be a considerable gain for him. "I always mean what I say," said Xiao Luo. "Words alone are not proof." Zhang Hongda snapped his fingers and summoned one of his staff, ordering him to record everything that happened from now on out with a camera. The corners of Xiao Luo's mouth raised in a playful arc. "Are you always so conservative in your work, Mr. Zhang?" "That is my usual style. Since you want a match with me, Mr. Xiao, I will grant you your request. If I win, Luo's workshop will be mine, and if I lose, I'll give you the $8 million order. Is that correct?" Zhang Hongda was excited and exuded greed from his eyes. Exactly. Xiao Luo nodded. Since your bet is so bold, I'll treat you with the best of my sincerity. Aside from the $8 million, I will also give you the orders from our Nanchang and Beihai city plants. That's a total of $15 million. If you win, this $15 million order will belong to Luo's factory, Zhang Hongda said loudly. He tossed out a big piece of cake so that Xiao Luo couldn't go back on his word. $15 million? Su Guanzong and Luo Qi were shocked. They'd never expected the deadlock situation to soothe itself when they once again returned to the topic revolving around the mooncake order. What's more, the order amount had doubled from before. But, after remembering that this was merely a wager and that all of Luo's workshop was at stake for the $15 million, Su Guanzong immediately lost his calm. Mr. Xiao, don't do it. Mr. Zhang's skill at golf is well known throughout Jiangqing City. You have no chance of beating him. I think it is a mistake for you to wager Luo's workshop. Boss, we don't want this contract anymore. Please don't compete with him, Luo Qi also advised. Xiao Luo raised his hands to interrupt them. He looked at Zhang Hongda with provocative eyes. Your words, Mr. Zhang. A $15 million order, is that right? Zhang Hongda nodded, saying, yes, you heard me right. Ah, it's so rare that something can make you so happy, brother Zhang. Why don't I join you guys in the fun? Fang Changlei waved his hands and took a check from his assistant. Then, he scribbled $5 million only on the check and stared at Xiao Luo with sinister intentions. If you win, these $5 million will belong to you. But if Brother Zhang wins, I don't want a penny from Luo's factory. I want you to kneel before me, give yourself 2 powerful slaps, and say, I am garbage, loudly. But that would be insulting to our big boss, Luo Qi exclaimed. Yes, exactly. I'm insulting him, Fang Changlei chuckled menacingly. He did not deny it at all. Luo Qi was irritated, but she couldn't find any words to refute him. Fang Changlei squinted his eyes and said to Xiao Luo, with contempt, you may refuse if you're not bold enough. Since you want to give me money, why would I refuse? I can't possibly oppose money, am I right? Xiao Luo smiled playfully. Fang Changlei snorted. You're brave. You just lack a little self-consciousness. He did not believe that Xiao Luo could ever beat Zhang Hongda at golf. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able just to watch and do nothing as Zhang Hongda wagered the mooncake orders. Xiao Luo didn't respond. He turned to look at Zhang Hongda and said, so, how do we compete? Let's keep things simple. We'll each do 5 drives at the teeing area. Then, we'll sum up the distance of the 5 balls from the hole. Whoever accumulates the smaller value wins, Zhang Hongda said in disdain. Fine, so it is set, Xiao Luo smiled indifferently. A little while later, the caddy handed over the club. Staff dedicated to distance measurement stood in the safety zone, ready to rush out at any time to do their duty. Su Guanzong and Luo Qi stood to the side uneasily. Proficiency in golf was accumulated through years of practice. For one so young like Xiao Luo, who didn't even seem like he knew how to play golf at all, how could he possibly compete with someone as experienced as Zhang Hongda? The most terrible thing of all was that he had used Luo's workshop as collateral. What else was this if not suicide? To prevent Xiao Luo from reneging, Zhang Hongda swiftly took a club and strode toward the teeing area. He said, I'll go first. He adeptly took his swinging posture, took a glance at the hole, raised his club, and struck the ball with a whoosh. The golf ball arced beautifully through the air, before accurately dropping onto the putting green and rolling some distance forward. The golf course staff ran over immediately with the measuring tape, accurately gauging the ball's distance from the hole. 1.3 yards. When the staff reported the result, Luo Qi and Su Guanzong drew in jittery gasps. This was way too scary. He almost sunk the ball in one stroke. Zhang Hongda was undoubtedly a golf pro. Nice shot. Fang Changlei applauded. With your skills, brother Zhang, you can defeat anyone in Jiangqing. You flatter me, brother Fang, but this club isn't very fitting for me. I could have gotten the ball closer to the hole. Zhang Hongda was reasonably confident about this. He didn't feel that he was boasting at all. Haha. Show us a hole-in-one next. Fang Changlei laughed. Zhang Hongda didn't say a word. His silence was the best answer, although he did want to pull off a hole-in-one and make Xiao Luo give up altogether. Mr. Xiao, it's your turn now. Remember to take things slowly and don't swing the club right out of your hands, Fang Changlei waved at Xiao Luo. He was looking forward to Xiao Luo to make a fool out of himself. Relax, Mr. Xiao. This is only the first ball. You still have another 4 after this, Zhang Hongda said with a smile. No matter how he looked at him, he felt that Xiao Luo was just a dolt, competing with him at golf. Wasn't that seeking death? No pressure. Xiao Luo guzzled down the last of his tea, stood up, and headed straight for the teeing area. Boss? Luoqi looked at everything anxiously. There was no room for error here, as 1.3 yards was such a close distance. How could Xiao Luo possibly get the ball closer to the hole than that? Su Guansong's eyebrows knitted together. It looked as though he was seriously pondering something. Xiao Luo did not walk towards his mark immediately. Instead, he motioned for his caddy to place the golf ball at the black tee marker, being the point with the longest yardage for that hole. What are you doing, Chairman Xiao? Fang Changlei contemptuously questioned the move. He didn't try to hide his look of belittlement and jocose as if he was watching a jester entertaining his audience. Regardless of what Xiao Luo tried, Fang couldn't see how Xiao could recover his position against Zhang Hongda's lead. He found Xiao Luo's action tee hilarious. Xiao Luo didn't bother to respond to Fang Changlei's derision. Stepping into the tee box, he took his driver from his caddy and walked towards his tee. Zhang Hongda asked the steward for a change of teapot to brew a fresh round of tea. Zhang was brimming with confidence, sipping slowly from his teacup with a deep sense of satisfaction. Halfway through the course and there was no way Xiao Luo could even come close to his score. What a way to Luo's workshop over a game of golf. He couldn't hide his glee. Ding. Congratulations. You've acquired the golf skills, at the cost of 500 points. The system's digital voice notification spoke in Xiao Luo's cyber-enhanced mind. As the wind started to pick up, the fringe of his hair tossed about in a flurry, and his microfiber golf top billowed like ripples in a fast-flowing stream. The golf club felt natural to him as he closed his hands around the grip with his fingers locked. He looked at the hole a long distance away, the flag fluttering furiously. He checked the windage, then keeping his eyes on the ball, he raised his club back, before it came down in a smooth arc to make clean contact with the ball. He held his pose as his weight transferred to his leading foot in his follow-through. He was in total control of the shot. Ping! The sheer speed of his club carried the white ball in a great distance, sailing handsomely over the fairway and high towards its intended target. It narrowly missed the sand bunker as it bounced and landed once onto the green. It all happened so silently and unexpectedly, but extremely clean. The ball rolled with the momentum, and, to everyone's astonishment, it dropped into the hole. It was a hole-in-one. The caddy was stunned, his jaw dropping in pure disbelief. The ground staff joined him, wearing looks of astonishment at the sheer audacity of the stroke. Luoqi rubbed her eyes, shouted with uninhibited excitement. She didn't understand the game, but she knew that he did something spectacular. She swooned. It's in, the big boss had sent the ball into the hole, with just one swing. Su Guansong, standing just beside her, blinked several times unintentionally, unable to digest what had just taken place. Both Zhang Hongda and Fang Changlei stood frozen. The smile that was so recently on their faces disappeared altogether. In their minds, they seemed to be saying the same thing, what the f*ck? However, this was just a beginning. Without breaking a step, Xiao Luo was already on his way to the next hole. Backswing, downswing, contact, follow through. Ping. The same thing happened there, another hole in one. One shot, one hole. Moving down the course, he proceeded to ace the next hole, then the next one, and the next, over and over again. He made it look so easy that it seemed like he didn't even need to look at the ball. Luo Qi was now hysterical and couldn't stop shouting, the second ball in the hole, the third ball in the hole, the fourth ball is still in the hole. Oh my gosh, the big boss is super cool. Everyone on the course was astonished and had their eyes and mouths wide open with awe. Zhang Hongda and Fang Changlei, on the other hand, looked like they had just consumed some 10 caddy of sh*t. At every shot, Xiao Luo made their hearts beat severely. When Xiao Luo aced his fifth hole in one, the teacup slipped from Zhang Hongda's hand, spilling the hot tea all over the floor. Nobody could tell if it was the sound of shattering teacup that startled Fang Changlei, but his pipe slipped from his mouth, fell on the ground almost simultaneously. 5 consecutive balls, and all aces. Was this even possible? It was impossible, as common sense would dictate. However, the impossible did happen, and it happened right in front of everybody's mother *king eyes. Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Was this even a mother *king game of golf? How was it conceivable that he could land the ball right into a hole nearly 300 meters away, hitting a tiny golf ball with a diameter of just over 40 millimeters? Even the master of the game could not match such skill, surely. All 5 of the balls, they were all holes in one? Su Guansong was still reeling from Xiao Luo's comeback. It just seemed surreal to him at that point in time. Yes, they were all in. The big boss is so cool, haha. Luo Qi was so thrilled, hopping around like she was the one who aced all 5 of the balls. In her heart, Xiao Luo was one super cool dude. Xiao Luo returned the club in the bag slung behind the caddy's back. He then turned around and walked towards Zhang Hongda and Fang Changlei's, a broad smile on his face. All eyes were on him. He caught everyone's imagination. A tall mountain of a man, in the minds of everybody present at the course. Everywhere he went, eyes followed. He pulled a chair and sat opposite Zhang Hongda. Smiling, he said, "Chairman Zhang, are we still competing?" Zhang Hongda and Fang Changlei kept silent, perhaps at a loss for words. But their faces told a story, it seemed to say, still competing? You had already *king hit all 5 aces, what was the point in continue competing? They were utterly crushed and had lost any chance of winning. Staring blankly at Xiao Luo for an uncomfortably long time, Zhang Hongda finally gave in and declared. "I concede defeat," he said with a pale face. "You little as hole, did you play dumb and purposely trick me into this?" Losing his calm, Fang Changlei stood up, spewing a copious flow of invective at Xiao Luo. It was entirely against the run of play. Not only had he now lost the 8 million order from the Fook group, but he also lost a 5 million side bet with Xiao. It was too much to bear. "You fell right into the trap I set, and this only shows that you're as dumb as a pig." Without any modesty, Xiao Luo took the 5 million on the table and put it in his pocket. He was here to deal with the Fook group, but as Providence would have it, he was now leaving with much more than he had expected. Fang Changlei's mouth started twitched a little, his face was dark, and he was grinding his teeth so hard, it made an audible screeching sound. Before he could say a word, Xiao Luo taunted and said, "Could it be that the formidable future big boss of the company cannot afford to lose 5 million? You." Unbridled anger raged within Fang Changlei, making him almost spit out blood. At this point, Zhang Hongda stood up and bowed deeply to Fang Changlei. He said apologetically, "Brother Fang, I'm so sorry for this, I did not expect it to turn out this way. I'm so sorry for this year's order. His face bore the pain of defeat, just like a rooster who had lost a fight. It never once occurred to him that Xiao Luo who have such talent in playing golf. If he had not witnessed it personally, he would slap anyone who dared to say he consecutively aced 5 holes in one. Fong Changli clenched his fist unconsciously. He had never felt this crestfallen before today. The way the game was going, he was cocksure that Zhang Hongda would acquire Luo's workshop in a single stroke. But the outcome was unexpected. He could still find ways to make trouble if it had not happened, given countless witnesses and video recordings. To think that he was the instrument behind this folly, convincing Zhang Hongda to bet his orders against Xiao Luo. He banged on the table angrily and viciously, and he said to Xiao Luo, "I'll take back whatever I've lost, twice the amount. We shall see." With that, he grunted and left with his group of people. He was so infuriated that he was swearing as he walked away. Any sense of dignity, befitting that of a chairman of a successful company, lost with the bet. "Chairman Zhang, we should talk about the orders in detail," Xiao Luo said, smiling at Zhang Hongda. Zhang Hongda wore an ironic smile, trying hard to hide his resentment. To anyone looking, he looked almost creepy. He had always looked down on Xiao Luo, seeing him as a young and inexperienced child, just finding his way in the business world. He had paid such a heavy price for it. "How the heck did you ace all 5 balls?" He couldn't place a finger on Xiao Luo's unbelievable performance. Luck was out of the question, but if the skill was the factor, he could quickly take on the likes of Tiger Woods. 1 inch signed the contract, and I'll tell you, Xiao Luo said with an enigmatic smile. Not only did he successfully secure Fook Group's order book, he even gained an extra 7 million. What an unexpected windfall. As soon as the contract was signed, both Luo Qi and Su Guansong felt elated, as if they were in a dream. It was surreal, as Zhang Hongda's initial attitude was as cold as ice, and he was reluctant to accept the offer from Luo's workshop. But Xiao Luo turned the tide at a single stroke. "Big boss, were you serious about what you've said to Boss Zhang after signing the contract?" Luo Qi asked as she walked beside him. She now worshipped Xiao Luo. "What did I say?" "You said that as long as he practices swinging for 5 hours every day for 10 years, he can hit the ball into the hole with 1 swing." "Of course I'm serious, practice makes perfect, heh." Xiao Luo raised his brows and chuckled. This made Luo Qi even more curious, and she said, "If that's the case, the reason why the big boss could hit all 5 balls into the hole. He must have persevered practicing for 5 hours of golf daily, for 10 years. Xiao Luo just smiled and chose not to respond. He wasn't up to explaining the technicalities, and besides, he just wasn't in the mood to come up with white lies. Since the trip to the Ming Tai golf course, Su Guansong had formed a better understanding of Xiao Luo's mind. On the surface, he looked like a reckless youngster, was always in a daze, and unable to restrain himself. But on the contrary, he was able to seize the advantage the moment he recognized Zhang Hongda's pride in playing golf. He spotted it in the short time he was with him, no more than 20 minutes. He then manipulated that weakness to lure Zhang Hongda into his clever scheme, a step at a time. Not only was he a capable tactician with the ability to execute his plan of action, but he was also a bright strategist of the highest order. Within a short span of 2 hours, he secured the orders from Fook Group and got a $5 million payout from Feng Changlei. This was even larger than the profits generated by a casino. He now knew why Chu Yunxiong had placed such high regard for Xiao Luo. Such a character would shine anywhere he went in the world, what more in Luo's workshop. "Chairman Xiao." Su Guansong came running towards Xiao Luo with some urgency. "Chairman Xiao," he called out again, with deep respect. "Do you have business with me, Vice Chairman Su?" "Chairman Xiao, have you ever heard of the Dragon Gang before?" "The Dragon Gang?" Xiao Luo squinted. It was a name he had heard countless times. He had taken the lives of more than 100 of their gang members. Hearing that name spoken again, he was once again reminded of their reputation. Thinking that Xiao Luo might not have heard of them, Su Guangxong adjusted his glasses and explained, "The Dragon Gang is the biggest secret society around. It runs bars, restaurants, casinos, underground businesses including prostitution and drug trafficking. They have recruited about 3,000 members. The Dragon Gang have their headquarters at the Guanming district. But their members are scattered all over the streets of Jiangqing." As soon as he finished, he looked anxiously at Xiao Luo, waiting for his reaction. "Keep going," Xiao Luo said, with mounting interest. "The helmsman of the Dragon Gang's called Long Sankue, also known as Lord Long, and he has 3,000 students under him. Rumor has it that he's a true master, capable of killing an opponent without spilling blood. He has a fierce face, and he's so ruthless that even a ghost fears him." "Okay, then? Chairman Xiao, do you know why taste buds could always suppress Luo's workshop? Take the case of the elderly dying from eating contaminated bread at our outlet. Isn't it obvious that someone was behind it? The purpose was to tarnish our reputation." However, Fang Changmiao, Luo's workshop's ex-boss, didn't dare even to resist. Instead, he sold Luo's workshop to Boss Chu. "Do you know why?" "Why?" Xiao Luo frowned. He couldn't yet put the finger on the whole sordid affair. Su Guangxong looked around and ensured nobody was around, then said softly, "It's because Fang Changlei and Long Sankue have a special relationship. It's said that when Long Sankue had found himself in a most desperate situation in his early years, and it's Fang Changlei who had saved him. Since then, Long Sankue had been grateful towards Fang Changlei, his benefactor. Fang Changmiao, the chairman, was preparing to sue Taste Buds on illegal competition. He ended up getting abducted and almost thrown into the sea to feed fishes. This had terrified him so much that he left Jiangqing immediately after reselling Luo's workshop to Boss Chu. There's hardly any news about him even until now. Why did I not know about Dragon Gang's abduction of Boss Fang?" Luo Qi blinked and asked. Su Guangxong rolled his eyes at her and said, "How could you possibly know? I also knew it through drinking with Chairman Fang, who's depressed, as he accidentally leaked it when he became drunk." "You mean, due to Fang Changlei, Dragon Gang might come for me, just like how they came for Fang Changmiao?" Xiao Luo said, making his point. "The chance is very high," Su Guangxong said, nodding. "Won't they worry about being put in the jail by the police?" Luo Qi asked. "Luo Qi, you're still as naive as ever. The world isn't as beautiful as you've imagined, all the filth is concealed behind a gorgeous facade. As of now, cruel crimes are taking place in every corner of the world. There are two sides of a coin, the black comes together with the white, just like light is to darkness. In such a tiny piece of land such as Jiangqing, Long Sankue represents the black and the darkness." Su Guangxong said earnestly. Xiao Luo smiled, and he agreed with Su Guangxong's understanding of the situation. He patted Su Guangxong on his shoulder and said, "Under the present circumstance, we can't do too much. Let's roll with the punches." With that, he opened the car door and got in. "Chairman Xiao, I still think that it's best if you reconcile with Fang Changlei. Ordinary folks like us can't deal with Dragon Gang, not even the government can do anything to them. They can only be contained temporarily. Taking out the Dragon Gang would only lead to another gang rising in its place. The current structure is balanced and stable enough to avoid turf wars breaking out." "Reconcile? How to reconcile?" "By signing unequal treaties with him for a momentary truce, just like the latter-day Qing government?" Xiao Luo sneered, wondering what Su Guangxong had in mind. "We definitely can't do this, that Chairman Fang's a vicious person. Even if we were to compensate him financially, he'd never let the matter rest and think of every possible way to gradually destroy Luo's workshop. Luo Qi said with a serious look on her face. I'm thinking about Chairman Zhao's safety. What do you understand? Su Guansong scolded. I don't believe that dragon gang can hoodwink the public in Jiangqing. It's just a gangster group. How can it work above the country's law? Luo Qi snapped. Start the engine, we're going back to the company. Xiao Luo waved and cut off their arguments directly. After browsing through a list of several dozen key customers prepared by Li Ziming, Xiao Luo came up with a plan of action that would put pressure on taste buds. Fang Chonglei had pissed him off, so of course, he intended to return Fang Chonglei the favor in kind. The total amount of mooncake orders that Taste Buds had received from these companies were valued over 30 million, just from a single traditional festival. Adding the daily profits from their outlets, the returns from the pastry industry were lucrative. Xiao Luo planned to assume control over Taste Buds' key accounts, using the personal weaknesses of their owners to devise his schemes. Being his assistant, Luo Qi, who had been working closely, finally came up to speed with his bag of tricks. These bosses tended to have some unique hobbies, such as car racing, sports, clubbing, and women. Xiao Luo would first look for the weaknesses of each of them. They would easily be entrapped in his schemes, just like Zhang Hongda had. For those few who would not succumb to either blackmail or threats, then Xiao Luo would resort to kidnapping their children. The plan would be carried out, by hook or by crook. Nothing would be too extreme. There are 3 phases of being a businessman, and this is phase 1. It's the initial accumulation phase, by making money unscrupulously, and going against conscience and morals. Xiao Luo was explaining the 3 main phases of being a businessman to Luo Qi, which was told to him by Zhang Dashan before. I'm right now at phase 1. Taste Buds started the unfair competition, I shall respond to it in the same way they started it, an eye for an eye. You've suddenly become terrifying, big boss. Luo Qi thought out aloud. Smart with tricks, courageous, insightful, highly capable, and, most importantly, fierce. One couldn't tell until one had known Xiao Long for long enough, then his qualities become apparent. Then, would you still want to work for me? Xiao Luo said cheekily, putting on a frowning face. Of course I would. The word terrifying I've just used was meant to be a compliment, not about the big boss being really scary. Luo Qi stressed her point strongly. A compliment? Sometimes, I can't understand what you creative people are saying. Xiao Luo chuckled, and his face brightened up. Luo Qi grinned. Oh right, how many of them remain? Xiao Luo asked. Luo Qi opened the folder and glanced through the list, then raising her head she answered, just one more, it's Jiang Yongchen, the boss of Yingtong Plastic Factory. This fella seems to be difficult to deal with. Why? Jiang Yongchen happens to be Taste Bud's most loyal customer. He doesn't have any special interests in particular, but only that he's very fond of cigarettes and fine wine. By the way, he's still single and doesn't seem to be interested in women. Someone once sent him women to curry favors, but she ended up getting chased out by him. Luo Qi said. Xiao Luo sat on the back seat and was tapping lightly along the frame of the car window. He's loaded, he wouldn't have a problem acquiring any kinds of cigarettes or fine wine, so these aren't enough to deal with him. However, it surprised me a little that he's not interested in women. Xiao Luo thought. Why'd you say that? Luo Qi asked with her big charming eyes blinking. It's okay for a man not to love cigarettes, fine wine, and even sports cars, but it's impossible for him not to love pretty ladies. It's the nature of man, it's a code written in our genes. As long as a man is normal, he couldn't possibly be unattracted to pretty ladies. Xiao Luo said. Upon hearing that, Luo Qi blushed and countered, but aren't Big Boss yourself uninterested in pretty ladies? Am I? Xiao Luo asked back. Of course, you are. Luo Qi thrust her chest up and pouted slightly, exposing her charming and flirtatious side. She meant that Xiao Luo would react similarly should a woman be sent over to him for such a purpose. Xiao Luo blushed unexpectedly, feeling like the young girl was teasing him. "Wow, big boss, so you have a shy side." Luo Qi laughed infectiously, overjoyed by her little discovery. Xiao Luo pretended to clear his throat with a cough, then sounding like Su Guansong, he said in a serious tone, "Don't fool around, be more serious." "Roger, Teehee," Luo Qi made a salutation pose. Xiao Luo quickly changed the subject, going back to the previous topic. A normal man wouldn't be able to resist pretty ladies, unless that Jiang Yongchen has issues down there. "Big boss, you're saying his Willie's incapable?" It seemed like Luo Qi was not embarrassed by asking this question at all, and with her big round eyes, she stared directly at Xiao Luo, curious for a response. Xiao Luo nodded, affirming what she had just said. He appeared to have found a way to deal with Jiang Yongchen. Ding, ding, ding. Just at that moment, a familiar, monotonous ring interrupted the discussion. Xiao Luo took out his phone to check, and it was an unfamiliar number, not saved in his contact list. As he pressed the answer button and about to ask who the caller was, an urgent voice came from the other end of the phone call. "Why's he not picking up? Why's he not picking up? Hello, is this Xiao Luo?" The speaker sounded relieved that she got through. It was a lady's voice. Who's this?" Xiao Luo asked softly. "Come quickly to the city-affiliated hospital, Mingqi's hospitalized." The woman said anxiously. "Jiao Mingqi?" Xiao Luo frowned, and said with a cynical smile, "You got the wrong guy, right?" He was about to hang up. "Don't hang up, Mingqi's seriously ill, and the doctor said she might not make it. She's in a coma now, and keeps crying your name. I only found your number by checking the contact list on her phone. Please come quickly." The woman on the other end of the line was anxious. She almost sounded like she was in tears. Xiao Luo stayed silent for a while. "What's the room number?" Xiao Luo was not a heartless person. Even if he was not in a relationship with Jiao Mingqi, he could not change the fact that they used to be college mates. She was now critically ill and in a coma, and it would be against his nature not to pay a visit. "ICU, room 306. After being informed of Jiao Mingqi's whereabouts, Xiao Luo hung up, and he was speechless. I would not have happened if he had not given his number to Jiao Mingqi so quickly, even if it was unintentional. It was now impossible for him to ignore that Jiao Mingqi was critically ill and in a coma. "Is there a situation, big boss?" Luo Qi asked. "A friend's been hospitalized." Xiao Luo did not lie to her, as there was nothing to hide. Jiao Mingqi was but one of many who had come into his life and would not be the last. It was time to cut her off completely. He did not want her to make contact again in the future. "You go back to the office first. I'll take a look. Remember to get a bouquet. That's the proper thing to do when visiting patients," Luo Qi reminded. "What kind of flowers are suitable?" Xiao Luo was not very familiar with such matters. Bringing flowers when visiting someone in a hospital is meant to cheer them up. It shows care and concern, a wish for them to be safe, and to get well soon. You should choose flowers that are elegant, brightly colored, and fragrant, such as calamus, orchids, kumquats, Peruvian lilies, roses, carnations. Luo Qi rattled off the list with ease. Xiao Luo felt that it was a little too complicated. Never mind, I'll go empty-handed. Besides, he was just visiting for a while and didn't want to overcomplicate a simple visit. He arrived at the city-affiliated public hospital by taxi. Xiao Luo headed directly to ICU room 306 and knocked on the door lightly. A woman appeared at the door, her face framed in wavy hair. She asked, in anticipation, "Are you Xiao Luo?" Her concerned eyes brightened up when she saw Xiao Luo at the door. Xiao Luo nodded and entered the room. There he saw Zhao Mingqi lying on the hospital bed. She had an oxygen mask over her nose and mouth. She looked pale, so unlike the raving beauty he remembered. What happened to her? He asked in a detached tone as if speaking to a stranger. It's acute appendicitis. The doctor said her appendix was ruptured. It's life-threatening. She has just undergone emergency surgery, and her condition is stable for now. But the follow-up treatment still requires about 70 to 80,000. The woman with the wavy hair replied urgently. She appeared edgy and stressed. What about Hua Haifeng, her boyfriend? He broke up with her when she fell ill. He even called to tell her it's better to die, as he wouldn't be paying a penny for her treatment. The woman said, biting her lips in anger. Xiao Luo shook his head and sneered. Hearing about what a douchebag Hua Haifeng was infuriated him. Xiao Luo walked towards where Zhao Mingqi lay, tucked in her bed, asleep. He couldn't tell if she was in deep slumber. He peered at her face from where he stood, and she appeared pale in the dim-lit room. There was a look of casual indifference on his face, a look that hardly conveyed how much she used to mean to him. Did he resent her? To be honest, for a time, he felt bitter. He just couldn't believe it happened. He kept running it through his mind endlessly. Then the accident happened. That certainly jolted him back to his senses, a new perspective, if you like. He couldn't keep clinging on to past events that he had no control over. It was time to let go. Perhaps the specter of death does that to a man. It removed the clutter and helped him to see life as it was. Fate always plays a fickle hand in matters of love. For some people, it's like two ships passing in the night, while others it may blossom into lasting relationships, only to break apart at the first signs of trouble. Such things have a way of making one grow up. It makes them stronger in the end. You're Xiao Luo, aren't you? A voice came from behind him. It startled him somewhat, he wasn't expecting anyone else. But, he kept his composure, turning towards the direction of the voice. It was Zhao Ming's roommate. She recognized him immediately as Mingqi's ex-boyfriend. Her condition deteriorated about half a month ago. When she gets back from work, she'll be sitting at the table in a daze most of the time. Sometimes she even cries to herself. She felt compelled to fill him in with the details, her wavy hair framing her exaggerated expression of compassion. Without letting up, she chipped in, "Do you know, she said she was so silly to abandon a good man like you. You are so loving and always doting on her." As Zhao Mingqi's roommate, she felt duty-bound to bring the pair back together again, and she was doing so with such high drama. Xiao Luo stood facing the woman, hands casually in his pockets. He kept a kindly composure, but his face showed no emotions, in a deadpan kind of way. He turned slightly, tilting his head towards Mingqi, and spoke gently, almost to himself, "It's not too late to start over. Find the love you're looking for." He sighed quietly before he continued, 2 months is not a long time to find out a man's true character. Please forget about me." Zhao Mingqi stirred as she sensed a familiar presence, but she could barely open her eyes. It took a while to find her focus, then a glow returned to her cheeks. She spoke faintly, "Is this a dream?" "It's such a beautiful dream," she trailed off, without completing her sentence. She shut both her eyes tightly, as if not wanting her dream to end. She thought she was hallucinating. Was that Xiao Luo standing next to her? "Mingqi, this is not a dream, open your eyes, it's Xiao Luo. He is here." The woman had suddenly positioned herself between the two, voluntarily taking on the role of peacemaker. "Really?" She was incredulous, and said to her friend in an almost pleading tone, "Don't you lie to me, linger." As tears rolled down her cheeks, she sobbed, "Even if it's a dream, it'll be enough for me. Luo, I'm so sorry for leaving you. I'm so sorry." At a loss of what to do, she kept her eyes shut, not wanting to know if this was all a dream at all. She just didn't have the courage to Xiao Luo again. You don't have to be sorry, you just chose your own life and we don't owe each other anything. I'm here today as your classmate, and I'm asking you to live your life as how you wanted to. As how you should. Have courage. Luo, thank you. You are right. I was naive and I didn't cherish what I had. It's too late for regrets now. Her voice breaking, she poured out her feelings openly. If I could start all over again, I'd hold you tight and never let you go again. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke, and she grimaced, struggling to hold back the tears. Memories of happier and simpler times flashed by. She almost smiled as she recalled the times he prepared her favorite egg fried rice. It seemed to her the days of innocence were now long past, and she was solely responsible for destroying that love. It was a hard lesson indeed. She hated herself for that. 1 inch we are no longer the same people we once were, Mingqi. Xiao Luo said gently. Yeah, Zhao Mingqi smiled bitterly. Squeak. The room door opened, and a doctor leaned in from behind it with a stern word, you too, the patient needs to rest. Don't talk for too long. Xiao Luo nodded and said to Zhao Mingqi, take good care of yourself. Then, he turned away and promptly left the room, without so much as a backward glance. He wanted to believe that Zhao Mingqi would be able to start over again after leaving Hua Haifeng. This thought gave him a sense of relief. As soon as they stepped out of the room, Xiao Luo passed a Union Pay card to Ma Linger. There are $10,000 in this card, the password's 666666, please take care of her. Ma Linger raised an eyebrow. $10,000, just like that, he was indeed rich. Mingqi sure missed out on a fine catch. Just don't tell her I was here when she recovers. Just tell her she was hallucinating. As for the money, you'll figure out something. Xiao Luo said plainly, meaning every word of it. Okay, all right. Ma Linger nodded quickly in acknowledgement. She suddenly felt the burden of the Union Pay card in her hand. 1 asterisk 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 asterisk. Hello, Boss Chen, your orders are soon to be. What? You don't want them? You can't do this right, Boss Chen? I trusted you so we didn't sign the contract, but how could you just abandon the orders? They're worth more than 100,000. Feng Changlei was speaking from the general manager's office at Taste Buds. When he got confirmation that the other party had rescinded the orders, he jumped off his chair, raising his voice with an intimidating tone. Before he could protest, the other party had already hung up. He felt his anger rising, even digital tone from his receiver resounded across the room. Beep, beep, beep. F*CK, who's been messing around behind my back? Feng Changlei was livid. He flung the phone hard against the floor. He was infuriated, looking like he was about to tear someone apart. This was the 8th phone call, all of them to regular customers, each one canceling their orders. And these were familiar, old friends and customers that he regularly plied with hostesses in steamy private rooms. They shared very solid business relationships. So it was indeed vexing that every single of them had called in to cancel their orders. Without a doubt, someone was messing with Taste Buds. Chairman Feng, what did they say? Why'd they cancel the orders so suddenly? The male assistants asked meekly, not at all sure what was going on. Don't have the details, but they all said someone has a hold over them and had them sign contracts with some other supplier, ordering mooncakes from another brand. Damn, could it be Luo's workshop? Feng Changlei couldn't help feeling a sense of déjà vu. A few days ago, the orders from Zhang Hongda, of Fuke Group also slipped by from right under his nose. He pulled his pipe away from his mouth, and voiced his thoughts aloud. Could it be that little a** hole who's screwing me up from behind? The male assistant noticed his expression had turned dark. He stayed as silent as a church mouse, trembling in the corner where he stood. No, 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 it's impossible, that little as asterisk hole never had this kind of muscle. Fang Changlei could not stop waving his hand around as he ran through the list of possible suspects in his head. As he cupped his hand across his chin, he said to himself again, if Boss Chu was involved, it'd be as easy as ABC. Boss Chu regarded that little as asterisk hole extremely highly, after all. As he pondered further, he looked more and more perplexed. So is it Boss Chu who wants to mess with me? The more he thought about it, the scarier it got. Even though he had a good relationship with the Dragon Gang and Long Sankue, yet he was no match to Chu Yunxiong. If the black force of Jiangqing was Dragon Gang, then the white force had to be Chu Yunxiong. If Chu Yunxiong wanted to deal with him, then he might as well. Fang Changlei's head was in a spin, as he explored the possible scenarios, but, why? He had no beef with Chu Yunxiong, going as far as arranging for the marriage of his son to Chu's daughter. He had treated Chu Yunxiong with respect like Lafayette. There was no reason for Chu Yunxiong to deal with him. He couldn't help feeling like he was groping around in a fog. Fang Changlei broke into a cold sweat. He barked out an order, quick, get the car, I'd like to visit Boss Chu. Yes sir. The male assistant jumped in response, nodded hurriedly, and left to make immediate arrangements. Fang Changlei had to know for certain if Chu Yunxiong was the one behind this whole episode. If not, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. The factory director, Jiang Yongchen, didn't turn down Xiao Luo's request for a meeting. His men led Xiao Luo to his office. Without even asking him to have a seat, Jiang Yongchen went hard at Xiao Luo. Mr. Xiao, so you're some wise guy, huh? Manipulating Mr. Chen and the other buyers into your scheme and forcing them to sign contracts with Luo's workshop. Now you've even got their orders for Mid-Autumn Festival. Awesome strategy indeed. His physical appearance could best be described as full. He had chubby cheeks and small slits for eyes. As he stared at Xiao Luo with displeasure, he looked a mean and vicious figure. Being Taste Bud's most loyal customer, his hostility was understandable. The only reason he agreed to meet was to insult Xiao Luo in his face. He was venting out his anger on Taste Bud's and Fang Changlei's behalf, on account of his close relationship with them. Mr. Jiang, you don't have to be so hostile. I'm here today to talk about business. As businessmen, revenue is our top priority. Let's set aside all personal matters. Xiao Luo smiled. He then took the contract from Luo Qi, waving it in front of Jiang Yongchen, and gently placed it on his desk. What you can get for $500,000 worth at Taste Bud's, you can purchase with just $450,000 buying from us. Xiao Luo said, appealing to his business logic. Perhaps 50,000 may account for nothing in your eyes, but even a fly is worth something, no matter how small it might be, right? Mr. Jiang, why don't you consider giving your orders to Luo's workshop? Giving you my orders? Ridiculous. I go back a long way with Taste Buds. Friendship is not something to trifle with, in my book. Luo's workshop, you're nothing in my eyes. Jiang Yongchen threw a tantrum, yelling. He grabbed the contract and flung it at Xiao Luo. The thick document came apart midair, and for a brief moment, a flight of paper floated dramatically right in front of Xiao Luo, before settling chaotically all over him. Looking on, Luo Qi was thoroughly miffed at how Jiang was treating her boss. When she started work at Luo's workshop, she'd stay in the back of house researching on all sorts of pastries. Luo Qi seldom had any contact with other bosses in the market. Now that she was following Xiao Luo around, she had gained a more in-depth understanding of the characters of these wealthy bosses. They behaved just like gangsters, insulting others as they like, and getting their way when it suited them. Mr. Jiang, this temper of yours will not do you any good. Despite having the contract thrown right in the face, Xiao Luo maintained a cocky smile on his face. He hid his chagrin and contained the instinctive urge to kick the old geezer up his behind. On any other day, that would undoubtedly have been the outcome, but he was, after all, only there to conduct business. I get heated up just looking at your face, little boy. Do you know what kind of friendship I have with Mr. Fong? You want me to do business with Luo's workshop? Who the *ck you think you are? What makes you think you can challenge Mr. Fong when your pubic hair isn't even done growing yet? Do you think you can get away with that? Not just Mr. Fong, even I, Jiang Yongchen, can smash Luo's workshop up like it's child's play. Don't mess with us. Jiang Yongchen pointed his finger aggressively at both of them. You and your little *tch, get out of here, now. Don't come and provoke me ever again, or else I'll let Luo's workshop have a taste of my wrath. He warned them with genuine menace. It made him feel superior, humiliating Xiao Luo the way he did. It would be something to boast about when the boys got together. Xiao Luo shook his head, and said to him in feigned concern, Mr. Jiang, if I guessed correctly, you passed out 3 days ago without any apparent reason, am I correct? As soon as he said that, Jiang Yongchen drew back, but managed to hide his shock somewhat. What did you just say? Are you investigating me? In truth, Jiang Yongchen was aghast that Xiao even knew about it. He did indeed pass out 3 days ago. It happened at his home for no apparent reason. He immediately went to the hospital for examination and found nothing. They only said that he might have squatted for too long and that, combined with his low blood pressure, had caused an oxygen deficiency in his brain. These ultimately resulted in him passing out temporarily. Only Jiang and his wife knew about this matter, and there was no way an outsider could have learned about that. So, from where did Xiao Luo hear it? Xiao Luo didn't provide him with a straightforward answer. He looked at his face and said knowledgeably, gassy stomach, fatigued body, deepened voice, short of breath during movements, prone to sweating, palpitations, pale appearance, all of these are indications that you're sick. What's more, this isn't some minor illness. It's a condition serious enough to kill you. What nonsense are you talking about? I am very much in pink. While he was saying that, his disposition betrayed his false confidence. What Xiao Luo had just pointed out were precisely the symptoms he had been showing lately. Is that so? Xiao Luo smiled, I bet that isn't the first time you passed out. You would have passed out for the first time about a year ago. Since then, you found it increasingly difficult to perform during sexual activities. After you passed out for the 4th time, you were no longer capable of having sex. You desire it, but your body won't answer, am I right? As soon as he said that, Jiang Yongchen burst into a cold sweat. Everything he said was right. This wise guy seemed like he has been watching him for the past year. How could this even be possible? In an instant, shock turned to horror. Xiao Luo had now become a phantom figure in his mind. How did you know that? Jiang Yongchuan's response verified everything that Xiao Luo pointed out. Luo Qi simply looked at her boss, Xiao Luo, with a sense of amazement. That was incredible, she thought. Was her boss also a miracle doctor? Xiao Luo was undoubtedly a miracle healer, as he specialized in traditional Chinese medicine. He exchanged the talent from the system with 800 points, before he came to Yingtong Plastic Factory, with the sole purpose of dealing with Jiang Yongchen. He had known that he wasn't interested in women. As a man, there must be something wrong with his body for him to lose interest in pretty lasses. In traditional Chinese medical science, seeing, hearing, asking, and correlating the findings were the basis of finding a path to wellness. Now that Xiao Luo had acquired this talent, the skill he possessed was the top-notch level. It allowed him to tell Jiang Yongchuan's sickness at a glance. Xiao Luo lifted his eyebrows and said matter-of-factly, by looking at you, of course. Nonsense. Say another word, and I'll call security. Jiang Yongchen refused to believe one bit of Xiao Luo's words. You'll know whether I'm telling the truth in 4 days because, at that time, you will pass out again for no reason. The shortening interval between your fainting spells is like a countdown to your life. If you do not hurry up and seek medical attention, you would probably live for another 6 months at the most, while spending at least half of the time in a sickbed, said Xiao Luo. 6 months left to live? At this moment, Jiang Yongchun felt his soul leaving his body. If Xiao Luo were able to diagnose his symptoms accurately, it would be unwise to refute his prediction that he may genuinely have only 6 months left to live. You're just *kin, trying to frighten me. I've been to the best hospital in Jiangqing, and they all say that there's absolutely nothing is wrong with my body. Why you're trying to with me? He pointed at Xiao Luo with a trembling hand, almost hoping he'd take back what he said. Xiao Luo stood up, not planning to waste any more of his time there. There's no reason for me to fool you. I'll be waiting at Luo's workshop. He said curtly, and added, you better keep every piece of the contract on the floor. I will not accept it if any page is stained. Between taste buds and Luo's workshop, I believe you will make the right choice. Upon finishing, he waved his hand and promptly left with Luo Qi. You want to scare me? Do you think I was brought up eating fear? Scram, you little kid. Jiang Yongchun yelled out from his office. But after he calmed down, he felt overcome by a growing, impending doom. For a while, he stared blankly at the contract documents scattered on the ground. At last, he walked over, bent down, picked them up one by one, and placed them together, carefully. He couldn't hazard a single mishap. No matter how wealthy he was, he needed his health to live, to enjoy his riches. For successful bosses like him, when it concerned life and death, they would even be afraid of their shadows. With adequate rest, Feng Wuhan and the four had recovered well from their injuries. Their robust build and physical conditions also attributed to their quick recovery. They had been uncomfortable with any inference that they were leeching off Xiao Luo and had asked him if they could come under his employ. Any job will do, brother Xiao. Please, we aren't picky. Feng Wuhan had said, with deep respect. Xiao Luo sat on the sofa, switching between TV channels absent-mindedly, checking for any interesting programs. He asked, are your injuries all right now? We're all right. We healed a long time ago. Feng Wuhan pounded on his firm chest. They eat pig d*ck's, cow d*ck's, and chicken d*ck's every day. I was like this close away from buying real human p*ssy to nourish them. Zhang Dashan held up 2 fingers close together to make his point. If their wounds don't heal up, well, I think I'll have to readjust the views I have towards this world, won't I? He continued as he walked towards them. Hearing those words, Feng Wuhan and his friends were speechless. Zhang Dashan dropped himself down on the sofa, snatching the remote control from Xiao Luo's hands. He switched to a blind date reality show. His eyes roamed, then widened as he stared straight at the upper row of girls. What the heck, number 12, the one I've always been following, she's taken already? By a friggin' n** ga as well? Holy macaroni, she like BBC's so much, eh? Xiao Luo glanced at him, is your head okay? Do you stay at home all day, just to watch these dumbass blind date programs? What do you know about them? You think I'm watching it because I'm watching it? I am here to study the nuanced style and wit of that bald host, okay? Look at the way he talks. He sounds like a sage. Holy pepperoni, he's cool as hell. When I take over the Luo's workshop from you, I want to have his demeanor, Zhang Dashan refuted. Then, I think you should hurry up and give yourself a bald cut. Xiao Luo stood up and went towards the corner of the room for a drink at the water dispenser. Bald your foot. How can this big face of mine suit that kind of hairstyle? Zhang Dashan retorted, acting pissed. Brother Zhang, I think you got it wrong. How can it be called a hairstyle when you don't even have hair left? Yeah, in our dialect, that is called a monkey Y cut, which means kinda like a bald donkey. Being a bald donkey ain't great, they can only be with nuns, and nuns are worst. Whoever marries a nun will be jinxed for 3 generations. Ling Wucheng in The Smiling, Proud Wanderer even said that whenever he sees a nun, he loses every bet he makes. Xiao Luo and the other 3 men chattered among themselves. Their deadpan faces seemed like they were trying not to ridicule anyone, but it was apparent that they were talking about Zhang Dashan. F***ck off. Go to the side. Zhang Dashan didn't take too kindly to Feng Wuhan and his friends. He had been nursing them back to health like he was a doting parent over the past few days. Thinking about it made him cringe on the inside. Xiao Luo sat back down on the sofa after getting his glass of water. The 6 of you shouldn't be staying here at home. The company has just received a ton of orders. The factory is all tied up because of them. Ready yourselves and follow me to the company. We need to find Lin Chongdong from the Human Resource Department to get yourselves a job. Me included? Zhang Dashan pointed at himself. Duh. Even these guys know how to feel embarrassed, leeching off me. Don't you feel the same? Even a tiny little bit? Xiao Luo sipped on his tea and said unhurriedly, I'll hand over Luo's workshop to you after the company has stabilized, so you have to understand the company's system, alright? I've thought about it, and I think you should start from the bottom. You may begin by learning our food processing technology. You shit, actually making me a regular employee. Bro, doesn't your conscience in here even hurt a little? Zhang Dashan acted like he was heartbroken. Of course, he didn't oppose this arrangement. He already knew Xiao Luo's abilities were way above him in every aspect. If he didn't work harder, he would not be able to take up the post of general manager at Luo's workshop in the future. He understood the need for him to start from the very bottom. Xiao Luo ignored him and continued drinking his tea. Brother Xiao, how much do we get paid every month? Feng Wuhan inquired with anticipation. Basic pay will be 2.2k in the first 3 months and will rise to about 2.5 to 2.6k after that. If you work overtime every day, given the number of orders we have now, you can earn about 5 grand every month, said Xiao Luo. 5 grand? The 5 of them were elated, hardly believing what they just heard. 5 grand per person, per month? That's right. Xiao Luo affirmed with a nod. Wha? They gasped, dazed from what they just heard. $5,000 per month? There were gold mines everywhere in this metropolis, and they've finally gotten themselves into one. Hurry up, and thank Brother Xiao. Feng Wuhan quickly prompted his companions to thank Xiao Luo. Thank you, Brother Xiao. The men clasped their fists together in traditional Chinese fashion and expressed their gratitude towards Xiao Luo. Even in their dreams, they never thought they would ever get their hands on a job that paid $5,000 per month. The bad days were gone, finally gone. Recollecting the harsh times they'd gone through over the past few months, they suddenly felt emotions getting the better of them, and almost teared up. Don't be too happy just yet. As regular workers, yes, your benefits might be okay, but the work itself is laborious. You'll be working in 2 shifts. Day shifts are better, the night shifts would deplete you. These 5 grand will not be easy money. You have to be mentally prepared, Zhang Dashan reminded. We are not afraid of hardship. Feng Wuhan said resolutely. Xiao Luo stood up and patted him on his shoulders. Work and learn more. When you have acquired your skills, I'll get you guys to do some other stuff. 1 inch yes, Brother Xiao, Feng Wuhan nodded quickly, with both a tinge of excitement and anticipation for the new job. Zhang Dashan quivered in disgust as he teased, UF***keckhead, you're acting more and more like a boss now, aren't you? You know how to encourage your employees. Mr. Xiao, I have to tell you about our issues. The amount of orders we received is way beyond our factory's production capacity. Zhang Donghai, a wrinkled-faced man, spoke to Xiao Luo. The Mid-Autumn Festival will arrive in half a month. Even if everyone in the factory works overtime, 24 hours per day with no sleep, we may not be able to make it, Luo's workshop's factory director grumbled. With the Fook Group's order and the orders from Taste Buds, all put together, it was truly overwhelming for Luo's workshop, given their production capacity. We don't have to fulfill everyone. Just produce as many as we can, Xiao Luo said faintly. But aren't we going to breach our contracts? If that happens, we have to pay a huge sum of money, Zhang Donghai said, spreading his hands while frowning. Xiao Luo smiled, relax, and we won't be breaching any contracts. Our contracts are all drawn up based on our production capacity. As of the Mid-Autumn Festival, they'll be taking as much as we can produce. There's no issue. For the customers they snatched over from Taste Buds, their contract did not stipulate that the Luo's workshop had to meet their order requirement. The terms were that they would receive orders based on the quantity Luo's workshop could produce. He added this item exclusively in consideration of Luo's workshop's production capacity. All the bosses of these companies had either lost their bets or had some secrets in his hands. They had to comply even they did not wish to. Huh? Does that even work? Zhang Donghai was startled. He had never seen such a lopsided and unreasonable contract. The question was, why did those customers sign on them? What in the world was going on? What had Mr. Xiao done? Knock. 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 At that very moment, someone knocked on the office door. Mrs. Liu, from the customer service department, walked in. She spoke to Xiao Luo respectfully. Mr. Xiao, Mr. Jiang, from Yingtong Plastic Factory, is requesting to meet you. Before the office door had shut, an anxious squeal came from the direction of open office area outside. Mr. Xiao, it is Jiang Yongchen here. I'm here to talk about the job order for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Jiang Yongchen? Zhang Donghai was beyond words. As a veteran in Luo's workshop, he was aware of who Jiang Yongchen was. He was Taste Bud's most loyal customer. He had even once declared that, as long as his plastic factory still stood, he would order from Taste Buds. That included all the pastries for their staff for every festival of the year. But what was going on here? Why did Jiang Yongchen suddenly come to their doors himself to talk about a job order? Nothing about what he had just witnessed made any sense at all. Jiang Yongchen caused a considerable commotion as he made his eye to Xiao Luo's office. Everyone turned to look at him, including Su Guansong, Lin Chongdong, and Li Ziming. When they saw Jiang Yongchen, they all wore a look of disbelief on their faces, because he wasn't someone that would ever show up at their company. Mr. Jiang, may I ask if you're here for? Su Guansong approached him. He couldn't believe that Taste Bud's most loyal customer was here at Luo's workshop to discuss a job order. He was concerned that Jiang Yongchen was here to make trouble. Where's Mr. Xiao? Mr. Su, hurry up and tell me where's Mr. Xiao. Jiang Yongchen was anxiously hopping about, desperate for directions. Calm down, first things first, tell me why you want to meet Mr. Xiao? Su Guansong said, trying to calm him down. Jiang Yongchen shook his head. I can't talk to you about this, only to Mr. Xiao. Hurry up and take me to Mr. Xiao. Jiang Yongchen. Xiao Luo leaned half his body from behind his room door and shouted over to Jiang. Mr. Xiao, little brother, Ive finally found you. As soon as he saw Xiao Luo, Jiang Yongchen was so relieved that he almost burst into tears. With a black briefcase between his armpit, he squeezed past Su Guansong and sprinted right towards Xiao Luo's office. Zhang Donghai and Mrs. Liu, from the customer service department, were just leaving the office. Jiang Yongchen brushed past them as if they weren't there and only had Xiao Luo in his eyes. With his body bowed humbly, he entered the office room with a nervous smile on his face. "Close the door," said Xiao Luo. "All right." With a forced smile, Jiang Yongchen gently closed the office door. What in the world is going on? All of Luo's workshop's office workers were stunned. One must know that Jiang Yongchen had only recently shown his hostility towards Luo's workshop. He had never been on friendly terms with them. So what was going on now? He had his body bent and was being as respectful as a lapdog. Had the sun begun to rise in the west, or had he taken the wrong medication? 1 inch. What's going on with Jiang Yongchen? Why does he look like he's here to appease Mr. Xiao? Su Guansong mumbled to himself, his brows furrowed. Li Ziming didn't say anything. Her delicate face was a picture of surprise. Many of the people present were bewildered. Gradually their curiosity got the better of them, and they gathered outside Xiao Luo's office. They pressed their ears against the office door, hoping to hear what was going on. Ahem. Ahem. Su Guansong coughed loudly several times. They thought he was asking them to get back to work, but when they were about to disperse, they heard him say in a serious tone, "Eavesdropping is fine, but don't get caught by Mr. Xiao." Everyone looked at each other, finding it hard to accept Su Guansong's sudden change in office etiquette. They wondered, according to the norms, shouldn't Mr. Su be reprimanding us? Inside the office. "Mr. Xiao, you have to save me. All those top-tier hospitals are garbage. They have no idea about what's wrong with me. I can only place my hopes on you now." "Mr. Xiao, you mustn't leave me to die," Jiang Yongchen said, almost weeping. Last night, he had passed out again in the washroom for no reason and was awakened by the foul odor from the toilet. What's more, he could even feel his energy sapping. What made him panic had been that it happened precisely on the 4th day after he met Xiao Luo. He was now even more convinced that Xiao Luo's diagnosis was accurate. He was close to his death. And that was why he rushed over so early in the morning. Facing such complications, he didn't care anymore about taste buds or money. Whoever that could save him would have his eternal debt and unbending gratitude. "You are sure that I wasn't lying to you now, huh?" Xiao Luo said mockingly, looking up at him. Deeply regretful, Jiang Yongchen nodded in affirmation and said, "Yes, Mr. Xiao. I failed to recognize your talents. A person of great moral stature will not remember the offenses committed by one of low moral stature. I apologize for my rudeness back then. I'm truly sorry." He stood up and gave Xiao Luo a deep bow. He then took out the contract that was scattered on the floor at their last meeting and carefully placed it on Xiao Luo's desk. "This is the contract from that day. I've wiped each of the papers myself. There is absolutely no dirt on it." Xiao Luo glanced at the spotless contract. He leaned by his chair and said with a smile while shaking his head, "This is the contract I prepared for you the last time. It isn't valid anymore. But since you're so sincere, Mr. Jiang, I'll draw up another contract for you. The order quantity will remain intact, but the cost, however, has to be altered. Do as you wish, Mr. Xiao." "It's all up to you," Jiang Yongchen said respectfully. 500,000 on top the original base price, Xiao Luo said faintly. "An additional $500,000? Although he was already psychologically prepared, an expression of shock still washed over Jiang Yongchen's face. $500,000 was by no means a small number. The office staff who heard the words outside the door were equally shocked. They began discussing quietly. "How much does Jiang Yongchen want to order originally?" "Just $500,000, I guess." "Adding $500,000 on the original basics, won't that be directly doubling the price of every mooncake?" "Mr. Xiao is too ruthless, isn't he?" Su Guansong and Li Ziming, who learned the situation inside the office from these people, took a deep breath and thought secretly, $500,000 to $1 million. It's outrageous. Would Jiang Yongchen even agree to that? The terms have changed. Mr. Xiao is demanding an additional $1 million. Goodness gracious, Mr. Xiao said 2 million because Jiang Yongchen didn't agree to him immediately. Oh my heavens, it went up yet again. The price is at $4 million now. Voices that were getting more and more agitated, coming from a line of eavesdroppers pressed against Xiao Luo's office door. Even a money-printing machine couldn't produce that much money in such a short time. Preposterous, Mr. Xiao is doing monkey business right now. Forcefully raising a $500,000 order to $4 million, Jiang Yongchen would be insane to agree. Su Guanzong expressed his opinion doubtfully after recovering from the shock. I feel the same way. It isn't like our mooncakes are made of gold. Jiang Yongchen is dumb if he agrees, Zhang Donghai couldn't help but add. Li Ziming shook his head in disagreement, saying, Mr. Xiao must have some hold over Jiang Yongchen. Otherwise, he would never be so respectful towards Mr. Xiao. That makes sense. Lin Chongdong nodded and echoed, I'm afraid that Jiang Yongchen has to agree even if he doesn't wish to. At last, the deal was closed at $5 million, which meant that he had to spend an additional $4.5 million in an order that cost only $500,000 a few days ago. When the news spread around, the entire office building of Luo's workshop erupted in cheer. $5 million? Oh. My God. That's a tenfold hike. And Jiang Yongchen actually agreed to it. He is now signing the contract with Mr. Xiao inside the office. This is just too outrageous. It is unbelievable. Has Jiang Yongchen's brain hemorrhaged or something? The crowd was in a state of euphoria. They couldn't understand, nor could they believe any of it. Someone who had always been hostile towards Luo's factory was making an order to their company at 10 times the usual price. They would never have believed it had they heard someone else, even with a gun pointed at their heads. Su Guanzong stood in a stupor, not moving from his spot for some time. After a while, he snapped out of it and just said, he's mad. Then he returned to his own office. He had to process everything he had seen and heard this early in the morning. Is Jiang Yongchen a big friggin' idiot? Zhang Donghai said, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Shaking his head, he turned around and left as he found it hard to accept that this could be happening. Li Ziming and Lin Chongdong were, likewise, stunned silly as they tried their best to digest Jiang Yongchen's incredibly high-priced order value. Jiang Yongchen is coming out. Someone shouted. The crowd that had gathered outside Xiao Luo's office scattered like a flock of birds from the sound of a gunshot. They quickly returned to their respective posts, feigning ignorance. They appeared to be suddenly very hard at work, acting like they didn't know what had just transpired. Some were tapping on their keyboards, some were writing on notepads, some were making phone calls. They all looked like they had their plates full. The office door opened. As they left the room, Jiang Yongchen held Xiao Luo's hand earnestly. Mr. Xiao, from today onwards, I, Jiang Yongchen, will dance to the beat of your drum. All of my plastic factory's orders will now belong to Luo's workshop. I appreciate that, Mr. Jiang, Xiao Luo said with a smile. As he smiled, Jiang Yongchen only wanted to sing the blues. $5 million. In weight, it could even kill someone just by dropping it on them from the first floor. The thought that he had just given in to such an outrageous demand stung deep. However, he still kept up his smile and composure. When he was leaving, he even waved his hands to Luo's workshop's employees, who were pretending that they were working. You've worked hard, everyone. Remember to follow Mr. Zhao's footsteps. One day, Luo's workshop will beat taste buds and become the best in Jiangqing City. Oh wait, you may even become the best pastry enterprise throughout the entire mainland. Go. 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 Fight. Fight. Fight all the way. To everyone there, it felt like he was giving an MLM motivation talk, clenching his fist and cheering everyone up. What in the name of heaven? What the heck is going on here? Everyone in the office had a big fat, in their brains. How could one be so happy after being scammed $5 million? It was like he was on drugs or something. Did Jiang Yongchen come after taking the wrong medicine? Little did they know, upon exiting Luo's workshop, Jiang Yongchen got into his car and bawled his eyes out. But after crying for a while, he was reminded of the fact that he could live on, and even *ck around with ladies like in his younger days. He immediately regained his vigor, feeling that all the money was well spent. He had now placed all his faith entirely in Xiao Luo's hands. Only earlier at the office, Xiao Luo had pricked a needle into a specific part of his body. Immediately, he felt revitalized and relaxed. It proved to him that Xiao Luo really knew how to treat someone. As he thought about that, he felt the prescription in his pocket getting heavier. At that moment, his phone rang. The call came from Fang Changlei. Jiang Yongchen knitted his eyebrows and hesitated for a moment, but after a while, he decided to pick up the call. With a grin, he said, "Mr. Fang, I have some good news and some bad news to tell you." "So, which do you wish to hear first?" Fang Changlei, on the other end of the line, was a little surprised, not at all expecting Jiang Yongchen to start the conversation with such a line. He asked, "Jiang Yongchen, is there anything wrong with you?" "Nothing, just a little excited." Jiang Yongchen laughed. "I think I'll start with the good news. The good news is, in half a month, I can get back to banging all the ladies with you, Mr. Fang." Fang Changlei was at a complete loss. He thought, what the heck is he saying? Isn't it a secret that he's no longer capable when it comes to that? He's a living eunuch, so why did he suddenly come up with that statement? Is he trying to fool me? Are you high on drugs? It was reasonable that Fang Changlei would assume so. Being all hyped up and spouting pure fluff, this was precisely how someone high on drugs would behave. No, I'm not high. I've met Brother Xiao, and he can treat my illness." Jiang Yongchen was getting excited now. He was so excited that his speech became incoherent. He was like someone who had suddenly regained sight after being blind for 10 years. The emotions he was experiencing were several times more than being high on drugs. "Brother Xiao? Do you mean that bastard Xiao Luo from Luo's workshop?" Fang Changlei said in utter shock and contempt. "Oh yeah. Him." Jiang Yongchen smiled. "He can treat me, so I had no choice but give him all my factory's orders." "Is this the bad news you want to tell me?" Fang Changlei ground his teeth, suppressing his mounting anger. "Yeah." After answering him, Jiang Yongchen quickly pulled his phone away from his ear, because he was well aware of exactly what was going to happen next. As he expected, Fang Changlei's bellowing voice came screaming out from the earpiece. Every word heard, crystal clear even from that distance. Yeah, your mum. Jiang Yongchen, has your brain been shat on by a donkey or what? Did he say that, and you just believed it? Use your dog's brain and think about it carefully. He's fooling you. No, he's not my brother. I've experienced it myself. Mr. Xiao is capable in that matter. Jiang Yongchen frowned as he tried to explain. You fool of a donkey. You are a stupid dumb as * donkey from head to toe. Aren't you clear yourself about whether your junk down there is still functioning? How could you believe in that little bastard? I'm already being reserved here, just calling you a stupid donkey. Fang Changlei was infuriated. He had already met Chu Yunxiong, who gave him strong reassurance. Chu Yunxiong made it clear that he wasn't against him. This would mean that Xiao Luo was the one that orchestrated the entire scheme all by himself. He was also piqued when he surprisingly found out about Xiao Luo's astounding strategy to scam them all. The reason he called Jiang Yongchun was to inquire about whether there were any developments at his end. As it turned out, Jiang Yongchun also cancelled his orders like those heartless scumbags before this, and turned their orders over to Luo's workshop. With that many betrayals, no matter how strong his state of mind was, any man would just fall over and spit out a mouthful of blood. Mr. Fong, say whatever you want, but I can only apologize regarding the orders for mid-autumn this time. Like a dead mouse feeling no cold, Jiang Yongchun hung up the call as soon as he finished his sentence. There was nothing left to negotiate. Between taste buds and his health, he had chosen the latter, without any hesitation. Taste Bud's general manager's office. After his call with Jiang Yongchun ended, Fong Chonglei looked strangely serene. But yet his appearance looked gloomy, and that was terrifying. He was stumped. He really couldn't figure it out. Without Chu Yinxiong's assistance, how did Xiao Luo manage to snatch over more than 10 of Taste Bud's old customers? Jiang Yongchun's betrayal, especially. It dealt a massive blow to him. Never in his life would he have expected that Jiang Yongchun would betray him. Why did that happen? Just what was Xiao Luo capable of? The information he got only showed that he was originally a regular jobber boy. How did he gain so much influence so suddenly? This can't be. I must get back at him. He took out his phone and dialed a number which he marked as trump card. At that exact moment, somewhere inside Luo's workshop, a phone rang. The job orders for the Mid-Autumn Festival were sufficient to get Luo's workshop up and about. They were not far away from actually getting the company back on its feet. At this moment, however, Xiao Luo in a quandary. He was brooding with an intense, downtrodden look on his face. He had just received a piece of really bad news, and they were on the losing end in their lawsuit against Qin Jianbai. The outcome of the first trial was not in favor of Luo's workshop. The reason behind their success was none other than the outstanding lawyer Taste Buds have appointed for Qin Jianbai. The lawyer that represented Qin Jianbai in his defense went by the name of Fu Heyu. His reputation is up there alongside Ge Zhongtian. He is one of the finest advocates and solicitors in town. With his sharp tongue, he could distort and manipulate facts to win his arguments. Aside from that single time where he lost to Ge Zhongtian, he has never lost any other case he took on. As such, he was popularly hailed by the public as Orator Fu. Head of the Department of Legal Affairs, Zhang Yong, had reported the outcome to Xiao Luo. He looked glum and sullen, disappointed that they had lost the high ground in the first trial. Xiao Luo didn't respond to him immediately. He only sat on his chair, staring into his laptop. He was watching the proceedings of the first trial intently, and he didn't even blink his eyes once. His fingers continued tapping rhythmically on the table in A. One Xiao Luo, acting in this way, created a mood of anxiety in the room. Li Ziming and Zhang Yong, who was standing in his office at this moment, felt very agitated. This uneasiness made them feel like they were in front of a firing squad. They didn't volunteer to utter a word. This was especially true for Li Ziming. Initially, she was convinced that with the recording in hand, Qin Jianbai would be on the losing of the litigation as she felt they had a watertight case. With that, Luo's workshop's reputation could have been redeemed. However, when Fu Heyu cropped up out of nowhere, he cleverly manipulated the facts and evidence, utilizing his advocacy skills to the hilt. The court then sided with the defendant, Qin Jianbai, believing that it was Luo's workshop that forced him to record the audio. Luo's workshop was now faced with a few $100,000 fine for suspected threatening, intimidation, slandering, and defamation. Luo's workshop suddenly turned from the plaintiff to the defendant. The turnaround had happened so swiftly that it took them by surprise. Nobody would have expected this outcome. The way he articulated his words was nothing short of phenomenal. Even I was almost convinced that Luo's workshop was in the wrong after watching the footage, Xiao Luo said, letting out a long breath, as he smiled. Mr. Xiao, we still have a chance to win this case. As long as we can engage Ge Zhongtian as our counsel, there will be no need for us to be afraid of Fu Heyu, Zhang Yong suggested. After the first proceedings, judging by the situation, only by getting Ge Zhongtian to be part of their legal team would they stand a chance to win the lawsuit. Should they fail, Luo's workshop's reputation would inevitably suffer another fatal blow. Even with an unexpected increase in job orders for the Mid-Autumn Festival, it would only keep Luo's workshop sustaining itself financially for just a while longer. Xiao Luo stared at him with a chilling expression. You are the head of the legal affairs department. It is your responsibility and your job to go to court for the company. You shouldn't be thinking about how to hire a better lawyer. I'd say you should be thinking about how to win this lawsuit. Upon hearing that, Zhang Yong remained silent and awkwardly lowered his head. At that moment, Su Guansong stepped forward and said, I do have faith in Zhang Yong's abilities, but behind an able man will always be another even more able man. Fu Heyu is one of the top lawyers in Jiangqing City. To be fair, Zhang Yong losing to him is inevitable. It's just like comparing a high-speed train and a railway train. We can't possibly be asking a railway train to outrun a high-speed train, can we? If something like that were to happen, it would be against the laws of nature, am I right? He was obviously making excuses for Zhang Yong to relieve him of his responsibilities. Zhang Yong couldn't help but eye him with a look of gratitude. Mr. Su, for you to be so calm, it seems that this is entirely within your expectations? Xiao Luo lifted his head and glanced at Su Guansong as he asked probingly. Mr. Xiao, it's not like I disagree with you, but I've already suggested to you not to file a lawsuit against Qin Jianbai. It was just that you didn't take my advice. Su Guansong's tone of objection was quite harsh, but he had raised some relevant points. It was uncharacteristic of Su Guansong to react in this way. For whatever reason, he felt compelled to drive home his point. Taste buds will never just stand aside and watch as Qin Jianbai gets sued. With their influence, and not to mention Fu Heyu, even hiring Ge Zhongtian to defend Qin Jianbai could be possible. If that happens, then it is destined that Luo's workshop will lose. As a reporter, Qin Jianbai has his own network of influence. I bet a horde of reporters is already on their way to our company to demand an answer from us. As if to confirm his words, Mrs. Liu from the customer service department knocked on the office door. She said apprehensively to Xiao Luo, Mr. Xiao, there are some 50 to 60 reporters outside our company asking to see you. They said they want answers from you about why have you threatened their colleague. They even have come with their interviewing props, claiming that they will expose Luo's workshop's crimes. So, it still comes to this. Su Guansong let out a long sigh. I'll go deal with them. Their questions will be very tricky, but I should be able to handle them. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and strode out of the office. Li Ziming gritted her teeth. Bastards. As the one who personally went with Xiao Luo to collect evidence, she felt exasperated and wronged. It was Qin Jianbai who deliberately slandered Luo's workshop's name. But after the first court session, the tables were turned. Luo's workshop was now being accused of threatening and intimidating Qin Jianbai instead. How could the truth easily be twisted? Then, what else in this world could we truly believe? Xiao Luo kept his gaze on the wall in front of him, without any expression on his face. Running a company wasn't easy, and now, he finally got a taste of it himself. At this moment, his phone rang. It was a video call from Zhang Dashan. He waved his hands, gesturing Li Ziming and Zhang Yong to leave his office. Talking to Zhang Dashan would ruin the dignified image he had carefully nurtured in the company. He didn't want his employees to witness his true colors. When the two left, Xiao Luo accepted Zhang Dashan's video call request. Zhang Dashan's chubby, slit-eyed face immediately appeared on his phone, accompanied by the sound of chaotic noises in the background. The location Zhang Dashan was at now was right at the Luo's workshop's entrance. There was not only Zhang Dashan on the screen but also Feng Wuhan and the rest of his gang who were in security uniforms. Lin Chongdong of the Human Resource Department had made them security guards based on their strengths. The job was slightly easier than that of regular workers, and their difference in pay wasn't all that big. "Mate, things are gonna blow up here. These moronic reporters are insisting that such a recording exists because the Luo's workshop has threatened Xinjianbai. They are doing a live broadcast now. They are demanding you to show up in person to give them an answer. I'm afraid that we'll be on the headlines if we don't deal with this smartly," said Zhang Dashan. "What a headache." Xiao Luo rubbed his temples. Zhang Dashan scolded immediately, "Headache yours *, you fool. Hurry up and think of something. These bastards are getting more and more demanding. I'll let you hear the clamor." After he switched to the back camera, Xiao Luo could not only see the annoying and detestable faces of the reporters, he could even hear them screaming. "Shameful company! You threatened our colleague with despicable methods. We are determined to expose this. We will be staying here until your boss appears for an interview with us. Let's see how you can keep your production going. Show yourself. Don't be a coward. Get out here, boss of Luo's workshop. You owe the reporters of Jiangqing City an answer." The crowd was roused and behaving aggressively. Each word uttered was more unpleasant than the previous one. Certainly enough, all their verbal abuses were not going to be broadcasted. When Su Guansong appeared, they immediately extended their microphone into the iron gate, booted their cameras, and started the live broadcast. "Mr. Su, in the first trial, the court has accused Luo's workshop of threatening and forging evidence to defame our colleague. What are your views on this matter? As the weaker party, reporters are prone to be threatened by massive companies like yours. Aside from threatening Mr. Qin Jianbai, have the company also threatened some other people before? It is rumored that Luo's workshop has a new boss. Does your new boss come from a thuggish background?" Harsh questions were thrown at Su Guansong out one after another. Chongshan House. Chu Yunxiong sat in the office and watched the TV as he casually drank his tea and relaxed. He had a smile on his face. Anyone that didn't know him would assume he was just an average middle-aged man. Yet, to those that do, they would know him as an ambitious businessman that stood at the very top of the ladder with his unreachable authority and social status. Another man was watching the TV in his room. The man was well-dressed and wore gold-trimmed glasses. This was the famous lawyer Ge Zhongtian. The television was currently broadcasting Jiangqing news. Aside from biased reports by journalists that held a grudge against the Luo workshop, thanks to Qin Jianba, there were also some neutral reporters. These neutral journalists' reports ended up on the news of the Jiangqing channel. Did the Luo workshop threaten and blackmail Qin Jianba to fake evidence, or was there indeed another story behind this? Chu Yunxiong shook his head and took a sip of tea as he looked at the large headline beneath the screen and said, "Fang Changlei gave Xiao Luo another serious problem to solve." Ge Zhongtian nodded. "The head of the legal department of the Luo's workshop is no match for Bo Haiyu. Even I couldn't say with confidence that I would be able to win a legal argument with him without having enough time to prepare ahead of time. That the Luo workshop will lose the first trial is expected, but new questions have arisen as a result. These could cast doubts over the countercharges brought against Luo's workshop. It is a question of motives." One Ge Zhongtian nodded. "The head of the legal department of the Luo's workshop is no match for Bo Haiyu. Even I couldn't say with confidence that I would be able to win a legal argument with him, without having enough time to prepare ahead my case. That the Luo workshop will lose the first trial is expected, but new questions have arisen as a result of this trial. These could cast doubts over the countercharges brought against Luo's workshop. It is a question of motives. The first question is regarding the group of reporters. A majority of them were bent on ruining the Luo workshop's reputation. This was even if it meant raising unrest in public. In these times where social media plays such an essential role in business and everyday life, the Luo's workshop would suffer tremendous losses both in trust deficit and sales if they don't manage the situation accordingly. The actions of the reporters appear to be instigated. So who put them up to it? Next, Feng Changlei could not merely sit and watch his business go down. Xiao Luo took away dozens of his old taste buds customers. It is clear he held a grudge against the young man for this, so there is a motive to get his revenge. That spy he planted in the Luo workshop will likely be on the move very soon. Finally, if the Luo workshop doesn't provide more tangible evidence and witness accounts during the second trial in 5 days, they will lose the lawsuit. They will then have to carry the crimes of threatening and blackmailing the media, which will further agitate the higher-ups of the court and stain the Luo workshop's reputation to a destructive end. To whose advantage is this? What do you think Xiao Luo will do? Chu Yongxing asked with a grin. This is a game he's doomed to lose. The 50 to 60 reporters gathered up at the Luo workshop's entrance is already hard to deal with, without even considering the lawsuit against Qin Jianba in court. He cannot resort to violence, and the more he explains, the deeper the hole he'll be digging for himself. And if he makes even the slightest mistake in his witness accounts or demonstrates a falsity in any of these pieces of evidence, it will be magnified by the media. This is something that reporters are good at. It is a known fact that they have a hand in influencing public opinion, so every sentence and every word the Luo workshop says to them will have to be completely sanitized with no loopholes. Otherwise, the Luo workshop will be walking into their graves. Gu Zhongtian paused for a moment as he pondered over the whole affair. He then fixed the glasses on his face and said, "So I think Xiao Luo will come to ask for your help. This may perhaps be the only option left to him." Chu Yunxiong's grin deepened as he heard this line. He placed his teacup on the table and waved his hand to say, "No, you don't interact with him a lot, so you don't know how he's like at all. Xiao Luo will never come to ask me for help. He has his pride and his ambitions, he refuses to bend down before others, nor is he willing to owe anyone favors. He's the most unyielding young man I've ever seen." Gu Zhongtian frowned and asked, "But if he doesn't ask for your help, how will he walk out of this in one piece?" "This is also what I'm looking forward to seeing." Chu Yunxiong shifted his gaze back onto the television and said, "Xiao Luo is someone that can create miracles. That is why I'm personally such fond of the young man and would give my attention to him." Recounting the time Feng Changlei came to visit him recently to test the waters, Chu Yunxiong immediately caught on to Xiao Luo's plan of action. The Fook Group's orders and the few dozen orders from former customers of Taste Buds were all in Xiao Luo's hands now. This was evidence of what a formidable and fearsome young man Xiao Luo was. He had skill set others could only dream of possessing. Even were Chu Yunxiong to be in Xiao Luo's position, there was no way he would have been able to achieve such a feat. He smiled and mumbled to himself. "The golden koi fishes are already in your pond, it will only take a small gust of wind for them to turn into dragons. What kind of surprise will you be bringing me this time?" Gu Zhongtian stared at him speechlessly. He didn't think that Chu Yunxiong would have such high regard for Xiao Luo. "Taste Buds. That Xiao bastard, I'd like to see what you can do this time. You sure don't cherish your life now that you made the foolish decision to fight me, ha ha ha." Feng Changlei laughed as he watched the news and released all the frustration that had been building up inside him of late. This time, he wanted the Luo's workshop to be hit badly with no chances of getting back up on its feet. The office door opened suddenly, and Feng Shulan walked in still in her school uniform. She glanced at him quizzically and said, "What's so funny, Dad? I can hear you laughing down the hallway." "A great thing, of course." Feng Qinglei's eyes were filled with affection as he saw his daughter walk in. Luo workshop top brass threaten and blackmail reporters and fake evidence to rebuild their reputations through lies. "Dad, this is another one of your plots again, right?" Feng Shulan immediately guessed this news had something to do with her father. Fang Qinglei only smiled at her and didn't say a word, implying that he didn't need to explain. That's so amazing, Dad. The Luo workshop won't be a match for you, they'll go bankrupt real soon, and our taste buds will monopolize the market. Fang Xulan gave him a thumbs up, beaming. Fang Qinglei lifted his head and said cockily, that Xiao kid from the Luo workshop is still too young to be my opponent. It only takes one little trick up my sleeve, and his arms are already tied up. That Xiao kid? Fang Xulan stared blankly for a moment as a name flashed across her mind, Xiao Luo. She recalled the attack on Chuyu at the Wild Boar Ridge. It took her a long time to get over it completely. If those mercenaries left such a strong impression in her mind, then her memory of Xiao Luo was no less traumatic. So when she heard her father said that Xiao kid, she immediately associated it with the man that had once controlled her through fear. She would never forget the time when Xiao Luo caught her by her neck. That experience was as if the god of death had walked right by her. It still sent chills down her spine, every she recalled the scene. She shook her head as she desperately tried to remove those thoughts from her head and whined to Fang Qinglei, Dad, I'm out of money. She finally spoke her mind. Didn't I just give you 100,000 half a month ago? Fang Qinglei's expression hardened. I won't explain where the money went, but I just don't have money anymore. Deal with it, Dad. Fang Xulan turned her head away. Fang Qinglei shook his head and once again submitted to his daughter's demands. Okay, since Dad's in a good mood today, I'll send another 100,000 over, but... Yay. Fang Xulan immediately hugged him around his neck and gave him a big kiss on his cheeks and laughed joyfully. Dad, you're the best in the world. Fang Qinglei's heart melted immediately. There was a saying that daughters were all lovers of the father in their past lives, and under the spell of Fang Xulan's affectionate, he had no more heart to worry about money and could only warn her out of habit, saying, don't spend it all in one day. I'm not afraid since Dad has all the money in the world. Even if my brother and I tried, we wouldn't be able to use it all up in our lifetime. Dad, I'll head out now, don't forget to send the money to my account, I'll need it tonight. You little money monger. Fang Qinglei shook his head in resignation but still kept an affectionate smile on his face. Luo's workshop. We did not threaten or blackmail anyone, nor did we fake any evidence. This is absolutely false. The court will be fair and just, and everyone here from Luo's workshop is a good citizen that abide by the law. Nobody here was from that H society, so please remain calm and wait for the court's final verdict. I believe that the law will judge fairly in this case. Su Guanzong was fielding questions from a crowd of more than 50 reporters in front of the entrance of Luo's workshop. He simply couldn't be heard over the deluge of questions thrown at him. He raised his voice over the din, to the point his face was turning red from exasperation. Vice President Su, your carefully worded response is noted, but you're not the owner of the Luo workshop right now. Please let your president come out and give an explanation to us and the public. That's right. We reporters work the city day and night around the clock, just to earn a living. We've only reported that someone had died eating your contaminated bread. And yet you have threatened and blackmailed us, even bringing us to court. Don't you feel ashamed of your actions? You even lied to rebuild your reputation. How could you possibly expect us to believe you and trust your food quality? Angry questions flew from every direction. It was evident that the reporters were holding a grudge against Luo's workshop. They were treating this more like an interrogation of a criminal than a piece of investigative reporting. I've said it before, we can continue to debate what's right or wrong in public. As for what actually happened, the court will give their verdict based on truth and evidence. Kindly disperse and do not gather around the entrance to our office. This is hindering our company's daily operations. Su Guanzong's throat was getting dry from all the back and forth. He decided it was time to back away from the crowd and return to his office for a drink. After regaining his composure with a quick drink of water, he headed straight to Xiao Luo's office. As he entered Zhao's office, he shook his head in resignation, and sighed, "It looks like the reporters outside won't rest until they see you. All this is happening because I couldn't convince you to back down." Xiao Luo looked up at him and said, "And why does Vice President Su need to pay any attention to them? Just pretend they're a bunch of flies. But they've been gathering outside and blocking the entrance. The trucks carrying our supplies and stock can't get in and out. We can't let this continue, or else it will severely affect our company's operations." Su Guanzong said. "Do you have any good constructive advice on this?" "I think you should go out and talk to the reporters, try to calm them down. Don't confront them with any verbal threats. I suspect these reporters all came here on Chen Jianba's instruction, to stir up trouble. Any kind of threats you make will only be manipulated and turned into slanderous reports. It will only serve to help them write something extremely negative article Luo's workshop and hurt us even more. I'll think about it. Let me be for a bit. I hope you take my suggestion to heart this time. I've watched the Luo workshop slowly grow into what it is today. I'll never do anything to harm the reputation of Luo's workshop. We can put a stop to all of this." "Okay, I got it." Xiao Luo waved a hand to cut him off. Su Guanzong held back from finishing his sentence, nodded, and stepped out of the office. As he left, Zhang Dashan once again rang in on video call. "Old Xiao, these bastards are way too much, makes me want to whack someone from hearing all of this." Zhang Dashan roared over the phone. Xiao Luo could hear everything those reporters were yelling about through the video. "Come out, manager of the Luo workshop. Don't be a coward. You dare to threaten and blackmail us reporters, but yet won't come for an interview? H Society. Black Company. The Luo workshop is a black factory that won't even let us report on contaminated bread that killed someone. Do you think you can cover everything up?" Xiao Luo's demeanor turned for the worse as he heard the reporters calling his name out. Although he had built his reputation as a businessman, in reality, he was still a wild beast at heart. He found it difficult to accept the slanders and humiliation from those reporters. Dashan informed the security department to bring these reporters to the conference hall. "Are you sure you want to accept their interview?" Zhang Dashan was shocked. "If they were really here for an interview, I will definitely agree. But, it's clear that's not the case here." Xiao Luo chuckled lightly, "Remember, don't do anything and don't ask anything after you let them in the hall, just tell them to wait there." What are you planning on doing?" Zhang Dashan gulped. Despite being as close as brothers with Xiao Luo, he still felt a moment of fear just looking at the ferocious look Xiao Luo had on right now. "Nothing, just make sure you and the security guards do your jobs." With a mischievous grin, Xiao Luo added, "Also, tell Feng Wuhan and the guys." Xiao Luo's plans got to Zhang Dashan's ears. He was downhearted from all the commotion at first, until the news arrived. His eyes lit up the moment he heard, "Finally." He cheered in excitement. *T, let's do it. I swear I'll scare the life out of these reporters. See if they dare mess with Luo's workshop again after this." Zhang Dashan hung up the call, and yelled towards Feng Wuhan, "Hey old folks, it's time for work. Brother Xiao gave you a call, right? I swear I've had my eyes on them for a while now. Don't worry, we'll handle these as the security guards. I can beat their *SES up all by myself." Feng Wuhan rolled up his sleeves as he prepared himself, beaming from the excitement. "That's too uncouth. Don't forget we're cultured men, and we don't go flashing our weapons around." Zhang Dashan made a show of his dressing down, and even Feng Wuhan and his brainless lackeys looked at him, then at each other, in confusion. Zhang Dashan grabbed a speakerphone from the head of security. Clearing his throat, he called out to the reporters, "You guys that represent the public and are hard-working journalists, listen up. I have some good news. Our boss agreed to see you guys. Here, please follow us to the conference hall. Please have a seat inside our fully air-conditioned room and wait for our boss. He almost erred with a monumental slip of the tongue when he called out to the reporters. Garbage was what he felt about these people, but he thankfully checked himself in time. The guards at the building entrance received the notice and duly pressed the remote switch. The automatic door opened slowly. The steel side door remained closed, primarily used as an emergency exit. Now this is what I'm talking about. We'll just wait for Mr. Xiao in the hall, tell him to come quickly. Don't play games with us, or we will expose everything Luo's workshop does. Looks like your workshop does know how to read the mood of the public. The crowd of reporters appeared cheerful as they walked into the air-conditioned hall, strutting proudly with their chins up. Zhang Dashan smiled as he directed them inside. This way, please. This way, please. Once the reporters had all entered the building, he shot a glance at the security guards. The guards promptly closed the door as if they were locking up dogs in a house for a beating. You're not going to believe this. Something big is happening. Our security drove that group of reporters into the auditorium, confiscated their equipment and phones by force, and locked them in like prisoners. At Luo's workshop's office building, a gossipy female staff passed around the news to the people upstairs. Already filled with a low murmur of voices discussing the disturbance created by the reporters downstairs, the office soon boiled over into a commotion. The security department must act on President Xiao's request. What does President Xiao want to do? Judging by the situation, he may use brutal force on those reporters. But that will only escalate the matter with disastrous consequences. People's faces became frightened. This was such a reckless and irresponsible move. Didn't this reinforce the reporter's claim that Luo's workshop was a shady company with a bad reputation? The next instant, all of the department heads walked together toward Xiao Luo's office. Su Guansong, in particular, practically sprinted there at full speed. The moment they knocked on and opened the door of Xiao Luo's office, they burst into a lively discussion. Like ministers advising an emperor in ancient times, everyone was anxious to put in a word. The main message was that they shouldn't treat the reporters this way. Otherwise, the situation would get even worse. President Xiao, I firmly oppose your way of dealing with this matter. It's too extreme. People have already referred to Luo's workshop as the mob. What you're doing is undoubtedly going to prove that they are right. Su Guansong was exceptionally hot with emotion. Even his face turned red. Lin Chongdong pursed his lips and said, even though I find these reporters detestable, we still can't resort to violence no matter how we feel about them. I hope you will think things over and consider carefully. Xiao Luo closed his laptop and stood up with his hands behind his back. He said emotionlessly, your objections are invalid. For anyone who complains about me, I welcome your resignation at any time. After making his speech, Xiao Luo walked out directly and left his ministers to stare at each other helplessly. Ever since he'd taken over Luo's workshop, Xiao Luo had wanted to lead the enterprise with a wolf spirit. What was a wolf spirit? In his mind, it could be summarized in one word, ruthless. Instead of shrinking back in fear and being afraid of taking action, he had to be ruthless and make Luo's workshop into a wolf's den. Anyone who dared cause trouble had to pay the price. Vice President Su, what should we do? Are we really going to let President Xiao carry on regardless of our protests? One employee asked Su Guansong. Before Su Guansong had a chance to answer, Li Ziming rushed to reply first, please don't frame the situation that way. I support President Xiao. You're right. These reporters have gone too far in their bullying of us. They thought that we were pushovers. They will learn their place if we don't teach them a lesson today. Sister Ziming, let's go watch how President Xiao will deal with these reporters, said Luo Qi, burning with anger. Li Ziming nodded and left with Luo Qi. The rest of the group looked at Su Guansong and waited for him to make a decision. Su Guansong clenched his teeth, exhaled a deep breath, and said, "Let's go have a look as well." All of the executives marched toward the auditorium. At that moment, the auditorium was filled with sounds of protest. "You seized our equipment by force. I will expose this despicable act to the world. You're holding us prisoner. I will sue you in the court when I get out of here. Mob company. You will certainly receive your deserved punishment." The loud, cloying complaints echoed in the large auditorium, yet no one dared put any of their threats of retaliation into action. A reporter who resisted was beaten and had even lost a tooth. The security guards surrounding them held black batons and stared at them coldly like a bunch of demons. The reporters could only shout and protest, but they didn't have the courage to do anything. Zhang Dashan followed Xiao Luo's previous order. He didn't care about anything else or ask any questions. He just left the reporters out in the cold. He also told Feng Wuhan that he could deter anyone who dared cause trouble. He even authorized him to use violence if deterrence didn't work. To the end of his order, he added, "This came from Brother Xiao," which dispelled all of Feng Wuhan's hesitations. The reporters gradually quieted down since no one paid any attention to them. But they waited in the auditorium for 3 hours in extreme thirst and hunger. A female reporter finally couldn't stand it anymore. She stood up from her seat and ran to the auditorium door, wanting to leave. Feng Wuhan stretched out his arm and blocked her, saying, "Miss, where do you think you're going? Get out of the way. I want to leave. You have no right to violate my freedom." The female reporter mustered her courage and yelled loudly, even though the man in front of her was the hefty fellow who'd knocked out another reporter's tooth with one punch. Feng Wuhan frowned and said, "That can't happen. President Xiao is not here yet. None of you can leave. I don't want to meet him anymore. I want to leave. Get out of my way." The female reporter bellowed with her teeth clenched. "Hee hee. Did you think that President Xiao was some random stray animal on the street that comes and goes at your pleasure?" Feng Wuhan had been called a scourge back in the village. He was very experienced at playing the hooligan, although he had never committed any major crimes like assault or rape. Acting like a bandit, he said, "Since President Xiao has agreed to see you, it's no longer up to you whether you meet him or not. Get the F***ck back and stay put. I'm a temp who has nothing to lose. Don't pressure me into using force." He stepped forward with a vicious face and scared the female reporter back several steps. Eventually, she was defeated by Feng Wuhan's gangster-like presence and returned to her seat in haste. Bullsh**T. You're keeping us waiting here on purpose. To put it clearly, this is illegal confinement. We will sue you once we get out. A male reporter with a full beard stood up and shouted at Feng Wuhan. "Sue us?" Feng Wuhan gave Xiao Wu a look. Xiao Wu immediately walked over and dragged the man with the beard from his seat to Feng Wuhan like a dog. "You. What are you doing?" "I'm a journalist." "What on earth are you doing?" The bearded man was frightened. "Pa." Without saying another word, Feng Wuhan raised his hand, which was as big as a cattail leaf, and smacked the reporter in the face. The exceptionally resounding blow made the hearts of all the reporters in the auditorium tremble. They sat bolt upright in all seriousness. After slapping the bearded man, Feng Wuhan grasped his collar like a punk and spat fiercely, "I already told you, I'm a temp. I could walk away from anything, even if I maimed you. Holding you here is nothing. You shut your mouth as I ordered and go wait for President Xiao quietly in your seat." Feng Wuhan shoved the bearded man away. Scanning the rest of the crowd of reporters with his cold eyes, he growled, "Do not cause any more F***king trouble. Otherwise, I will give all of you a taste. It's fine if you want to drink water." There is a water dispenser in the corner. But you will hold it if you need to pee. You will not leave this auditorium no matter what before President Xiao gets here. His last sentence was almost a roar. Matched with his ferocious face, it had quite a deterring effect. None of the reporters dared to say anything more. They understood their current situation clearly. They were the fish on the chopping board, entirely at their captor's mercy. Some of the female reporters were already shaking in fear. More than 50 reporters were locked in the auditorium for a whole day. It was 7 o'clock at night, and they had spent 8 hours there in the auditorium. All of them were extremely hungry and exhausted. Some people were so eager to go to the bathroom that their faces twisted in discomfort. During the 8 hours of confinement, they had suffered tremendously both physically and mentally and were on the edge of a nervous breakdown. Some people tried to barge through the door yet were beaten harshly to black eyes and broken noses. The security guards even showed no mercy to women and slapped them on their faces. Feng Wuhan and his people, who were wearing the security guards' uniforms, looked no different from a gang in the reporters' eyes. Some female reporters cried. Their will was almost crushed by the 8-hour torture of Feng Wuhan's cruelness, adding to exhaustion, hunger, and desperation for the toilet. They were like prisoners in a holding cell, dreaming and craving for the free world outside. Good news, good news. President Xiao, the person you want to interview, is finally coming. The sharp and hoarse voice of Zhang Dashan sounded. His announcement was music to the reporters' ears. They all bucked up immediately as they knew that the tormenting wait was about to be over, and they would be able to get out of here soon. Xiao Luo strolled in slowly and walked directly to the podium. He was wearing a slim, long-sleeved black sweater with bright red and white stripe. The sleeves were rolled up and showed his forearms. A slight smile was hanging on his smooth and fair face. The reporters were all taken by surprise and thought to themselves, was this the head of the Luo's workshop? How could he be so young? No wonder they were stunned by Xiao Luo. The president of this type of company was usually a middle-aged man. They had never seen a CEO this young. I bet you're all hungry? I have dinner ready for you. Xiao Luo spoke while looking at the reporters. Right after his voice faded, the staff of the Luo's workshop pushed in trolleys that were full of pastries and desserts and handed out several freshly baked bread to every reporter in the room. Xiao Luo had a share as well. He sat down in a natural and poised manner and started to eat the food with great relish in front of the reporters. He said while eating, the Luo's workshop is a company that produces baked goods. We only have these to serve you. Go ahead and eat it. You need the energy to interview me after finishing dinner. A male reporter who was wearing a pair of black frame glasses snapped. As hungry as he was, the hunger was nothing comparing with the humiliation he had suffered today. He grabbed the bread in front of him and threw it on the ground with all of his strength, then stomped on it repeatedly and roared at Xiao Luo, "You don't need to be such a hypocrite. You have locked us up here for a whole day. Wait to receive summons when we get out of here. More than 50 summons. I don't believe you can get away from prison." The smile on Xiao Luo's face turned into a gloomy look right away. He said, "I hate people who waste food the most." Feng Wuhan put on a vicious face and took a big step forward. He pointed at the black frame glasses guy and yelled, "Pick up the bread." He menacingly enunciated each word. The guy with the black frame glasses trembled slightly. Tamed by Feng Wuhan's despotic power, he picked up the bread unwillingly. "Eat it." 2 dispassionate words sounded up. It was not from Feng Wuhan, but Xiao Luo, who was standing on the stage. His voice was soft and quiet, yet enough to make every reporter present feel a quiver with fright from the depth of their souls. Xiao Luo initially left a refined, courteous, and amiable impression in their minds. But that image collapsed abruptly at the moment. They realized that it was not these security guards who were brutal, but this seemingly harmless young boss. The face of the guy with black frame glasses changed suddenly. Shivering, he looked up at Xiao Luo on the stage and tried to speak. You. He never expected the polite and good-humored Xiao Luo would be such a callous and cruel person who asked him to eat the dirty bread that was stomped by foot. He was deliberately humiliating him in public. You what? Brother Xiao asked you to eat the bread. Didn't you hear him? Feng Wuhan said with venom. With his ferocious features, he gave off a fierce look. The fear for Feng Wuhan trumped everything else. The guy with the black frame glasses didn't dare to defy him and nibbled the dirty bread in his hand. He cried. A grown man was tortured to tears at the moment. Xiao Luo put on a smile again and became a vastly different person from his dark self moments ago. The former was sunny and simple, the latter was wicked and merciless. Other reporters met his eyes and hurried to lower their heads to bite the bread. It looks like you are hungry indeed. Xiao Luo stood up in satisfaction and waved his hand. Zhang Dashan handed a folder of file to him. The file documented the reporter's information in detail. Zhang Dashan gathered those through his connections based on the reporters' names. He didn't do anything else all day except for trying to sort through the data here. Ding Xiaozhen. Xiao Luo announced a name, then continued to say, Who is Ding Xiaozhen? It's me. A sweet-looking female reporter stood up awkwardly. Your hometown is the county of Anhui province. Your parents are still alive and you have a younger brother still in school. Did I get it right? Xiao Luo asked her with a smile. The female reporter's eyes widened. She nodded by instinct. Xiao Luo ignored her and continued to read out the next reporter's name. Lu Dehua, your home is at Tian City of He province. You have a 6-year-old son. Luo Jinyuan, you're from Tang County of Jiangqing. Gong Lily, you're from the county of Hehua in Shan province. All the reporters who were mentioned by name, along with their exact home addresses and family members, turned pale in an instant. Even though Xiao Luo's tone was not threatening, they felt an indescribable sense of danger and horror. Xiao Luo read aloud more than a dozen reporters' background, then shut the folder close with a bang. His hawk-like eyes swept the room coldly and said, Now, you can interview me. He turned his head to face Zhang Dashan and said, Return their equipment to them. Okay. Following the order, Zhang Dashan ran out obsequiously. Soon after, he brought back the reporters' microphones, cameras, and cell phones. However, the reporters stood where they were motionlessly, staring at each other vacantly. Interview? How were they going to interview him? Their home addresses and family members were checked out by the other side. It was clearly intimidation. At the moment, they were convinced of one thing, which was the Luo's workshop was really backed by the underworld. The journalists were usually puffed with pride and didn't care for stars or rich tycoons. They were even confident that they could take down any public figure if they wanted to. But they were frightened from the bottom of their hearts when it came to the underworld. The underworld had no principles. They had to be prepared for retaliation if they offended the gangsters. No. We will not interview you anymore. President Xiao, I promise, there will be no negative news about the Luo's workshop on any major media outlets. Yes. The bread of the Luo's workshop is up to standard and tastes delicious. We sampled it ourselves. It's much better than taste buds. We are too shallow to recognize your eminence. President Xiao is a magnanimous and generous man. We hope you won't take umbrage at the likes of us. Conceded. The reporters all got down from their high horses and smiled apologetically at Xiao Luo. In their eyes, Xiao Luo was the head of a gang who would harm people by underhand means that they could never afford to offend. They were now deeply regretful about listening to Chen Jianbai and coming to the Luo's workshop to look for trouble. In the end, they fell into a pit of their own digging. Some people were contradictory. If you were not in the mob, they kept vilifying you as a mobster. However, when they realized you indeed were in the mob, they became scared stiff at the idea of the misfortunes that might befall them and were too afraid to take any action. Apparently, these reporters were precisely such people. When Luo's workshop opened the door and let them leave, they were like prisoners who had spent years behind bars. They were so excited that there were tears in their eyes. Breathing in the freedom's air and fleeing from the great torment, they swore that they would never again come to Luo's workshop for the rest of their lives. Thus, the disturbance created by the reporters calmed down. All of Luo's workshop's executives were dumbfounded and gasped with admiration at Xiao Luo's tactics. What a mess. Su Guanzong left, shaking his head. He didn't seem to agree with Xiao Luo's way of handling the matter, although the result had been beneficial to them. President Xiao always acts so vigorously and resolutely. That's so awesome. I will stand firmly with President Xiao in the future, said Lin Chongdong, enthusiastically. He admired Xiao Luo with his whole heart after witnessing the entire process of dealing with the reporters. What he'd seen confirmed the saying currently circulating online, no one is shrewder than President Xiao. He is relentless and reticent. He'd handled the reporters, who'd come looking for trouble, and rendered them obedient and docile. How fierce was he? The big boss was always bold and daring. I find myself falling completely in love with him. Luoqi winked like a young girl first beginning to think of love. Standing aside, Li Ziming shot a glare at Luoqi and said, "A man as outstanding as him probably has a girlfriend already." That doesn't matter. I could still be his girl on the side. Hee hee. Luoqi laughed. Li Ziming was struck dumb by her reply. Even though the tumult with the reporters had blown over, the crisis Luo's workshop was facing was not yet resolved. The court date was like an enormous, ruthless, and sharp axe hanging above them, ready to chop off Luo's workshop's head. Once the charges of intimidating Qin Jianbai and fabricating evidence were substantiated, Luo's workshop would never get another chance to gain a foothold in Jiangqing. It was a smokeless war. However, Xiao Luo had to win. Otherwise, although defeat might welcome him, he would in no way accept it. While he was sitting in the office and pondering in silence how to turn the tide, Zhang Dashan called him on the phone. "Lao Xiao, your guess turned out to be correct. Zhang Donghai is indeed sketchy. Who could have thought that he'd want to rig the ovens in the factory? Motherf ****. Thankfully, I had my eye on him. Otherwise, he might have had his way." Zhang Dashan's disgruntled voice came from the other side of the phone. Xiao Luo was not surprised by this news at all. He had been browsing in the system store one night some time ago and redeemed 800 points for the hacking ability. He'd then hacked into the telecommunications company's customer management system and monitored all of Luo's workshop's vice president's phones. It was highly effective, albeit immoral. The day before the reporters' uproar, he'd heard the conversation between Zhang Donghai and Fang Changlei. Thus, he'd asked Zhang Dashan to keep an eye on Zhang Donghai. Unexpectedly, Zhang Donghai had put this plan into action in such a short time. "Where is he now?" Xiao Luo asked. "He's in the factory's warehouse. Brother Feng and some others are teaching him a lesson right now," said Zhang Dashan. "I'll be there in a minute." Xiao Luo hung up, put on the jacket hanging on the armchair, and rushed to the factory. The factory's warehouse. The warehouse was dimly lit and gave off a spooky feeling. Looking plump in his suit, Zhang Donghai lay on the ground in a very embarrassing state. Both his nose and mouth were bleeding, and his clothes were covered in dust. He'd been beaten up by Feng Wuhan and 4 others. "Superintendent Zhang, I don't know what to say to you. What's wrong with working for Lao Xiao? Why do you have to be a lackey for taste buds? With sincere regret on his face, Zhang Dashan crouched in front of Zhang Donghai and said, "Your last name is also Zhang. We might even come from the same family way back when. My heart truly aches, seeing you beaten up to such an extent. Pooh. Sooner or later, things will not end well for your hired thugs." Zhang Donghai spat on Zhang Dashan's face. Contrary to his usual sycophant image, he looked surprisingly courageous and fearless now. Zhang Dashan wiped the spit from his face. His eyelids twitched as his expression turned vicious. He said, "Zhang Donghai, you receive paychecks from Luo's workshop yet work for taste buds in secret. Do you think you're the F***king sensible one here? Don't you know that's corporate spying? The law will make you liable." "You think I will be held liable?" Haha. Haha. Hearing this statement, Zhang Donghai burst into mocking laughter, as if he'd just listened to a hilarious joke. Then, his face sunk, and he said menacingly to Zhang Dashan, "You're assaulting me illegally right now. How dare you talk about the law? That's F***king hilarious." Zhang Dashan was tongue-tied for a moment. He could only hold up his thumb and say with admiration, "Fine. You're too good. I can't win an argument with you. Brother Zhang, move out of the way. I don't F***king believe that we can't teach him a lesson." Feng Wuhan was furious. He came forward and kicked Zhang Donghai's abdomen. It was a forceful blow. Suddenly Zhang Donghai felt his gut scramble. In excruciating pain, he let out a blood-curdling scream. "Let it go. It's enough to give him a scare. Let's not cause any internal bleeding and bring more trouble to ourselves." Although Zhang Dashan had a brutal nature, he did feel a little bit of pity for Zhang Donghai, but only because he still looked like a man with a backbone even after taking a beating. Feng Wuhan retracted his foot, turned around, and backed off. Soon after, Xiao Luo, dressed in a black jacket with a white shirt, arrived at the warehouse. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked down at Zhang Donghai, who was on the ground. "Give him a stool." "Yes." Feng Wuhan waved his hand. Xiao Wu fetched a stool from the corner of the warehouse and helped Zhang Donghai get up on and sit on it. Seeing Xiao Luo, Zhang Donghai chuckled and said, "President Xiao, you're finally here. Your lackeys almost beat me to death." There was not even a shred of nervousness or fear in his eyes, let alone guilt. He was like a sacrificial man thrown into prison in ancient times, who made his torturers lose their much-anticipated sense of fulfillment. Xiao Luo smiled faintly and said, "You're wrong. They're all my brothers." This one straightforward sentence swept away all the unpleasant feelings and grudges that remained in Zhang Dashan's and Feng Wuhan's hearts. "Is that right? It seems like you guys are the mob," replied Zhang Donghai, calmly and unhurriedly. "Wrong again. There is no such thing as absolute black and white in this world. Only absolute interest. Since you've infringed upon other people's interests, you have to be prepared to pay the price," said Xiao Luo. Zhang Donghai sneered in disdain. With a solemn face, Xiao Luo said, "I have no intention of talking nonsense with you. Just one question, can you help me testify against Feng Chonglei?" "Testify for what?" "For unfair competition." "Do you think that's possible?" Haha. Zhang Donghai laughed out loud. His face was filled with scorn. "Do you refuse?" "Of course. I'm indebted to President Feng. There is no way I would betray him." With a gentle smile, Xiao Luo spoke in a tone of quiet elegance, "You will accept my offer." Then, he pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and gave it to Feng Wuhan, saying, "Go to this place. Pick up his wife and child and bring them back to the company." Hearing Xiao Luo's command, a touch of panic appeared in Zhang Donghai's eyes. His body trembled involuntarily, and he asked in an unsteady voice, "What do you want to do?" Xiao Luo looked at him calmly and said, "I just told you. There isn't absolute black and white in this world. Black and white are nothing but a state of mind. I bet my entire future on Luo's workshop, so whoever impedes its development is my enemy. I will never be soft-hearted or merciful toward my enemies. Unfortunately, you, Zhang Donghai, are my enemy right now. He delivered these remarks in a soft and gentle voice. Yet Zhang Donghai, Zhang Dashan, and others all felt a sense of pure terror that sent chills up the spine. Zhang Donghai's eyes widened. He was scared into a cold sweat and said, "You're a devil." His voice was hoarse. He knew that Xiao Luo was threatening him using his family. With his eyes cold and frosty, Xiao Luo smiled and demanded again, "Will you agree to help me to testify against Fan Changlei?" Zhang Donghai forced a bitter smile and replied, "I can't. If I testify against Fan Changlei, the Dragon Gang will never let me go. Let alone my family." This was the thing he dreaded most. Since he'd been caught red-handed by Zhang Dashan, there was nothing to explain. But if he testified against Fan Changlei, he and his family would undoubtedly suffer retaliation. "You don't need to worry about that. Your family will be well protected," Xiao Luo said. Then, he added softly, "After everything is over, I will give you $2 million and let you and your family flee to a faraway place. As powerful as the Dragon Gang may be, they can only operate within Jiangqing. You don't need to fear them once you leave the area. You can promise that?" Zhang Donghai felt that he'd been handed a straw to clutch at in this desperate situation. "I promise," said Xiao Luo. Zhang Donghai was astonished for a moment. Then, the radiance that had shone on his just face seconds ago dimmed again. He said, "I don't believe you have that kind of strength. The Dragon Gang is the most powerful underground force in Jiangqing. How can you fight them?" "I'm not fighting them. I'm fighting Fan Changlei." "That's the same thing," replied Zhang Donghai, feeling hopeless and depressed. Xiao Luo stared at him for a while and said, "Life is a game of chance. You have to gamble this time." "I have no other choice?" Zhang Donghai smiled with deep sorrow. Xiao Luo nodded gravely and replied in an irrefutable tone, "You have no other choice." Zhang Donghai hung his head like a rooster that had lost a cockfight, then raised it once more and asked again, "President Xiao, are you part of a mob or not?" Xiao Luo had handled the reporter's turmoil and threatened his family. This conduct made Zhang Donghai believe Xiao Luo was an underworld figure. "Whether something is black or white depends on the opponent I'm facing," Xiao Luo answered in a quiet voice. "I understand." Zhang Donghai gave up resisting and chose to get on board Xiao Luo's boat. Back at the residence, Xiao Luo and Zhang Dashan stood on the penthouse's balcony. Facing the wind, they overlooked the nighttime scene of this remote area of Jiangqing. A train thundered and pulled into the station. In the darkness of night, the long train looked like a giant python glowing brightly as it slithered down the railway. Zhang Dashan lit up a cigarette and said, "You've really helped me gain an intimate understanding of the first stage of being a businessman." Xiao Luo, self-possessed, chuckled lightly but didn't respond. He knew that Zhang Dashan was saying that he might have gone too far by threatening people using their families. This tactic was as unscrupulous as those of the mob. But he'd had no choice. He wanted to succeed. It was necessary to use some unorthodox methods when his very existence was at stake. Zhang Dashan saw Xiao Luo's indifferent expression and changed the subject. He said, "By the way, the court session is going to open in 2 days. Have you discussed things with Ge Zhongtian and asked him to be Luo's workshop's counsel?" "It's not necessary." Xiao Luo shook his head, said, "You will defend our case in court." "What the f***ck?" Astounded, Zhang Dashan dropped his cigarette on the ground. His eyes widened, and he said, "Have you lost your mind? Asking me to face off with those top attorneys? I'm in no way cut out to do that. What are you panicking about?" Mother asterisk cur, how can I not panic? I may have my ways around the ladies, but defending Luo's workshop in court like a real lawyer? I've not that kind of attorney material. Don't worry. It's me who will do the real work, Xiao Luo answered with a smile. Xiao Luo's words befuddled Zhang Dashan. What do you mean, brother? Can you explain it to me? Zhang Dashan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Have you ever watched the animated show, Detective Conan? I watched some episodes when I was bored. I'm not interested in it. It's always the same story, Mori Kaguru is drugged unconscious. Then, Conan solves the crime on Mori's behalf. A couple of times, when the girls started getting suspicious, I was hoping Conan's trick would be discovered, but nothing happened. Then the same plot structure just restarts. Watching it makes me annoyed. It's easier to explain it since you've watched it, Xiao Luo said with a serious expression. When our court session opens, you will play Mori Kaguru's character. And I will be Conan. Zhang Dashan's face was filled with apprehension after hearing this. He asked, brother, what on earth do you plan on doing? I mean, you will wear an earpiece on the day of the trial. I will tell you whatever you need to say from a distance so that you can defend Luo's workshop on my behalf, answered Xiao Luo. Zhang Dashan stared at Xiao Luo like an alien and said, are you looking for trouble? Are you going to be the attorney? Have you learned how to defend yourself in court? I haven't. But I'm confident I can do it. Xiao Luo gazed into the distance, saying, well, we still need to gather some important files and evidence. You should do it together with me so that you won't completely blank out in court. Are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking to you? Then why can't you appear before the court yourself? I have done things that are both legal and illegal. This kind of public appearance doesn't suit me. You're different. You have a clean record. Xiao Luo looked at him with a meaningful smile. Then, he turned around and went inside the room. 2 days passed by swiftly. Then, at Jiangqing People's Court, there was another hearing in the defamation case of Luo's workshop versus Qin Jianbai. The trial was open and accessible to the general public. The public gallery was filled, not only with Fang Chonglei and Taste Buds executives, but also Su Guansong, Lin Chongdong, Luo Qi, and other employees from Luo's workshop. It was packed to capacity. Vice President Su, why hasn't your president Xiao come today? Is he already recoiling in fear? Haha. Fang Chonglei taunted. Even though he didn't know how Xiao Luo had made the disruptive reporters go away last time, he was confident and determined to win this time in court. From what he could see, Luo's workshop had gone out for wool, but came home shorn. Su Guansong's expression was complicated. He refrained from talking. Nonetheless, he was also curious why Xiao Luo would hide. Why would he let Zhang Dashan play the role of the defender in a court hearing vital to the life and death of Luo's workshop? In his opinion, even a random lawyer on the street would be better than Zhang Dashan. How could they win this case? Zhang Yong, the head of Luo's workshop's legal department, was also in the gallery. Although he was also perplexed by Xiao Luo's scheme, he felt quite relieved. This would no longer be his job anymore, no matter the outcome of the trial. Did Luo's workshop threaten and force the reporter, Qin Jianbai, to fabricate false evidence to restore their reputation? Or, did Qin Jianbai purposely distort the facts and publish fake news to defame Luo's workshop? Jiangqing TV station is now bringing you a live broadcast of the public trial, to settle this matter once and for all. Jiangqing TV station was broadcasting the whole public trial, and they were not the only ones. Various other major media news outlets were also launching their live update pages for the event. The infamy of this incident had not just spread throughout Jiangqing, but across the entire Hua nation like a storm. People who had never heard of Luo's workshop before were now very much aware of the company's existence. The discussions on the internet were particularly heated. Needless to say, it's got to be that reporter, Chen, making up fake news to discredit Luo's workshop in a bid for attention. I'm supporting Luo's workshop. That's bullsh**. I think that Luo's workshop has done something bad stuff and now they're trying to profit from it. This is just like when scandalous female celebrities get caught by the paparazzi sleeping their way to the top, then pretend like nothing happened, and use lawsuits to protect their reputations. It's so disgusting. It's fine to have an opinion in a public discussion, but can you keyboard warriors just stop arguing, chill out, and watch the live broadcast? There was vocal support for all sides, as well as many neutral parties. The number of threads in the comments section of QQ News was already in the tens of thousands. This event had quickly grown into the hottest topic of the day. Huaya University. Huang Ruoren was in her dorm room, staring in surprise at one of her roommate's laptops. The roommate was especially interested in current affairs. The public trial of Luo's workshop against Qin Jianbai was being broadcast live on the 16-inch screen. Huang Ruoren had beautiful hair, long and sleek eyebrows, and a gorgeous nose. Her jade-like cheeks flushed slightly pink. She had never expected to see Xiao Luo's friend, Zhang Dashan, on a live broadcast of a public trial. Ever since Xiao Luo had left Huaya without a word to anyone, including herself, Chu Yu, and their English major peers, they had been eagerly keeping an eye out for news of his whereabouts. The appearance of Zhang Dashan on the video screen during the live broadcast was undoubtedly the key to finding Xiao Luo. Luo's workshop? Huang Ruoren whispered the phrase to herself, embedding the two words into her memory. Chongshan House. Chu Yunxiong and Ge Zhongtian were sitting on a sofa and sipping tea while watching the Jiangqing channel. Chu Yunxiong turned his head to ask, Zhongtian, would you like to know how Luo dealt with the group of reporters who were causing him trouble? Ge Zhongtian took a small sip of tea, then placed his teacup down. I'd be glad to know the details. He accepted their request for an interview and gathered all of the reporters in the auditorium. Then, he left them stranded there for an entire day without giving them a second thought. During that time, because they were not employees of Luo's workshop, they were barred from entering or leaving the auditorium and forced to wait in their anxiety. Don't you think it's immoral? As he spoke about the steps that Xiao Luo had taken against the reporters, Chu Yunxiong could not stifle his laughter. He would not have expected Xiao Luo to have the audacity to take such drastic measures. Though it had not been a glamorous move, it was undeniably effective. That is going too far, Ge Zhongtian replied, pale with shock. But I'm curious about why the reporters didn't sue him for infringement of their freedom once they got out. Chu Yunxiong answered gleefully, before he let them go free, Luo had already conducted full background checks on their address and family members. He even read out all this information in front of them, so they were all scared stiff. They didn't dare write anything negative about Luo's workshop after that, so suing Luo is simply out of the question. Xiao Luo is using threats and intimidation. That's illegal, you know, Ge Zhongtian pointed out, furrowing his brow. Chu Yunxiong shook his head in disapproval. Oh, listen to you, you're just too inflexible. Sometimes, to achieve a certain objective, you need to take these kinds of extreme measures. Look, even though they're not in the clear yet, there have already been some subtle shifts in their favor. I don't think that Luo's workshop will emerge victorious, Ge Zhongtian said seriously. I've crossed swords with Fu Hiyu before. He's very good with words, and his ability to turn the truth on its head is something I can't match. Now that Luo's workshop doesn't even have a proper lawyer, they will lose this lawsuit. Chu Yunxiong was all smiles as he picked up his cup of hot tea and took a sip, saying, okay, aren't you just feeling upset because Luo didn't ask you to represent Luo's workshop as their lawyer? With his inner thoughts thus exposed, Ge Zhongtian's elderly face flushed red. He had been doing his homework for this case, waiting for Xiao Luo to ask him to jump on board. After all, Chu Yunxiong regarded this young man highly, so he'd also wanted to lend a helping hand. Moreover, he had something of a personal grudge against Fu Heyou, so the stars were aligned for him, and he just needed an invitation to participate. In the end, however, he had not been invited, so it stood to reason that he was depressed. Let's just watch the proceedings here from the sidelines. Chu Yunxiong sighed deeply as he put down his teacup. Just then, Xiao Luo was sitting in a cafe not too far from the courthouse. He had ordered a coffee, opened up his laptop, and pulled up the TV station's website, where the public trial was broadcasting. He wore a slim-fitting casual suit in white and was sitting up straight in his chair. A headset dangled around his neck, connecting him to Zhang Dashan in real time. "Officer Gu, is it okay for you to watch me like this?" He adjusted the video quality and the volume of his headset, then lifted his head to look at the woman seated opposite him. The woman had a head of short, black, and lustrous hair that was neatly styled. Her features were elegant. Her eyes were slightly lidded, and her eyelashes were slender. When she was not blinking, she almost looked like a painting of a beauty stirring. The woman was Gu Qianlin. She was not wearing her police uniform and was dressed in a plain white top and tight black jeans. She wore a pendant around her neck, and her delicate collarbones were clearly visible. However, that was all that could be seen, as the top she had on was conservative and prevented anyone who wanted to see more skin from doing so. She began to question him. "Xiao Luo, answer me honestly. Where were you on the 12th night of this month from 10 o'clock to midnight? And what were you doing during that time?" The 12th just happened to be the day of the bloody incident at the Jiangqing docks, now referred to as the 912 incident. Having checked the Skynet surveillance system, she had discovered a very suspicious figure in the surveillance area more than 200 yards away from the docks. However, she had been unable to distinguish any facial features. The image was too blurry. She had suddenly been reminded of the suspicious figure she'd seen in the footage when she bumped into Xiao Luo earlier that day. Whether because of the figure's height or build, something about it seemed to correspond very well with Xiao Luo. Furthermore, Xiao Luo was armed with powerful abilities, so she seriously suspected that the figure in the footage was Xiao Luo himself. In other words, the calm and calculated killing machine from that night could very well be sitting right in front of her eyes. The 12th was a pretty long time ago now. I need to think about it. Xiao Luo shut his eyes and thought for a moment, then answered earnestly and assuredly, "I was at home sleeping." "Who can verify your alibi?" "I'm single, and though I have a friend who lives with me, I think on that particular day he stayed out all night drinking at the bar, so I don't think anyone can prove I was there," Xiao Luo said, shaking his head. Gu Qianlin was feeling a little exasperated. She did not believe what Xiao Luo said, but she could not detect any clues from his micro-expressions to suggest that he was lying. She was unable to determine whether the figure from that day had indeed been Xiao Luo. "I still have things to do, so you can do as you please, Officer Gu." Xiao Luo smiled a little as he said this. Then, he put on his headset. The public trial had officially begun. Inside the magnificent courtroom that was filled with a dignified air, all the people present were very solemn. The presiding judge and two other judges were sitting up high, followed by the clerk and assistant to the judge, and finally the cold and serious bailiff. The plaintiff and the defendant were set up at both sides of the room, their positioning making it clear to everyone in the room that they were in opposition. This hearing would play a pivotal role in determining which way the scales of justice would tip. Zhang Dashan, Li Ziming and another female assistant sat at the plaintiff's table. It was the first time he was in a courtroom, and now he was taking up the role of a legal counsel, so there was no way he would not be nervous. However, he could hear Xiao Luo's voice in his ear, which helped to steady his emotions, and he was taking deep breaths, making an effort to calm himself. Fu Heyou was a lawyer with clear fair skin, and he wore a thin, straight suit over his tall and slender figure. The spacing between his eyes was wider than that of the average person, which gave him a dishonest and slippery look. He sat self-assuredly at the defendant's table, his eyes looking straight ahead, and radiating a natural confidence. Qin Jianbai sat next to him, not looking at all like someone who was being sued. He had a flippant attitude and was still casually humming a tune. When Zhang Dashan looked over at him, he dragged a finger across his throat in a provocative gesture. Damn it. The number one thing Zhang Dashan could not tolerate was taunts like these, and if not for Xiao Luo telling him to stop, he would have stood up to fight back against Qin Jianbai. Though, the silver lining was that Qin Jianbai's provocations had erased all the nervousness he felt. Inside the cafe, Gu Qianlin was sizing up Xiao Luo in surprise as she asked, "What are you up to?" She realized that Xiao Luo seemed to be talking to someone in the courtroom through a long-distance call. Xiao Luo took down his headset, raising his head to look at her, and rebutting, "Officer Gu, am I breaking the law now?" "No. Since I'm not, please stop bothering me, okay?" "Thank you." Xiao Luo replied impassively. "You." As an elite member of the police force, Gu Qianlin had some measure of pride, and she felt extremely indignant at Xiao Luo's aloof attitude towards her. However, she managed to suppress her emotions in the end and waved him off, indicating that he did not need to pay attention to her, but she also had no intention of leaving. Ordering a cup of coffee, she took out her handphone and connected to the cafe's Wi-Fi, then entered the page with the live broadcast of the public trial. She wanted to see what Xiao Luo was doing after all. This court will now begin to hear the case of Luo's workshop suing Qin Jianbai for publishing false news to tarnish the reputation of the company. If the plaintiff and the defendant have any additional statements to make, you can do so now. The presiding judge's ceremonious voice boomed out in the spacious courtroom as the curtains rose on the court trial. Fu Huiyu was the first to stand up and speak. Presiding judge, judges, at the first trial, our stance is that the plaintiff has threatened my client and made a fake recording in an attempt to deceive the general public and gain back the company's reputation. This is a frame-up, it is defamation, and it shows a flagrant disregard for the laws of our Hua nation. He said it as though he was standing firm for a just cause. Zhang Dashan received the signal from Xiao Luo, and rebutted loudly, "You cannot distort the truth with your unfounded accusations. If you claim that we got the recording through intimidating the defendant, then let me ask you this. What evidence do you have that we threatened him, or is it all based on your own assumptions?" "Huh?" Su Guansong, Lin Chongdong, Zhang Yong and the others unwittingly let out a cry of surprise. They thought to themselves that this Zhang Dashan was fairly capable to kick off this fierce tug-of-war with such a direct battle of words. Fu Huiyu snorted softly, "Of course it isn't my own assumption. During the first trial, we have already submitted an autopsy report to the presiding judge. It proves that on the 20th of March, the cause of death of the old man who died in the Luo's workshop store was the ingestion of excessive amounts of preservatives, which led to sudden death due to cardiovascular and cerebrovascular occlusion. This is indisputable fact. Therefore, the news that my client reported is the truth, and not an empty fabrication, and is most definitely not written to defame the plaintiff's reputation, as they claim. He is simply performing his duties as a reporter, reporting the truth to the wider public, and is worthy of our respect. Furthermore, my client has also said that the recording was made based on the script provided by Luo's workshop after they threatened him. Let me ask, can such a recording really be considered as evidence?" Hearing this, the presiding judge and the other judges nodded their heads in agreement. "You're talking out of your damn ass." Zhang Dashan shot to his feet, expletives bursting out from his mouth. Obviously, this was not what Xiao Luo wanted him to say, but he was just too aggravated by Fu Huiyu's irrational arguments. Dong dong dong. The presiding judge hammered his gavel down 3 times, barking a warning at Zhang Dashan, "Will the plaintiff please watch his language? Ha ha ha. He's such a yokel, and he dares to be a legal counsel in court. Ridiculous." Feng Chanlei sat with his legs crossed and an expression of contempt, as he laughed until his eyes almost watered. The audience was starting to get rowdy, and the presiding judge had to call for order 3 times before they went silent again. "Bastard, don't swear like that." In the cafe, Xiao Luo reprimanded Zhang Dashan through the headset. Zhang Dashan took more deep breaths to calm down. "Idiot." Fu Huiyu quietly criticized Zhang Dashan, not taking him seriously at all. In the whole of Jiangqing, only Gu Zhongtian was a suitable opponent for him. Against a nameless nobody like this, he did not even have the motivation to exert his full effort in defending his client. Zhang Dashan regained his composure, then let out a few dry coughs before he continued in a gentle tone, "Presiding judge, I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. Now, I would like to request that the contents of the defendant's recording be replayed here in court." The presiding judge nodded in acknowledgement, indicating to the staff in the courtroom that they were to carry out Zhang Dashan's request. Not long after, the large courtroom was filled with the sound of Qin Jianbai's arrogant words from that day. "I'll write whatever I want to write. If I say that your bread poisoned someone to death, then it means your bread poisoned someone to death. I don't give a shit about Luo's workshop, and I don't give a shit about you. Although, if the pretty department Headley agrees to spend a night with me, I may consider giving you a way out." Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Qin Jianbai's face drained of color. If he knew this day would come, he would not have been so conceited. To leave behind such a troublesome piece of evidence, he was too damn unlucky. "Presiding judge, judges, his tone of voice is arrogant, and he's making extremely presumptuous statements," Zhang Dashan said persuasively. "He even made sexual remarks about our beautiful department Headley here at Luo's workshop. The defendant's counsel claims that he made this recording while under threats, but can this bullshit really stand up in court? Oh, sorry, I accidentally used some dirty language again." It was certainly true that the tone of voice in Qin Jianbai's recording was exceedingly arrogant, and if the statement was made under duress, it definitely would not sound like that. The presiding judge and the others nodded in acceptance, seeing the logic behind Zhang Dashan's words. The audience watching in the courtroom were also in full agreement with his theory. "Lawyer Fu, do you have anything to say about this?" the presiding judge asked, looking towards the defendant's table. "My client's tone of voice should not be described as arrogant or presumptuous, but angry. In a fit of rage, a person's words are unreliable. For instance, if someone insulted me, and I countered with something about his mother, does that mean I really had illicit relations with his mother? No, this is clearly not the case, right?" Fu Huiyu raised his slender eyebrows, as his gaze settled on Zhang Dashan, and his lips curled into a mocking sneer.